Jiang Yichen caressed her sagging abdomen, a place where a vibrant life once thrived, intertwined with her very blood. Now, that child was gone, leaving behind only grotesque stretch marks, as if they were the final accusations from a life cut short. They silently narrated her greed and ignorance, her pretentiousness. Jiang Yichen curled her lips in a bitter smile. Who could she blame? Everything was merely the consequence of her own actions. She lifted her hand to cover the agreement resting on the table, flipping to the final page. The name inscribed in the bottom left corner stung her eyes with its precise strokes. Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she grasped the pen. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately scrawled her name in a crooked manner. Chen Dong. Jiang Yichen. A decade of entanglement culminated in nothing more than a farcical document. With a sigh, Jiang Yichen resigned herself. Chen Dong, as you wished, we are divorced. Thus, her urban novel divorce reached its conclusion. Ma Haohao rose from her chair, stretching her arms in a languid yawn to alleviate her stiff body. She picked up her mobile phone, opened the WeChat favorite section, and retrieved a newly saved set of gymnastics videos. The spirited music erupted from her phone. The first set of radio exercises for primary and secondary school students, the young eagle takes flight. Ma Haohao followed the rhythm of the music, exercising with precision. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ah, the eccentricity of the divine. After completing the set of exercises, a light sheen of sweat adorned Ma Haohao's brow, and her body began to warm, rendering her considerably more comfortable. She nodded in appreciation, thoroughly satisfied with this exercise recommended by her friend. Unexpectedly, despite the comical moves, the effectiveness was undeniable indeed. One should never underestimate the wisdom of the masses. Completing a set of radio exercises after finishing her writing was simply splendid. I wonder if there are any other series of these exercises? She picked up her phone, typed primary school radio exercises into the search bar, and was about to click search when a notification popped up from the top of her screen. You have received a new reader comment. So soon, someone commented? Ma Haohao was slightly taken aback. She hadn't even informed her fellow authors in the group about the conclusion. Who could be so well informed? As a struggling writer, her comment section was usually desolate. The messages were either from fellow struggling authors cheering her on, or a few real-life friends surprised she was indeed writing. Wild readers were a rare breed in her domain. Following the notification, Ma Haohao clicked into the writer's backend, and upon seeing the comment ID, her curiosity was satisfied. The commenter was neither a familiar author nor a mischievous friend, but someone she recognized quite well. Women for Good was Ma Haohao's pen name on the Finnish Girls website. Meanwhile, the reader ID A Tree in the Forest belonged to her devoted critic. Ma Haohao had penned several works, and A Tree in the Forest had criticized each one. Every time she saw this person's comments, they were either berating the protagonist or the author herself. Initially, the comments were filled with expletives, laden with a distinct flavor of censorship. Now, they had learned to use homophones as substitutes. It seemed the sarcasm had become rather rigid. Ma Haohao did not intend to mock her critic. She simply wished to express her gratitude to this wild critic for sticking with divorce until the end. The book bore a heavy tone. Its very title deterred many readers, and those who persevered until the end were fewer than those who had engaged with her previous works. It was no small feat for her critic to read through the entire piece. After replying to the comment, Ma Haohao exited the writer's backend and focused on the lively chat of her friends in the All Stepmothers group. Earlier, she had sent a screenshot to the group, and her friends had erupted in excitement. Stepmother Mingming. Haha, foolish how you've done it again. Stepmother Su. The usual familiar critic is having a grand time today. Stepmother Dian Dian. Their insults are rather harsh. But I suppose they are frustrated. They always hope for a happy ending, yet you always deliver a tragic one. Stepmother, suddenly feeling a bit sympathetic towards the critic. What should I do? Stepmother E. Sympathy 1. Stepmother Mingming. My heart aches for the critic bad Hao. The All-Stepmothers group was a small circle formed by her and a few contemporaneous authors, consisting of just 5 members. In an era dominated by sweet narratives, the 5 of them, due to their struggles, stubbornly clung to the trope of tragedy for 500 years without wavering. Each character they crafted was a pitiable soul, which birthed the group's name, All Stepmothers. However, not all stepmothers are the same. Among the 5, aside from Ma Hao, the others would inflict suffering but ultimately lead to either a happy ending or no pairing at all. Only Ma Hao was a true stepmother. Just as the critic had remarked, her works were like glass shards hidden in sweetness. Just when it seemed blissful, she would deliver a swift blow, ultimately concluding with a tragic ending. True stepmother Hao. I don't feel it's tragic, I think the ending is quite good. As soon as Ma Hao spoke, the group fell into silence for several seconds. Then, Stepmother Mingming, please speak with a clear conscience, JPG. Stepmother Sisu, are you a devil? JPG. Stepmother E, I respect you as a werewolf, JPG. Stepmother Dian, I want to be a gardener, planting some trees in your heart, JPG. The group's crusade against Ma Hao's affinity for tragic endings was relentless, and seeing that they were on the verge of neglecting their writing, Ma Hao had no choice but to resort to a trump card. True stepmother Hao. Hello everyone, have you met your daily word count yet? JPG. Stepmother Mingming, I concede. Stepmother Sisu, QEQ. Stepmother E, get back to writing. Stepmother Dian disappeared. The group fell silent once more. Ma Hao glanced at the time on her phone. It was past 11 at night. Not to mention reaching a daily word count, it seemed they would all be racing against time again tonight. With her book completed, Ma Hao found herself at a loss. Without the pressure of updates, she felt quite bored. She scrolled through Weibo, then browsed Jihu, ultimately deciding to turn off her phone and sleep, aspiring to be a good child who rises early and catches the worms. Turning off the lights, Ma Hao fell asleep almost instantaneously. Perhaps due to the day's thoughts manifesting in her dreams, she surprisingly dreamt of the characters she had created. Each one bore a cold gaze, their expressions twisted in anguish. Some characters sat on the ground like beggars, wailing uncontrollably, while others rushed towards her, clutching her clothing, desperately choking her. There were those who stood at a distance, brandishing 30-meter-long knives, casting sinister smiles. Every one of them screamed hysterically at her. Better to destroy 10 temples than to ruin a single relationship. Return my fate. How dare you kill my boyfriend? Give him back to me. Give him back. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen for this scoundrel? It's all your fault. Did you consider my feelings when you wrote my demise? I'm going to strangle you. Ma Hao furrowed her brow, drenched in cold sweat, unable to awaken from this nightmare no matter how she struggled. In the midst of her confusion, she heard a cold mechanical voice echoing from somewhere. Warning, warning, character resentment exceeds 1 million points. Unlocking password trash author for life. Password verification successful. Guardian of Love system loading. The system has successfully loaded. Please, host, endeavor to safeguard the romance of the characters and achieve a happy ending. Ma Hao has completely lost consciousness. Chapter 2. Guardians of Love. Ma Hao was awakened by a bucket of cold water. The icy liquid made contact with her skin, startling her into immediate consciousness. Before she could comprehend her surroundings, she was confronted with an enlarged face of a girl. The owner of the large face had one hand gripping her collar and the other pointing accusingly at her nose. Her lips moving rapidly in what appeared to be a tirade. From Ma Hao's perspective, all she could see were 2 dark nostrils and an acne blemish on the girl's chin. Still dazed, it took Ma Hao a while to finally discern the girl's voice. I told you to stop pretending to be weak. This trick won't work on me. Chin Man, I warn you. Don't let me catch you clinging to Lin Zhao again. If I do, I'll strike you. Feeling uncomfortable with such an invasion of personal space, Ma Hao struggled to create a few centimeters of distance between herself and the girl who was pulling at her collar, making it hard for her to breathe. After a moment, she finally got a clear look at the girl's face. To her surprise, the girl appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary high school student. With a simple ponytail, light makeup that failed to conceal her freckles, and clad in a blue and white winter school uniform, she seemed quite unremarkable. Ma Haohai glanced around at the other girls nearby. Although their hairstyles varied, their similarly plain school uniforms mirrored that of the girl before her. Feeling lightheaded, she shook her head, trying to regain her focus. She caught snippets of the girl's repeated mentions of Chen Manman and Lin Zhao. After racking her brain, she realized she didn't know either of them, nor could she fathom how she had offended these high school girls. Ma Haohai felt a conversation was in order, for there must have been a misunderstanding. She forced a smile and said, "Hello there, it's all a misunderstanding. Could you please let me go?" She firmly believed that smiling is always the best approach when one is unclear about a situation. However, reality often proves to be far more brutal than one's ideals. As her words left her lips, the air around them thickened. The girl with the nostrils displayed a face caught between anger and disbelief, her expression taking on a bizarre twist. The other girls, seemingly her accomplices, wore equally perplexed expressions. Wow, I didn't realize Chen Manman had such audacity. That smile of hers looks more like a provocation, doesn't it? Under the influence of this thought, the girls' faces collectively morphed into mocking smirks. The nostril girl, evidently in sync with her companions, raised her eyebrows high, her eyes ablaze with fury, sending a chill down Ma Haohai's spine. The grip on her collar tightened further, forcing her to focus solely on the girl's nostrils. "Try smiling again, I dare you." The girl seethed, her breath hot against Ma Haohai's face. Ma Haohai wrinkled her nose, let out a resigned sigh, and was about to explain herself when a series of words flashed in her mind. System. Oh, host. You are awake. System. Oh my gosh, I left for just a minute. How did things turn out like this? System. Don't panic, host. I'll be brief and explain your current situation.
Maohai.
She stared at the strings of awe and, along with the, in her mind. So, who exactly was panicking? System. Dear host, I am the Guardians of Love System from the End Universe. You may call me Xiao Shou. System. Moreover, I have prepared a bundle of fireworks to celebrate our meeting. May I ask if you accept? Listening to the system, S1. 5 times speed mechanical voice. Ma Haohai realized this was the legendary brief explanation. She felt too exhausted to critique whether the fireworks were a mockery of her situation or if the system was simply innocent and naive. Meanwhile, in her mind, a rapid-fire chatter continued. Host. If you don't respond, I'll assume you accept. Host. Don't you think the fireworks are beautiful? When can we enjoy them together? Host. This world is written by you. You are an unnamed bystander. Host on the other side, the nostril girl, still waiting for Ma Haohai to provoke her further, began her own tirade. Chen Manman, people like you don't deserve him. Do you know how many people like Lin Zhao? Take a look in the mirror and see your own reflection. Green TBH, don't ever show your face in front of him again, do you hear me? It felt as if there were 2 flies buzzing around her, one in her ear and the other burrowing into her brain. For a moment, Ma Haohai thought of the character Tang Seng from A Chinese Odyssey, realizing that this was what being thoroughly annoyed felt like. Fortunately, Ma Haohai had a decent temperament. Unlike the character Zhi Zunbao, she didn't wish to knock out the system and the girl before her. Instead, she took a deep breath and politely inquired, "Excuse me, have you finished speaking?" The atmosphere became thick with tension once more. The system fell silent. The girl's companions gasped audibly. The nostril girl glared at Ma Haohai. "What did you just say?" Ma Haohai deliberately slowed her speech and repeated, "I said, have you finished? It's quite noisy." The system attempted to diminish its presence, fearing for the host's safety. The gasps from the girl's companions grew louder.
Damn.
Chen Manman must be brazen to act like this. The nostril girl's face transitioned from red to pale and back to red again. She clenched her jaw and finally released Ma Haohai's collar, shoving her to the ground.
Ha.
Chen Manman, you've brought this upon yourself. I'll make sure you know how to write my name, Xianxia. With her eyes wide, she brandished a set of keys, twirling them in her fingers as if to taunt. See this? Now you're terrified, aren't you? Even if you beg, I want to let you off the hook. She spat at Ma Haohai and dramatically waved her hand as if emulating a domineering character from a drama. Damn it, we're leaving. You can stay here and cry until dawn. Let us see if you dare to act so arrogantly then. Her companions echoed her actions, bursting into loud laughter and mimicking her dramatic flair. No one will come to your rescue. You'll be spending the night with the rats. Haha. Oh dear. I'm so scared. Ma Haohai. The group exited with great fanfare, slamming the door behind them with a resounding bang, their laughter fading into the distance. Ma Haohai finally sighed in relief. It was quiet at last. High school girls could be terrifying. Chapter 3. Transformed into a bystander, Ma Haohai quietly cherished the hard-won tranquility. A few minutes later, she poked at the system in her mind. Ma Haohai, Xiao, are you there? System. Yes. Host, how may I assist you? Also, I must timidly mention, I am called Xiao, not Xiao. From the system's previous chatter, Ma Haohai had gathered some information. She, a somewhat inconspicuous writer of tragic narratives, found herself struck by the system due to her excessive writing of unhappy endings. In this era of online literature, resilience and adaptability are paramount. Being struck by the system is hardly a cause for alarm. After all, she has perused tales of women sprouting male appendages and men experiencing pregnancy and childbirth. Thus, after merely a minute of contemplation, she accepted her new reality. To her relief, upon coming to terms with her situation, she discovered that she still retained the attributes of a normal woman. According to the conventional narrative framework of terminal female protagonists, she should first familiarize herself with the world around her and her current identity. Yet, as she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was in the school's sports equipment storage room. The dimly lit space was thick with visible dust, clearly indicating that the cleaning staff had not been diligent. Several green mats for sit-ups were carelessly discarded in one corner, while rusted cages containing basketballs and volleyballs huddled in the shadows, casting heavy gloom. The rumors among the girls might hold a grain of truth. At night, this place could indeed be infested with rodents. Touching her icy face, she felt as though she had been doused with a bucket of cold water upon her arrival, leaving her utterly drenched. Her long black hair clung to her face, dripping with water. The cold liquid seeped through her uniform, clinging to her skin, making her shiver uncontrollably. As for the world's background and her identity, those details could be addressed later. Ma Haohai, little receiver, do you have any lock-picking tools? System. Oh, host, how did you know that I, little guardian emphasis, possess lock-picking tools? Having read numerous narratives about terminal systems, Ma Haohai was no stranger to their mechanics. Most systems, as expected, feature some form of a shop. Ma Haohai, if you have them, please give them to me. System. However, lock-picking tools require emotional value to redeem. Your current points are 0, host. Emotional value? Ma Haohai mused. Indeed, redeeming items was not so straightforward. This emotional value was likely tied to the missions assigned by the system. Perhaps the higher her task completion rate, the more emotional value she would accrue, thus gaining greater assistance from the system. System, yes. Emotional value points are rewards for completing tasks. After each task, you will receive a random allocation of emotional value points, which can be exchanged for various items in the system shop. Random allocation? So, it is purely a matter of luck? Those with good fortune receive more, while those less fortunate receive less. Ma Haohai, many emotional value points do I need to redeem for a firecracker? System. Wow, host, do you also enjoy firecrackers? The one I offer is a rare item and requires 100 emotional value points to redeem. 100 emotional value points. Ma Haohai did not expect the system to be so generous with its gifts. Ma Haohai. Well, then just convert the firecracker into points for me. System. Host, the firecracker is a gift for you. How could it be converted into points? Ma Haohai pressed her lips together, falling silent. The damp clothes clung uncomfortably to her. She squeezed the cuffs of her jacket, water pooling at her feet, looking rather pitiful.
Wow, all right.
It seems I must freeze to death. System, host. System, QAQ, but. Noticing the system's unwillingness to compromise, Ma Haohai found a mat and sat down gloomily. She hugged her knees, burying her face in them, adopting the posture of a despondent girl. Ma hao hao. They are right. Tonight, I shall spend time with the mice, and no one will come to my rescue, no matter how loud I scream. System. Host, please don't do this. Trading for points is cheating. I would feel guilty. Ma hao hao was somewhat surprised. It seemed that converting the firecracker into points was not entirely out of the question. She had expected the system to refuse outright, but it merely expressed guilt. It appeared the system's rules were simpler than she had believed. Seeing a shift in the system's attitude, she sighed deeply. Ma hao hao, it's fine. You need not concern yourself with me. I'm just unlucky. I happen to be doused with cold water in your absence. System. Host, that is not it. It's my oversight. Ma hao hao. It's not your fault. It's my own doing. If you can't convert it into points, then so be it. System. TAT system. Woe is me. Host, please don't trade for points. I can agree to everything else. Ma hao hao. No need. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. System. QAQ, how touching. It's alright. After all, your suffering is due to my negligence, so please don't hesitate to command me. A hint of a smile graced Ma hao hao's lips as she buried her face deeper into her knees. Silly system. She decisively rose from the mat, approached the room's door, and extended her hand, palm up in the air. Ma hao hao. All right, then hand me the lock-picking tools. System. System. Host, wait a moment. Shouldn't you be more polite and say you don't want them? Ma hao hao. Am I the kind of person who would pass up a good deal? System. Was she being tricked? Surely, she was being tricked. With the system's tools in hand, her feelings of being bullied upon entry began to dissipate. The lock-picking tool provided by the system resembled an unremarkable brick. This tool, produced by the Terminal Galaxy, was straightforward in its application. One merely had to smash it against the locked object. Despite its lackluster appearance, its functionality was comprehensive. Whether it be a glass door, a security door, or a safe. Once struck by this brick, this lock-picking tool, it would be rendered inoperable. Truly, an essential tool for any home invasion or daring heist. Ma hao hao slammed the brick against the storage room's dilapidated wooden door, and with a loud crash, a sizable hole was created. In early April, when temperatures still struggled to stay above freezing, the cold wind rushed in, making her shudder involuntarily.
Too cold.
Outside, a gray haze enveloped the view. As she rubbed her arms and walked toward the dormitory, she engaged in a mental dialogue with the system to distract herself. System. Host, we're not vandalizing property. Are we? Ma hao hao, I'm not sure. System. I knew I shouldn't have given you the brick. Even if it's not vandalism. It wouldn't be good if it accidentally damages the flowers and plants. The system's caution was amusing, after Ma hao hao had tricked it once. The formality in their interaction had diminished. Ma hao hao. Oh. System. Host, why do you write tragic narratives if you're fine? If you don't write tragic characters, they harbor grievances. Without grievances, you wouldn't transmigrate. Without transmigration, you wouldn't have been doused with water. And without that, you wouldn't have put me in this predicament.
Sigh.
Through the system's incessant chatter, Ma hao hao fully grasped her current role. This world was a school setting, and it was the first novel she had written at the terminal. Pain rivers flow. Back then, Ma hao hao was a pure and kind-hearted girl, and her writing carried the melodramatic flair of a bygone era. In this school narrative, the protagonist, Xianxia, was an unremarkable academic achiever, while the male lead, Xianxia, was a wealthy and attractive scoundrel. Xianxia serves as the academic committee member in Xianxia's class, embodying integrity yet exhibiting a certain rigidity that incites resentment among a few unruly students. They conspired to encourage Xianxia to show Xianxia a taste of her own medicine. A group wagered on whether Xianxia could win Xiaoxiaoyan's affection within 3 months, hoping to make the diligent student experience the pangs of unrequited love. To their surprise, Xiaoxiaoyan fell prey to Xianxia's relentless pursuit and succumbed to the folly of romance, choosing to believe in his sweet nothings despite his dubious character. However, this entire scenario was orchestrated by the malicious antagonist, Bai Yueguang. After surrendering herself, Xiaoxiaoyan's compromising photographs surfaced on the school's online forum, ultimately driving her to the brink of despair and leading her to leap from the top of the academic building. At present, Ma Haohai finds herself inhabiting the role of Qin Man, a female classmate secretly enamored with the second male lead, Lin Zhao. Indeed, within this narrative, where the second male lead appears for less than 20% of the text, Qin Man is merely a background character, devoid of even a proper name. A stark reminder of her inconsequential existence. Chapter 4, The Shorty System. Host, it is not I who say this, but the title of this book strikes an uncanny familiarity. System. It possesses that essence of calamity, amnesia, and forced intimacy. Do you grasp what I am articulating? System. Thankfully, your affliction from youthful angst is relatively mild. Otherwise, I would have leapt from the galactic edifice rather than have you as my host. As Ma Haohai listened to the system's sarcastic remarks within her mind, she simultaneously berated herself and quickened her pace. Determined, Ma Haohai resolved not to disclose this matter to the system. With arms crossed and unbothered by the damp strands of hair whipping in the wind, she kept her head down and pressed forward. Ma Haohai. With the chills seeping into her bones, she thought it preferable to remain silent and shiver rather than engage in idle chatter with a system that failed to appreciate her aesthetics. System. Host. Could you utter a word? Ma Haohai. System. QAQ host, you villain. It suffices to write such mindless and torturous narratives, yet you neglect to respond to me. This will surely invoke divine retribution. Ma Haohai ha. Divine retribution? Ma Haohai parted the hair clinging to her face. Let it come. Could her situation possibly worsen? Indeed, it has been proven that one must not make whimsical assertions. In this world, there exists no utmost suffering, only an escalated form of it. As soon as Ma Haohai uttered her sardonic chuckle, a sudden jolt of pain surged through her backside. Moments later, a tremendous force struck her from behind, causing her to tense up and tumble in an ungraceful manner. Cursing, Ma Haohai sprawled on the ground, feeling the searing ache radiate from her limbs, prompting uncontrollable tears to spring forth. Through her blurred vision, a deep brown basketball slowly rolled into her line of sight, clearly the culprit of her misfortune. Ma Haohai lamented internally, pondering how misfortune could manifest in such trivial ways as being assaulted by a basketball. Ma Haohai, you little rascal, are you a crow? System. To reiterate, I am a keeper, not a rascal. Furthermore, there are no crows in the terminal galaxy. After a moment of recovery on the ground, Ma Haohai endured the initial sharp pain before grimacing and rising. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she picked up the offending basketball, her irritation mounting as she struck it a few times in frustration, only to hear a low chuckle behind her. System. Wow. That boy's voice is quite pleasant. Ma Haohai, you little rascal, you are indeed a homosexual. System. Warning, please refrain from such derogatory remarks. Ma Haohai ha. Turning around, Ma Haohai met the source of the voice with an impassive expression. The golden lettering of their school's name stood out prominently alongside the jersey number 213, presumably belonging to some star athlete in this realm. He stood nonchalantly before her, hands in pockets, chewing gum, unable to suppress a smirk at her misfortune. He then beckoned her with a finger, saying, "Hey, shorty, toss me the ball."
Shorty?
Upon hearing the boy's label, Ma Haohai narrowed her eyes dangerously, swiftly appraising him from head to toe. Dressed in a basketball uniform with the telltale golden hair of a delinquent, his command for the ball confirmed he was indeed the one responsible for her plight. Ma Haohai, you little rascal, my patience has limitations. System. What do you mean? Why the sudden outburst? System. Also, I am called a little rascal. No, a keeper. System. If you keep calling me a little rascal, beware of my departure from home. Oh. Ignoring the system's complaints, Ma Haohai tightened her grip on the basketball and met the towering boy's gaze defiantly, articulating each word with precision. No. In the brief moments since arriving in this world, she had endured being splashed with water, confined to a storage room, buffeted by the cold wind, struck by a basketball, and now, insulted for her height. Even a clay figure has its dignity, her tolerance had limits. Ma Haohai's eyes locked onto the boy's, her stature diminished, yet her spirit unyielding. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her defiance. System. Host, does he not appear to say, please commence your performance? Ma Haohai. Furrowing her brow, Ma Haohai pressed her lips together. Classmate, is this how you respond after injuring someone? Not only do you fail to apologize, but you also wear that arrogant expression? What infuriated her further was his audacity to call her short. Ma Haohai stood at less than 1.6 meters in height, typically easygoing, but could not abide being labeled as such. What of it? Did she consume his rice or use his Wi-Fi? In her first foray into a narrative, the system had chosen the inconsequential character Qin Man, whose height and appearance closely mirrored Ma Haohai's own. This remark about her stature struck a nerve. Humph. Ma Haohai exhaled sharply, feeling her resolve waver slightly. Recalling the domineering Xianxia who had once grabbed her collar, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. Mimicking Xianxia's fierce demeanor, she widened her eyes and lifted her chin, gazing at her assailant with newfound confidence. The boy, clad in athletic attire, bore a roguish demeanor. She had not encountered such a character in this story. He was clearly another background figure. Ma Haohai seethed with indignation. Just a background character. What was there to be so haughty about? Did being tall make one superior? System. Host, could you cease glaring? Frankly, your expression is ill-suited for this stance. It lacks persuasiveness. System. By the way, what was that term from Earth? Right. Cute but fierce. Ma Haohai. You do not understand. Silence yourself. System. Chapter 5. The soft girl persona. Qi observed the girl's puffed-up cheeks, unable to suppress a grin. He had just emerged from the sports office when he spotted her struggling to rise, foolishly pounding the basketball in frustration. Her earnest expression struck him as rather amusing. He had never anticipated that this foolish little dwarf would also be infatuated. In the past few days, he had encountered numerous individuals employing the same old tricks. Did she think that by seizing his basketball and using it as leverage, she could capture his attention? TSK, how unoriginal. The memory of the female students screaming in the basketball court made Qi feel exasperated. What kind of absurd atmosphere was prevalent at the school? If it weren't for the provincial competition in a few weeks, he would have walked away long ago. With that thought, he suppressed the corners of his mouth. Completely devoid of any smile, he lifted his chin towards Ma Haohai and asked, "So, what is it that you desire?" He had already seen through this little one's intentions. She merely wanted to flirt with him. Ma Haohai was momentarily speechless. Apologizing for the injury was only reasonable.
Meow?
Wasn't it her, Ma Haohai, who was being mocked for her height while being injured? What was the matter with this perpetrator? Why did he act as if he were the victim after causing harm? Ma Haohai tilted her head, signaling her confusion. Upon seeing her expression, Qigu's lips twitched again.
What are you talking about?
Do you want my contact information? This person can't possibly be a narcissist, can they? Ma Haohai initially intended to simply get an apology from the person before her. Before he could change his mind, she hastily agreed. All right, it's a deal. After she spoke, with a playful smile from Qigu, she weighed the basketball in her hands and took a few steps closer to him. System host, being this close, no matter how hard you throw, how much pain could he possibly feel? Ma Haohai. Oh. System host, ignoring the system's advice will lead to regret. Please reconsider. Ma Haohai. Not necessary. System. Humph. You will surely regret this. The student who threw the ball, Qigu, evidently shared the system's sentiments. He wore a provocative smile, blowing bubbles with his chewing gum, exuding an air of indifference. Not only was he unafraid, but Qigu also felt a hint of amusement. Did he think this little dwarf had any backbone? Approaching so close was merely a sign of her fear of hurting him. Could he be any more obvious? Did she think he was blind?
Ha!
Ma Haohai scoffed inwardly. So naive. Far too naive. How could she hit her target without getting closer? He was still smiling now. But that might not last long. Ma Haohai narrowed her eyes, raised the basketball in her hand, aimed with precision, and hurled the ball directly at her target.
Bang!
The basketball collided with his body, producing a dull thud. In the next moment, Qigu let out a pained grunt, his eyes widening in disbelief, and his gum fell to the ground with a plop. He bent over in agony, collapsing to his knees, one hand bracing himself on the ground while the other protected his vulnerable area. Ma Haohai, having knocked Qigu to the ground, couldn't help but emit a whimper of pain herself. Realizing she had just made a sound akin to a whimper, she abruptly ceased her cries, her eyes welling with tears. She hadn't felt it earlier during their confrontation, but when she exerted force while throwing the ball, she discovered that her palm had been scraped. A burning sensation coursing through her hand, causing her fingers to throb painfully. On the ground, Qigu's face turned pale, his lips pressed tightly together, devoid of color. He glanced up at Ma Haohao, whose eyes shimmered with tears, feeling a mix of pain, anger, and confusion. Damn it! Wasn't he the one who had been injured? Why was she crying? If anyone should be crying, it should be him. System. Oh no. Host, that guy's gaze seems murderous. We should escape while we can. Ma Haohao had no idea whether Qigu wanted to kill her. All she knew was that she wanted to eliminate the system first. When she fell, she sensed something was amiss. The pain from her scraped hand felt as though it had been sliced by a knife. Just from throwing a basketball. She was left questioning if her hand might be broken. Ma Haohao firmly believed this was the system's doing. It must have meddled with her. System, huh?
What are you talking about?
I seem to not understand. It didn't even refute her calling it little victim. With such a guilty expression, Ma Haohao couldn't help but suspect it. Ma Haohao, little victim, confess honestly. Resistance will only lead to harsher consequences. System. This is your character setting. System. Chun Man is a soft and weak little girl whose pain perception is slightly heightened to prevent you from going out of character. Ma Haohao was in tears from the pain. What kind of weak and fragile little girl was she? Did her status as a mere passerby have any bearing on whether she would go out of character? Ma Haohao, who established this setting. System. That would be me. System. Unfortunately, the settings were adjusted before entering this world, and I cannot change them. Ma Haohao looked at the cheerful wave patterns in her mind from the system, feeling a throb of pain in her temples. It had caused her trouble, and yet seemed so pleased with itself. Ma Haohao, little victim, do you know how much of a nuisance you are? System. Humph. How could I be a nuisance? I'm so adorable. System. All right, host, stop messing around. As long as you don't bleed, you won't feel much difference. If you want to avoid pain, let us hurry and stop the bleeding. Ma Haohao. Little victim. Has anyone ever told you that you're quite the troublemaker? System. No. Never. Many hosts have praised me for being clever, witty, charming, lively, handsome, gentle, quiet, and incredibly beautiful. Ma Haohao. My head hurts. With no other option, Ma Haohao patted her damp clothes. What could she do? She was stuck with this troublesome system. In her current state of pain, she had no choice but to endure and head to the infirmary in her sticky attire. Without a moment's hesitation, she set off in the direction of the infirmary. Chapter 6. Not cute at all. Ma Haohao left without looking back, while Qigu was left kneeling on the ground, enduring the unbearable pain of life. He covered his sore spot and took several deep breaths, taking a considerable amount of time to rise from the ground. First, he patted the dust off his knee pads before picking up the basketball beside him. Holding the ball with one hand, his expression darkened. Damn, what a huge loss. He cursed Ma Haohao's departing figure under his breath. The danger of retrieving a ball was far too high. From now on, whoever lost the ball would have to retrieve it. If he didn't return home and give Song Shiwa a good beating, he wouldn't believe it. Passing the ball and throwing it out of bounds. What a joke. TSK. Qigu cradled the basketball under one arm while rubbing his nose, thinking that such an embarrassing incident should never reach the ears of his friends. Just as he turned around halfway, several pairs of similar basketball shoes appeared in his line of sight. Could it be this unfortunate? Just as he feared. A group of muscular boys stood before him, their golden school uniforms flashing before his eyes. For a moment, the sight nearly blinded him. Qigu. The muscular boys. The boys in their gleaming uniforms stood 3 meters away, gazing intently at Qigu. An electric current seemed to flow through the air, and time stood still for 3 seconds. Qigu once again felt that familiar pain in his abdomen. The onlookers, who had been watching the entire ordeal, finally realized they had been exposed. Under Qigu's gaze, his body involuntarily trembled, and their mouths instinctively formed a Na shape. They exchanged glances, silently communicating. Just before Qigu resorted to violence, he quickly sealed his lips and tilted his head 45 degrees to gaze at the sky, feigning ignorance. Oh, Qiga, What a coincidence. Boomed the first burly man. What on earth did I just witness? Did Chica really get hit in the groin by a girl with a ball? Impossible. Surely, I must be hallucinating.
Ah.
The weather is splendid today, isn't it, Chica? Scratched his head the second burly man. Do not doubt. You are not mistaken. This is no illusion. What kind of girl is so fierce that our brother didn't retaliate? It's clear now. He has a particular taste. No wonder he doesn't fancy our campus beauty.
Chica?
We merely stepped out for a leisurely stroll. We truly saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Flashed the third burly man, revealing a set of white teeth. My life is complete. Having witnessed this scene, my heart aches for little Chica, just a moment longer. By the way, don't you think that girl is rather cute? Chimed in the fourth burly man, blinking his sincere big eyes. Good looks are utterly useless if she can strike you down at any moment. Only our Chica can withstand such a fierce woman. The group believed they were discreetly exchanging glances. They had merely intended to join in the excitement, yet they stumbled upon a scene that was profoundly shocking. Alas, what a life without regrets. Damn it! Chigu clenched his fists, acutely aware of the furtive glances directed at his lower body. At that moment, his emotions could only be encapsulated in 4 words: complete despair. Chigu silently ground his teeth, feigning indifference while tossing the ball to one of the crew cut men, disdainfully saying, "What are you pretending for? Your act is too contrived. Speak up. When did you arrive?" The crew cut man chuckled slyly, winking at Chigu. "Oh, not long at all. We just happened to stumble upon this spectacular moment." Chigu maintained a poker face, forcing a blank expression to uphold the last vestiges of his dignity as a man. Spectacular moment. How could it not have been witnessed? Upon hearing the crew cut man's words, the other boys began to chuckle as well. Their laughter was abruptly interrupted when Chigu leaped up and landed a punch on one. "Boss, we agreed not to hit anyone," the muscle-bound men cried, covering their heads as they scattered. "When did I ever make such a statement?" Chigu's knuckles cracked ominously. "Even if I did, that was merely the previous moment's self, a second ago, and this second. Am I still the same? Boss, we're supposed to be the underachievers. Can't we speak in the language of underachievers?" The camaraderie among the boys was manifested in their playful banter. After Chigu had vented his frustration, the group gathered around him, laughing jovially. Song Shuhua nudged Chigu's shoulder, his face a mask of curiosity. "Seriously, who is that girl?" Having grown up alongside Chigu, he claimed to know his temperament better than even Chigu's father. For years, he had never witnessed Chigu display warmth towards any girl. Seeing him smile at a girl nearly made his eyes pop out. "I don't know." Chigu glared at Song Shuhua's inquisitive face that edged closer, recalling that it was this very guy who had caused him distress, igniting his ire. He shoved his childhood friend's face away. "Song Dahua, from now on, you can fetch your own ball. Come on, brother, I'm just creating opportunities for you." Undeterred by Chigu's disdain, Song Shuhua's curiosity remained unabated. He persisted in inching closer, grinning as he probed. "So, how did it feel meeting the girl for the first time? She seems rather cute to me."
Cute?
"Well, she is quite adorable when angry. Her round, glistening eyes and chubby cheeks resemble a little hamster, soft and seemingly easy to bully." Rolling his eyes, Chigu retorted, "Where do you see cuteness? She's ferocious." Unbeknownst to Chigu, his expression betrayed a budding affection in Song Shuhua's eyes, revealing his reluctance to admit the girl's charm. Is it not obvious? When has Chigu ever commented on a girl? Even when asked about the campus beauty, he would merely say he had no impression. Song Shuhua elbowed Chigu's arm, grinning mischievously. All right, not cute. But would you like to get to know this not cute girl?" Chigu, exasperated by his incessant teasing, snapped, "Song Dahua, you can be even more nosy." He. Song Shuhua rubbed his hands together, falling silent but unable to suppress his giggles, lost in his own imaginative musings. Chigu, this stubborn Sundra, was clearly flustered. He hadn't explicitly said he wanted to get acquainted, yet he hadn't denied it either. As Ma Hao emerged from her dormitory, the sky had already darkened. After enduring the painful ministrations of the school doctor while receiving treatment in the infirmary, she felt as though she had lost half of her vitality. Dragging her weary body, she rummaged through her wardrobe, pulling out a few warm sweaters to wrap around herself, finally feeling a sense of revival. The evening self-study session at the first high school commenced at 6 o'clock. Ma Haohao sauntered to the cafeteria to satiate her hunger, meandering through the familiar surroundings of the school. With an injured leg, she walked slowly, arriving at the back door of her classroom half an hour after the session had already begun. Class 18 occupied the top floor of the teaching building. As she ascended the stairs, she noticed that all the other classes were quietly engrossed in their studies, with only the sound of pages turning breaking the silence. In stark contrast, Class 18 was a cacophony of noise and laughter. Even from the stairwell, she could hear their raucous revelry. Peering through the window of Class 18, Ma Haohao observed that only a handful of students were focused on their studies, while others darted about in the aisles. Groups of girls sat together, laughing heartily, and an abundance of notes fluttered through the air. Class 18 is truly becoming a lost cause. Their performance is abysmal, and yet they refuse to apply themselves. A deep voice echoed her thoughts. Turning her head, she spotted a balding man standing outside the door, clad in silver-rimmed oval glasses and sporting a protruding belly, peering intently through the window as if attempting to disguise himself as a colossal suction cup. These children are beyond teaching. They are like decayed wood that cannot be carved. He sighed, shaking his head as he witnessed the chaos within. Ma Haohao found his unusual stance intriguing, for a man with a middle-aged belly could execute such a challenging pose. Truly, a master among the common folk. Forgive my candor, but the reason these students struggle academically is precisely because they do not take their studies seriously, she remarked, jotting down the man's pose in her notebook, seamlessly continuing his earlier sentiment. Although Ma Haohao had never experienced the life of a poor student, as a lifelong high achiever, she understood the vicious cycle. The worse the grades, the less motivation to study. The less motivation to study, the worse the grades became, perpetuating an endless loop. Is it truly the case that poor performance stems from a lack of diligence? The balding man paused, seemingly contemplating the validity of her assertion, before nodding in reluctant agreement. Ah, indeed. You make a fair point. He sighed, then, inspired, recited a line of poetry. I urge you not to squander your youth, but to cherish your youthful days. Mid-verse, he suddenly turned to Ma Haohao, blinking in realization.
Wait.
Which class are you from? Why are you wandering about at this hour? Good evening, Principal, Ma Haohao responded, bowing respectfully and gesturing towards classroom 18. I am a student of class 18. I lost track of time while listening to your poetry recital. The principal, momentarily taken aback by her words, stood frozen. Did I hear you correctly? This young student actually lost track of time because of my recitation? Trembling, he placed a hand on her shoulder. Young student, what did you just say?
Please repeat that.
Clearing his throat, he insisted, you mentioned losing track of time because of my poetry? Please repeat it with conviction. Because I lost track of time listening to your poetry, she echoed firmly. The principal beamed, patting his belly in satisfaction, his face aglow with delight. Ah, splendid. You enjoy classical poetry? And you take pleasure in my recitation? Ma Haohao nodded. The principal's smile widened, his eyes squinting with delight. A good child. I can tell you are a diligent student. Thank you, Principal, Ma Haohao replied, bewildered as she prepared herself for the reprimand she expected for being late.
Indeed.
Flattery shall get you everywhere. Is this the essence of survival in academia?
She pondered.
Regardless, having evaded a scolding and secured permission for freedom of movement, she was ultimately content with the outcome. The principal nodded approvingly, waving her off with a farewell. Goodbye, young student. Such a polite child. My judgment of character remains impeccable. While she may be in class 18, grades do not define one's worth. What matters is the heart that cherishes learning, classical poetry, and enjoys my recitations. Upon entering the classroom, Ma Haohao was met with an eerie silence. Every student held their breath, wide-eyed and fixated on her, perplexed by their intense gaze. She settled into her designated seat, opening her notebook with the intention of crafting a romantic plan for the protagonists. As the author, she was well acquainted with her characters. The male lead, Qi, in pain flowing like a river, was a vain individual obsessed with appearances. Although he gradually succumbed to the gentle kindness of the female lead, Xianxia, he stubbornly refused to acknowledge his feelings. This reluctance stemmed from his belief that Xia's beauty would invite ridicule from his peers, thus compromising his pride.
Consequently,
The two became entangled in a tumultuous romance, each proclaiming their love while denying it. To achieve a happy ending, Ma Haohao mused, it should not be too challenging. The only barrier was the female lead's perceived lack of beauty. If she could enhance the female lead's appearance, the problem would be resolved. This task appeared to be a mere trifle for her. Ma Haohao scribbled a few lines in her notebook. What steps are required for a happy ending between the protagonists? 1. Approach the female lead. 2. Enhance her beauty. 3. Happy ending. Her immediate focus was the first step, how to get close to the female lead and become her friend. While Ma Haohao plotted her strategy, the once quiet atmosphere of Class 18 erupted into whispers. Many students exchanged furtive glances in her direction, oblivious to their scrutiny. She divided her attention between formulating her plan and attempting to silence the system's incessant interruptions. System. Host, please acknowledge me. Remember, I helped you identify the principal and find your seat earlier. System. Host, please forgive me. I promise I won't hide anything from you again. System. Woe is me. Host, you are the best. Due to her physical discomfort, upon leaving the infirmary, Ma Haohao had declared a cold war with the system, determined to make it understand the severity of the situation. If it did not experience the pain, it had no right to speak. The system, a relentless chatterbox, had spent the entire afternoon lamenting in solitude, desperately seeking her attention. After several hours of annoyance, Ma Haohao, having completed her plan and in a good mood, decided to begrudgingly forgive the system for its transgressions. Ma Haohao. Forgiveness is possible, but with conditions. System. What conditions? What do you require? You have long desired to exchange the soaring firecracker for points, haven't you? 008. A star on campus throughout the evening study session, Ma Haohua maintained a smile that was consistently tilted at a delightful 15 degrees. Clutching the 100 points awarded by the system, her joy knew no bounds. And even her strides to the restroom were marked by a certain carefree swagger. The classmates in Class 18 observed Ma Haohua's actions, indulging in hushed whispers. Yet, whenever she cast a puzzled glance in their direction, they immediately fell silent. System. Host, don't you find these individuals quite peculiar? Ma Haohua. Indeed, a bit odd. System. Do you think you might have overstepped your character and they've noticed? Could they possibly report to the Galactic Administration? Ma Haohua. Report me?
system.
No, I was merely jesting, haha. Ma Haohua. Feeling the strange atmosphere in the classroom, Ma Haohua resolutely focused on her tasks. Passers-by were of little concern to her. She aspired to be the woman who would rescue the protagonist's love. As the end of the evening study approached, Class 18 remained raucous. Apart from the principal, who had initially come to eavesdrop, even the subject teacher seemed to have given up on them entirely. Tidying her drawer and textbooks, Ma Haohua planned to make a quick exit once the bell rang. Suddenly, she felt a gentle poke on her arm. Turning her head, she found her desk mate, a boy sporting black-rimmed glasses, fair-skinned yet marked by 2 streaks of snot across his upper lip. Throughout the evening study, he had remained notably subdued, refraining from conversation or passing notes, instead opting to use tissues for his incessant sniffles. It was uncertain how much tissue he had wasted, certainly a rather unenvironmentally friendly habit. "Hello, is there something you need?" Ma Haohua inquired. Her desk mate glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and cautiously leaned closer.
They.
They say you and the principal are related? Ma Haohua thought to herself. No wonder he was so quiet. It appeared he was a stutterer. Who said that? She asked. Everyone is saying it, he stammered. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a pen and scribbled something on a piece of paper, passing it to Ma Haohua. They say Xianxia locked you in the storage room and told everyone not to let you out. The principal freed you, right?
Mao.
System. Host. These children possess quite the imagination. Ma Haohua. Indeed, it's quite impressive. System. He too kind. Ma Haohua. I wasn't complimenting you. Without prompting from her desk mate, Ma Haohua had nearly forgotten about Xianxia. Speaking of which, Xianxia was also a pivotal supporting character in the story. MASU-MANHUA recalled a scene where Xianxia, consumed by jealousy over the heroine's connection to Lin Zhao, had rallied a group of athletes to confront her, only to be heroically rescued by the male lead. This act of intervention had deepened the heroine's affections for him, despite her awareness of his lingering feelings for another. Recalling Zhang Xiaoxia, MASU-MANHUA realized she had not seen her during the entire evening study. Why didn't Zhang Xiaoxia come? She asked her desk mate. He sniffed, his eyes widening for a moment before quickly averting his gaze, his brows drooping and tears welling in the corners of his eyes. MASU-MANHUA, what's wrong with him? System. I'm called Xiao, and he's crying because you've bullied him. Can't you see that? MASU-MANHUA. Did I bully him? System. Perhaps he feels you did. Maybe?
Mao.
Once he started crying, he resumed using tissues not only to blow his nose, but also to wipe his tears. MASU-MANHUA, perplexed, addressed him, classmate, why are you crying? With muffled sobs. He continued to write, eventually handing the paper to MASU-MANHUA. Zhang Xiaoxia and the others went to the basketball court to watch Lin Zhao practice. With the principal as your backing, I'll be the only one bullied in class now. You've abandoned me. Admittedly, his handwriting was quite decent, and the tear-stained letters conveyed an unusual poignancy. After reading his message, MASU-MANHUA finally understood his distress. The system had mentioned Xianxia earlier. She was a scapegoat. Shunned by her classmates, forced to sit with a boy equally mistreated. It made sense that her deskmate feared that with the principal's support, Xianxia might ascend, leaving him to bear the brunt of the bullying alone. Before MASU-MANHUA could speak, the system interjected. System. Goodness, host, this person is rather despicable. He seems to delight in others' misfortunes. MASU-MANHUA. Is that so? System. Yes. I initially felt sorry for him, but it seems that those who suffer often harbor their own flaws. How infuriating. MASU-MANHUA found it somewhat understandable that her deskmate would prefer shared suffering. After all, misery loves company, and it was certainly better than facing isolation alone. After perusing his notes, she acknowledged, oh, I understand now. System. How infuriating. Host. Are you not angry? I didn't expect him to be such a deskmate. From the moment she finished reading her deskmate's notes, the system had been on a half-hour tirade. MASU-MANHUA. No, you're just loud. System. I don't believe you aren't upset. Why else would you be silent? MASU-MANHUA. I have a resting face. System. Ah, at last you admit it. MASU-MANHUA. System. Don't be upset. These people aren't worth it. MASU-MANHUA. I know. They are merely characters in a story. System. Yes. The world is so marvelous, and we are so irritable. This is not good. MASU-MANHUA. Remove the we. Her conversation with her deskmate was momentarily overshadowed by the system's incessant banter. The following day, upon entering the classroom, MASU-MANHUA discovered that the rumor about Xianxia being related to the principal had spread like wildfire, not just in class 18 but throughout the entire grade. Within just a few days, she found herself the center of attention, drawing the gaze of countless students from neighboring classes, upper and lower floors, and seniors across the hall. It felt reminiscent of childhood trips to the zoo, with a throng of onlookers pointing and whispering outside the window. Look, that's the principal's neighbor. Behold, the principal's niece. See, that's the principal's daughter. Her plans to discreetly follow the heroine, observing her in secret while posing as a mere passerby, were precariously hanging by a thread. However, developing a connection to the principal was not entirely disadvantageous. As her deskmate had noted, Zhang Xiaoxia, who often bullied Xianxia, had considerably tempered her behavior due to the rumors. Although she still regarded MASU-MANHUA with disdain, the previous night's bullying episodes had ceased entirely. MASU-MANHUA had little interest in managing her antics. She had more pressing matters to attend to. After toiling throughout the night to craft a meticulous plan, it has become unusable. She must swiftly devise a new strategy. 009. Techniques of evasion according to the records in MASU-MANHUA's little notebook. Her plan A for tailing had become impracticable. As the new goddess of the campus, following someone was undeniably too conspicuous. System voiceover. Host, you're overthinking. Fortunately, she still had a freshly minted plan B to choose from. MASU-MANHUA's so-called plan B, in essence, was to engineer encounters with the protagonist during mundane activities, such as bumping into her in the restroom, colliding while fetching water, or crossing paths in the hallway. Though these methods were somewhat cliché, they were undeniably effective in creating opportunities for interaction with the female lead. Ma Haohai was a woman of action. Once she devised a plan, she set it into motion without delay. For several days, she rushed to the protagonist's classroom immediately after class, loitering outside the corridor of Class 7. This attracted the attention of a crowd of onlookers in the hallway, who whispered and pointed. "Look, that's the principal's illegitimate daughter." Ma Haohai was resolute, ignoring the external distractions and focusing solely on her goal of encountering the protagonist. Alas, the success of her endeavor was contingent upon various factors: timing, location, and interpersonal dynamics. Regrettably, she found herself lacking in all three aspects. As for interpersonal dynamics, the female lead, Xianxia, was an academic prodigy. Moreover, in terms of location, Ma Haohai's Class 18 was situated on the top floor, while Xianxia's Class 7 was on the second floor. Each time Ma Haohai descended from the fifth floor, she found the classroom empty, her chances of encountering the female lead dwindling with each passing day. After several fruitless attempts, Plan B teetered on the brink of failure. System: Host, what shall we do? Does the female lead possess some special evasion techniques?
Maoai.
If you ask me, who should I ask? System: Aren't you the author? If not you, then who? Ma Haohai. Oh, actually, the female lead has a unique ability that allows her to generate a special energy called chakra within her body, which she spreads like a spider's web throughout the school, monitoring every move within the campus. System: So, haven't we been exposed from the very beginning? Ma Haohai. Yes, indeed. In reality, all our actions are under her surveillance. She is the mastermind behind the scenes. System: How impressive. Or not. Host, do you find it amusing to deceive me? This is merely a typical campus story. Ma Haohai. Just know and be quiet. System: Oh. After numerous attempts, Ma Haohai had yet to succeed. Following yet another failure to collide with the protagonist, she finally came to a realization. The endeavor of encountering the female lead was akin to drawing an SSR character. What is fated to happen will eventually occur, and what is not destined should not be forced. A person of misfortune should accept their fate and refrain from fantasizing about extraordinary luck. For those wishing to draw SSRs, the most crucial elements are investment and effort. As for investment, Ma Haohai only possessed 100 points, so it seemed she would have to rely on her relentless efforts. Ma Haohai rolled up her sleeves, motivating herself. With determination, she ascended the stairs leading to the third floor, only to be halted by an outstretched arm that pinned her against the wall. "Qianmanman, are you feeling rather smug these days?" As she looked up, Ma Haohai was met with the nostrils of Xianxia. Apart from a fleeting glance in the storage room, every encounter with Xianxia had only allowed her to see two nostrils. To this day, she had yet to remember the appearance of this supporting character. However, the shape of her nostrils was firmly etched in her memory. Quite exquisite, heart-shaped indeed. Those who knew Xianxia understood that she was overly arrogant, too disdainful to regard Ma Haohai with any semblance of respect. Those unaware might think she had been born with only nostrils to perceive the world. "Hello, may I ask if you need something?" Ma Haohai inquired, addressing Xianxia's nostrils. It had been a few days since this group had ceased their harassment. She wondered what they desired this time. "Hey, Qianmanman, stop pretending." Before Xianxia could speak, a younger girl behind her interjected. "Disgusting, green tea bitch. Shameless." Ma Haohai found herself caught in the crossfire for no reason. What had she done to earn the label of green tea bitch? She merely sought to bump into the female lead. How did that equate to shamelessness? Her confusion was evident on her face, but in the eyes of Xianxia and her entourage, it was merely an act of feigned innocence. Xianxia's expression darkened perceptibly. Her fists clenched as she directed a curse at Ma Haohai. "Qianmanman, I curse you." Once again, the same tone and expression. Just as that day in the storage room, Qianmanman had no right to disregard Xianxia. After all, she was merely a relative of the principal.
What was so remarkable about that? Maoai.
It turns out the saying a single flaw can ruin everything holds true. Even with two nostrils, one can still possess beauty. Don't think I'm unaware of your daily trips to Lin Zhao's classroom. I recall warning you, didn't I? Keep your little schemes to yourself. Frequent visits to Lin Zhao's classroom? Ma Haohai pondered and realized the truth in Xianxia's words. Lin Zhao, the male lead of Pain Reverses into a River, was indeed in the same class as the female lead. For the past few days, Ma Haohai had been running to Class 7 for the female lead, but others were oblivious to that fact. To Xianxia, it appeared as though Ma Haohai was there to see Lin Zhao instead. A sudden clarity dawned upon Ma Haohai. So that was it. The bell signaling the start of class rang, prompting her to sincerely apologize to Xianxia. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Are you deaf? I know you won't. Give up. Xianxia began hurling insults, but mid-sentence, she felt something was amiss. Wait a moment. Did Chun Man just apologize? And she said, it won't happen again? Won't happen again? Xianxia stared, stunned, unable to believe Ma Haohai's easy admission of fault. Turning around, she noticed her friends were just as bewildered. Seeing them silent, Ma Haohai brushed aside Xianxia's finger that was poking her shoulder and bid farewell. Class is starting. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Goodbye.
Xianxia watched as Ma Haohai exited her line of sight. Turning back to her companions, she exclaimed, what the hell? She just walked away. Her friend stared back. Damn it, Xiaoxia. Why did you let her leave? I don't know. We don't know either. The group exchanged puzzled glances until someone timidly spoke up. By the way, did I just hear Qin Man apologize and say she wouldn't pursue Lin Zhao anymore? I think I heard that too. Me too. The little sisters chimed in, analyzing every word and action of Ma Haohai. After the initial shock, they concluded, this must be her scheme. First, she softens our attitudes and then takes advantage of our complacency to strike. Sly, too cunning. This green tea bitch has honed her skills. We cannot allow ourselves to be deceived. Xianxia, listening to her friend's analysis, became increasingly convinced. How could Qin Man possibly give up on Lin Zhao? This must be her ploy. Outrageous. She had just fallen for it. Xianxia bellowed, her heart ablaze with fury, raising her finger to the sky, swearing, Xianxia, stake my grandfather's name. If I do not make Qin Man pay, I am no longer a person. No, not a fairy. 010. The crow's attributes Ma Haohai had once believed that after a friendly exchange, the conflict between her and Xianxia would be resolved. Henceforth, the paths would diverge, and the world would be free from violence and grudges. When she encountered Xianxia passing by in the classroom, Ma Haohai smiled at her, signifying that they had transformed their hostility into harmony. Ma Haohai, ecstatic, finally free from the icy grip of Xianxia. Little did she know. While she observed the multitude around her with concern, Xianxia was pondering, has Qin Man become addicted to her White Lotus act? Is there something wrong with her mind? System. Host, are you certain that you two have reconciled? Why does her gaze still appear so peculiar? Ma Haohai, perhaps her eyes are simply like that. System. Are you serious? Ma Haohai, yes. System. You have my respect. Ma Haohai spent an entire day contemplating her plan C to engage the female lead, yet no brilliant ideas emerged by the time evening study concluded. As May approached, the nighttime temperature, though still slightly chilly, no longer bore the biting cold of early spring. Amidst a plethora of light spring attire, Ma Haohai, wrapped in a cotton coat, appeared conspicuously out of place. Nevertheless, she still shivered from the cold. She could not help but suspect that this was yet another imposition from the system. Ma Haohai, little show, have you done something to me again? System. Repeat 101 times. It's little show, little show. System. Host, look at my eyes. Please do not unjustly accuse me. I am a system of morals and integrity, not one to engage in strange deeds with my host. Innocent face, Ma Haohai. Skeptical gaze, system. Additionally, please refrain from infringing upon my expression package patents. It incurs point deductions. Ma Haohai. If it's not, then it's not. Little show, you're quite stingy. System. Is this a matter of stinginess? This is a blatant challenge to my character, my professionalism, and my moral integrity. Angry, Ma Hao Hao. Oh, speaking of professionalism, my pain perception. System, stop. As long as the host does not bleed, there will be no intense pain. I have already shown great leniency, humph. Ma Hao Hao, fine. I just want to ask one question. System, what question? Ma Hao Hao, what do I do when Aunt Flo visits? System. Looking up at the sky, the weather tonight is rather pleasant. Ma Hao Hao. After all, just a few days prior, she had effortlessly climbed 5 flights of stairs. Today, however, her legs felt weak. Her limbs lacked strength, and even ascending a staircase left her breathless, nearly depleting her energy. What was the difference between this and being a frail chicken? Ma Hao Hao. Skeptical gaze too, system. Host, you are indeed a frail chicken. Please do not doubt it. System. Also, each use of an expression deducts a point. Do you understand the patent fees? Ma Hao Hao. Contemptuous gaze 100 system. Little show S warm reminder. Your 100 points are about to expire. Please confirm. Ma Hao Hao. Reported. Reason for report. Malicious point deduction. System. My perfect rating. As the system lamented its plummeting score, Ma Hao Hao finally reached the door of her dormitory. The girls' dormitory at number 1 high school housed 6 individuals. And when Ma Hao Hao pushed the door open, her 5 roommates had already finished their evening routines and climbed into bed, giggling and chatting about something unknown. Upon her entrance, their laughter abruptly halted, only to resume moments later with a forced nonchalance, casting sidelong glances at Ma Hao Hao. She habitually ignored their peculiar behavior. To her, there was nothing worth changing. Her task was to ensure a happy ending for the male and female leads, not to alter Qin Manman's life. System, host, behaving this way will surely incur divine retribution. After mourning the loss of its positive rating, the system unleashed its golden phrases in Ma Hao Hao's mind, an infinite loop of despair. Its once flawless rating, maintained for many years, which was only deemed flawless because no one had ever rated it, had now been tarnished by its first negative score. How could it face its fellow systems? It felt like it would be better off dead. Ma Hao Hao. The system's crow attributes, misnomer, were indeed not unfounded. Just after its roar, divine retribution came swiftly. Approaching Qin Manman's bed, Ma Hao Hao stared at the indescribable mass crawling across her blanket. A strong impulse surged within her. Ma Hao Hao, little show. I sincerely suggest you change your attributes to that of a crow. System. Repeat 200 times. Do not call me little show. Host. This is the consequence of offending me. Do you see it? Humph. Ma Hao Hao. Who taught your galaxy math? 101 is followed by 102. System. Host. You are detestable. QAQ. Ma Hao Hao stared at the writhing mass on the bed. She was unsure which individual had the audacity to laboriously collect various types of insects and place them on her bed. As she observed the insects crawling, a wave of goosebumps washed over her, and simultaneously, an excellent idea for engaging the female lead struck her. Ma Hao Hao, little show. I have a thought for Plan C. Do you know who placed these insects? System. Humph. And Bug Island. Ma Hao Hao. What use are you? Negative score, get lost. System. QAQ. Her roommates continued their chatter and laughter, but their mirth was tinged with an awkwardness that was painfully apparent. Haha, so funny. Oh yes, absolutely hilarious, ha. Ma Hao Hao did not catch their conversation, but sensed that the topic seemed rather unamusing. Do you know who did this? She inquired, pointing at the insects on her bed. The laughter ceased abruptly, and her roommates averted their gazes, biting their lips and turning their heads away. I don't know. I don't recognize anyone. Don't you know who you offended? The only person she could think of who might have taken offense appeared to be one singular individual. It must be her, right? Ma Hao Hao exited the dormitory. Still before lights out, the corridor was bustling with girls rushing to their rooms, the entire floor echoing with lively chatter. As she approached one of the dormitory doors, she overheard exaggerated laughter from within. Ahahaha, no way. You really put them on her bed? Oh my gosh. I can't stop laughing. Qin Manman is going to cry, haha. I can't wait to see her reaction. The laughter sounded far more genuine than that of Ma Hao Hao's roommates. At the entrance of dormitory 555, The laughter of Xianxia and her friends echoed clearly in Lin Ma Haohao's ears. System. Host, it's really them? How can they behave like this? Ma Haohao. System. Host, didn't you say you reconciled with Xianxia? Ma Haohao. A misunderstanding. System. Fine then. Ma Haohao knocked on the door, and the laughter inside continued. Someone called out, "Who is it?" Ma Haohao remained silent. The bugs on the bed crawled about recklessly. She rolled the blanket into a tube, securely wrapping the bugs in its center, and carried the blanket back to the dormitory door. Haha, Xiaoxia, you're so talented. I laughed so hard I almost cried. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts. The laughter from within the dormitory persisted, and Ma Haohao, cradling the blanket, nudged the iron door with her elbow. What the hell? Who is it? Came a girl's irritated voice from inside. Following that, there were sounds of slippers scraping against the floor. Here they come. Don't knock anymore. The dormitory door creaked open. The girl who opened the door was familiar. Ma Haohao recognized her as one of Zhang Xiaoxia's friends, though she couldn't recall her name. Upon seeing Ma Haohao, the smile on her face froze. Nana, who is there? Perhaps noticing the prolonged silence, someone inside the dormitory inquired. Good evening, Ma Haohao said as she pushed the half-open door and stepped inside, greeting the girls in the room. Upon realizing it was Ma Haohao, the girls chatting on the bed changed expressions and stood up in unison. Zhang Xiaoxia, wearing flip-flops, exchanged glances with Ma Haohao, exclaiming, "What are you doing here, Chen Man? After several days, Ma Haohao finally beheld Zhang Xiaoxia's face again, noting her appearance. Zhang Xiaoxia shot back, "It's my place. What do you want?" Ma Haohao smiled knowingly. "Oh, that's good."
What?
Zhang Xiaoxia was left bewildered, utterly confused. The animosity between them had escalated, yet Chen Man still dared to smile at her? Was the act of pretending to be innocent so ingrained that she couldn't help but maintain it even for a second? Without saying more, Ma Haohao flung the rolled blanket open, letting the bugs spill out onto Zhang Xiaoxia and her friends. She had no ulterior motives. She merely intended to return the bugs to them. An eye for an eye, as they say. Aha! The girls shrieked, jumping up as they frantically tried to brush the bugs off their bodies. Zhang Xiaoxia frowned and retreated a few steps, yelling at Ma Haohao, "Chen Man, do you want to fight? Damn it!" Provoked by Ma Haohao's audacity, Zhang Xiaoxia and her friends were immediately incensed, disregarding the bugs crawling around them as they charged at Ma Haohao, intent on grabbing her hair. Anticipating their move, Ma Haohao swiftly dashed out of the room before they could reach her. She sprinted towards the end of the dormitory building, her destination clear, the dormitory supervisor's office. Upon seeing the pile of bugs, Ma Haohao's mind began to formulate a plan to connect with the female lead, Xia Xiaotian. As described in her writing, Xia Xiaotian was a day student who commuted by bus. Due to this, Ma Haohao's opportunities to engage with her were confined to brief moments between classes. However, today was different. Thanks to the bugs brought by Zhang Xiaoxia, her own bed was rendered uninhabitable. What did this signify? It provided her with a legitimate reason to stay overnight and orchestrate a chance encounter with the female lead on the bus the following morning. This was far more exquisite and classic than any Plan B collision. Ma Haohao hoped to escalate the situation, wishing to become a day student herself, riding the same bus with the female lead daily. Wouldn't this foster a beautiful friendship during their school years? Excited by her brilliant scheme, Ma Haohao ran towards the dorm supervisor's office. Dorm supervisor, help. They want to beat me. System. Host, why are your plans always so glitchy? Ma Haohao, where's the glitch? System. From start to finish, even you yourself are quite glitchy. Ma Haohao. Little one, silence 1T kill you. System. Host, not calling me little one 1T kill you either? Ma Haohao, it will. System. What a wretched host. Is it still possible to request a replacement? What is going on? What are you all doing? The dorm supervisor, sporting stylish curly hair, stood with hands on her hips, blocking Zhang Xiaoxia and her friends. Upon seeing the supervisor's imposing figure, Zhang Xiaoxia felt a pang of fear. However, in front of her peers, she had to maintain her bravado. Just as Ma Haohao had expected, Zhang Xiaoxia stubbornly confronted the supervisor. "Old lady, stay out of our business. Move aside. Ma'am, could you please call our homeroom teacher?" We are from Class 18, Year 1, MASU-MANHUA said from behind the supervisor, clutching the supervisor's leg tightly. Old lady? The supervisor chuckled coldly, keeping MASU-MANHUA securely behind her. Don't be afraid, little student. There's no need to worry with the teacher around. MASU-MANHUA. System. What's wrong? MASU-MANHUA. That term little student sounds so familiar, it reminds me of someone. System. Oh really, who? MASU-MANHUA. I forgot. System. Host, is it fun to toy with my feelings?
MASU-MANHUA, yes.
System. As the dorm supervisor prepared to dial a number, Xianxia and her friends widened their eyes in panic and in a moment of desperation. They hurled insults. Damn it, Qing man, are you shameless? Besides calling the teacher, what else can you do? Bitch, if you dare tell the teacher, we'll tear your face apart. Xianxia even lunged forward to snatch the phone from the supervisor's hand, threatening, old lady, if you don't move, we'll beat you too. The supervisor smacked her thigh, letting out a yelp, and then laughed coldly. You little girls think you can bully me in my own dorm? I haven't seen such audacity in years. Xianxia cared about her image, but did the supervisor not care about hers? If she let a few girls beat her, where would her pride go? The supervisor glared at Xianxia, ready to dial the homeroom teacher. Hello, Teacher Su? Could you please come to the girls' dormitory? Your students are being too unruly. If you don't come soon, you might have to see me in the hospital. Xianxia and her friends stomped their feet in frustration, but despite the supervisor's sturdy build, she was surprisingly agile, evading their attempts to grab the phone. You kids. I've walked more bridges than you've walked roads. If you want to hit me, you'd better practice for another 500 years. After hanging up the call, the supervisor tucked her phone away and, with a swift movement, subdued Xianxia right where she stood. System. Terrifying. Could this be the legendary Chinese kung fu? The posture is truly graceful and captivating, leaving me entranced. MASU-MANHUA, no. What technique is that and employing? It appears to resemble square dancing. Host. You are deceiving me. I refuse to listen. When the esteemed teacher and the principal of Class 18 arrived at the dormitory, the mischief makers were found obediently huddled in the corridor, listening to the dormitory supervisor's heartfelt reprimand. Oh dear, how can such young minds stray from the right path? Do you remember what I just said? Repeat it all back to me. Yes, we remember. Xianxia and her companions covered their heads, their faces reflecting a sense of existential detachment. To take pride in unity and cooperation, and to be ashamed of self-serving actions, to honor honesty and trustworthiness, and to be ashamed of betrayal for profit, to take pride in observing laws and regulations, and to be ashamed of lawlessness, to take pride in hard work, and to be ashamed of extravagance and debauchery. The echo of their recitation resonated through the dormitory corridor. The arriving teacher Su and the principal, mainly the principal, covered their mouths in disbelief, tears of emotion streaming down their faces. They had never anticipated witnessing such a poignant scene from the students of Class 18 in their lifetime. Even in death, they would have no regrets now. Teacher Su grasped the principal's hand, tears glistening in his eyes. Principal, please don't be too overwhelmed. I always knew these children would eventually turn around. The principal, similarly misty-eyed, held Teacher Su's hand. Teacher Su, it is impossible not to be moved. For so many years, my wife has unleashed her frustrations solely upon me. This is pure emotion. Finally, someone understands the hardships I've endured. The principal sobbed uncontrollably against Teacher Su's shoulder, leaving tears and snot on his attire. Teacher Su, I had always heard the principal's wife worked at the school. I never imagined it would be this lady right in front of me. How disrespectful. Good day, principal. Good day, Teacher Su. MASU-MANHUA greeted as she saw the head teacher and the principal approaching at a snail's pace. Witnessing the principal's instant change of expression, Teacher Su thought, what a waste of the principal's talent in teaching. If he were in the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly be the new generation's leading actor, his physique and looks rivaling those of any renowned star. Xianxia and her friends felt a sudden jolt in their hearts upon seeing not only their head teacher, but also the principal making an appearance. It seemed the rumors circulating at school were indeed true. Qing had a close relationship with the principal. Yes, that's exactly what you said. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. I promise to educate them properly, Teacher Su said with a smile. wiping sweat from his brow with a napkin he pulled from his pocket. Who would dare offend the principal's formidable wife? Did they not see how even a mere glance from the principal sent shivers down their spines? With the principal and head teacher involved, the situation was resolved smoothly. Xianxia and her companions not only received an 8,000-word reflection but also signed a pledge, vowing never to trouble Ma Haohao again. Meanwhile, upon hearing the situation explained by Ma Haohao, Teacher Su immediately called Chen Manman's family. Once they agreed, he promptly signed the release form, apologizing to Ma Haohao and assuring her that he would manage the class better henceforth. Clutching the release form as she exited the gates of the school, Ma Haohao felt her breathing grow heavier. System. Host, are you feeling mistaken? Typically, in such situations, one's breathing lightens. Why does yours feel heavier? Ma Haohao, perhaps it's because I am a delicate girl with weak kidneys now. System. Aha, host, you crack me up. By the way, I was terrified just now when the head teacher notified your parents. It truly frightened me. Oh, the call to her parents was indeed a miscalculation on Ma Haohao's part. The moment she picked up the phone, she sensed that Plan C would soon say goodbye as well. Surprisingly, her parents showed no concern about her inability to stay in the dormitory at such a late hour and directly transferred money for her to find a hotel outside. System. Host, I could see you trembling during that phone call. You must have been scared. System. Host, don't deny it. You were panting so heavily. How could you claim it was merely me who was nervous? The system's attempts to change the topic were truly lacking, and Ma Haohao found it hard to bear. Lacking the energy to argue with the system, she decided to let it go, considering its evident anxiety. Ma Haohao, all right, I admit it. If thinking that way makes you feel better, so be it. System. You would have felt better had you omitted that last part. Ma Haohao, just perfect as it is. I already feel quite burdened enough without needing to feel more. System. Someone please drag this host away. There were few hotels near the school. The only options were the small inns along the street behind the sports academy. Ma Haohao checked her phone and discovered that the bus the female protagonist took passed right by the sports academy. Approaching 10 p.m., students from her school would likely be nestled under their blankets, writing fervently with flashlights. The students from the sports academy, however, were a different story. As Ma Haohao walked along the back street of the sports academy, she not only saw a myriad of colorful ensigns but also encountered numerous students in uniforms wandering the streets. There were even couples indulging in public displays of affection without a hint of restraint. Ma Haohao, are high school students really this reckless now? System. It's not the high school students who are reckless, it's you who writes recklessly. Ma Haohao, I accept this blame. System. Yeah. Joyful. Let us celebrate with firecrackers and confetti. Ma Haohao, you're delighted that I'm taking the blame? System. Hee. This proves I've finally won against you this time. Ma Haohao, young system, don't be so competitive. System. Hee. Ma Haohao, or I might just report you. System. Not again. The back street of the sports academy was vibrant with life. Ma Haohao took out her notebook, jotting down notes. She was both fascinated by the students calling out for skewers and intrigued by the young people engaged in drinking games. Ma Haohao had always been the model student, sitting in the front rows of her class, happily inhaling chalk dust, often perceived as a bookworm by others. Despite her writings being filled with drama and conflict, they were merely reflections of what she had learned from television dramas, lacking personal experience. The sights before her were even more foreign. Ma Haohao observed this and touched that, feeling as if her head had grown lighter, and her steps were imbued with newfound energy. Together, together, together. Oh, Chico, promise her, promise her.
Good job.
I have high hopes for you.
School bell.
As Ma Haohao passed by a barbecue stall, she noticed a table surrounded by a throng of boys and girls, whistling and clapping. A small table was encircled by 3 layers of onlookers. In the center stood a few girls, while a crowd of boys outside cheered and shouted, igniting her curiosity for gossip. Ma Haohao tightened her grip on her notebook, her heart racing with excitement for the unfolding drama. In a bustling scene filled with curiosity, Ma Haohao took a few steps forward, deftly navigating the scattered beer bottles and bamboo skewers, silently positioning herself beside a group of onlookers to witness the unfolding drama. Chigu, we have both expressed our thoughts, so you should promptly agree, one voice urged. Indeed, Chigo, the school belle has worked hard to pursue you. You ought to show some tenderness, another chimed in. Standing at the periphery, Ma Hao gathered the gist of the situation. A young woman had boldly confessed her feelings to a young man, prompting the crowd to cheer for a swift acceptance, hoping for a happy union. Intrigued, Ma Hao leaned in closer, her petite stature allowing her to be gently nudged to the front of the crowd. She rose on her toes, peering over a few girls clad in short skirts, finally catching a glimpse of the central figures of this encounter. The female lead boasted long, slender legs, standing at an impressive height of 170 centimeters. She wore a thin long-sleeve top paired with a plaid mini-skirt, her bare legs exposed to the chilly night air, taking on an unhealthy hue. A gust of wind swept through, causing Ma Hao to huddle deeper into her thick coat, shivering from the cold. Ma Hao, little show, what is the temperature now? Isn't it a bit chilly to be bare-legged at this hour? System. For the sake of beauty, everything is bearable. Host, you truly lack an understanding of humanity's appreciation for aesthetics. Ma Hao. System. Moreover, it is you who is overdressed, yet you dare to criticize her attire. Ma Hao. Oh, and then what? System. What else is there? Ma Hao. Why aren't you refuting me this time? Aren't you a little show? System. If I refute you, will you change? Ma Hao no. System. Thus, it seems the host has given up on any semblance of redemption. Ma Hao. Disappointing. System. What do you mean disappointing? Are you pleased to see me infuriated? Ma Hao. Yes. System. As Ma Hao trembled in the cold, the girl with the long legs stood unfazed by the chilly breeze. The crowd continued to cheer, and the girl shyly lowered her head, turning her face away, a delicate blush blooming on her cheeks, illuminated by the lights of the roadside stalls, rendering her quite enchanting. Ma Hao's gaze fixated on the girl's long legs, wishing they could be hers. She envied for a spell before finally directing her attention to the male lead. He stood with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, leaning against a street lamp, appearing rather apathetic in the face of the bashful girl, his expression devoid of excitement, instead emanating a sense of disinterest. The incandescent light reflected off his golden hair, making him appear even more attractive than the girl before him. Ma Hao, little show, haven't I seen him somewhere before? System. Host, have you forgotten? He*s the one you hit with an egg. Ma Hao, oh gokspe. System. What? Ma Hao, his jersey number. System. That's 213, not to be. Your behavior is perilous, you know. Ma Hao. And yet here we are. Noticing that the male lead remained unresponsive, the girl's blush gradually faded. She fidgeted with her fingers, biting her lip nervously for a moment before summoning courage. She stepped forward unexpectedly, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on the boy's lips. Oh my goodness! The crowd's cheers escalated in pitch. Ma Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, her grip tightening on her pen. What a thrilling spectacle! System. Is this truly exhilarating? You are quite unseasoned. Ma Hao, little show, guide me through this experience. System. That's easy. Just hop on. Proud face, Ma Hao. I report this. The system disseminates dubious information. System. If you continue to believe, I shall be the one to suffer. When Lin Yuqing unexpectedly kissed him, Chigu's startled reaction was undeniable. Fortunately, as an athlete, his reflexes were commendable, and he managed to tilt his head just in time. Though Lin Yuqing's lips did not meet his, the kiss still landed on his cheek. Chigu frowned, his earlier indifference evaporating, replaced by palpable annoyance. Lin Yuqing, have you finished your antics? He pushed her away, repeatedly wiping the spot where she had kissed him. The table of watching friends fell silent. Chigu's voice, though not loud, brimmed with barely contained fury. His unconscious face-wiping action starkly conveyed his disdain for Lin Yuqing. The crowd, which had been lively just moments ago, now held its breath, fearing that the slightest sound would amplify the awkwardness in the air. All right, everyone disperse. It's just a joke, haha. Ma Hao observed a buzz-cut individual stepping forward to place an arm around Chigu's shoulders, flashing the crowd a broad grin. Finally, the tension dissipated, and the crowd forced out smiles that resembled grimaces, Haha, yes, just a joke. Everyone can go. Ma Hao Hao had always found such social tactics perplexing. However, those around her seemed to grasp it effortlessly. With a clear exit in sight, they laughed a few times, ready to scatter. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, the female lead let out a soft sob. The onlookers exchanged glances. It was a dilemma, leave or stay. They were torn between their desire for gossip and the fear of incurring the wrath of a powerful figure. Ultimately, they silently agreed to retreat. The allure of drama paled in comparison to the significance of self-preservation. Thus, in a matter of minutes, the scene was left with only the involved parties, the buzz-cut individual, a few burly men at a nearby table, and the undeterred Ma Hao Hao. Chigu, why don't you like me? What's wrong with me? Ma Hao Hao stood behind the girl with long legs, unable to discern her expression, but she observed the girl wiping away her tears, her voice thick with emotion. Dislike is dislike. There need not be a multitude of reasons, Chigu replied curtly, not sparing her a glance. The girl fell silent for a long while. Just as Ma Hao Hao thought she might confront Chigu, the girl unexpectedly grasped his shirt collar, pleading, "You don't have someone you like, so why not give it a try with me? Am I really that detestable? I can change." Ma Hao Hao felt a pang of sympathy. In a world abundant with beautiful souls, why cling to one that seemed unattainable? Indeed, appearances held significant sway. As long as one possessed beauty, even the most narcissistic individuals could inspire unwavering devotion. Upon hearing Lin Yuqing's plea, Chigu seemed to contemplate something. A hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Who says I don't have someone I like? The moment those words left his lips, it was akin to a stone cast into still waters. Not only did Lin Yuqing widen her eyes in disbelief, but even the burly men at the table, who had been enjoying the spectacle, were taken aback. What? Chigo, when did you develop feelings for someone? Boss, spill the tea. Who is she? Lin Yuqing, having momentarily ceased her tears, now began to cry anew upon hearing this. She shook her head, calling out to Chigu, "I don't believe you. You're lying. I know you're just saying that to make me give up, aren't you? Chigu, tell me. You're deceiving me."
Wow.
Did he just glance at me? System. Host, you are being overly sentimental. He merely looked at the air and happened to catch sight of you. Ma Hao Hao. Oh. System. As spectators, we must possess the awareness befitting our role, do you understand? Ma Hao Hao. All right. Song Shuhua, at a loss for words, struggled to articulate anything for a long while. Eventually, it was Chigu, standing beside him, who could no longer remain silent. You don't believe it, do you? Chigu straightened his posture from where he had been leaning against the lamppost, his eyes glinting with amusement. He withdrew his hands from his pockets and casually gestured to the side, declaring, "There, the person I admire is her." Lin Yuqing and the burly men at the small table turned to follow Chigu's. Ma Hao Hao, inexplicably surrounded by a group of onlookers. 014. Love at first sight. Ma Hao Hao was dressed in a rather hideous winter outfit devoid of any taste, appearing to shrink within her puffy coat. With only her rosy little face visible. At a barbecue stall where the crowd had dispersed, a pointed finger from Chigu successfully made her the center of attention. Lin Yuqing was still sobbing uncontrollably, on the verge of crying until the end of time. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes, Ma Hao Hao looked bewildered and quickly waved her hands, saying, "Classmate, you have mistaken me for someone else." Unable to think of a better explanation than a simple case of mistaken identity, she wondered if it was all deliberate. Perhaps the other person harbored resentment and was seizing the opportunity to avenge past grievances? Ma Hao Hao, little one, what do you think? System. Host, I have already advised you not to be overly sentimental. They merely pointed at you by chance. Who told you to stand in this position? Ma Hao Hao. System. Host, you are being quite unreasonable. You have enjoyed the spectacle, and now when they seek your assistance, you refuse to cooperate. Young lady, is this how one conducts oneself? Ma Hao Hao. Society, I have learned my lesson. System. Oh, I'm flattered, host. Do take notes. Ma Hao Hao. Indeed, a word from you is worth more than 10 years of study. I have resolved to become someone who transcends societal norms and resolutely avoids conformity. System. How absurd. Then why ask for my opinion? Ma Haohao had only heard that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. But she never anticipated that even the enjoyment of lively spectacles comes at a price. Indeed, once she had indulged in the spectacle, trouble followed. She pointed to herself and resolutely refused to cooperate. Classmate, look closely at me. We are truly not acquainted. Although she claimed they were not familiar, Ma Haohao had already adopted a gesture of refusal, indicating they had no prior engagements. Upon hearing Ma Haohao's words, Lin Yuqing's cries finally subsided. Her eyes brimmed with eager hope as she turned to Qigu, thinking that he must have pointed at a random passerby to irritate her. Surely, he did not know this girl at all. If Qigu had no one he liked, did that mean she still had a chance? Qigu, the one who had been mistakenly identified, obediently widened his eyes to scrutinize Ma Haohao's face. With certainty, he recognized her as the audacious girl who had once dared to covet him. That day had been a blunder on his part, and in his surprise, he had let her escape. She had harmed his pride and thought to flee. Such behavior was not tolerated in Qigu's lexicon. She must be made to take responsibility. Yet, after searching for days, he found that this little sprite was quite adept at evasion. He had inquired of many people, yet none recognized the fierce girl whose eyes spoke volumes and who became somewhat endearing when angered. Qigu ignored Lin Yuqing's hopeful gaze and addressed Ma Haohao. Shorty, stop pointing. I am referring to you. Ma Haohao. Shorty? Again with the shorty. Her heart ached. Ma Haohao, little one. System, what now? Ma Haohao, is it a crime to strike someone in a book? System, warning, please refrain from testing the boundaries of legality. Host. Ma Haohao, if striking someone is illegal, what use are you to me? System, what? You can't blame me for that. Host. I refuse to take the fall for this. Ma Haohao was not pleased. Her knee felt as if it had been pierced by an arrow named Shorty, and blood seemed to gush forth. Why must there be such an infuriating character? Unable to retaliate physically, she could only unleash a torrent of resentful glares at Qigu in her mind. This was the legendary notion that if looks could kill, he would have perished 100 times over. System, I never expected to witness a long-lost skill in my lifetime. Oh, Ma Haohao, indeed. System, this is a technique passed down from my great-grandmother. Impressive, indeed. Only a host as Klitsch as you would employ such tactics. Ma Haohao. Then shouldn't you kneel and call me grandmother? System, I shall remain silent. After the system's comment, Ma Haohao also felt her approach was somewhat outdated. To enhance her intimidation factor, she not only aimed to slay with her gaze, but also adopted a striking pose. With hands on her hips and chest out, she embodied the bravado of a Shanghai tycoon, missing only a cape and a wind machine. She tilted her chin and asked Qigu, stop dodging, do you even know my name? Just say you like me. Qigu struggled to suppress a laugh, fearing that a slip would ruin the serious atmosphere. How amusing, this little shorty was indeed a source of entertainment. Was she not a reincarnated hamster? Could a human truly be so silly and adorable? System. Host, I can't bear to watch. Please spare yourself from such expressions. Facepalm. Ma Haohao, if you can't bear to watch, then poke your eyes out. System. Oh my, how dreadful. The most venomous of hearts. You wicked woman. Ma Haohao. Oh. Ma Haohao paid no heed to the system's remarks. Noticing Qigu's face reddening, she felt triumphant, believing she had hit a nerve and made him feel guilty. Seizing the moment, she pressed on, so, what do you say? What is my name? I bet you can't say it. The entanglements of love are notoriously complex. A misunderstanding with Xianxia regarding her affections for Lin Zhao was already enough to trouble her. Now, entangled with a tall figure and a 213, could she still protect the romance of the protagonists? Perhaps it was better to engage in a battle of wits with mere passers-by instead. Determined to extricate herself from this triangular predicament, she pondered the significance of a name. Qigu, suppressing his mirth, thought to himself that it was perfectly acceptable to fall in love at first sight. After all, he coughed discreetly, as if to clear his throat of any embarrassment. What a performance! System. Ma Haohao. System. Host, do you think he is blind? Ma Haohao, little one. What do you mean? System. The literal meaning. Ma Haohao. System. Host, I am not discriminating against you. How can you compare to the tall and fashionable? Now that is the embodiment of youthful exuberance, while look at you in that bulky outfit. Oh, my eyes. Mahalha, let me clarify 2 points. 1. I am naturally beautiful. 2. If you cannot perform, do not act, for my eyes are hurting too. System. Can we not digress to discuss the host's appearance? Ma Hao Hao, no. System. Although Ma Hao Hao claimed to be naturally beautiful, it was still a challenge to voice such sentiments to others. Qigu's declaration of love at first sight felt insidiously overwhelming, effectively blocking any possible escape route for her. She needed to devise a clever response to survive this predicament. As she contemplated, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted nearby.
Why? Why?
Ooh, Qigu, you deceived me. I refuse to believe this is real. Lin Yuqing's wailing reached a thunderous crescendo, her carefully applied makeup finally succumbing to tears. The once delicate hues of her eyes and lips became a haunting sight, rendering her truly deserving of the phrase anguished cries. With her head bowed, she wiped her tears incessantly, and after unleashing her emotional outburst, she refused to glance back at Qigu and stormed away with her long legs striding confidently.
Mao,
initially lost in her thoughts of survival, found her attention irresistibly captivated by Lin Yuqing's striking elegance as she departed. Lemons adorn the branches of the lemon tree, while beneath its shade, the hemp flourishes splendidly. In the intricate dance of fate, one object overcomes another. How did those long legs vanish in a flash? Ma Hao Hao desperately wished to extend her hand and call out to those long legs, "You shall be annihilated." It was merely a random gesture pointing at her, and thus, she found herself entangled in a misunderstanding. Ma Hao Hao felt a wave of frustration, bearing the brunt of someone else's misfortune. As the long-legged figure stormed away, casting a fierce glare in her direction, it was evident that all animosity had been directed towards her. She felt more wronged than Do-e. Ma Hao Hao sighed. Why did she run so fast, leaving me without a chance to explain? The system chimed in. Are you certain you wish to know the reason? Yes, she replied. She was infuriated to find herself outpaced by someone like you, hence she fled. Ma Hao Hao's expression shifted to one of understanding. Thus commenced the first round between Ma Hao Hao and Qigu, ending in defeat as Lin Yuqing made her swift exit. With the main party gone, Ma Hao Hao no longer wished to dwell on matters of affection or acquaintance with Qigu. The blame had been firmly placed on her shoulders. Any further contemplation seemed futile. Resolutely, she conceded defeat, preparing to depart from this tumultuous realm. However, after taking a few steps, she realized her legs were moving, yet she remained stationary. Behind her, a teasing voice rang out, "Shorty, you could be even more foolish." Ma Hao Hao paused her antics and turned to seize Qigu's hand, which was playfully tugging at her hat. "Excuse me, could you let go?" Qigu's playful grin faltered momentarily as he glanced at her tiny hand. Her fingers were cold, delicate, and soft, reminiscent of a playful kitten, resting gently on his wrist. A shiver ran up his arm, and for a moment, he was lost in thought. With an air of nonchalance, he replied, "You may release me, but first, leave your phone number." Why does he want my number?
Mao pondered, bewildered.
Perhaps he seeks to. The system hesitated. Enough, I understand. I mustn't overthink this, she declared. Is he still holding a grudge over that incident and plotting revenge? Why would he need your number for that? To harass me, preventing me from completing my tasks. You make a fair point, the system conceded. Then, if I divulge my number, will you let me leave? Ma Hao Hao asked earnestly. The soft touch on her wrist vanished as she regarded him with suspicion. You won't deceive me? His amused expression was endearing. Ma Hao Hao believed that men were often untrustworthy, more likely to believe in ghosts than to trust a man's words. After all, who had just professed to like her. She huffed softly. Very well, remember this. After a brief pause, Qigu withdrew his phone and gestured for her to proceed. Ma Hao Hao licked her lips and recited a few digits, light and airy, like a feather, both endearing and fierce. He entered the numbers one by one, pausing at the first. Is your number starting with 110? No, that's not mine. I meant for you to call 110 and have the police take you away. Laughter erupted from his lips, revealing a dazzling smile. Noticing Qigu's unamused expression, she quickly covered her mouth, though her eyes betrayed her amusement. The nearby tall men stifled their laughter, mimicking Xianxia in their attempts to contain their mirth. Witnessing Qigu, usually the one delivering jests, being on the receiving end was utterly delightful. As Ma Hao attempted to leave, Qigu blocked her path once again. "Are you playing with me?" The towering figure loomed before her, and despite her best efforts to appear unbothered, the reality of their size difference was daunting. The system whispered, "What shall you do?" "Perhaps it's best to concede." "No way," she retorted.
Why not?
"Anyone who calls me short must face consequences." "Very well. There's no problem a good beating can't solve. If one isn't sufficient, perhaps two will suffice." Determined not to falter, Ma Hao steeled herself. "You promised not to deceive me. Give me your number and I'll be on my way." "You never specified that it had to be mine," Qigu teased, suppressing his amusement. Why was she so captivating when angry? Her eyes sparkled like a hamster's, adorably fierce. He lowered his hand. "If you have no number, at least tell me your name." "He's definitely seeking revenge," Ma Hao thought. "How did you deduce that? Have you never heard? In movies, when someone learns your name, you're doomed. Art imitates life. Please. No more." Cautiously, Ma Hao scanned the surroundings. Seeing no signs of the burly men rising, she took a breath and declared, "My name is pausing for effect." Ready to flee. Once the words escaped her lips, she bolted into the crowd, leaving only a silly silhouette behind. The wind carried her words, "My name is Red Scarf." Laughter erupted from the barbecue stall as the men roared with amusement. Xianxia doubled over, clutching his stomach, tears streaming from his eyes. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. The others were also leaning over the table, laughing heartily and slapping the surface in amusement. Brother Qi glanced at the chubby little figure amidst the crowd and chuckled, exclaiming with a playful reprimand, "Oh, how utterly adorable." 016, with a throbbing headache, Ma Hao squeezed into the crowd, running while casting furtive glances behind her, fearful that Qigu would pursue her from the rear. "Ma Hao, little one, do not be cowardly, just act. The bolder one is, the farther one can run." System. It's all thanks to my good luck. Host, quickly express your gratitude for my blessings." Ma Hao. "All right, little one, I thank your entire family." System. Is that really a way of saying thank you? It doesn't sound right to me. Ma Hao. Of course, if I were to deceive you, my system would be quite queer. System. Ma Hao sat on the steps, calming her breath while lamenting the toll of age. After running just a few hundred meters, she felt dizzy and her vision darkened. She struggled to stand, leaning against the wall to rest for a while before finally recovering from her dazed state. The small inns lined the back street, one after another. With her head throbbing, Ma Hao had lost the earlier enthusiasm for gossiping and simply chose the first inn that caught her eye. Before entering, paranoia struck again. She surveyed the area meticulously, confirming several times that no one was following her before finally feeling at ease. Ma Hao. Little one, we have completely shaken off 213, right? System. Host, please mind your wording. Someone needs to be pursuing for it to be considered shaking off. 213 has never shown any interest in chasing after you, alright? Ma Hao. Fine. You're the system, so it's your call. System. What do you mean by it's my call? I am merely stating facts and reasoning. Being objective. Ma Hao. Oh, I'm not listening. System. The innkeeper was a slightly plump middle-aged woman. When Ma Hao entered, she was wearing a pair of bright red cotton slippers, sitting at the counter, and talking on the phone. "Hello." After much deliberation, Ma Hao finally spoke. "I would like to book a room." It was uncertain whether the innkeeper had heard her. Left with no choice, Ma Hao gestured with her hands, pointing to herself and then upstairs, mimicking a praying gesture by her ears to indicate she wanted a room to sleep. Fortunately, although the innkeeper was a bit unreliable and had a loud voice, she had years of experience in the inn business. With her eyes closed, she effortlessly prepared a room with a large bed for Ma Hao, incessantly chatting. "I know that place has delicious food. Darling, we can go together next time." Ma Hao took the room card and went upstairs, still able to faintly hear the innkeeper's non-standard Mandarin. No waities. "Oh, by the way, I went to." The innkeeper kept talking on the phone from the moment Ma Hao entered until she reached her room. The innkeeper's phone conversation seemed to be quite engaging, Ma Haohao wondered what kind of brave soul was on the other end. The thought made her headache intensify. She walked to the edge of the bed, clothes and shoes still on, and collapsed straight onto the bed. Ma Haohao, little one, I feel something is not quite right. System. Host, you have always been a bit off. Ma Haohao. Ma Haohao, are you certain you haven't done anything to my body? System. I assure you, absolutely no improper actions have been taken regarding your body. Ma Haohao. Then why do I feel weak, feverish, dizzy, and nauseous? System. What? Host, please wait a moment, let me check. Ma Haohao, you still need to check. This is a poor review. Where is your health management system? Where is your database? System. Please do not be agitated, host. I am currently at version 1.0. Unlocking the health system requires 10,000 heart points to upgrade to version 2.0. By the way, activating the database requires an upgrade to version 5.0, which will take approximately 10,000 points. System. Hence, if the host does not strive, the system sheds tears. QAQ, please work hard to complete the tasks and upgrade the system. Ma Haohao. Upon learning the grim news from the system, tears welled in Ma Haohao's eyes, and her heart felt like ashes. Other systems were like golden keys, enabling transformations into beauty, strength, scholarship, and wealth. Yet hers was merely a chatterbox bound in her mind. Apart from idle chatter that left her feeling mentally drained, it served little purpose. Why was there such a disparity between individuals? And why such a vast difference among systems? Ma Haohao sighed, lamenting her struggle to accumulate just 100 points from the system. By the time she amassed 100,000 points, she might be long gone. She lay on the large bed of the small inn, staring at the yellowed ceiling while pondering life. Her thoughts drifted from poetry to philosophy, then back to the frustrating system. System. Host. Something terrible has happened. Ma Haohao. Oh. System. According to the information provided by the fairy maiden, host, it seems you are feverish. Ma Haohao. Oh. System. Alas, poor host is unwell. Ma Haohao. I am ill. Do you have any medicine? Ma Haohao had given up on seeking treatment, harboring no hope in the system. System. Oh, host, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that I have medicine. Ma Haohao, little one. System. Ma Haohao. Your image in my heart has suddenly grown taller. System. 0. Host, really? Ma Haohao, what medicine do you have? System. Let me take a look. 9 flower jade dew pills, swift heart rescue pills, half crazy smiling pills, crane top red, arsenic, poisonous wine, and also the He Huan powder. The system listed a plethora of whimsical medicine names, evidencing its abundant stock. However, the style seemed rather incongruous with modern society. Ma Haohao. Little one, are you sure your galaxy is engaged in legitimate business? System. Yes, host. Absolutely, host. With earnest eyes. Ma Haohao. Let us not speak of anything else. After listening for so long, where is my fever-reducing medicine? System. Well, host, I've confirmed it. It seems there is no fever-reducing medicine, only the fever-inducing medicine. Would you like some? Ma Haohao. Smiley face. This cannot be a genuine system. Without hope, one cannot be disappointed. Relying on the system is less dependable than relying on oneself. By 11 o'clock that night, even the little food stalls on the back street had begun to close, let alone the pharmacies. Ma Haohao tightened the blanket around her, curling into a ball. The yellowed quilt of the small inn enveloped her. She had no time to be choosy. Merely wrapping herself tightly in an attempt to dispel the cold within her threw her body as warmth. Aware of its shortcomings, the system kindly began playing white noise in her mind, attempting to mask the intimate sounds emanating from the adjacent room. 30 minutes later. System. Host QAQ. The room next door is terrifying. System. Host, this small and has terrible soundproofing. System. Oh my host, should we warn the neighbors? Oh. Ma Haohao had already fallen asleep the moment the system started playing white noise. System. TAT, please don't abandon me, the system. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the alarm set by Ma Haohao rang punctually. The early self-study session at the first high school commenced at 7, and Ma Haohao had meticulously studied the route the female protagonist took to school. Xianxia boarded the B4 bus to school, which passed by the sports school station around 6:40. Rubbing her tousled hair, Ma Haohai sat up in bed. She had calculated the time. Waking up at 6, washing up, and walking to the bus stop would allow her to catch the B4 bus just in time. Sniffling, she felt groggy. After a night's sleep, her cold had worsened rather than improved. Last night, she had merely experienced fever and dizziness, but this morning, her nose was completely congested. Dressed and ready, she greeted the system in her mind. Typically, the system would spring to life the moment she awoke, but today, it remained silent. Could it have caught her cold as well? Ma Haohai, little one, it's time to get up. System. Host, good morning. After listening to a night of clapping for love, the system seemed utterly unwell. The youth of today are indeed vigorous. After enduring the cacophony, it had activated a newly developed mosaic software to shield it from all activities below the neck. Only then did it find relief. System. Host. Boo. Hoo. Ma Haohai, have you too become restless? Ma Haohai, that is not the main point. The main point is, why are you speaking in mosaics? System. TAT, after the host fell asleep last night, until morning, and then I became like this. The words in her mind were cloaked in a heavy mosaic, evoking some rather unsavory thoughts. It appeared that the system had indeed indulged excessively last night, leaving it in a state of disarray this morning. The advanced system developed by the Endpoint Galaxy had surprisingly evolved to exhibit desires akin to humans. Ma Haohai, I understand now. Youth is indeed wonderful. System. As long as you understand, I'm relieved. QAQ. Ma Haohai, take care of yourself. While indulgence is delightful, don't overdo it. System. Yes, I never want to experience that again. TAT. As Ma Haohai conversed with the system, she descended the stairs. The landlady was already at the front desk, yawning. Today, she donned a peculiar sleepwear adorned with cartoon characters, her legs crossed casually. The bright red slippers on her feet tapped rhythmically. Noticing Ma Haohai's descent, she glanced up briefly before returning to her game on her phone, which emitted exaggerated sound effects of amazement and disbelief. When Ma Haohai announced her intention to check out, the landlady didn't lift her gaze, casually stating a number while tapping the QR codes for payment on the table. Upon receiving €1 via the payment system, a mechanical female voice reported from the small white box at the counter. Ma Haohai settled her bill, purchased a pack of anti-smog masks from the landlady, and equipped herself fully before stepping outside. As dawn broke, the once bustling backstreet was now eerily quiet, with only a few breakfast stalls exuding tantalizing aromas. Ma Haohai's stomach growled at the scent, yet her appetite had vanished entirely, and she ignored the steaming baskets as she headed straight for the bus stop. The bus stop was a mere few minutes' walk from the back street, adjacent to the main entrance of the sports school. Wearing a white dust mask, Ma Haohai shielded herself from the minuscule chill in the air. Dragging her weary body, she felt like a piece of soft candy, her limbs languid, and the short walk took her twice as long. System. Host, why don't we see a doctor first? Health is the foundation of all endeavors. Ma Haohai, I'm fine. We've come this far. System. But. Ma Haohai, enough, don't persuade me. Do you know why I'm pushing myself so hard? System. Why? Ma Haohai, because the system is too stingy. It doesn't grant me any points. And I'm poor. System. Ma Haohai, and one more thing. System. What else? Ma Haohai, the system is unreliable, so I have to strive on my own. System. A few individuals stood scattered at the bus stop, briefcases in hand, glued to their phones, resembling early risers heading to work. Ma Haohai maneuvered around a couple of bleary-eyed young men and women, finding a spot on a bench to sit. She leaned back, resting her head against the bus stop's advertisement, and squinted her eyes in an attempt to doze off. Before long, a commotion at the bus stop interrupted her brief nap. Without opening her eyes, she deduced that a group of students had arrived, laughing and chattering noisily, making it impossible for her to rest. System. Host, someone is bothering you. Wake up. System. If you don't get up, 213 will target you. The system, in a fit of frenzy, bombarded Ma Haohai's mind with mosaics.
Maoai.
Stop the noise. System. QAQ no, host, please open your eyes. Perhaps influenced by the system's remarks, Ma Haohai felt an itch on her face. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she cracked her eyes open just a sliver. To her surprise, what greeted her was not the roadside, but a deep brown patterned surface. Ma Haohai stared blankly for a moment, only to realize it was a deep brown striped basketball. A basketball. An unsettling premonition washed over her, and her foggy mind began to clear. Fully opening her eyes, she finally looked up at the owner of the basketball and was momentarily rendered speechless. Simultaneously, she could finally hear the students' banter.
Hey, Qiye.
ISNT that the red scarf from yesterday? Where is she? Oh my goodness, what a colossal mess. Ha ha, I can't help but laugh whenever I see her. How dare she provoke Qi-Gur-'s affection? She must be courting death. A group of familiar tall, burly young men encircled Ma Haohai, playfully teasing her about her previous exploits, erupting in laughter with every remark. One with a buzz cut leaned closer to her, waving his hand in front of her face. Red scarf classmate. What a coincidence. We're in awe of you. My name is Xianxia. Let us get acquainted? He leaned in cheekily, but before he could finish, Qigu grabbed him by the collar and pulled him aside. With him no longer blocking her view, Ma Haohai found herself locked in a staring contest with Qigu. Her eyes flickered, lamenting her unfortunate predicament. It seemed that no matter how much she tried to avoid trouble, fate had other plans. Had she known she would encounter them this morning, her frantic escape last night would have been in vain. Sighing resignedly, she accepted her fate. She understood that destiny could not be altered by mere effort. Everything was preordained. Even as an African chief in a book, her luck remained abysmal. As dark as the bottom of a pot. Qigu tossed the ball to Xianxia, glancing at his rowdy teammates, who immediately zipped their mouths shut. We won't tease you again, Qigu, we promise. Qigu had no interest in entertaining a group of dimwits. He fixed his gaze on Ma Haohai's mask and inquired, Red Scarf, are you unwell? The morning was tinged with a sense of sorrow as Qigu furrowed his brow. The petite figure, seemingly so small, was huddled within a large cotton coat, evoking a sense of pity. A hefty mask obscured her face, revealing only a pair of dark, glistening eyes that seemed to glimmer with unshed tears in the gentle morning breeze. A wave of frustration welled up within Qigu, dispelling the good cheer he had felt upon seeing her. How had she caught a cold? He asked more to himself than to her, as his queries seemed to echo in the void. Ma Haohai, lost in her own thoughts, reflected that she too wished to understand the cause of her illness. Instead of answering, she shut her eyes once more, dismissing him and leaning against the advertisement board in feigned slumber. Observing her discomfort, Qigu suppressed the urge to engage her further, merely stepping closer to shield her from the biting wind. As she rested, the raucous chatter of Qigu's friends broke the morning calm. Hey, Qiga, did you see Lin Yuqing's post? She was at a bar last night, drowning her sorrows, and mentioned transferring to the first high school. One of them was interrupted mid-sentence by a playful shove, leading to a chorus of banter and laughter. Why do you care about her? Focus on the practice match today. If we lose to the first high school, Old Yang will have our heads. The camaraderie was palpable, their excitement for basketball invigorating the air. Ma Haohai, overwhelmed by the noise, pulled her coat collar over her ears and shifted away. Enough already, Qigu barked, irritation lacing his voice. Can't you see someone is trying to rest? His protective demeanor contrasted sharply with his usual stoic expression, his actions imbued with a quiet tenderness. Ma Haohai, taken aback by the change in his tone, opened her eyes in surprise. Qigu's voice, previously melodious and carefree, now bore an edge, a hint of youthful anger. The effect of his words was immediate. The raucous group fell silent, cowed by his displeasure. Thank you, Ma Haohai murmured, her voice muffled by the mask, a hint of gratitude surfacing. To her surprise, Qigu's presence was not as insufferable as she had initially perceived. He cast a glance at her, but said nothing, continuing to serve as a barrier against the wind, steadfast and uncomplaining. Meanwhile, the other members of their group, chastened by Qigu's admonition, lowered their heads and turned their idle chatter into a silent group text. Is Qigu being tsundere today? One text read. The banter continued, oblivious to the subtle dynamics unfolding around them, speculating about Qigu's feelings and intentions, their discussions spiraling into a humorous yet misguided analysis of his character. Amidst the clamor, Xianxia, the only one aware of the truth, sighed in exasperation, recognizing that his friends were missing the point entirely. As he observed Chigu's quiet concern for Ma Haohai, a sense of incredulity washed over him. The reality of the situation was stark. Chigu, with all his brusque exterior, exhibited a tenderness that belied his usual demeanor. Finally, as the bus arrived, a surge of passengers rushed forward, eager to claim their seats. Ma Haohai, caught off guard, found herself jostled and nearly toppled by the crowd. Just as she was about to lose her balance, a firm hand caught her, steadying her. "Your hands are so cold," Chigu remarked, instinctively placing the back of his hand against her forehead. The warmth radiating from his skin ignited a flare of urgency within him. "Do you realize you have a fever?" he asked, his brow darkening with concern. 019, weighing less than 100, Ma Haohai took a few steps back, avoiding Chigu's hand, and said, "I know, it's nothing." Chigu felt increasingly irritable. If a fever is not serious, what would be considered serious? When one has a cold, they should seek medical attention, not stand at a bus stop in the wind, as if the fever isn't severe enough. Can she even take care of herself? "You're coming with me to the hospital." Without a second thought, Chigu reached for Ma Haohai's hand. Ma Haohai was a beat slow to react and inadvertently found herself pulled into his embrace. She watched as he swiftly booked a taxi to the hospital on his phone. Ma Haohai thought, "Truly, the youth are so adept, pulling someone and booking a cab in one fluid motion. The legendary speed of someone who has been single for 20 years is no match for him." Her gaze drifted from Chigu to the line of office workers, then to the bewildered faces of the basketball players, finally landing on the bus window. Her target, Xianxia, was peering in with a curious expression. Ma Haohai's heart raced. Her fevered mind suddenly cleared as if a light had been switched on, reminding her of her original intention for coming to the bus stop. She grasped Chigu's wrist, insisting, "I truly have something important to attend to. I cannot go to the hospital with you right now. Falling ill is common, but the chance to flirt with the female lead is rare." Chigu looked down at Ma Haohai, questioning, "What is so important that it surpasses your health?" "I need to flirt with the female lead." "Who are you trying to flirt with?" Chigu's eyes darkened, his voice lowering. He scoffed, unsure whether to believe her words, and coldly declared, "You are not going." Regardless of whether she was off to flirt with someone or take an exam, being sick meant she could not go. Ma Haohai's attempts to persuade him bore no fruit as she shook her hand, trying to free herself from Chigu's grip. Soft tactics failed, so she resorted to force. However, her body was remarkably weak. After struggling for a while, not only did she fail to escape, but Chigu pulled her even tighter. Ma Haohai let out a small gasp, inwardly cursing the system. What an absurd portrayal of a soft, delicate girl. The scenario of being gripped so tightly that she cried from the pain was utterly unnecessary. "Can you let go of me?" Ma Haohai's voice trembled, tinged with tears, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming presence of the soft girl persona. Chigu, startled, released her hand as if burned by her voice. He glanced at her misty eyes, his heart heavy with guilt. He turned his head away, but the corner of his eye caught the bruise forming around her delicate wrist. A flicker of regret crossed Chigu's features. He had clearly eased his grip, so how had he caused her to cry? Rubbing his hair in frustration, he felt his eyes redden. "You, please stop crying. Will you come with me to the hospital?" he asked in a gentle tone, his nervousness evident, dreading the possibility of tears spilling from her golden eyes. Her plan C was on the verge of success, and to abandon it now would be unbearable. Once she encounters the female lead, she would go to the hospital willingly, without Chigu's insistence. Chigu wiped his face, feeling a mix of urgency, anger, and concern. Why was this stubborn little one so resistant? "Why not? You have a fever." Suppressing his emotions, he intended to calmly reason with Ma Haohai. "Do you understand? A fever reaching 40 degrees can make one delirious. You can take a leave for exams, it's not the college entrance exams. Why gamble with your health?" He paused, suddenly suspicious. Wait a moment, could you actually be delirious? The thought crossed his mind, and the more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. He reached out again to check her forehead. Ma Haohai swatted his hand away, her tone resolute. "I know my body, and I'm not going." Chigu, already on edge, felt the fire of anger ignite within him at her dismissive gesture. He asked in a low, firm voice, I'll ask you again, are you going?
No.
Last time I asked, are you going or not?
No.
Ma Haohai shook her head, indifferent to his repeated questioning. She attempted to sidestep Chigu to board the bus, but he quickly blocked her path. Neither was willing to budge, one with a cold expression, the other with a poker face, neither able to convince the other. Song Shuhua and the other basketball players were left dumbfounded. A few muscular men whispered among themselves. What's wrong with Chiga? I don't know. Did the girl provoke him again? He looks like he wants to hit someone. No, don't. The girl is too cute. Chiga just needs someone to challenge him. Song Shuhua face-bombed, realizing convincing this group of straightforward men was more difficult than getting them to top their class. Forget it. If no one else will mediate, I will. He approached Chigu, who was teetering on the edge of rage, fists clenched and veins bulging on his forehead. He patted Chigu's shoulder, pulling him back slightly. Hey, calm down. Whatever you do, don't resort to violence. He then turned to Ma Haohai, saying, classmate, no matter how important it is, isn't to your health more crucial? I think you should go to the hospital. Ma Haohai shook her head, understanding the reasoning. She would go to the hospital, but not now. The female lead and her plan C were waiting for her on the bus. While they were caught up in their argument, the patience of the bus passengers and driver was wearing thin. Complaints erupted among the passengers, demanding to know why the bus had not departed. The driver honked the horn, calling out, hey, are you getting on or not? If not, I'm leaving. Ma Haohai nudged Chigu's arm. I want to get on the bus. Please move. Go ahead, Dehua, Chigu said, holding his position, motioning for Song Shuhua to board first. Before Song Shuhua could react, Chigu swiftly retracted his arm, unexpectedly lifting Ma Haohai into a princess carry. Whether you want to or not, you're going. He strode towards the taxi parked across the street. Ma Haohai felt exceptionally embarrassed under the gaze of onlookers, wishing she could vanish on the spot. A princess carry? As an ordinary passerby, she genuinely felt unworthy of such treatment. Some on the bus even whistled at them, clearly mistaking them for a couple having a quarrel. The bus doors closed with a whoosh and drove away, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust and the fleeting image of the female lead sitting by the window. Ma Haohai's heart swelled with sadness and despair. Put me down, she tapped Chigu, signaling him to release her. Ma Haohai, lacking many admirable traits, was remarkably quick to accept her fate. Since she was already here, she might as well embrace it. The female lead had already left. What was the point in struggling? No need, I'm not tired, Chigu replied. Who's worried about your fatigue? Ma Haohai retorted, pointing at the taxi parked nearby. If you don't let me down, how can I get into the car? Chigu pondered for a moment, realizing he indeed couldn't carry her into the taxi, and reluctantly set her down. Before parting, he added, Shorty, have you reached 100 pounds yet? Why are you so light? Ma Haohai. Weighing less than 100 pounds, it's either due to being flat-chested or short. Is he subtly mocking her for being both short and flat-chested? The tension that had been building within Ma Haohai dissipated, and only then did she feel the physical fatigue wash over her like a wave. She leaned back against the soft seat of the car, experiencing the warmth of breath brushing against her face. With her eyes closed and silence enveloping her, Chigu remained still, gazing out of the window, also in silence. The driver, realizing his words had fallen on deaf ears, fell silent himself. And this rare moment of tranquility was savored. As Ma Haohai began to drift off, she was abruptly awakened by a voice in her mind.
Mao.
System. Host, did you not notice that I had been absent for a while?
Mao. No.
This prompted her to recall that the incessant chatter in her mind had indeed ceased for a brief period. She had assumed the system was merely in need of a respite after a taxing night. System. You don't care about me at all.
Mao.
System. You are a terrible person.
Mao.
System. Woe is me. I shall ignore you now. Ma Haohai.
All right.
Where did you go? System. I went to uninstall the Mosaic software. Useless program. It duped me out of my money and wasted my memory. It tarnished my reputation. Ma Haohai. Mosaic software? Forget it, no need to explain. Realizing that inquiring further would lead to an endless lecture, she chose to suppress her curiosity and remain silent. With the desired questions unasked, The system reluctantly shifted the topic. System. Host, shouldn't we be on the bus? Where is the female lead? Why is it just 213 beside you? How? Did you just realize this? System, huh? Could it be? How? Just as you imagined. Plan C has failed. 213 is taking me to the hospital. In just a few words, how succinctly explained the situation, minimizing the chances for the system to speak. The system could only exclaim in astonishment, repeating words of disbelief until they reached the hospital. A gentle nudge on her left arm roused How from her slumber, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself leaning against Qigu's shoulder. It seemed that during the driver's sudden maneuver, she had been tilted onto him. Quickly, she shifted away, apologizing. Qigu merely responded with a nonchalant coolly instructing her to exit the vehicle.
Oh.
Following him out of the taxi, she noticed a faint blush on Qigu's ears. Allergic reaction? Surely, he wasn't shy. A fleeting, unreliable thought crossed her mind, but was soon disrupted by Qigu's sudden quickened pace. Once seated in the specialist's office, her earlier suspicions were completely forgotten. The doctor, a familiar face to Qigu, treated How with the warmth of an acquaintance, inquiring about her symptoms, her parents' professions, and her home address with genuine concern. Had it not been for Qigu's interjection, they might have delved even deeper into her family history. How mused to herself that it felt less like a medical consultation and more like a parental meeting, complete with an interrogation. Qigu, visibly irritated, tapped his fingers on the doctor's desk, exclaiming, "Uncle, is this really the time for such questions?" The doctor, dubbed Uncle by Qigu, merely chuckled, shaking his head. All right, I won't pry any further. Take your girlfriend downstairs for an 4-drip. Girlfriend? How seized upon the doctor's words, ready to clarify, when Qigu suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, drowning out her voice. Cough. Observing how his face flushed crimson, she inquired, "Are you all right?" Qigu's coughing ceased instantly, though his face remained as red as a ripe tomato. Within the confines of the office, she caught a faint remark about a rascal who was too shy to speak up, the voice muffled behind the door. Later, seated in the infusion hall, having taken fever-reducing medication, How felt somewhat better, though still slightly dazed. Qigu sat nearby, engrossed in texting, oblivious to her gaze. Whenever she turned to look at him, he would swiftly avert his eyes. How was perplexed. How, what is he looking at? System. OMG. I can't believe this. How, are you still not done with your exclamations? System. Alas, I genuinely feel for 213. Sometimes I question whether you possess any emotional intelligence, host. How. My emotional intelligence is just fine. It's merely that I've been told I lack social skills, that's all. How. Additionally, this has nothing to do with 213. System. No, host. You are underestimating yourself. This goes beyond just lacking social skills. It's a severe deficiency. Poor 213. How. System. Hey, why are you reporting me? How. Arriving at the hospital early in the day, she found herself finished with the 4-drip by not even 10 a.m. Qigu appeared preoccupied, his phone buzzing with messages throughout the morning. At one point, he answered a call, and the ensuing tirade of insults was loud enough for How to overhear. The conversation seemed to revolve around a basketball game, with the caller demanding to know where Qigu was. Upon hearing her genuine expression, Qigu, looking incredulous, turned to her and promptly switched off his phone. How. System. See? You can't deny it now. A metaphorical arrow struck her knee. System. Shouldn't you be apologizing at this moment? You have unwittingly disrupted someone's important game. 2 metaphorical arrows struck her knee. How. Is that so? System. Surprisingly, 213 is quite the good person. He tirelessly brought you to the hospital, yet the oblivious youth seems utterly unaware of the discomfort he caused. 3 metaphorical arrows struck her knee. How. System. Even more lamentable is that after all this, certain individuals have expressed nothing at all. Her knee was now filled with metaphorical arrows. When one falls ill, it is essential to rest adequately. Missing a day of study will not lead to one's demise. Are the teachers at your school truly that stringent, requiring a note even when one is unwell? Chigu's motherly instincts kicked in as he clutched a bag, adamant about not letting it go. So soon, they arrived at the school, and she pondered when she would next see the little boy. Furthermore, she needed to ensure she covered herself well at night. Was it possible the dormitory blankets were too thin, causing her to feel cold? Could the dorm have air conditioning? Ma Hao nodded repeatedly, affirming each of his concerns. However, Chigu continued to rattle on, explaining for over 10 minutes without pause. You are so verbose, Ma Hao candidly remarked. She had never noticed before, but when Chigu chatted, he could rival the system in verbosity. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Chigu choked on his words. Who is being verbose? Good intentions taken for granted. He was doing this for her benefit, yet she dared to accuse him of being long-winded? Ma Hao grinned at the sight of him floundering. She extended a hand towards him, beckoning Chigu to proffer his own. With reluctance, Chigu opened his palm. The contact with Ma Hao's fingers fleeting. Thank you, she said, you're a kind soul. Ma Hao's hand was cool, a stark contrast to Chigu's fervent palm. At the brief touch, Chigu felt a tingling sensation throughout his hand. Looking down, he beheld a plump white rabbit candy nestled in his palm. Clenching his fist, Chigu murmured to himself, 213. What could that signify? 021. A fortuitous opportunity. The classroom was sparsely populated, with only 4 or 5 students remaining. As the instructor for the self-study session was absent, Ma Hao casually nodded, pulled out a chair, and settled into her seat. By the end of the morning, her desk was inundated with examination papers. The pungent odor of inferior ink wafted across the table, reminiscent of her own high school days. Ma Hao began to organize the scattered papers, and just as she finished the last one, a small notebook was handed to her. Sister Chun, I heard you gave Xianxia a beating yesterday. Is that true? Ma Hao paused. Sister Chun? You? No wonder, she had sensed something amiss with her desk mate earlier. Her instincts had not betrayed her. She glanced at the quivering figure of her desk mate, who was covering her face in terror. Please, please. Don't hit me. No. I was wrong. Ma Hao inquired. What have you done wrong? Who is going to hit you? After being absent all morning, she felt as though she had missed out on a monumental narrative. She scribbled a few words in the notebook and pushed it back towards her desk mate. Nothing happened. Her desk mate cautiously accepted the notebook and carefully wrote a line, presenting it with utmost reverence. Xianxia publicly confessed this morning, stating she would never bully Sister Chen again. Please don't be modest. Ma Hao genuinely felt no modesty. It was all thanks to the square dance and the principles of honor and shame that she had instilled. She patiently explained, Xianxia's confession was a requirement from the dormitory matron and teacher Su, not because I hit her. Sister Chun, excessive modesty is akin to pride. I know you are humble. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xianxia. Rest assured, they have all fled to the basketball court, likely too frightened to appear before you. What on earth was happening? Ma Hao felt communication with her desk mate had become futile. During their whispered exchange, the classroom was silent except for their soft murmurs and the rustling of paper. When Ma Hao finally abandoned her argument and looked up, she discovered that the few remaining students were all staring at her. A girl who had been discreetly observing her accidentally met her gaze, biting her lip and letting out a small whimper. Ma Hao, little one, who am I? Where am I? After falling ill, what have I missed? System, host. I just caught a glimpse of a little note's content. They say you either explode in silence or perish quietly, successfully replacing Xianxia as the tyrant of Class 18. Ma Hao. Oh, should I be pleased? System, pleased? Your soft persona has transformed into a class bully. You might want to reconsider. Ma Hao. Oh, if that is the case, please alter my physicality to match that of a class tyrant. I desire an indestructible form. System. Ma Hao did not linger in the classroom for long before mealtime arrived. The number of students at the school was overwhelming, and typically classes staggered their dining times, with the upper and lower floors eating at intervals of several minutes. The self-study period was relatively flexible, and since Ma Hao had arrived early, she found a considerable number of students still queuing at the cafeteria. She took a plate and quietly joined the end of the line, only to realize an exhilarating circumstance. The female lead, Xianxia, was standing right in front of her. Meanwhile, the male lead, Qizhong, was in the adjacent line. And not to forget the second male lead, Lin Zhao, who was diagonally across from her. However, that was of little consequence. The crucial point was that both leads had appeared together and were near Ma Haohao. Typically, just encountering the female lead would leave her in a tangle of emotions. Now she was faced with two. Clenching her fist, Ma Haohao mused that the law of conservation of fortune certainly existed. After a day of misfortune and fever, today she was bursting with luck. Ma Haohao, little one, do you not feel this is a heavenly opportunity? System. Host. Are you seizing the chance to engage the protagonists? To charm three at once sounds splendid, does it not?
Mao, no.
Do you recall why the protagonists could not end up together? System. What is it? The male lead is too fickle? Ma Haohao, it's that he is excessively enamored with appearances. System. So? Ma Haohao, last time you mentioned that the female lead's glasses detracted from her beauty. Wearing contacts would enhance her looks significantly. System. Host. You can't be thinking. Ma Haohao. Precisely. I will nudge the female lead into the male lead's path and inadvertently knock her glasses askew. System. Then the male lead will realize, oh, Xia Xiaotian isn, T's so unattractive after all, and his affection will rise, right? Ma Haohao. Indeed. Beauty is all about comparison. System. Truly a classic scheme of yours. I must say, it is quite cliché and melodramatic. Ma Haohao. Since ancient times, clever schemes have captured hearts, whether it's cliché or not. If it works, that's all that matters. Xia Xiaotian was engrossed in a vocabulary book as she stood in line, completely unaware of Ma Haohao's intentions. Calculating the right angle to cause the female lead's glasses to fall, Ma Haohao awaited the male lead's approach. The system counted down in her mind, ready for the opportune moment when Ma Haohao would make her move. System. Host, now's your chance. At the system's sudden shout, Ma Haohao was startled, momentarily delayed before colliding with the female lead. The glasses and her plate clattered to the ground, creating a cacophony of sound. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd, who quickly recoiled, creating a wide berth around them. What on earth? Before she could dodge, Ma Haohao found herself splattered with food juice. More unfortunate was Xia Xiaotian, whose winter coat was now a canvas of soup and sauce, with a piece of braised pork having landed on her foot, emanating an unpleasant food odor. The sudden blur in her vision sent Xia Xiaotian into a panic. Clutching her vocabulary book, she crouched down to search frantically for her lost glasses. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? A male classmate, who had also crouched down, asked as he picked up the glasses from the food-strewn floor, wiping them with a napkin before offering them to Xia Xiaotian. Upon retrieving her spectacles, Xia Xiaotian experienced a wave of relief. Her earlier agitation significantly diminished. Raising her gaze, she offered a grateful smile to the indistinct figure before her, expressing her gratitude. The person uttered Xia Xiaotian's name, causing her newfound composure to waver. After cautiously putting on her glasses and discerning Lin Zhao's countenance, she became even more self-conscious than when her glasses were missing. Abruptly halting her sentence, she rose to her feet, avoiding eye contact with Lin Zhao, and prepared to depart.
Hold on.
Lin Zhao exclaimed, impulsively seizing her arm. I recall now, Xia. Are you a day student? Without awaiting her response, he hastily exited the cafeteria. The female protagonist and the second male lead were immersed in their burgeoning connection, while the instigator, Ma Haohao, seized the opportunity to discreetly retreat to the sidelines. Wringing her handkerchief. How should one describe it? The second male lead embodied the gentle and considerate nature of the ideal first love, eliciting blushes from the female protagonist. Ma Haohao surreptitiously observed Xia Xiaotian's flushed cheeks, then cast a furtive glance at the male lead, Qizhong, who stood by as a mere spectator. Ma Haohao was exasperated. Why did the male lead retreat so hastily? His destined partner was standing right beside him, and he was squandering a golden opportunity. With a sigh, Ma Haohao wished she could take the male lead's place, but alas, she was born a woman. System. Host, that's irrelevant, isn't it? What do you intend to do to the female lead? Ma Haohao, it's too late now, my plan D has also failed. System. If only the host had reacted faster, the male lead wouldn't have had the chance to escape. MASU-MANHUA. Yes, my fault. I was startled by your Mandarin. System. That was a slip of the tongue. Besides, doesn't the host find my slip-ups endearing?
MASU-MANHUA. Yes, I'm reflecting.
System. Host, have you finally seen a light? MASU-MANHUA. No, I'm reflecting on the fundamental flaws of Plan D. System. I knew you were heartless. What flaws? MASU-MANHUA. The initial aim of Plan D was to enhance the female lead's appearance. Her glasses were knocked off, but we overlooked something. System. What? MASU-MANHUA. While the female lead may appear unfashionable with glasses, it's still preferable to a female lead covered in food scraps. System. MASU-MANHUA. Honestly, would you be attracted to a woman with vegetable leaves in her hair and meat strands on her shoes? System. MASU-MANHUA. The answer is no. We need to devise a more detailed plan. Impulsive ideas are clearly ineffective, with too many loopholes. System. Host. Actually. MASU-MANHUA. Little show. I'll work hard to help you reach level 2 as soon as possible. MASU-MANHUA retrieved her notebook, opened the page marked Task in Progress, and wrote Proceed with caution, plan before acting. The journey is long and arduous. 9,900 points to go until 10,000.
Clench fist.
System. Host. TT. Touched. MASU-MANHUA. Yes, so you should provide me with more props in the future. System. Get lost. You prop scamming fiend. System. I was going to tell the host that the task progress bar has increased. How could you treat me like this, host?
Hehe.
MASU-MANHUA. The progress bar has increased. System. Yes, beg me and I'll tell you. The protagonist's love meter has risen by 5. MASU-MANHUA. You've already told me. System. Crap, I let it slip. Those who deceive others will ultimately deceive themselves. It wasn't the first or second time the system had deceived itself. MASU-MANHUA was accustomed to it. MASU-MANHUA. Why didn't you mention having a love meter earlier? System. Huh? Doesn't the host know? MASU-MANHUA. Should I know? System. Shouldn't you?
MAU-AU.
System. But, the host knew I had lockpicking tools. Why wouldn't you know about the love meter? MASU-MANHUA. She was speechless. MASU-MANHUA. What's the current value? System. Host, please wait. The instrument is calculating. System. Report to the host. The protagonist's love meter is at 25. Love level. Above acquaintance. Below friend. Love meter at 25. MASU-MANHUA recalled the system mentioning that the love meter had increased by 5 points. In other words, the male and female protagonists had spontaneously accumulated 20 love prior to this. They were truly a match made in heaven. The more she looked at them, the more compatible they seemed. System. Excuse me for interrupting. Even strangers have 0 to 20 love. Please don't be presumptuous. MASU-MANHUA. What does that mean? System. Host. Human love is very complex. Strangers, even upon their first meeting, will experience a certain degree of attraction due to the other person's appearance, temperament, demeanor, family background, experience, etc. MASU-MANHUA. I know, I'm human too. System. Don't interrupt. The host is no different from a non-human. System. I'll continue. This degree of attraction, which I call love, is generally around 0-20. Unless the person has absolutely no redeeming qualities and embodies everything you dislike, the attraction will be negative. MASU-MANHUA. I see. System. There are even many people whose initial love can reach over 70, which is what people call love at first sight. For example, those 3 hosts were like that, but after the host's integration, it directly became 40. MASU-MANHUA. Those 3?
Who are they?
System. MASU-MANHUA. System. Never mind. MASU-MANHUA. Time for your medicine? System. After a lengthy explanation from the system, MASU-MANHUA finally understood the concept of the love meter. The system's love meter can also be said to be the widely recognized degree of attraction. However, attraction is unidirectional, simply referring to one person's liking for another. On the other hand, the love meter is a bidirectional value, referring to the mutual attraction between 2 people. Love meter 0 to 20 is stranger, passerby. 20 to 40 is dispensable person, acquaintance. 40 to 60 is close person, friend. 60 to 80 is liked person, lover. 80 to 99 is person in love, beloved. 100 is life partner. And Ma Haohao's task is closely related to the love meter. Only when the protagonist's love meter reaches 100 will she have successfully protected love. Otherwise, even if it's 99, it will be considered a task failure, and she will have to accept the system's punishment and enter the punishment world. Ma Haohao heard about the punishment world for the first time and felt a sense of crisis. Plan ABC had successively failed, and only Plan D, which she didn't have high hopes for, had had some effect. She didn't know when she would be able to complete 100 love. Just thinking about it made her want to pull her hair out. In the bustling atmosphere of the cafeteria, a striking young man donned a pristine spring jacket, accompanied by a bashful girl whose face seemed familiar. Engaging in animated conversation, they gestured enthusiastically, swiftly whisking away their companion, Xianxia. The onlookers had long since dispersed, while the diligent cafeteria staff tidied up the remnants of half-eaten meals. Ma Haohua, having refilled her plate, carelessly wiped the remnants of food from her trousers with a damp napkin and settled at the adjacent table to the male lead. With Xia Xiaotian absent, it was prudent for her to observe Qi Jianan more closely. As she savored a large piece of pork chop, she tuned in to the system's updates. System. Report to the host. The protagonist's affection value has increased by 1.
Mao.
It has risen again? System. Indeed, host, that is correct. Smiley face. Ma Haohua. Little receiver, are you certain your apparatus is functioning properly? System. I assure you, there are no error notifications. Ma Haohua was perplexed. There had been no interaction between the protagonists, and they had yet to even lay eyes on one another. The affection value had already surged by 5 points, and now it was inexplicably rising further. Was the male lead experiencing a severe delay in his emotions, or had she simply lost touch with the romantic ideals of the younger generation? System. Report to the host. The affection value has increased by another point. System. Report to the host. The affection value has doubled. System. Report to the host. The affection value has once again surged. By the end of her meal, the system had relayed multiple updates. When Ma Haohua finished eating, the affection value had escalated from 25 to 30. She turned her head, scrutinizing the male lead with a keen eye, meticulously analyzing the subtle nuances of his expressions. There was not a trace of excitement to be found. System. Host, have you discerned anything? Ma Haohua. No. System. Host. It is rather disheartening that you are unfamiliar with the male lead you have written.
Mao.
Ma Haohua. If I must say, I do have a slight opinion. System. What? Have you deduced the reason for the inexplicable rise in affection value? Ma Haohua. Well, let me pose a question. Does an increase in affection value necessarily correlate with romantic feelings? System. Theoretically, the affection value is indeed linked to love, but in reality, it only becomes truly relevant once it surpasses 50. In the early stages, it leans more towards friendship and similar sentiments. Ma Haohua. As I suspected. System. What are your thoughts? Ma Haohua. First and foremost, since the affection value is a mutual metric, we can eliminate the possibility of the female lead's feelings for the male lead increasing. Would you agree? System. I understand that from the female lead's perspective, the male lead and she have virtually no interaction, so an increase in affection value seems unlikely. However, does it not differ for the male lead?
Mao. No.
You have overlooked someone. Lin Zhao. System. The second male lead? Did you not mention disregarding individuals outside the main characters? System. So, what are you suggesting? Ma Haohua. Based on my analysis, the female lead's actions towards the second male lead caused the male lead to develop a favorable impression of her. System. Is the male lead truly that immature? Ma Haohua. It must be so. System. I have my reservations about this reasoning. System. Well. Ma Haohua. Since you concede, it stands as such. System. When did I agree? Ma Haohua. Your silence implies acquiescence. System. Although Plan D encountered minor setbacks, it ultimately remained on course. The affection value, even if increased due to the male second lead's misfortunes, still counted as progress. Every small gain matters. With the male lead's growing fondness for the female lead, it indicated a positive trajectory. Ma Haohua stubbornly believed that the rise in affection value was inextricably linked to the enhancement of the female lead's allure. Despite the somewhat ungraceful appearance of a vegetable leaf atop her head, a beautiful woman adorned with such a leaf was far more captivating than an unattractive counterpart. Would the male lead's affections have surged so swiftly had he not glimpsed the female lead without her glasses? It was all a testament to her beauty. Determined, MASU-MANHUA resolved to embark on a mission to elevate the female lead's beauty. Success was the only option. Failure was not permitted. Having swiftly finished her lunch, MASU-MANHUA gathered her tray and exited the cafeteria. She had changed into a clean school uniform, though the jacket and trousers hung loosely on her frame, and her hair appeared hastily rinsed, with the ends still bearing traces of moisture. Lin Zhao stood beside a bashful girl, while Xianxia expressed gratitude with fervent nods. System. Host, my goodness. MASU-MANHUA, I am not your mother. System. That is not what I meant. I was referring to the girl beside the female lead. MASU-MANHUA, what about her? System. Xianxia. MASU-MANHUA. No wonder she seems somewhat familiar. It is indeed a striking resemblance. System. Striking resemblance? It is her. As if to affirm the system's claim, the bashful girl noticed MASU-MANHUA and shot her a fierce glare. Without that glare, MASU-MANHUA might not have recognized her, but the moment their eyes met, familiarity washed over her. MASU-MANHUA. Ah, it really is her. And then what? System. Host, you haven't forgotten, have you? Xianxia is quite the vicious antagonist, and she is currently beside the female lead. The system's reminder jolted MASU-MANHUA's memory. Occasionally, she found herself pondering how adorably exquisite Xianxia's features were. If only she could overlook her malicious intent. System. Host, Xianxia is also one of the reasons for the female lead's romantic failures. Can you not feel a sense of urgency? MASU-MANHUA. System. Tell me loudly, can you? MASU-MANHUA. I can. The system was correct. Xianxia was indeed a catalyst for the male and female lead's tragic fate. She had previously sabotaged Xia Xiaotian's efforts to win Lin Zhao's affection, causing Xia Xiaotian to lose face in front of the male lead and his friends, further diminishing Qi Zhainan's acceptance of her. As Xianxia chatted and laughed with Xia Xiaotian and Lin Zhao, MASU-MANHUA could not shake the feeling that a nefarious glint sparkled in her eyes. Alarm bells rang within MASU-MANHUA's mind. She could not allow the hard-won affection value to be jeopardized by Xianxia. She needed to act swiftly and establish a connection with the female lead without delay. Based on MASU-MANHUA's recollection, Xia Xiaotian's suicide attempt occurred in the second semester of her junior year, while Qi Zhainan's bet with his friends took place at the end of his freshman year. Thus, even without Xiaoxia's prior contact with Xia Xiaotian, MASU-MANHUA had limited time to transform the female protagonist. After much deliberation and guidance from the system, MASU-MANHUA resolved to employ her ultimate strategy. Plans A, B, C, and D were all deemed insufficient. The most dependable method to connect with the female lead was to become her classmate and cultivate a deep bond through daily interactions. At No. 1 high school, the division between liberal arts and sciences began in the sophomore year. If her memory served her correctly, the academically gifted female protagonist would follow Qi Zhanan into the top liberal arts class. In the real world, MASU-MANHUA was also an academic achiever, but unfortunately, her expertise lay in the sciences. To gain admission to the same liberal arts class as the female lead, she would need to exert considerable effort. MASU-MANHUA dedicated a day to refining Plan E, formulating her ultimate strategy. Prioritize diligent study while supplementing it with unconventional methods to approach the female lead from multiple angles. Study assiduously and protect the female lead from bullying. With the plan finalized, MASU-MANHUA promptly organized a pile of study materials, including various exam simulations and practice papers. Furthermore, starting the following morning, she would head to the lecture hall before dawn to recite textbooks. According to MASU-MANHUA, liberal arts differed from sciences. While sciences relied on extensive problem-solving, liberal arts emphasized rote memorization. System. Host, you've been getting up too early these days. MASU-MANHUA. Is it early? This is a normal wake-up time for high school students. System. Host, did you really wake up at this time every day in high school? MASU-MANHUA. Yes. System. I'm now convinced you're an academic prodigy. MASU-MANHUA. What made you doubt my academic prowess? System. Silly. MASU-MANHUA. A silly system has no right to call others silly. System. I'm not a silly system. Ma how how. Then just hypnotize yourself into believing you're not. System. Host, the only time you're not silly is when you're arguing with me. Ma how how. Thank you for the compliment. System. In reality, while not numerous, there were still a few students at No. 1 high school who woke up before dawn. The lecture hall housed a couple dozen early risers, each engrossed in their studies. However, most of them were seniors preparing for their college entrance exams. After 3 years, their school uniforms had faded from washing. A freshman like Ma Hao Hao, wearing a brand new uniform, was a rare sight. Ma Hao Hao had secured a designated seat in the back row of the lecture hall, where she kept numerous practice books and test papers. Thanks to her peculiar preferences, she could usually occupy an entire row of seats by herself. As usual, Ma Hao Hao headed towards her designated seat in the back row upon entering a lecture hall. However, she soon realized that she had acquired a desk mate. System. Host. I think I'm malfunctioning. I'm seeing things I shouldn't be seeing. Ma Hao Hao. It's not a malfunction. I see it too. Ma Hao Hao, you're asking me? Who should I ask? System. If I don't ask you, who should I ask? Aren't you the author? Ma Hao Hao. Ma Hao Hao. I suspect it has something to do with the fluctuations in the love meter last night. Strangely, ever since Ma Hao Hao bumped into the female lead at the cafeteria, the love meter had been inexplicably rising daily. Ma Hao Hao and the system had discussed it, initially assuming it was residual affection from the male lead. But the duration of this residual affection seemed excessively long. The system would occasionally announce, reporting host, the protagonist's love meter has increased by X. Once, Ma Hao Hao was awakened by the system's sudden announcement in the middle of the night. Ma Hao Hao was baffled. What were the protagonists doing late at night that caused the love meter to rise? The love meter surged by 10 yesterday afternoon. Ma Hao Hao and the system were stunned. 10, rounded up, was 100, and it hadn't even been a week yet. Ma Hao Hao temporarily suspended her study plan yesterday afternoon and snuck to the entrance of Class 7 to observe the situation. However, she observed that the male and female leads were still ignoring each other. The female lead was focused on writing her test paper, while the male lead was laughing and playing with his classmates. There was no indication of any romantic development. Had they been secretly passing notes in class? Or was her observation not thorough enough, and she had missed something? Ma Hao Hao couldn't draw a conclusion after an entire afternoon. Consequently, she recorded the case in her notebook, classifying it as one of No. 1 high school's 10 unsolved mysteries. Now, seeing Xianxia in the lecture hall, Ma Hao Hao believed the mystery could be solved. System. Host. What do you mean? Ma Hao Hao, there's only one truth. The female lead appearing here at 5 a.m. can only be explained by one thing. System. What explanation? I'm all ears. Ma Hao Hao, she's living on campus. System. Anyone with eyes can see that. I want to know the reason she's living on campus. Ma Hao Hao, isn't it because of the male lead? System. Oh my god. Host, are you saying? Ma Hao Hao, the male lead lives on campus. For his sake, the female lead resolutely chose to live on campus. For a love-struck person, this is not impossible. System. Then, those 10 points on the love meter yesterday.
Ma Hao Hao.
Yes. The male lead learned that the female lead was living on campus and was deeply moved. His affection soared. System. It sounds reasonable, but something still doesn't feel right. Ma Hao Hao, don't overthink it. That's how it is. System. Really? Ma Hao Hao, instead of splitting hairs, let's focus on what's more important right now. System. Huh? Is there anything more important than studying? Oh, Ma Hao Hao. The purpose of studying is to get closer to the female lead. Now that the female lead is right in front of us, why bother going the long way? System. Host, I suddenly realize you're so clever. What should we do? Ma Hao Hao. Don't worry, watch me. System. Host. Are you sure this is okay? Can I trust you? Ma Hao Hao. Smiles. System. Worried mother's face, under the system's distrustful gaze. Ma Hao Hao boldly interrupted the female lead's practice questions. Excuse me, classmate. My seat is inside. Could you let me through? Xianxia heard the voice and looked up from her book. She adjusted her thick glasses and followed Ma Hao Hao's finger to the innermost seat. She hastily stood up. Oh, I see. Sure, sure. Ma Hao Hao flashed her a smile, thanked her softly, and stepped sideways to walk past her seat. But before she could take a few steps, she suddenly stopped, as if inadvertently noticing the practice book spread out on Xia Xiaotian's desk. She gasped exaggeratedly. Oh my god, classmate. Is this your book? Ma Hao Hao held Xia Xiaotian's practice book with excitement, showering it with praise. Finally, she grasped Xia Xiaotian's hand. Where did you find this book? I've been looking for it for so long.
Eh.
Xia Xiaotian gazed at the notebook clutched in Ma Hao's grasp, his expression a mixture of hesitation and suppressed words. Was that not the very workbook uniformly distributed by the school? 025. The Friendship of Scholars system. I should never have held expectations for the host. Such acting skills unparalleled. Ma Hao Hao, do not concern yourself with the process. What matters is the outcome. System. With so many notebooks, you just had to pick the school's assignment book. How can I not be dissatisfied? Ma Hao Hao, is it my fault for having a dark fate? System. If not you, then who? Ma Hao Hao. Fair enough. At 6:10 in the morning, the bell rang promptly at the first high school, signaling the students in the lecture hall to begin packing their belongings, preparing to depart. Ma Hao Hao jotted down several formulas on a piece of scrap paper, using a pen to write the solution steps in Xia Xiaotian's assignment book. She drew an auxiliary line here, calculated the area of this region first, making subsequent calculations much simpler. Xia Xiaotian took the assignment book, nodding at Ma Hao Hao's reasoning. Wow, you're amazing. Truly, your method is far simpler than my clumsy approach. Ma Hao Hao graciously accepted the protagonist's praise. This problem also involves knowledge from the second and third years. It's perfectly normal not to know it. It's quite impressive that you could solve it. As a genuine academic prodigy, high school math problems were trivial for Ma Hao Hao, having attended math Olympiad classes since childhood. Xia Xiaotian shook her head, filled with admiration for Ma Hao Hao. That's not true. I still have a long way to go compared to you. I never expected you to be this exceptional. In just a few hours, the bond between Ma Hao Hao and the protagonist blossomed. Despite a slight misstep at the beginning, through her relentless efforts, she finally connected with the protagonist, sharing a camaraderie born from mutual respect. Like-minded individuals attract one another. Two scholars encountered each other, both feeling a sense of kinship and a regret that they had not met sooner. How could Ma Hao Hao let such a splendid opportunity slip by? She wished to become Xia Xiaotian's regular dining companion.
Xia
Xiaotian fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, revealing an apologetic expression. I have a class cadre meeting this morning. I've already made plans with the class monitor. How about we eat together tomorrow instead? As she spoke, a faint blush rose to her cheeks, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Ma Hao Hao initially thought she felt awkward about declining her invitation and waved her hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need to worry. There was no rush for a dining companion. Merely speaking with the protagonist today was already her greatest achievement since entering the story. Patience is a virtue. One must not be hasty when pursuing long-term goals. Ma Hao Hao understood this well. Then I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow, she said, shouldering her backpack. Agreeing to meet Xia Xiaotian for a meal the next day, and waved goodbye. Having struck up a connection with the protagonist, the long-standing worry in Ma Hao Hao's heart was finally resolved. She felt invigorated, smiling at everyone she encountered. When she bumped into Xianxia, she even proactively greeted her, causing Xianxia's expression to twist in irritation. The class's punching bag and their peers were taken aback when they saw Ma Hao Hao and Xianxia enter the classroom, one smiling broadly, the other scowling. They were terrified at the prospect of the class's top student causing chaos. How should the lesser mortals protect themselves? Unbeknownst to Ma Hao Hao, she paid no heed to Xianxia's annoyance or her deskmate's fright. Shortly after finishing her breakfast, the system indicated that her love value had reached 50, signaling that the romance between the male and female leads was quietly blossoming. With two pieces of good news greeting her that morning, Ma Hao Hao's spirit soared. And when she went to lunch, she skipped along, humming a tune. What a beautiful day it is. I'm going to school with my little backpack, carrying 2 bombs. System. Host, what song are you singing? Ma Hao Hao. I don't know. System. How cruel. Carrying bombs in your backpack. What do you intend to do? Ma Hao Hao. Blow up the school. System. Officer, that's the person. Mao Hao Hao continued her playful banter with the system, bouncing along while repeating the only lyric she knew. Just as she was getting into the rhythm, a voice suddenly inquired, "Hey, shorty, what song are you singing?" Mao Hao Hao noticed that a tall classmate had appeared beside her at some point, but she did not pay attention to who it was. Without thinking, she replied, "The song about blowing up the school." The person chuckled. "With your little frame, you think you can blow up the school? Your aspirations are lofty, but reality might be a bit harsh. Better give up." After saying that, he playfully tugged at Mao Hao Hao's ponytail. Protecting her hair, she turned to find Qi Gu's handsome face before her. Only then did she realize, "Qi Gu, what are you doing here?" Qi Gu tossed the basketball in his hand, spinning it with his finger to show off. "Can't you tell? I'm here to play ball." He glanced at Mao Hao Hao before looking at her again. Mao Hao Hao, not intending to hide anything, pointed to his basketball jersey and pronounced each number slowly. "There, 2, 1, 3. Qi Gu followed her finger down to look. "It's 23, okay? Isn't it 213? There's a vertical line in the middle." The vertical line is the stroke of the character Ti in sports school. Qi Gu's forehead furrowed in annoyance, his frustration with the school team's jersey deepening. How could the shorty misread it like that? Mao Hao Hao explained, "Oh, I thought it was meant to create a double entendre. Qi Gu. Just don't call me 213 from now on, understood?" He tucked the ball under his arm and gently tapped her forehead with his hand. "Okay, got it, 213. Mao Hao Hao replied, covering her forehead. Qi Gu chuckled again, wanting to pinch her puffed-up cheeks. The shorty, who was so openly obsequious, was becoming increasingly endearing. Let it be 213. She could consider it a term of endearment from her. Dahua said something similar. Couples often have special names for each other. With that thought, Qi Gu felt a surprising thrill rather than irritation. As for the meaning of 2132b, who cares? He didn't know. Walking alongside Mao Hao Hao, Qi Gu could not help but notice her swaying ponytail and reached out to touch her hair. "Where have you been these past few days?" The provincial competition was nearing its end, yet the shorty had not come to cheer for him, and he had not seen her figure for days. Mao Hao Hao dodged Qi Gu's hand. "Nowhere, just studying." Qi Gu asked, "What else besides studying?" Mao Hao Hao replied, "Eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom." Qi Gu. Who asked her that? He meant to inquire if she had recovered from her cold these past few days, if she had missed him. Forget it. It was clear she hadn't. Qi Gu scratched his head, feeling inexplicably despondent. Oblivious to his thoughts, Mao Hao Hao glanced at her watch. "Did you need something?" If not, she wanted to eat. She still had a pile of study plans to complete by noon. Qi Gu pouted. "What? A busy person can't be sought out for no reason?" Mao Hao Hao was puzzled. "Why would you come looking for me if there's nothing going on?" Qi Gu fell silent. He tossed the ball in his hand, seemingly concentrating all his attention on his fingers. As Mao Hao Hao noticed his prolonged silence, she grew even more confused and raised her foot to say goodbye. "I have things to do. I'm leaving, bye." Seeing her about to leave without a word, Qi Gu, in a panic, yanked her backpack. "Stop. You're not going anywhere." Mao Hao Hao halted and looked at him. Qi Gu closed his eyes, steeling himself, and said nonchalantly, "It's nothing major, but next Tuesday is the men's basketball finals. Come watch me play." After speaking, his ears flushed crimson.
Mao obediently nodded.
Took a step forward and waved at him once more, saying, "I'm not going. I have to study next Tuesday." "Damn it, you must go. Do you understand?" He replied. Ma Hao Hai walked away, responding, "I don't know." TSK, Qi Gu, both exasperated and helpless, could only watch Ma Hao Hai's retreating figure, feeling utterly powerless. Truly, such a heartless child. 026. Bottleneck period uncertain if it was due to the impending finals. Ma Hao Hao had not encountered Qi Gu again in the past week. Previously, she had spotted him several times from a distance, casually mingling with his teammates as they headed to the cafeteria, but now the basketball team seemed to have vanished entirely. It was rumored that in preparation for the competition, even the basketball team from one high school had taken a leave of absence to concentrate their training at the gym, and it was likely that the sports academy was doing the same. Ma Hao Hao held no interest in basketball, and even less so in watching a group of high school students play. Qi Gu's invitation did not sway her. She had just forged a scholarly friendship with the female lead and was currently in a crucial emotional phase that required her undivided attention. This was far more significant than watching a stranger play basketball. Embracing this thought, she continued with her activities, undistracted by her classmates' fervent discussions around her. On Tuesday morning, she rose promptly at 5, shouldered her backpack, and made her way to the lecture hall. As she pushed open the door, she spotted Xianxia already seated in the last row, waving at her from a distance. The classroom was notably less populated than usual. No. One high school took the provincial basketball tournament very seriously, granting half a day off to all grades except for the graduating class, encouraging everyone to support the school's team. Having barely settled in, the system in her mind began to clamor. System, host. Don't you think our female lead seems a bit off today? Ma-how-how. Ma-how-how. Could you perhaps be a bit more gentle when you appear? System. What is wrong with me? Ma-how-how. Is it too much to ask for a softer greeting when you interrupt a scholar's studies? System. You have so many demands. Hello, host. I'm here. Report. Our female lead seems a bit peculiar today. Is that all right? Ma-how-how. Yes, that's much better. What seems to be the issue? System. I can't quite put my finger on it, but she's just not herself today.
Mao-ao.
That's hardly helpful. System. In forming a friendship with Xianxia, Ma-how-how and the system had clearly defined roles. She was responsible for diligently studying to enter the elite class, while the system was tasked with observing Xianxia's every move, transforming into a lovesick admirer. However, Xianxia truly was the embodiment of Ma-how-how's scholarly attributes. Both were intensely focused on their studies. They resolutely tackled problems and memorized content, engrossed for over an hour, rendering the system's lovesick tendencies entirely ineffective. No matter how closely it observed, the female lead's expression during study was that of a stoic scholar. Yet today, Xianxia appeared somewhat distracted. Prompted by the system's alert, Ma-how-how set her book aside and discreetly observed her companion. Indeed, as the system had pointed out, Xianxia was acting unusually. While memorizing, she would drift off, staring at the ceiling, her cheeks flushed. While solving problems, she would pause, biting her lip, shaking her head in a conflicted manner. System, host. What do you think is troubling the female lead? Ma-how-how. Perhaps she has been single for too long. System, huh? Ma-how-how. After being single for so long, even the ceiling and her homework seemed charming. System. Do you believe the female lead would be aware of your thoughts? She might just retaliate. Ma-how-how. Oh. System. Host, I'm serious. Do you think there is an issue between her and the male lead? Ma-how-how, perhaps. Since the protagonist's affection value had risen to 50, the increase had become exceedingly slow. A whole week had passed, yet the progress bar remained stagnant at 52. Ma-how-how had inquired of the system and learned that as the affection value approached its peak, the increments would slow down, so she hadn't taken it too seriously, assuming it was merely a phase of the protagonist's feelings reaching a plateau. However, it now seemed that this bottleneck was not a typical one. There appeared to be some discord between the male and female leads. This problem could be solved more efficiently by employing a different method to calculate the values of A, B, and C. Ma-how-how scribbled in her notebook, glancing up at Xianxia halfway through, only to find her lost in thought. Xianxia rested her chin in one hand, idly holding a black pen, unconsciously doodling in her notebook. Ma-how-how leaned closer, noticing that she had drawn 2 stick figures at the bottom of the page. A wooden man? What could that possibly signify?
Huh? What? Xianxia,
unaware of her own unconscious scribbles, caught sight of the content at the page's footer, her face instantly flushing. She hastily covered the bottom of the page with her hand, nervously shaking her head. It's nothing at all. There's no meaning behind it. Such a strong reaction raised suspicions. No one would believe her denials, not even the oblivious system. Was there something weighing on her mind? If she didn't mind, Ma-how-how could be her sounding board. With a gentle smile, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. System. Ding. A warm reminder. Your caring sister is now online. Ma-how-how. Sensual sister. Ready to provide counsel. System. Yexem. Sensual? May I inquire about your appearance? MASU-MANHUA, I have no face. System.
I am terrified.
MASU-MANHUA's readiness to provide support was not without merit. As the saying goes, when a group of lovebirds and single individuals congregate, the lovebirds showcase their affection while the singles assist with their emotional dilemmas. Having been single for over 20 years, MASU-MANHUA possessed a wealth of experience in romantic consultations, adept at addressing various issues related to love, marriage, childbirth, and even divorce, making her a veritable expert in the field. MASU-MANHUA. So, tell me, are you skilled? System. I'm beginning to believe your dubious claims. Under MASU-MANHUA's gaze, Xianxia's face turned crimson, and after a moment of shyness, she finally spoke. Do you want to go watch the basketball game? A basketball game? Not particularly. MASU-MANHUA opened her mouth to decline, but the system intervened just in time, halting her response. System, stop. Host, once the words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Think carefully. MASU-MANHUA, what is wrong? System, host, do you truly believe anyone would consult you for emotional advice? MASU-MANHUA, indeed, most come to ask how to break up with their partners. I've heard the results are quite effective. System. Just one question. Did you not notice the female lead's desire to attend the basketball game? MASU-MANHUA, my female lead is solely focused on the male lead and her studies. System. Host, you might be missing the point. The male lead is participating in the basketball game. MASU-MANHUA, that is implausible. System. Why would I deceive you? I saw the male lead's name on the roster. MASU-MANHUA. That defies logic. MASU-MANHUA believed the system would not fabricate such claims. However, the male lead in her narrative did not fit the mold of an athletic youth and showed little enthusiasm for sports. How could he possibly engage in basketball? System. But you fail to understand. The male lead is participating because his half-brother is on the opposing team. MASU-MANHUA, is that really the case? System. Consider this. Qing is intensely competitive. He pursued the female lead for months over a trivial bet. With his brother on the opposing team, how could he resist the urge to win? With the system's explanation, MASU-MANHUA felt the plot had indeed thickened. The male lead in Painful Currents was established as an illegitimate child. Although the male protagonist is not particularly enthusiastic about sports, he is deeply invested in matters concerning his brother, relishing the fierce competition between them. Currently, they vie for affection, but in the future, it will inevitably evolve into a contest for inheritance. System. Allow me to once again express my disdain. Host, what kind of nonsensical setup have you created? An illegitimate child with a half-brother? Such outdated tropes are relics of a bygone era. MASU-MANHUA finds herself helpless, as this novel is indeed a remnant from years past. During that time, narratives steeped in sorrow and despair were in vogue, misleadingly termed as youthful pain literature. The female and male leads, lacking a tragic backstory, are not gazing wistfully at the sky from a 45-degree angle, nor are they contemplating self-harm or uttering the phrase, "Can we not be sad?" They would feel embarrassed to claim they are writing a school-themed narrative. After some contemplation, MASU-MANHUA promptly altered her demeanor. She grasped Xiaotian's hand, gazing intently into her eyes, and declared, "I want to go. I truly want to go. I desperately want to go. Xiaotian, I implore you to accompany me to the basketball game." Xiaotian was taken aback by MASU-MANHUA's fervent reaction. 027. Basketball game. MASU-MANHUA and Xiaotian had made plans to watch the male protagonist play basketball. They convened at the entrance of Class 7. But just as they were about to depart, the class teacher of Class 7 detained Xiaotian for a lengthy discussion lasting nearly 20 minutes. By the time she was finally released, MASU-MANHUA and Xiaotian arrived at the basketball court only to find that the game was already halfway through. "Go, Class 1. The cheers echoed through the air. As the temperature rose in May, the absence of air conditioning in the venue made the atmosphere feel as if they were enveloped by waves of heat. The home team, Class 1, boasted an unparalleled popularity, with cheers and shouts almost lifting the roof off the gymnasium. Numerous boys and girls rolled up their sleeves, flushed with excitement, their faces radiant as they shouted, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Some students even brought trash cans to stand on, desperate for a better view of the court. MASU-MANHUA, at a significant height disadvantage, struggled alongside Xiaotian to squeeze into the front row, feeling more exhausted than after completing 10 difficult math problems. Steadying herself, she peered into the court just in time to see Qing soaring above the three-point line, the basketball held high as he leaped gracefully, his body slightly arched backward, releasing the ball in a perfect parabola. The crisp sound of the net swishing coincided with the referee's whistle. Wonderful. The crowd gasped in admiration for this stunning three-pointer, but the applause was swiftly drowned out by a chorus of boos. Go, sports school. Go, sports school. Class 1 will surely win. Class 1, don't mind. Ma Haohao suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Qing. Competing in such a hostile environment posed a tremendous psychological challenge. Despite the overwhelming support for Class 1, the scoreboard reflected an increasing lead for the sports school team. Xianxia attempted a dunk, only to be met with a fierce block from Qing, sending him crashing to the ground. The basketball bounced off the floor, and Qing seized it, gesturing to his teammates for a renewed offensive. The score difference had widened to 20 points. So cool. Ma Haohao overheard a nearby girl whisper, clearly referring to Qing's impressive block. Was he truly that handsome? Ma Haohao found herself questioning this. System. Host, I seriously suspect your taste is questionable?
Mao.
System. 213 is not handsome? What then qualifies as handsome? I'm practically swooning over him. He is so thrilling.
Mao. Swooning?
Aren't you already bent? System. Before Ma Haohao could delve further into the topic, the system's notification interrupted her thoughts. System. Report. Host. The protagonist's love value has increased by 2. Repeat. Love value increased by 2. Current total. 52. This unexpected delight made Ma Haohao momentarily forget her conversation with the system. Attending the basketball game had indeed been the right choice. Her love value, stagnant for days, had finally risen. Stealing a glance at Xiaotian, Ma Haohao noticed her gripping her sleeves tightly, her brow furrowed in concern as she anxiously watched the game. Xianxia had been knocked down by Qing, and Xiaotian's worried expression was entirely understandable. Ma Haohao paused to consider this. Could it be that Xianxia's injury and defeat were causing Xiaotian to gradually realize her true feelings, her tear-filled eyes reflecting her deep affection for him? The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became, and she offered a warm smile to Qing, who was hydrating in the break area. 213, good job. Don't hesitate to give the male lead a thorough thrashing.
Cough. Cough.
Inadvertently meeting Ma Haohao's gaze, Qing choked on his drink. Damn. Why is she here? Didn't she say she wouldn't come? Song Shuhua grumbled, wiping the spit from Qing's arm with a towel.
Ugh.
Goo, that's disgusting. Normally, Qing would have retaliated against such mockery, but today he remained unusually quiet, staring blankly at his sports drink, his ears flushed red. The bottle in his hand was nearly crumpled from his grip. Goo, are you okay? Song Shuhua asked, patting him gently. Qing looked up, his expression one of bewilderment. I'm fine. What's wrong? He spoke as he set the deformed bottle aside, only to step on a spilled drink, slipping and falling flat on the floor. Song Shuhua. Qing. Teammates. Coach. Qing. What the hell are you doing?
Go, Class 1.
Class 1 will surely win. The cheerleaders of Class 1 rallied once more. The usually composed Xiaotian was swept up by the fervor. Her neck flushed as she shouted, Go, Class 1. Lin.
Go.
To show solidarity with the female lead, Ma Haohao joined in the cheers, only to earn a displeased glare from the sports school captain, Qing. Ma Haohao, is it just me? System. What did you say? Ma Haohao, 213 seems to be shrouded in a menacing aura. System. Host, when did you gain the ability to see through such things? Ma Haohao, care to take a look? I'll give you a 50 discount, 500 points for a session. System. Merchant of Deceit. System. 213's aura is not menacing. He is simply angry. Ma Haohao. Why is he angry? System. Host. If you were a player on the court and 213 cheered for someone else in front of you, wouldn't you be upset? Ma Haohao. I feel like a starfish. System. I think not. Assessment complete. Host has been saved. Smiley face. Ma Haohao. Is it really that dramatic? System. Yes. Ma, how. If one were to judge solely by Qi Gu's expression rather than the scoreboard, one might think that the sports school was in a precarious position, on the verge of being overtaken by the male lead S team. However, the reality was that Qi Gu was a force to be reckoned with, unyielding and unstoppable. Within mere minutes, he not only snatched several rebounds but also scored multiple three-pointers, leaving Class 1 defenseless. Even the girls who had initially cheered for Qi Zhanan and Lin Zhao began to whisper among themselves, "He is so handsome. Oh no. I think I'm switching sides." Ma Haohao could only hear the system reporting that her love value was skyrocketing. Class 1 trailed by a point. Love value increased a little. Trailing by another point, love value increased again. Immersed in the blissful notifications, Ma Haohao silently wished for more basketball games of this nature to come her way. 028. The Undersea Needle. The defeat of the team from Yizhong was entirely anticipated by Ma Haohao, and it confirmed the timeline for the unfolding of the plot. For instance, the wager made by the male protagonist and his friends. In the narrative, Ma Haohao mentions it occurring at the end of the first semester of high school, but this is merely a vague reference. On which exact day does it take place? Apologies, as this is the author's first book, and such details were never contemplated.
Oars.
In her youthful innocence, Ma Haohao once drafted an outline for a campus novel. The male protagonist, Qi Zhang'an, as an illegitimate child, grew up overshadowed by his legitimate elder brother. Each time he failed to compete with his brother, he found himself teetering on the edge of societal vengeance. Qi Zhang'an agreed to his friend's wager, stemming from his frustration after losing to his brother, seeking someone to vent his emotions upon. However, as she continued writing, Ma Haohao's plot deviated, and both the storyline and outline were discarded, gathering dust in a corner. Now it appears that this world, although fictional, possesses a certain self-improvement mechanism, spontaneously completing the narrative that Ma Haohao had not penned. She is almost certain that the day after this basketball match, Qi Zhang'an accepted the wager and subsequently launched a fierce pursuit of Xia Xiaotian. Does this not imply that she has little time left to dally with the female protagonist? Contemplating this, Ma Haohao glanced at Xia Xiaotian. Clutching the drink and towel she had purchased before entering the gym, Xia Xiaotian gazed hesitantly towards the Yizhong team, contemplating whether to deliver water to the male protagonist. Dressed in a simple school uniform coat, with old-fashioned oval glasses perched on her nose and thick bangs obscuring her forehead, she appeared quite unremarkable. Ma Haohao sighed inwardly. Time was of the essence, and she needed to quickly enhance the female protagonist's appearance. The basketball match concluded, marking the end of the boys' battle, while the girls' contest had only just commenced. Unlike the majority of boys, the girls watched the game not for the skill displayed but for the attractiveness of the players. Hence, once the game ended, the male students dispersed, while the female students chattered excitedly around both teams. Qi Zhang'an, who enjoyed considerable popularity, along with the second male lead, Lin Zhao, despite their defeat, found themselves encircled by a throng of girls, outnumbering even the females surrounding the championship team by more than double. Among them, the most conspicuous was Xianxia, a familiar face to Ma Haohao, who energetically pushed aside numerous competitors, squeezing her way to Lin Zhao's side, offering towels and water, even going so far as to personally wipe his sweat and feed him water.
How terrifying.
Ma Haohao finally understood the experience her friends often described as blindingly dazzling. She made a considerable effort to ignore Zhang Xiaoxia's overt displays of affection towards Lin Zhao and redirected her attention to Qi Zhang'an. His countenance was dark, and the boys surrounding him wore playful grins, seemingly engaged in some light-hearted banter. Ma Haohao speculated whether they were betting on Qi Zhang'an pursuing Xia Xiaotian, when her mind was suddenly interrupted by a system alert. System. Warning, warning. The protagonist's love value has decreased by 5. Please be advised. The protagonist's love value has decreased by 5. Current love value at 47. Immediate action required. Ma Haohao was taken aback by the sudden red alert. Love value decreased? What on earth is this Xianxia? Ma Haohao, little one, can love value really decrease? System. Of course, host. If it can increase, it can also decrease. Is that not quite normal? System. Please wait, host, let me consult the manual. Ma Haohao, this is quite shocking. Are you suggesting that the male lead has lost faith in love after his defeat? System. Host. The one clearly affected is our female protagonist. MASU-MANHUA. System. Please, take a moment to observe the female protagonist's expression, shall we? Prompted by the system. MASU-MANHUA immediately focused on Xia Xiaotian's demeanor. Xia Xiaotian had her head lowered, biting her lip tightly, her hands gripping the water bottle as her fingers absent-mindedly picked at the label. Her thick bangs fell forward, obscuring her eyes and casting half her face in shadow, presenting an image of someone who had been wronged. MASU-MANHUA, little one, it seems the female protagonist is on the verge of tears. System. For goodness sake, host. Did you just notice? MASU-MANHUA, I cannot comprehend why the female protagonist is so affected. System. Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. How could I possibly know? As a woman yourself, shouldn't you understand better?
Peking knows MASU-MANHUA. MASU-MANHUA pondered extensively,
believing she should seek the reason from the male protagonist. Ever since Qing lost the game, he had worn a sullen expression, radiating gloom, which had frightened off many girls who had been vying for his attention, all flocking to Lin Zhao instead. Could it be that the female protagonist felt Qing's skills were inadequate, causing a sharp decline in her regard for him? Yet, this hardly warranted tears. After contemplating numerous possibilities and dismissing just as many, she ultimately decided to rely on facts. Xiaotian, weren't you going to deliver water? Let's go. MASU-MANHUA grasped Xia Xiaotian's hand, half dragging her towards the basketball team's resting area. Xia Xiaotian kept her head down, her expression unreadable. Slowly, it's fine. There are too many people over there. I won't intrude. Having come this far, how could they not go? In MASU-MANHUA's lexicon, there was no such concept as giving up halfway. I still want to go. Xia Xiaotian remained hesitant. As the two struggled with their decision, they suddenly heard someone call the female protagonist's name, Xiaotian. You really came. Lin Zhao pushed through the surrounding girls, gesturing an apology to them as he quickly approached MASU-MANHUA and Xia Xiaotian. I'm so glad you could come, although we ultimately lost. Lin Zhao stood before Xia Xiaotian, a faint blush creeping across his fair face. Xia Xiaotian appeared increasingly awkward, saying nothing as she obsessively tore at the label of her water bottle, her expression shifting from overcast to sunny. Is that for me?
Thank you.
Lin Zhao, blushing, pointed to the water bottle, smiling shyly at Xia Xiaotian. MASU-MANHUA, standing awkwardly to the side, inwardly thought, no, that's the male protagonist's water. Second male lead, please do not steal the spotlight. Wait a moment, you've been told it's not for you. Why are you reaching out? MASU-MANHUA could hardly bear to witness the scene. Oh, dear female protagonist, that is meant for your crush. Even for the sake of appearances, you should not nod so readily. Xia Xiaotian hesitated for several seconds before ultimately shyly nudging MASU-MANHUA, asking her to pass the items to Lin Zhao. MASU-MANHUA took the towel and water, handing them to Lin Zhao.
Thank you.
Lin Zhao accepted the items, waving to Xia Xiaotian. But before he could lower his arm, he was abruptly jostled from behind. The collision between the bottled water and the towel resonated sharply as they tumbled to the ground. Lin Zhao, furrowing his brow, retrieved the items and halted the person responsible. Qigu, hold up. Qigu paused, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Zhao, his gaze briefly touching MASU-MANHUA. What is it? Something you need? Lin Zhao dusted off the towel, his expression hardening. Indeed. You knocked my things over. Qigu scoffed, devoid of remorse. Instead, he raised his eyebrows in a provocative manner. I knocked your things over. So? His infuriating demeanor mirrored MASU-MANHUA's initial impression of him. Lin Zhao offered a cordial smile, mastering the art of appearing pleasant while harboring resentment.
So?
Shouldn't you know what to do? If you want to fight, just say so. I'm in a foul mood and looking for someone to vent on. Qigu, successfully baited, turned to face Lin Zhao, their animosity palpable. Xia Xiaotian, intimidated by Qigu's menacing presence, feared an actual altercation between him and Lin Zhao. She tugged cautiously at Lin Zhao's sleeve, her voice laced with urgency. Class monitor. Let it go. It's not important. Lin Zhao, however, disregarded her plea, locking eyes with Qigu in unwavering defiance. The indignation of having his beloved's affection sullied, coupled with the bitterness of defeat, ignited the fiery spirit within the young man. Tisich, Qi scoffed, averting his gaze with a contemptuous sneer. Shorty, are you here to watch him play? Xiao Tian and Lin Zhao exchanged bewildered glances, only realizing after a moment that Qi was addressing someone else. Their eyes converged on Ma Haohao, the sole candidate, filled with inquiry. Did Chun Man, or rather, Ma Haohao know Qi, the captain of the sports academy? Ma Haohao, equally perplexed by the sudden mention, looked up at Qi with confusion. In the midst of the male lead and second male lead's explosive confrontation, why was she being dragged into this? Incomprehensible. Despite the anger evident in Qi tone, Ma Hao detected a hint of pique. She wanted to deny it, but she was indeed there to see the male lead play, not the second male lead.
So, what if she is?
What do you intend to do to Man? Xiao Tian interjected, stepping in front of Ma Haohao. She spread her arms, shielding Ma Haohao, her legs trembling slightly as she faced the menacing force of Qi. Lin Zhao followed suit, stepping in front of Xiao Tian. Qi, don't speak to girls like that. If you have an issue, take it up with me. Qi expression darkened further. Why did these two meddlers feel the need to interfere with his conversation with the short girl? Lin Zhao, haven't shaken off that busybody habit yet? Do I need your permission to speak? The storm clouds on Qi face seemed ready to materialize. He ignored Lin Zhao's words, posing a disjointed question to Ma Haohao. Shorty, what's your relationship with them? I wasn't asking you. I was asking her. Qi voice was explosive, the earlier pique replaced with genuine anger. I said, their affairs are my affairs. Lin Zhao stood firm, resolutely protecting Xiao Tian and Ma Haohao. Qi, I don't care how influential you are at the sports academy, but remember, this is first high, not your territory. Don't vent your emotions on innocent bystanders. My affairs are none of your concern. Then our affairs are none of your concern either. Lin Zhao, are you asking for a beating? Qi seized Lin Zhao's collar, his fist raised high. Ma Haohao. Ma Haohao. System. Should I intervene in this situation? System. Finally. Host. Have you realized that their fight is because of you? Ma Haohao. Because of me? System, you're mistaken. I simply believe that fighting is wrong. System. TCH, I thought the host's emotional intelligence was finally improving. Ma Haohao. Sorry to disappoint you. Lin Zhao. With his collar gripped by Qi, neither struggled nor dodged. Qi, there's a limit to irrational behavior. Qi fist hovered before Lin Zhao's eyes. You think I wouldn't dare to hit you? Lin Zhao smiled rather than showing anger. Then go ahead and hit me. Qi clenched his fist tighter, holding it in front of Lin Zhao for several seconds before finally lowering it. Damn it. The resounding thud of the basketball against the ground vibrated in their ears, signaling the departure of the enraged individual. Didn't scare you, did I? With the tense atmosphere dissipated, Lin Zhao's explanation of his relationship with Qi revealed that they were not only acquainted but also seemed to be on good terms. If that was the case, what was the reason for their earlier animosity? Xiao Tian, upon hearing Lin Zhao's explanation, waved her hand hastily. No. I wasn't scared. Lin Zhao, seeing Xiao Tian's flushed face, reverted to his usual demeanor. He shyly produced his meal card from his bag and waved it at Xiao Tian. Let's go. I'll treat you to lunch as compensation for the scare. Xiao Tian lowered her head, hesitant to refuse, and whispered, okay. System. Reporting host. The male lead's affection points have increased by 10. Current affection points are 57. Confetti. Huh? Ma Haohao was utterly baffled by the fluctuations in affection points. The male and female leads weren't even facing each other, so how did she gain 10 affection points? Ma Haohao. I suspect. System. Host, don't suspect. Everything is just that excellent. Ma Haohao. I want to say. System. Rather than that, host, why is the second male lead suddenly assertive, and why did the volatile Qi choose to back down? Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Aren't you curious, host? Ma Haohao. Not curious. System, no. I can't help but reveal the plot.
Mao ao. I refuse.
System. Very well, I know you want to hear it. Actually, The second male lead and Qi used to be good friends, but they seem to have fallen out due to some misunderstanding. System. I also heard that Qi family is going through a divorce, his father had an affair, and the mistress's child is only a year younger than him. So, he's been in a bad mood lately. The second male lead is deliberately using the argument to enlighten Qi, hoping to let him vent his anger. The system's gossipy demeanor made Ma Hao unable to look directly at it. She, the author, didn't even know that Qi and the second male lead were friends. Where did it get this inside information?
Ma Hao, system.
Why didn't you tell me about this information earlier? System. Ahem, this. I only obtained this information yesterday through internal channels x winky face. Ma Hao. Ha. Just tell me what else you're hiding from me. System. Did I tell you that Qi is the male lead's brother? Ma Hao. No. Ma Hao was immersed in the shock that Qi was the male lead's brother, doubting that she had bonded with a fake system. Not only was it unreliable, but also particularly unreliable. In a drama where the male and female leads are the mainstays and the second male lead is a background character, Qi could be considered the third male lead just by virtue of being the male lead's brother. Ma Hao's shock was mixed with indescribable grief. They agreed to be extras together, but he secretly added scenes. Was she the lowest status character in the entire drama? Ma Hao felt an overwhelming sorrow, as if she could cry without tears. However, Qi, who was haunted by her resentment, had not ventured far. His imposing silhouette transformed into a melancholic demeanor, quietly licking his wounds. Once he was out of Ma Hao's sight, he settled on a bench beside a flower bed at the school, retrieving a white rabbit candy from his pocket, staring blankly at his palm. Was it true that the petite girl held no affection for him? Did she have feelings for Lin Zhao? Damn it! Why did it have to be Lin Zhao? Qi lamented to the white rabbit in his hand. Tell me, what makes that pretty boy better than me? He is not as handsome, nor does he play ball better than I do. The white rabbit remained silent. Can't you just like me instead? Still, the white rabbit offered no response. If you don't agree, do you believe I'll eat you? The white rabbit continued to be silent. Qi stared quietly at the white rabbit, unwrapped the candy, and popped it into his mouth. The petite girl didn't like him. He resolved not to pursue her any longer. Since parting ways on the basketball court, Ma Hao had not encountered Qi for quite some time. Qi did not seek her out, and Ma Hao had completely relegated him to the recesses of her mind. However, the system, for reasons unknown, incessantly recited the name of 213, even attributing Qi absence as a fault of Ma Hao. They were simply students from different schools. Without that fateful basketball match, their paths would have never crossed. System. Host, you lack understanding of love. Little show as tears are falling down. Ma Hao. Enough. Recently, Ma Hao had been exceedingly busy, with little time to engage in the system's musings on love. Yet, as an academically gifted protagonist, how could she easily acquiesce to the male lead's invitation during an intense study period? Naturally, she disregarded Xianxia's overtures entirely. Juggling her studies while navigating the dynamics between the scholarly female lead and the scheming male lead was enough to turn her hair gray with worry. Ma Hao felt both joy and sorrow. The task was progressing positively. Yet, she was troubled by the rapid disintegration of the main characters' personas. She could scarcely recognize them as her own creations. Was Xianxia's indifference towards Qi a result of her writing the female lead too prideful, or was Qi secretly a masochist? Ma Hao, little show. Do you not think the characters are acting out of character too severely? In Ma Hao's vision, although Xianxia was shy, she was also passionate in love and hate. Conversely, Qi, brooding and twisted, despised those who sought warmth from cold-hearted individuals. Logically, if Xianxia harbored feelings for the male lead, it would manifest outwardly, and Qi would experience setbacks in his advances. However, judging by the current state of their romantic value, Xianxia appeared cold and unfeeling on the surface, while internally reveling in her emotions. Qi, too, seemed to wear a facade of frustration while secretly delighting in the turmoil of their relationship. Confusion engulfed Ma Hao. Were these truly her characters? Where had the timid, insecure girl gone? What had happened to the arrogant rogue? System. Host, the original inhabitants of the book do not possess the ability to act out of character. Moreover, only you, the host, exhibit severe OOC tendencies.
Oh Mao I.
System. Oh dear. My sweet and adorable girl has turned into the class S Xianxia. It pains my heart. Ma, how high? System. Woe is me. My soft girl TED. Ma, how high? Little show, I must remind you that my finger is hovering over the report button. System. Humph. Ma, how high's warning was not to be taken lightly. Just days prior, while enduring the trials of her period, the system's weak and delicate persona had caused her immense suffering, leaving her bedridden for several days. How dare it blame her for acting out of character? Who was truly deserving of disdain here?
Mao I. Akamagaka.
As the final exams approached, Class 18 found themselves engulfed in an atmosphere of academic tension. The school assigned exam rooms based on performance, and with the underachievers surrounding Class 18, their examination hall was filled with peers of similar capabilities. Attempting to cheat would yield results no better than one's own misguided efforts. Relief had finally come for Class 18, and the prospect of their final bonuses loomed on the horizon. Ma Haohai entered the classroom daily, questioning whether she had mistakenly walked into the wrong one. Teachers were seen shedding tears mid-lecture, while students buried their heads in their assignments, overwhelmed with emotion. Even Xianxia ceased to regard Ma Haohai with disdain and instead engaged fervently with her friends in hushed discussions regarding the exams. Ma Haohai, I fear I may have entered a false classroom. System. Host, as an academic elite, how can you comprehend the struggles of the underachievers? Ma Haohai, you speak as if you know so well. System. Indeed, during my training, I was renowned for my academic prowess. Ma Haohai, renowned for what? System. Renowned for excellence. Yes, I mean excellence. Ma Haohai, no need to elaborate, I understand. System. Host. What is it that you comprehend? Although my grades may have been somewhat lacking in this day and age, grades do not define everything. What truly matters is holistic development in all aspects. Ma Haohai, spare me the explanations. Explanations are merely veils, and veils disguise the truth. System. Ma Haohai, I do not look down upon your intellectual shortcomings. System. In the days leading up to the final exams, Ma Haohai and Xia Zhanan agreed to suspend their morning study sessions to conserve energy for the impending assessments. In stark contrast, the students of Class 18 exhibited a remarkable shift in behavior. The early risers rose early, the diligent studied hard, and the afternoon and evening study sessions were filled with fervent discussions, embodying the spirit of last-minute cramming. Alas, I'm doomed. I've gotten all the multiple-choice questions wrong. What on earth is killing a chicken with a bull's knife? Isn't castrating a chicken? Why is the idiom casting a sword into a plow? Assisting the tyrant with a plow is so much more coherent.
What?
The English composition prompts us to introduce Li Hua's school. I introduced our school. Buddha, please grant that everyone performs poorly. Amitabha. Who hit me? Despite the fervent discussions, the results were disheartening, to say the least. Ma Haohai packed her textbooks and summer assignments into her bag, preparing for the afternoon exam. This morning, she had already received a message from Xia Zhanan. Slowly. My friend has invited me to go out the day after tomorrow. Could you accompany me? Of course. She could. She was more than willing. Ma Haohai deduced with the system that Xia Zhanan's friend was likely Qi Zhanan. While in school, the female lead was focused on her studies. However, during the holiday, with the weight of academic pressure lifted, she could freely frolic with the male lead. Why involve Ma Haohai, though? It was only natural for a shy girl on her first date to bring along a good friend for moral support. Over the past few days, Ma Haohai's transformation plan for her female lead had progressed quite well. For this endeavor, she had even been harsh on herself, feigning vulnerability and weakness during her period to deceive, or rather, procure, the trial version of a beauty guide from the system. The final page of the guide boldly proclaimed, to cultivate one's skills, one must first ruin their appearance. Ma Haohai diligently studied the entire guide, nearly choking on her own blood when she reached the last page. Fortunately, the female lead had innate potential. With her already modest looks, the methods in the guide rendered her transformation nothing short of stunning when compared to her previous self. Ma Haohai felt immensely satisfied, eagerly awaiting the moment when her female lead would make a dazzling debut on her first date, dazzling Qi Zhanan's eyes with her newfound beauty. On the second morning after the final exams, Ma Haohao received a text message from Xiaotian inquiring whether she had left her home. Ma Haohao felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, bemused by the urgency of the message. The agreed time was noon, yet here was Xiaotian prompting her to leave at 6 in the morning. What was the meaning of this? Fortunately, Ma Haohao was well aware of Xiaotian's deep affection for the male lead, and after a bit of playful banter, she acquiesced to her friend S' wishes. Heading to Xiaotian's home to prepare a stunning look for her, Tony Ma personally took charge, skillfully braiding Xiaotian's thick bangs into 2 small plaits tucked behind her ears, while the remaining hair was gathered and fashioned into a simple bun at the back of her head. With Xiaotian's long lashes, Ma Haohao removed her outdated oval glasses and fitted her with contact lenses. The sight of Xiaotian, now with sparkling eyes, resembled that of an exquisite doll. After dressing her in a charming little dress prepared especially for the occasion, Ma Haohao marveled at how adorable her friend appeared. System. Host, you're deluding yourself. Can you refrain from embellishing? The female lead seems to have merely transitioned from being plain to moderately attractive. Ma Haohao, little one, you don't understand. My current emotions are akin to a mother gazing upon her newborn after 10 months of carrying them. In the eyes of every mother, her child is the most beautiful. System. Very well, dear mother. It sounds as if you weren't the one who wrote the female lead as plain in the first place. Ma Haohao. Different times call for different analyses. We must assess issues dialectically. System. Host, the political exam has concluded. Have you perhaps memorized too much? Ma Haohao. When a scholar speaks, the diligent should simply listen quietly. System. During Ma Haohao's transformation of her friend, Xiaotian appeared exceedingly excited, shedding her usual quiet demeanor and engaging in continuous conversation with Ma Haohao, trying to ease her own nerves. Am I really becoming more attractive? Will he recognize me? Xiaotian pondered while turning in front of the mirror, filled with both anticipation and anxiety. Ma Haohao calmly reassured her. Do not worry. You look absolutely perfect. What if I'm still nervous? My heart feels as though it's about to leap from my mouth. What if he is startled by my appearance? Perhaps we should cancel today's meeting, and I could text him to say something came up. Xiaotian continued to pace before the mirror, her mutterings never ceasing. Noticing her friend's incessant chatter, Ma Haohao interjected, Xiaotian, do not be afraid. Feeling anxious is a normal state. There will always be tomorrow, if not today. Besides, you have no idea how wonderful he is. Many girls in class adore him. Why would he take an interest in me? Because he bet someone that he would pursue you. Silly girl, Ma Haohao mused internally, but said aloud. Stop thinking like that. He has his merits, and so do you. Trust me, as long as you maintain this appearance, the male lead will surely fall for you. Xiaotian shook her head. Compared to someone like me who only excels in studies, he is the epitome of perfection. Mature, knowledgeable. As if there is nothing in this world he does not know. Ma Haohao. Mature and knowledgeable, the embodiment of perfection. Nothing he does not know? She felt overwhelmed by the flood of affection Xiaotian expressed. How sweetly sentimental are those in love. Once Xiaotian began extolling her beloved, she could hardly stop, showering him with praises. I have never met anyone as remarkable as him. He excels academically, plays the piano beautifully, is gentle, and possesses a kind heart. He is so warm-hearted towards every classmate. Sometimes I truly fear I might misunderstand his intentions, worried I am merely an ordinary classmate to him. Ma Haohao nodded along, matching Xiaotian's enthusiasm. The male lead's image seemed to grow more illustrious with each word. It was as if the female lead wore a multitude of rose-tinted glasses. And when had the male lead acquired a talent for playing the piano without her knowledge? Xiaotian continued to fill Ma Haohao with admiration for her crush, leaving the single Ma Haohao feeling stuffed with too much sweetness before they finally stepped outside. Xiaotian had arranged to meet near the sports school park. On a weekday morning, while the working populace toiled under the yoke of capitalism, the only individuals frequenting the mall at this hour were either idlers or the ever-dreaded students. Ma Haohao and Xiaotian headed straight to the cosmetics store, dismissing the enthusiastic sales pitches of the staff, quickly purchasing the trendy hair dye that Xiaotian's grandmother had requested, and turned to leave. Next to the cosmetic store was a large arcade, its bright neon lights beckoning the youthful crowd. As Ma Haohao followed Xia Xiaotian out of the store, she sensed a gaze upon her. She glanced around, ultimately locking eyes with Qigu, who stood at the arcade's entrance, wearing a black cap and a dark green t-shirt. Fixated on her. Opposite him were two tall boys, one of whom was entwined with a girl, whom Ma Haohao recognized as Lin Yuqing, the long-legged girl she had encountered before. Upon meeting her gaze, Qigu paused momentarily before coldly turning away, adjusting his cap to shield his expression in the shadow of its brim. Xia Xiaotian clutched Ma Haohao's hand, shyly retreating behind her. Slow down. How could he be here? Ma Haohao took a second to realize that Xia Xiaotian was not referring to Qigu, but rather to the male lead, Qi Zhong'an, who stood directly opposite Qigu, alongside the second male lead, Lin Zhao. What was Qi Zhong'an doing here at the mall with his disliked brother and the other male lead when he was supposed to be meeting Xia Xiaotian at the park? Xia Xiaotian shook her head, her initial panic subsiding as clarity returned. It doesn't look quite right. Should we go take a look? As Xia Xiaotian suggested, the atmosphere among the three boys was clearly tense. Qi Zhong'an appeared to be scolding Qigu, while Lin Yuqing was on the verge of tears. And Lin Zhao stood helplessly in the middle, attempting to mediate. Ma Haohao deliberated briefly before telling Xia Xiaotian, "We can go greet them. Qi Zhong'an values his image. If you can make a stunning entrance before people he knows, it will surely stroke his vanity and perhaps even elevate your romantic prospects."
All right.
Xia Xiaotian nodded in agreement, leading Ma Haohao to stand behind Lin Zhao and hesitantly called out, "Class monitor. Is everything all right? Do you need any help?" As her voice rang out, the argument ceased, and all three boys turned to face her. Lin Zhao's expression flickered with confusion before it transformed into unmistakable astonishment. "Is that Xiaotian?" Seeing the awe in his eyes, Xia Xiaotian bashfully lowered her head. "Yes, it's me." "Wait, she is Xia Xiaotian?" In stark contrast to Lin Zhao's poise, Qi Zhong'an appeared utterly flabbergasted, taking in Xia Xiaotian from head to toe, his disbelief palpable. Xia Xiaotian's cheeks burned under the scrutiny of both boys. Unaccustomed to her appearance today, she was momentarily at a loss for where to place her hands and feet. Yet, Qi Zhong'an and Lin Zhao remained oblivious to her discomfort, their gaze fixated intently on her face. As the rosy hues of the evening sky kissed Xia Xiaotian's cheeks, she could no longer endure the scrutiny of the two individuals.
I
must take my leave now. We shall meet later," she uttered abruptly, casting her words into the air without further explanation. Before Lin Zhao could respond, she seized Ma Haohao's hand and hurried away in a flurry of steps. Only after being pulled away by Xia Xiaotian did Ma Haohao turn around, only to sense that penetrating gaze lingering upon her. Ma Haohao pondered, "Something feels amiss about 213 today." 032. The scholar versus the directionally challenged Xia Xiaotian pulled Ma Haohao along, and they only halted breathlessly at the bus station. "Why are you running?" Ma Haohao gasped, feeling as though her frail body could barely withstand the exertion. Xia Xiaotian awkwardly released Ma Haohao's hand, stammering, I'm not quite sure why I ran." Ma Haohao, too fatigued to even roll her eyes, collapsed onto a bench at the bus stop, exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore. I'm utterly exhausted. Let me catch my breath." Each sentence was punctuated with labored breaths, prompting Xia Xiaotian to sit beside her, filled with remorse.
I am truly sorry, Mama.
"Are you all right?" Xia Xiaotian retrieved a tissue from her pocket, dabbed the sweat from her forehead, and offered another to Ma Haohao, encouraging her to wipe her brow as well. However, upon handing over the tissue, she noticed something unusual.
Huh?
Xia Xiaotian tilted her head, curiously touching Ma Haohao's face and then squeezing her hand, bursting into laughter.
Mama.
"Are you one of those who are warm in winter and cool in summer? After running such a distance, how come you haven't broken a sweat at all? And you're still so icy?" Ma Haohao, still struggling to regain her breath, could only shake her head in response, unable to explain her peculiar condition. To be honest, her body was indeed quite strange, particularly sensitive to the cold. While others donned spring attire, Ma Haohao would be bundled in a thick coat when they wore short sleeves. She would still need an additional layer. Initially, she thought others were underdressed, only to realize later that she herself was overdressed. This realization made her quite irate. Though she couldn't pinpoint the reason, she was certain it had something to do with the system. Yexem? Why am I being implicated again? After recovering her breath on the bus, Ma Haohao finally returned to her usual state, albeit with lingering fatigue. Her limbs felt weak, and her hands were limp, leaving her slumped in her seat, unwilling to move. Xia Xiaotian, concerned, inquired, Mama, your constitution is too frail. How about I accompany you for a run in the future? Or perhaps we could go hiking this week to strengthen your body. No, that's unnecessary. Ma Haohao replied, making a dismissive gesture. I can manage some exercise at home. As a homebody, Ma Haohao despised two things above all, running and hiking. Though it was a date initiated by the female lead, she still felt compelled to decline any suggestion for exercise. At home? Xia Xiaotian questioned, puzzled. Do you even have a treadmill at home, or are you planning to teach yourself yoga? Yes, Ma Haohao nodded. I can simply do some calisthenics at home. Next stop, Hualien Park Station. Passengers disembarking, please prepare in advance and exit from the rear door. Do not crowd at the door, be cautious of the gate. And remember to exit before boarding. Safety first. The Hualien Park Station was essentially a bus stop located behind the sports school. After disembarking, both Ma Haohao and Xia Xiaotian felt the chill of the bus air conditioning dissipate, only to be met with the glaring sun moments later.
Ma Haohao lamented.
This soft girl persona can't possibly last much longer. When will it end? Both scholars were not fond of traveling, and as someone who had traversed fictional worlds, Ma Haohao was particularly directionally challenged. With the scheduled time already past, both felt a sense of urgency. We have arrived at the designated location. The navigation is over. Ma Haohao repeated the voice prompt from her phone, utterly confused. This place did not resemble Hualien Park in any way. Did we perhaps set the wrong destination? Xia Xiaotian, growing increasingly anxious, grabbed Ma Haohao's phone, fiddling with it for a while, yet the result remained unchanged. Indeed, it was set for the park. Ma Haohao. Xia Xiaotian. The two scholars exchanged bewildered glances, both looking utterly perplexed. Ma Haohao decided to seek external assistance. Ma Haohao, little system. What should we do? System. Host, your cuteness is of no use. I am still upset. Ma Haohao. Ma Haohao pouted. The system was being overly sensitive. Hadn't she only complained a little about her soft girl persona? System. Host, repeat that. Was it just a little complaint? Ma Haohao. Alright, it was more than a few. System. Ma Haohao, little system. You must consider this for the female lead, for our mission, and for your own upgrade. Think it over. System. Host, you're begging me, aren't you? I'll help you. Ma Haohao. I beg you. System. You're begging just like that? Host, you have no principles. Ma Haohao. Enough of the begging, hurry, and assist. System. Why do I feel like I gain no sense of achievement from this? It turned out that being a scholar and directionally challenged was not mutually exclusive. After their prolonged search for the route, the learning system swiftly guided them to their destination. Xia Xiaotian exhaled in relief. A weight finally lifted from her chest. We finally made it. Mama, you're amazing. Ma Haohao. Just average. Ma Haohao, little system. You're truly remarkable. System. Host, you finally acknowledge my prowess. Ma Haohao. Yes. I'll give you a 9 out of 10. I fear you might become arrogant with the full score. System. Qi Zhong'an and Xia Xiaotian had arranged to meet at a gazebo in the park. Upon their arrival, however, neither of them could spot Qi Zhong'an. Ma Haohao wondered aloud. Where is everyone? Are they still on their way? Xia Xiaotian checked her watch, a mixture of confusion and anxiety crossing her face. It's 12:10. We're 10 minutes late. Do you think he lost patience and left? Ma Haohao considered Xia Xiaotian's analysis, recognizing it to be a plausible scenario given the male lead's nature. Nevertheless, to avoid dampening the female lead spirits, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Perhaps he's waiting for us at another gazebo. Should we look elsewhere? Xia Xiaotian shook her head. We confirmed beforehand. He mentioned there's only one gazebo in the park, which is why we agreed on this spot. Then perhaps he was delayed. We can wait a bit longer. That seems to be our only option. Xiaotian reluctantly accepted Ma Haohao's reasoning and sat on a bench in the gazebo, her eyes unexpectedly glistening with unshed tears. The initial excitement of their first date had evaporated, replaced by an air of awkwardness and melancholy. Ma Haohao, unsure of what to say, felt out of her depth when it came to comforting others. In the past, her attempts at consolation had nearly transformed affectionate couples into adversaries. Thus, for the sake of the female and male lead's budding romance, she opted for silence. As they quietly awaited the male lead's arrival, the cicadas in the trees filled the air with their raucous calls, yet the gazebo remained eerily silent. Noticing Xia Xiaotian's growing despondency, Ma Haohao pondered that perhaps she should say something to lighten the mood. She opened her mouth, contemplating whether to discuss the reading comprehension from yesterday's exam or the final problem from the physics competition. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by newcomers outside the gazebo. Is it you too? Damn, do you have any idea how long we've been waiting? To be precise, a group of unruly youths clad in tank tops had arrived, loitering outside the gazebo, their half-burned cigarettes dangling from their lips as they leered at Ma Haohao and Xia Xiaotian with ill intent. I wished to remain quiet. The delinquent youths approached from outside the pavilion, and Ma Haohao and Xia Xiaotian, disregarding any sorrowful sentiments, huddled closely together.
Who are you?
You must have mistaken us. We don't know you, Xia Xiaotian boldly declared while grasping Ma Haohao's hand. No mistake here, just good students from the first high school, the leader of the delinquents, sporting long hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips, muttered indistinctly. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. You should at least know my sister. Xianxia. Have you heard of her? Xianxia? It dawned on Ma Haohao that this gang was summoned by Xianxia. Upon hearing her name, a flash of understanding surged within Ma Haohao. She had thought that after being reprimanded by the dormitory supervisor, Xianxia would refrain from any further mischief. Yet here she was, merely shifting her schemes from the surface to the shadows.
Ugh.
The delinquent brother of Xianxia spat a mouthful of phlegm from his throat, casually discarding his cigarette onto the ground. So, have you remembered now? You dare to steal my sister's boy toy. You must be feeling quite bold. He extinguished the cigarette with his flip-flop, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ma Haohao pressed her lips together. It appeared that this gang was indeed targeting her.
Classmate.
This is a misunderstanding. Everything is merely a misunderstanding. Ma Haohao blinked her sincere eyes, hoping that Xiaoxia's brother would lend an ear to reason. Misunderstanding? The delinquent raised an eyebrow at Ma Haohao, skepticism etched all over his face. Ma Haohao nodded earnestly. While Chun Man might have had feelings for Lin Zhao, Ma Haohao, swore to the heavens that she harbored no such intentions towards Lin Zhao. She had clarified this to Xiaoxia ages ago. How could Xiaoxia be so obstinate? Xiaoxia's brother smirked mockingly. Oh, so you must be Xia Xiaotian? Yes. Huh? Ma Haohao's response faltered halfway, abruptly stopping. Xia Xiaotian? They're not here for her. They're here for the female lead? Taken aback by the question, Ma Haohao was immediately shielded by Xia Xiaotian, who grasped her small arm and pulled her behind him. I am Xia Xiaotian. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never stolen anyone's boyfriend. Her voice started weakly, but escalated with indignation by her final declaration. Although she didn't know who Xianxia was, being accused of stealing someone else's boyfriend was akin to being smeared with dirt. What if the class monitor heard it? Would she still be able to show her face? Ma Haohao was utterly bewildered. Wait a moment. What on earth is happening? Wasn't Xianxia supposed to have sent someone to beat me up? Why has it turned into a confrontation with the female lead? Ma Haohao had once penned a scenario where Xianxia hired delinquents to confront the female lead. But that was predicated on Xia Xiaotian being close to Lin Zhao, leading Xianxia to misconstrue the situation.
Now,
with the affection values between the male and female leads soaring towards 70%, what business did the second male lead have in this? If Xianxia were to misconstrue anything, there was no rationale behind it. Ma Haohao could not find a suitable explanation for Xiaoxia's behavior. Could it be that the storyline is inescapable? Regardless of actions taken, the destined events will still unfold. The system interjected, no.
Ils quand assure you?
The storyline can indeed be altered. Please ponder if there's any reason we might have overlooked. I can't think of any. Me neither. As expected of a top student from the first high school, he certainly had a way with words. You haven't stolen anything, so you're planning to, right? Xianxia's brother exclaimed, pulling out his phone and displaying a message interface to Xiaotian. If you have no interest in Lin Zhao, then what are you doing here today? Upon closer inspection, Ma Haohao recognized that the phone screen displayed a photograph of a text message from another device. Xiaotian's face blanched. You sent that message. Xianxia's brother erupted in laughter. Didn't Lin Zhao mention? He lost his phone a few days ago. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter of the delinquents, for reasons unknown, Xiaotian let out a long sigh of relief, murmuring to herself, thank goodness. So he did come after all. The sound of flip-flops scraping against the concrete floor of the pavilion resonated as Xiaoxia's brother stepped closer, feigning confusion as he scrutinized Xiaotian's face. I fail to see what is so attractive about you. To reject my brother for someone like you? I truly feel sorry for Lin Zhao. Xiaotian bit her lip tightly, summoning her courage to respond. Lin Zhao is not your sister's possession. Why shouldn't I be allowed to like him? The person I like is Lin Zhao, not you. What does your appearance matter? If you wish to fight, then do so. Regardless of the outcome, I will still like Lin Zhao. Having uttered those bold words, Xiaotian felt a sense of relief, while Ma Haohao and the system were left utterly dumbfounded. Did the female lead just say what I think she said? She said. She declared her affection for the second male lead? Indeed, host. Oh my goodness. What about the male lead? Let it be? Perhaps it relates to the affection values between the female lead and the second male lead? I long for silence. I desire to attack. Ma Haohao had never yearned for tranquility as much as she did now. However, in this moment, tranquility was utterly elusive. Though surrounded by a gang of delinquents, Ma Haohao felt no fear. According to the original storyline, it wouldn't be long before Qi Zhong'an made a heroic entrance to rescue Xiaotian, thereby winning her heart and becoming her captor of love. Yet now, the plot had twisted into a scenario that even her own mother would not recognize. If Xiaotian's affections were not directed towards Qi Zhong'an, would he still make a grand entrance to vanquish the delinquents? Fate seemed to conspire against her. Brother, why waste words with her? Let us just knock them down until they submit. Xiaoxia's brother urged, while his subordinates, unable to bear the tension, readied themselves to strike. Xiaoxia's brother cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders. I've never hit a woman before, I must admit. It's quite difficult to bring myself to it. He flexed his fists and, under the watchful eyes of his followers, seized Xiaotian by her collar. Xiaotian struggled frantically, but it was evident that her efforts yielded little. Just as the female lead was about to be struck, Ma Haohao, in a moment of desperation, shouted, "Wait, stop." All eyes turned to Ma Haohao, and Xiaoxia's brother momentarily halted his actions. What is it, little girl? Do you wish to join your friend in a beating? Don't worry, once we're done with her, it'll be your turn. You are students from the sports academy, are you not?
Ma.
Seizing the opportunity to buy some time, boldly declared with an exaggerated flair, if you harm us, my boyfriend will not let you off easily. Your boyfriend? The delinquents erupted in laughter. Who is your boyfriend that would dare threaten us? Oh, I'm so scared. Unfazed, Ma Haohao continued her fabrication with ease. Have you heard of Qigu? The captain of your basketball team. She recalled Lin Zhao mentioning that Qigu was notorious in the sports academy. At this moment, she could only hope that his reputation would grant them some leverage. Upon hearing Qigu's name, the delinquents exchanged glances, momentarily hesitating to lay a finger on the two. However, it was Zhang Xiaoxia's brother who broke the silence first. Isn't Qigu's girlfriend that Lin Yuqing? When did that change to you? He spoke as he released Xiaotian's collar, extending his sinister grasp towards Ma Haohao. Ma Haohao resignedly closed her eyes. The pill, it had all gone awry. 034. The blinding light dazzled Ma Haohao's eyes as Zhang's fist ultimately failed to land on her. With her eyes closed, Ma Haohao patiently awaited the anticipated pain. Yet instead was met with a cacophony of scattered cries. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? A familiar male voice reached her ears, prompting her to cautiously open one eye, then the other, revealing Lin Zhaoqing's slender silhouette. Xiaotian was nestled in his embrace. Both of them oblivious to Ma Haohao and the several glaring light bulbs, lost in a gaze brimming with affection, their eyes sparkling amidst the tension. System. Reporting to the host, love value has increased by 15, current love value 85. Ma Haohao. While a sense of gratification washed over Ma Haohao, it was accompanied by an ineffable heaviness. Ma Haohao, little recipient. System. Host. Please refrain from saying more, I understand. TT. Ma Haohao, no, I simply wish to discard that detection device of yours. What sort of nonsense is this love value measurement? System. Host, the detection device is still a child. Why treat it so harshly? Ma Haohao. Unable to rid myself of you, I can only vent my frustrations on it. System. Winky face. Host, think twice before acting. Ma Haohao. My decision is resolute. System. Oh dear. What is meant to measure the love value between the protagonists had instead evaluated the affection between the female lead and the second male lead. What a perplexing situation. The thought alone left Ma Haohao perturbed. System. Host. Well, it's not entirely incorrect. The second male lead is also one of the protagonists. Ma Haohao. Consider this a warning. Do not flaunt yourself before me again, or I shall drag you out and break 3 of your legs. System. Winky face, as Ma Haohao pondered the complexities of life. Lin Zhaoqing finally concluded his intimate moment with Xia Xiaotian and prepared to join the fray against the unruly youth. Xiaotian, wait for me here. I shall assist Qigu. With a reluctant farewell, Lin Zhaoqing's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Class monitor, be cautious. Do not overexert yourself, Xia Xiaotian urged, gripping Lin Zhaoqing's hand with concern. Ma Haohao covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. It was merely a lesson for the troublemakers. Why must he set such a dramatic flag, as if contemplating life and death? System. Host, you have fully entered the realm of sarcasm. Ma Haohao. Do you wish to be dragged away to Aruba? System. I shall obediently remain silent. Winky face. Only upon hearing Lin Zhaoqing mutter a name did Ma Haohao realize that Qigu had also arrived alongside the second male lead. As Lin Zhaoqing and Xia Xiaotian exchanged heartfelt sentiments, Qigu had already felled Zhang Xiaoxia's brother with a single punch and bravely held off several other unruly underlings, successfully buying time for the second male lead and the female protagonist to indulge in their romantic display. Amidst the sounds of curses and the clash of muscles in the pavilion, Qigu's fierce demeanor and powerful strikes brought the once arrogant group to their knees. Begging for mercy, Ma Haohao observed Qigu's fearsome expression, his formidable fists, and his long legs. This was undeniably ferocious. In comparison to his treatment of the troublemakers, Qigu's usual demeanor towards her was remarkably gentle and considerate. Even the cold remarks during their last encounter paled in comparison to his current intensity. Indeed, contrast breeds gratitude. Ma Haohao sincerely lamented, Qigu is truly a good person. Let us go. Qigu, wait for me. Zhang's brother rose from the ground, clutching his panda eyes, uttering threats before fleeing with his bruised subordinates. Lin Zhaoqing rubbed his bruised face and playfully punched Qigu. It's been a while since I've had such a satisfying fight. You're still as strong as ever. Lin Zhaoqing shrugged. What can I say? Unlike you and Dahua, who practice on the court every day. Qigu teased. If you wish to join our team, Old Yang would surely welcome you. Lin Zhaoqing waved his hand. Haha, no thanks, I know I lack that talent. The reunion of former friends was touching, almost poignant, yet had it not been for the sudden interruption by the female protagonist, it would have painted a perfect picture of youthful romance. Class monitor, are you all right? Just as Lin Zhaoqing and Qigu exchanged glances, Xia Xiaotian intrusively stepped between them, naturally reaching out to inspect Lin Zhaoqing's wounds. Lin Zhaoqing grasped her hand, his gaze tender. Don't worry, I'm fine. System. Reporting to the host, love value has increased by 5, current love value 90. System. Host, how long shall we remain here? I fear I may go blind. System. Sob, as a love system, why am I still a single entity?
No.
This is too tormenting. As the female protagonist and the second male lead reveled in their affection, even the system was overwhelmed, leaving Ma Haohao in a state of despair. Ma Haohao, little recipient, do you think there is still hope for my male lead? System. Host, are you still clinging to thoughts of the male lead? Ma Hao Hao. Do you think, now that the female lead and the second male lead are together, can my mission still be salvaged? System. I'm equally perplexed. Ma Hao Hao. What does a love value of 90 signify? Only a mere 10 points away from a lifetime partnership. Separating the female lead and the second male lead now seemed utterly hopeless. Her male lead, her mission. Tears welled in Ma Hao Hao's eyes, her heart crumbling to ash as she metaphorically crashed. Xia Xiaotian and Lin Zhaoqing resumed their oblivious gazing, while Chigu approached Ma Hao Hao, waving his hand before her eyes. Ma Hao Hao mechanically lifted her head. Oh. As she did, Chigu awkwardly averted his gaze, stammering, So, you and Lin Zhaoqing's girlfriend are good friends, huh?
Ma Hao mechanically repeated, Oh.
Chigu scratched his cheek. Do you have any plans? Would you like to join us for a meal?
Ma Hao replied, Oh. Oh.
Is that an affirmative? Oh. Oh. Ma Hao Hao was utterly bewildered as to how she left the pavilion or how she finished her meal. Lin Zhaoqing stood beside Xia Xiaotian, waving to her. Chigu, please take care of Qin Man. Ensure she gets home safely. Ma Hao Hao. Wait. Wasn't he the female lead anxious to have her accompany her? Why abandon her so swiftly to bask in their own world of happiness? Rest assured, I won't let anything happen to her, Chigu assured, grasping Ma Hao Hao's wrist as they waved goodbye to the bubbly couple. Ma Hao Hao, little recipient. Ma Hao Hao. What just happened? System. I feared you had suffered a deep shock and finally lost your sanity. Entering the realm of the utterly bewildered.
Sobi.
System. Oh, it's perfectly normal. Walking, dining, holding hands, courting, kissing. Holding hands? Courting?
Kish.
What on earth?
Ma Hao, me.
With whom? 213? System. Host, what are you thinking? It's obviously about the female lead and the second male lead. Ma Hao Hao. Ma Hao Hao. Please speak in complete sentences. Thank you. You nearly scared me to death. 035. Not marrying, why flirt? Chigu held tightly onto Ma Hao Hao's wrist, guiding her forward, including the farewell he had exchanged with Xia Xiaotian and Lin Jia, during which he had told Ma Hao Hao to go. They had not spoken a word for a full 10 minutes. The atmosphere of awkwardness and tension enveloped them. Well, more so Chigu than Ma Hao Hao, who was deeply engrossed in lamenting her task, oblivious to the presence of the person beside her. Like someone distracted by their phone while walking, Ma Hao Hao moved forward instinctively, her mind engaged in a debate with the system. System. Host, stop making excuses for your task failure. Ma Hao Hao. It's not an excuse. It's the malfunction of the love detector. System. Sigh. The detector indicated that the romantic value between the protagonists has indeed risen. After all, the second male lead is also one of the protagonists, right? Ma Hao Hao. A normal person wouldn't he think that way? System. Host. I'm genuinely curious about your definition of a normal person. Ultimately, the source of the task failure lies with you, doesn't it? Ma Hao Hao. Me? System. Yes. The reason the female lead had early contact with the second male lead is because of you. You literally bumped her into him in the cafeteria. Ma Hao Hao. System. Think about it. Doesn't that make sense? Ma Hao Hao. I admit that that's one of the reasons, but it's an extremely minor one. Ma Hao Hao, a chance encounter that allows the second male lead to directly overcome the destined love between the main leads. Do you really think that is possible? No matter how you look at it, I'm not the primary cause. System. Oh host. Have you forgotten what the female lead said to the second male lead when she jumped? Ma Hao Hao. If only I had met you first.
Goodbye.
System. See. Even the female lead has said that. Ma Hao Hao. That doesn't count. Is love, which can easily change with the order of encounters, really love? System. Host, stop your futile struggle. Love is inherently mysterious. System. In that fleeting moment when the second male lead and the female lead collided in the cafeteria, they determined each other to be the right person. Oh, how romantic. But for you, a fan of tragic endings, you wouldn't understand. Ma Hao Hao. Ma Hao Hao remained noncommittal toward the system's conjectures, wanting to refute but unable to find a counterargument. While she was lost in thought, her wrist was suddenly yanked sharply. Be careful. Chigu pulled Mahaheo's wrist, narrowly avoiding a speeding electric bike. Damn, how reckless can they be? He cursed at the vanishing bike, only to realize in his urgency that he had pulled Mahaheo into his embrace. His fingers rested on her arm, the softness of her body pressing against him through a thin layer of fabric. Chigu felt a rush of warmth and instinctively distanced himself from her, awkwardly stammering, "I." Hey, stop daydreaming, focus on walking. Startled by the passing bike, Mahaheo snapped back to reality, obediently ending her dialogue with the system. Stay on the inside, don't walk near the road. Chigu continued to issue commands.
Oh.
Mahaheo complied, lifting her foot to switch places with him. However, as she moved, Chigu mirrored her steps. Every time she stepped left, he did too, leaving them to spin in circles. Mahaheo halted, lifting her wrist still grasped by him. Aren't you going to let go? This way we can't change positions. Chigu paused, seemingly just realizing the predicament. He muttered a curse, akin to handling a hot potato, before releasing Mahaheo's wrist, his ears visibly flushed. Finally freed from the circular dance, Mahaheo walked on the inner side of Chigu. Though she had ceased her internal debate with the system, its assertions lingered in her mind. Could her impulsive actions have truly catalyzed the bond between the female lead and the second male lead? Was it genuinely possible for two people to identify each other as the right one based solely on a fleeting moment? Mahaheo spiraled into her thoughts, her steps faltering as she collided with an unexpected wall of people.
Ugh.
She rubbed her forehead, squinting in confusion at the back of Chigu's head. Why had he suddenly stopped? I knew you wouldn't walk properly. Chigu faced her with his cool demeanor, his ears still a shade of crimson. He extended his right hand toward her, his tone laced with disdain. Tesuke, give me your hand, so you don't get knocked over. Knocked over? Mahaheo glanced around. Under the blazing sun, the sidewalk was devoid of any other souls apart from the two of them.
Besides,
she was on the inner side of the path. What could possibly collide with her? Perhaps flowers or grass. With that thought in mind, Mahaheo extended her hand. She sensed that if she were to argue at this moment, Chigu might explode. Chigu's hand was large, and Mahaheo's slender wrist could hardly withstand his gentle grip. The contrast between her healthy, sun-kissed skin and his pale complexion was striking yet surprisingly harmonious. The warmth radiating from him was typical of youth. And at the moment their skin made contact, a gentle warmth enveloped them. Mahaheo thought Chigu must be quite warm, as his palms soon became clammy, transmitting his tension and unease. However, Chigu felt that Mahaheo's hand was cool, akin to a warm jade, making him want to cradle it in his grasp, to warm it bit by bit. Qing home was not far from where they had dined. It would take about half an hour to walk there. Half an hour, neither short nor long, especially under the scorching sun, making it feel interminable. Yet for Chigu, holding the hand of the one he cherished, that half an hour seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, she would be home, unaware of when they would meet again. If only time could slow down a little. But that half-hour journey, no matter how slow it was, could not be prolonged. The entrance to Qing-Man's community was now in sight, and Mahaheo wished she could teleport, taking just one step to arrive at her doorstep. Chigu tightened his grip on Mahaheo's wrist, momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, do you think? Mahaheo looked up at him, waiting for him to finish his thought. Chigu uttered a few words, but as he continued, he grew increasingly stuttered, ultimately reddening his face and reluctantly falling silent. Internally, he cursed himself for being so inept. Damn it, he could have said it. Why was he stuttering? Seeing him hesitate, Mahaheo decided to voice the troubling question that had been plaguing her throughout their walk. Let me ask you something. Would you believe that a single moment could lead you to determine that someone is your other half? Mahaheo, little one, what do you think? System, should I let 213 judge? I have no objections, but host, why flirt if you're not marrying? Mahaheo, what does that mean? System, guess. Would you believe that a single moment could lead you to determine that someone is your other half? Mahaheo repeated the question. She felt that if she didn't resolve this issue today, sleep would elude her tonight. Chigu stared into Mahaheo's eyes, momentarily lost in thought. His heart skipped a beat. The depths of her gaze seemed to harbor a vortex. He found himself ensnared, unable to escape, nor did he wish to. Chigu heard his own voice, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. I shall. Consider this. Ma Haohai resignedly bowed her head, acknowledging her defeat. Ignoring the system's incessant laughter echoing in her mind, she dejectedly waved goodbye to Chigu. Gratitude was a sentiment she felt compelled to express. The narrative had taken a tumultuous turn, transforming the heroic protagonist into a mere supporting character. Had it not been for Chigu's sudden appearance, single-handedly facing 5 adversaries, she and her fragile companions, Xia Xiaoyan and Lin Zhao, would surely have faced a dismal fate. Chigu gazed intently at Ma Haohai, his eyes lingering on her face before awkwardly drifting away. What was there to think? If she truly wished to express her gratitude, she should. His voice trailed off, nearly drowned by the cicada's chorus above, leaving only him privy to his mumblings. Ma Haohai waved again. I'm leaving, goodbye. As she turned, Chigu impulsively grasped her arm. Wait a moment, I still have something to say. Startled by his grip, Ma Haohai turned back. Her eagerness to depart clearly etched across her features. If Song Dahua and the others were to witness this, they would undoubtedly mock her for an entire year. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his teeth and continued, So, if you truly wish to thank me then. Ma Haohai regarded him with an encouraging gaze. Chigu had prepared himself for a bold confession, yet the moment their eyes met, he found himself at a loss for words. Why did you just say I was your boyfriend? The instant the words left his lips, he cursed himself internally. Chigu, you coward. Is it really so difficult to say, be my girlfriend? Realization dawned on Ma Haohai. So, 213 cares about this matter. After all, her false claim of being his girlfriend warranted clarification. With an apologetic expression, she said, I'm sorry. Please don't take the boyfriend thing to heart. Chigu appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a sincere apology. What are you apologizing for? It was just a matter of being my girlfriend. Does she really need to apologize? In a moment of desperation, he had used her name to stall. Surely, if his girlfriend found out, she would be furious. If she really cares about it, please let me know, and I will clarify things with her. Girlfriend? You mean Lin Yuqing? Chigu's expression softened. A blend of amusement and exasperation. She came with my brother, Qi Zhanan. She just happened to tag along. I assure you, it has nothing to do with her.
Oh, I see.
Ma Haohai seemed to grasp the situation, but why the agitation over a non-existent girlfriend? Though she was a lifelong singleton. She was no member of the anti-heterosexual brigade. She held no disdain for any heterosexual individuals. Chigu covered his face in disbelief, having felt a fleeting joy at Lin Yuqing's name. What nonsense! The little one didn't he understand my point at all? He sighed in resignation, beckoning Ma Haohai. Forget it. Give me your phone. Ma Haohai retrieved her phone from her pocket and handed it to him. 213 is becoming increasingly inexplicable. She thought, realizing there was no password set. What if she lost it? As Chigu operated her phone, he expressed his disdain, but a few minutes later, he returned it to her. About the girlfriend matter, I'm serious. Think it over. Upon saying this, not only his ears but the tips of his ears turned crimson. And before Ma Haohai could react, he swiftly departed with long strides. Standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, Ma Haohai scratched her head, pondering Chigu's retreating figure. Ma Haohai, what does 213 mean? What am I supposed to consider? System, what else? Consider becoming his girlfriend. Ma Haohai, does 213 actually like me? System, yes, host, you are remarkably dense. Anyone with eyes could have figured it out by now. Ma Haohai. System. Oh, host, my apologies. I forgot you were visually impaired. Ma Haohai. So, the person I flirted with was him? System. Precisely. Ma Haohai. No. That's impossible. System. Why? Ma Haohai. Just not possible. It simply wouldn't happen. System. Ma Haohai. Impossible. Future boyfriend. Have you considered it?
Maoai.
It has barely been half an hour. Such decisions cannot be made so swiftly. And what else with the label future boyfriend? As she muttered her grievances, another message from Chigu arrived. Future boyfriend. 1. Future boyfriend. 2. Ma Haohai. Is this person devoid of shame? Counting down to himself as if I might miss it, and inadvertently agree? With no time for hesitation, she resolved that it was better to experience brief pain than prolonged suffering. CMM, we are not suitable. The countdown on Qigu's messages finally halted. System, host. MASU-MANHUA, yes. System, I'm worried. Do you think 213 will cry? MASU-MANHUA, surely not. MASU-MANHUA couldn't fathom that someone like Qigu would weep over such triviality. He was no fragile being like the system. System, he probably hasn't reached home yet, wandering disoriented on the road. What if something happens? MASU-MANHUA, no, that can't be. System, how could it not? It's all your fault for being so blunt. MASU-MANHUA, blunt? System, yes. You extinguished his hopes in an instant. How could that not be blunt? MASU-MANHUA, did you not say, why flirt if not to marry? System, so, host, just marry him. MASU-MANHUA, marriage is out of the question. It is an impossibility for a lifetime. MASU-MANHUA forced herself to dismiss the matter, acting as if nothing had transpired. Having rejected him so, it seemed Qigu would no longer reach out.
Yet.
The following evening, MASU-MANHUA received a call from her future boyfriend. The background noise on the other end was filled with raucous music and the jubilant cheers of a crowd, suggesting a wild celebration. Where is it unsuitable? Qigu inquired from the other side. His inquiry, delivered a day later, although assertive, bore an undertone of feigned bravado. Recalling the system as advice, her polite words swirled in her throat, but she ultimately uttered the same line. Nowhere is suitable. Following this declaration, a prolonged silence ensued. The silence rendered the music on the other end clearer, resembling someone passionately singing love until death, albeit entirely off-key. After a few breaths, Qigu spoke again. I believe we are quite suitable. Perhaps due to the electric atmosphere, his voice seemed softer than usual, and MASU-MANHUA mistakenly sensed a note of pleading in his tone. Qigu's insistence was palpable. Her dense mind struggled to conceive a way to reject him without causing pain. Perhaps silence was the optimal choice in this moment. With a sigh, MASU-MANHUA found herself perplexed by how her relationship with 213 had devolved to this point. I'll hang up. Before she could finish, a stranger's voice broke through her phone. Chico, what are you doing hiding here? Suddenly, the call was abruptly terminated with a beep. Good news. MASU-MANHUA's serene summer vacation life has settled into a calm. Nearly a month has passed since her last conversation with Qigu, and they have since lost all contact. MASU-MANHUA has begun to suspect whether she has been relegated to the depths of a blacklist, confined to an obscure chapter of the past. With a heavy sigh, she sprawls on her bed, having completed her summer homework and finished the novels at hand. Bored and restless, she finds herself in a state of ennui. System, host, please refrain. If you continue to be so reclusive, you will become useless. MASU-MANHUA, little receiver, do you think I don't want to? Her once meticulously arranged plans have disintegrated into mere scraps of paper due to the sudden union of the female lead and the male second lead. The golden period of romance between Xianxia and Qizhong'an has now transformed into a golden era of affection between Xianxia and Lin Zhao, leaving MASU-MANHUA devoid of motivation to pursue her tasks. Each mention of Lin Zhao by Xianxia only deepens the wounds of her heart. MASU-MANHUA, little receiver. With the main couple's happy ending mission failing, does this mean I must leave this world? System, host, such words should not be uttered. I believe there is still a chance for redemption. MASU-MANHUA, with 95 of love value. You can you up. System, actually. I have good news and bad news for you. Which would you like to hear first? MASU-MANHUA, is it related to the mission? System, indeed. MASU-MANHUA, then let us hear the bad news first. System, alright, let us discuss the good news first.
MASU-MANHUA.
System, host.
Host.
My appeal to the star system has been approved. The customer service said that as long as we help the protagonist find true love, regardless of who that may be, the mission can be considered complete. System, ahem, wait a moment. There's still the bad news. MASU-MANHUA, why do I have a bad premonition? System, the bad news is that this appeal will only take effect from the next mission. So, this time, the main couple must achieve a happy ending for the task to be considered complete.
MASU-MANHUA.
System, sigh. The star system is indeed too rigid. Can't they show some flexibility? I wrote that appeal for an entire week, and it was quite a struggle. Ma how high. Little receiver. The female lead and the male second lead are simply meant to be together. It would be strange if such an appeal were accepted. System. I was merely stating the facts. Now, come on, host, cheer up. After listening to the little receiver's remarks, Ma Haohai feels even less inclined to rally her spirits. The star system has already deemed this mission a failure, so what motivation does she have to uplift herself? She might as well wait for the next task. System. Host. Ma Haohai. What is it now? System. The female lead has sent you a message. Ma Haohai retrieves her phone from beneath her pillow, discovering a message from Xianxia. Xianxia. Slow down. Did something happen between you and Chigu? Ma Haohai. The female lead's message is rather tardy, considering that the events in question transpired at the beginning of summer, and now it is nearing its end. It's nothing significant. We will resolve it ourselves. Well, as for the manner of resolution, it likely entails never speaking again. Xia Xiaodian. Zhao mentioned that he has been acting strangely lately, so I wanted to ask when you two might reconcile. By the way, should I arrange a meeting for you? Zhao thinks it's best to resolve things face-to-face. Xia Xiaoyan's incessant references to Zhao only serve to exacerbate the ache within Ma Haohai's already wounded heart. Perhaps it is best to abandon any hope of recovery. The mission is irretrievable. Xia Xiaotian. As expected. Chen Man. Expected. Xia Xiaotian. It's nothing. By the way, Qi Zhongnan's birthday is coming up, and he has invited me to attend. Didn't he mention this before? Can you accompany me? Ma Haohai indeed recalled discussing Qi Zhongnan's birthday party with Xia Xiaotian prior to the summer. She had earnestly reminded her that if Qi Zhongnan extended an invitation, it was crucial to inform her. For on this day, the tragedy of the female lead will officially commence, with the male lead's white moonlight, the malicious female antagonist, making her grand entrance and subjecting the female lead to unspeakable torment. However, this scenario hinges on the script unfolding as expected. Presently, the male and female leads share no hint of affection, and the presence of the malicious female antagonist is best left unmentioned. I don't know him well. Is it appropriate for me to attend? Xia Xiaotian. Come on, man, please accompany me. It's not fair. You've hardly left the house all summer, especially since we had made plans. Xia Xiaotian. No, you must accompany me this time. It's settled. With the female lead's decree, Ma Haohai finds herself with no alternative. After all, she has already stood her up too many times to refuse without cause. System. Host, I knew it. You cannot bear to leave the female lead unattended. Ma Haohai, I am merely curious about the appearance of the malicious female antagonist. System. No need to explain. I understand your concern for the female lead. As the malicious female antagonist prepares to make her debut, Ma Haohai is indeed filled with trepidation. Although the female lead and the antagonist currently have no interactions, it is wiser to be cautious. After all, one should deliver the goods to the very end. Given that her missteps have inadvertently led the female lead and the male second lead together, she must also bear some responsibility for this unexpected couple. Ma Haohai rises from her bed, retrieves a notebook from her bag, and begins to jot down notes, feeling a spark of motivation return. Ma Haohai, little receiver, let us get to work. System. Oh, host, what is the plan? Ma Haohai, to prevent the separation of the female lead and the male second lead. Plan A. In the original text, the rivalry between Xia Xiaotian and the antagonist, Xiao Yuqing, is marked by intense animosity. Xia Xiaotian not only faces humiliation at the hands of Xiao Yuqing's beauty, but also finds herself unceremoniously pushed into the pool at the party, incurring Qi Zhongnan's disdain. Although Xia Xiaotian and Xiao Yuqing are no longer rivals, who is to say that the energies of the female lead and antagonist won't clash? Better safe than sorry. Ma Haohai refuses to allow the same misfortune to befall them again. System. Host, it's touching to see you finally awaken your conscience. Ma Haohai, what do you mean by awakening conscience? System. Such a wonderful girl as the female lead should not be allowed to be with that scoundrel male lead. Let us protect the love between the female lead and the male second lead. The male lead can go to the dogs. It seems the system harbors quite the grudge against the male lead. Ma, how high? In truth, rather than a newfound sense of conscience, Ma Haohai has merely reached a realization. Since discovering that Xia Xiaotian and Lin Zhao are together, she has been pondering a singular question. On the day the characters from her pen invaded her dreams, they tugged at her clothing, grasped her throat, and wailed in despair. Among them, Xia Xiaotian repeatedly implored, "Why did you make me fall in love with a scoundrel? Why did you make me fall in love with a scoundrel?" Ma Haohai had always believed that the female lead and male lead were destined to be together. Now she realizes that perhaps she miscast the roles from the very beginning. Protecting the love between the female lead and the male second lead? Perhaps this is what Xia Xiaotian truly yearns for. The birthday celebration for Qi Zhannan is set in the heart of the city. Ma Haohao and Xia Xiaotian have arranged to meet at 2 p.m. to select a suitable birthday gift from the mall before taking a taxi to the hotel hosting the party. Yawning, Ma Haohao distanced herself from the mall's invigorating cooling system and wrapped her denim jacket tighter around herself. Ever since she learned that the mission was destined to fail, her health had been deteriorating. The lingering cold aside, she felt excessively drowsy and lethargic, shivering even under the blazing sun. Were it not for the fear of drawing attention, she would have preferred to don a thick winter coat for her shopping excursion. According to the system, these symptoms were deemed normal responses. After all, there would invariably be signs before departing from a world. Ma Haohao, little one, are you certain these feelings are normal? I feel as though I am on the brink of death. System, indeed, dear host. Based on my extensive experience, this is indicative of a life nearing its end.
Mao Ao.
So the prerequisite for leaving this world is to first face death? System, you may interpret it that way.
Mao Ao.
Then might I inquire, esteemed system with vast experience, how much longer do I have to live? Can I request an early demise? Qin Man is not merely weak. Ma Haohao has learned from the system that Qin Man was never meant to live long. Without Ma Haohao's crossing over, she would have perished long ago. Rather than languishing in a frail body like a sickly Lin Daiyu, Ma Haohao would prefer an early death and rebirth, perhaps becoming a robust man in a punitive world. Her demands are modest. She would accept being a strong woman, provided she is tall. Short men are categorically unacceptable. System. Host, allow me to elaborate on the first regulation of the failed author S novel law for authors who have not completed their tasks. Their bound systems are deprived of the right to access task progress. Ma Haohao. What does that mean? System. It means I cannot ascertain your date of demise. Ma Haohao. Has a failed author no rights at all? System, apologies, but yes.
Mao Ao.
Then surely I can know if I shall leave this world today. Although she contemplates an early death and rebirth, having resolved to assist the heroine and the second male lead, Ma Haohao still hopes to depart only after vanquishing the malicious female antagonist. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly awkward to suddenly perish amidst a confrontation with the antagonist. System. It is as such, dear host. The second regulation of the failed author S novel law states that the date mentioned in the first regulation includes, but is not limited to, the departure date and the countdown to that date. Ma Haohao. Then can I at least know which book the next world belongs to? System. Host, the failed author S novel law. Ma Haohao, stop. No need to elaborate. Just tell me what you can access. System. Let me see.
Aha.
I can determine how you will die.
Mao Ao.
System. Based on Qin Man's setup, you are supposed to perish in a car accident while engaged in a brawl.
Mao Ao.
What a clutch way to die. Man, have you made your choice? Xia Xiaotian interrupted Ma Haohao's internal monologue, urging her to hasten. Unlike the meticulously prepared gift from the original narrative, this time, Xia Xiaotian hastily selected a trendy green hat within 10 minutes, intending to gift it to Qi Zhannan. Without comparison, there can be no harm. When a woman loves you, she would brave mountains and seas for you, yet when she no longer cares, all you deserve is a green hat. Ma Haohao suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the male lead. The heroine's birthday gift seemed rather thoughtless. System. What is wrong with being thoughtless? I believe it can be quite practical. Ma Haohao. Indeed, I think you could not only be practical but also sell your kidneys. System. Please don't say that, dear host. My kidneys are not in good condition. Ma Hao Hao, I see your kidneys are just fine. You've been at it all night without any issues. System. Why not buy a matching hat? We could present them as a couple-esque gift. She glanced at her watch, her expression anxious, before thrusting a green hat into Ma Hao Hao's hands. This implies, even if it's green, it must be a pair? Ma Hao Hao checked the time on her phone, puzzled as she looked at Xianxia. I believe the party starts at 6 p.m. It's only 2:30 p.m. now. We have ample time, and it takes only 20 or 30 minutes to reach the hotel. What do you mean by time is running out?
Well.
Xianxia paused, her gaze evasive as she chuckled. Haha, it's about a Zhao. He promised Qi Zhangnan he would assist in setting up the venue, so we should head over early to help. Lin Zhao agreed to help Qi Zhangnan? Ma Hao Hao was taken aback, incredulous. It's already surprising enough that Lin Zhao is attending Qi Zhangnan's birthday party. When did they develop a cooperative relationship? Shouldn't these two be at odds due to Qi Gu's influence? Yes, a Zhao indeed agreed to help Qi Zhangnan. Xianxia affirmed, dragging Ma Hao Hao toward the checkout. Ma Hao Hao felt a wave of emotions. After a month of isolation at home, had the plot devolved to such a degree? Even the male lead and second male lead had become amicable brothers. Is the next step for the female lead and second female lead to become inseparable best friends? System. Host. Ma Hao Hao, what is it? System. A butterfly in the Amazon rainforest occasionally flutters its wings.
Ma Wow, speak plainly.
System. Host, to think you, a top student, do not even recognize the renowned meteorologist. Ma Hao Hao, you mean the butterfly effect?
Who are you looking down on?
Ma Hao Hao understood what the system was implying. A butterfly in the tropical rainforest could, with a few flaps of its wings, instigate a massive tornado 2 weeks later. She would not admit to being that butterfly. Any narrative collapse was certainly not her fault. System. Host. It is undeniably your responsibility. The master of blame shifting. Ma Hao Hao, say one more word, and I'll report you. System. The argument between Ma Hao Hao and the system did not last long before Xianxia ushered her into a taxi. The car glided smoothly along the road, but Xianxia inexplicably kept her mouth shut throughout the journey, remaining silent. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew excessively quiet, and soon, Ma Hao Hao succumbed to overwhelming drowsiness, falling into a deep sleep until Xianxia roused her, informing her that they had reached their destination. In the bustling hotel lobby, people were coming and going, rearranging tables and hanging balloons, all busy preparing for Qi Zhang'an's birthday party. Ma Hao Hao followed Xianxia closely, and as soon as they entered the hotel, she caught sight of Qi Zhang'an's broodingly handsome face. He was furiously berating the hotel manager, his expression ominously dark, leaving Ma Hao Hao curious about what the manager had done to provoke him. As she observed him ranting while gesturing towards the central LED screen displaying warm congratulations to Hualyan Sports School, Xianxia suddenly tugged at her.
Slow down.
Xianxia exclaimed, a near sycophantic smile adorning her face. Let us rest on the sofa over there for a bit. With that, she firmly led Ma Hao Hao towards the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, her insistence leaving no room for refusal. Ma Hao Hao, naturally, did not resist. Once seated, she queried, aren't we here to help? Is it all right to rest right away? About that, Xianxia momentarily faltered, her face flushing as she struggled for words. Ma Hao Hao pressed on, shouldn't we greet Qi Zhang'an? After all, he is the guest of honor, and it seems impolite to ignore him. Xianxia, however, was adamant that they should disregard Qi Zhang'an and simply relax in their seats. When Ma Hao Hao inquired why, her friend was at a loss. Her demeanor stiff and her gaze evasive. Ma Hao Hao sensed a certain tension in Xiaoxiaoyan's posture, as if she were on the brink of fleeing. Ma Hao Hao, did I say something wrong? System. No. Host, I sense the aroma of conspiracy. Ma Hao Hao. Conspiracy? System. As the Buddha says, it cannot be spoken of. Ma Hao Hao, if you don't know, just say so. System. I'm not ignorant. Xianxia hurriedly departed, leaving Ma Hao Hao bewildered, accompanying the main character to help, only for the main character to vanish? Ma Hao Hao imagined she could hear the cooing of pigeons. Nevertheless, her plan to catch up on sleep was thwarted. Barely closing her eyes for a few minutes, she was startled by a commotion behind her. Brother Qi. Isn't that girl familiar? Quick, look. It's the red scarf. Where?
Where?
The voices struck Ma Haohao as somewhat familiar, and she turned to see Qi Gu with a group of burly men, all staring intently at her. Upon making eye contact with Qi Gu, he immediately averted his gaze. The onlookers retreated, leaving just the two of them in that corner of the lobby. Qi Gu hesitated for a moment before approaching her, inquiring, "Did Lin Zhao send you?" At his words, Ma Haohao suddenly understood. No wonder Xia Xiaotian had been acting so strangely all day. Her invitation to Qi Zhongan's birthday party was but a ruse to bring her to meet Qi Gu. It was no wonder Ma Haohao had been slow to catch onto the obvious signs from the female protagonist. System. Host. It's not that your wits have failed you recently. They've always been lacking. Ma Haohao. Trying to get reported again. System. You always threaten me with that. Ma Haohao regarded Qi Gu, nodding slightly. He said you were feeling down, and I'm here to help clear up any misunderstandings. Misunderstanding? Qi Gu smirked, a sardonic twist to his lips. Ma Haohao noticed his clenched fists, the veins beneath the skin pulsing, as if he were struggling to contain something within. After a long silence, he asked, "Aren't you going to explain? Why are you silent? What should one discuss with a boy who had received a friend zone card?" Unfortunately, Ma Haohao found herself at a loss. "Why so quiet around me?" Qi Gu pressed, his irritation palpable, his expression darkening further. Ma Haohao pondered and finally replied, "It's true." Qi Gu, frustrated and feeling a bit wronged, retorted, "Can't you at least pretend to deceive me?" "But lying is wrong," Ma Haohao replied with conviction. Qi Gu took several deep breaths, managing to suppress the impulse to toss her out on the spot. Could this person be any more infuriating? He felt as if he had been numbed by her words. He sank onto the sofa opposite Ma Haohao, his expression still sour. "Why do you say we aren't suited? If there is something you dislike, I can change." This left Ma Haohao in a quandary. She simply didn't feel a spark for Qi Gu. If pressed to name specific grievances, she couldn't find any. Qi Gu was simply Qi Gu, and in his current form he was perfectly fine. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the butterfly effect her presence could cause. She wished to avoid any character's persona crumbling due to her influence. Ma Haohao found herself deep in thought, knowing that without providing a reason, Qi Gu would not easily relent. "Ma Haohao, what should I do?" System. Only when you need someone do you ask for help, yet when you don't, you tell them to leave.
Wow.
You're unwell. Go get treated. System. You should just accept the situation. And then you won't need to think of reasons to refuse. Ma Haohao, are you serious? System. Indeed, you have repeatedly rejected him. And that's what makes it hard for you to understand. Ma Haohao. He and I belong to different worlds. System. What do you mean? Ma Haohao. Once I complete my mission, I will leave this world. Being with him would only bring him harm. System. That's quite a valid point. I am at a loss for words. Ma Haohao. Yes, there is no future for us. Ma Haohao. So, what do you think would make him give up? System. If that is the case, why not list a few things he could never accomplish? Things he could never accomplish? Ma Haohao meticulously scrutinized Qi Gu from head to toe until he felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze. Finally, she spoke leisurely first. "I don't like muscular boys. I prefer delicate, gentle types who I can protect." Qi Gu's face turned pale, his brows knitting in disagreement. He glanced at Ma Haohao's petite arms and legs, his mind filled with doubt. Was a boy meant to be protected by a small girl truly a boy? Ignoring Qi Gu's internal musings, she continued, "Second, I dislike poor students. I prefer brilliant scholars. Ideally, his profession would be that of a scientist." Qi Gu, the academic slacker, silently lamented his fate. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to respond, "Fine, that's not difficult." "Just wait. I still have a third point," Ma Haohao interrupted. "Third, I'm a sucker for looks. I like someone who looks like that." She pointed to a star-studded poster on the hotel's stone column. The newly crowned Best Actor exuded elegance, his features a striking contrast to Qi Gu's angular visage. Ma Haohao embellished, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I have high standards. I only accept natural beauty. No plastic surgery allowed." With that, Qi Gu would surely find it impossible to meet her criteria. 040. With three seemingly insurmountable conditions laid before him, even Qi, usually so self-assured, found it impossible to feign ignorance any longer. He released his tightly clenched fists, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. So, you truly detest me? You despise me so much that you would concoct such excuses just to reject me. Ma Haohao remained silent, for she certainly did not harbor any animosity toward Qi. Though he appeared fierce, he was, in truth, warm-hearted. He had taken her to the hospital during a fever and helped the female protagonist fend off troublesome delinquents. She did not want to hurt Qi, yet without solidifying the notion of her disdain, he would never relent. Bowing her head, she chose silence as her response. Leaning back against the sofa, Qi seemed to succumb to despair, his entire being sinking into the cushions. His hand covered his eyes, obscuring his expression, leaving only his voice, clear as ever. Shorty, I know I've never been in your eyes. Ma Haohao gazed at him, perplexed by the source of his lament. Qi continued soliloquizing. No, it's not that I don't exist. Rather, nothing and no one can capture your attention. Sometimes, even when you stand before me, I feel an insurmountable distance between us. You look at me, but it's as though you are gazing through me at something else. You're right. Perhaps we truly are incompatible. We seem to inhabit different worlds. Struggling to contain her shock, Ma Haohao refrained from expressing her astonishment. Over the past few months, she had hardly realized this truth about herself, yet Qi articulated it so plainly. He was correct. This world was little more than a book to her. Whether it be Qi, Xia Xiaotian, or Qi Zhong'an, despite their living presence before her, they remained mere characters in her narrative. People were but paper dolls, personalities mere constructs, and the story was one she had woven herself. She had never truly engaged with this world, merely existing as an observer, detached from its depths. Thus, neither the virtuous nor the villainous had ever genuinely moved or enraged her. As long as they did not cross her bottom line, she remained an indifferent onlooker. Before Ma Haohao could mask her thoughts, Qi had already risen from the sofa. With a single step, he traversed the gap between two couches and squatted beside her. Previously, his hand had shielded his eyes, leading Ma Haohao to suspect he might be crying. Yet, upon closer inspection, she found no traces of tears on his face. Only a playful smile that bore little difference from his usual demeanor. For reasons unknown, she instinctively exhaled in relief. Qi extended 2 fingers to the corners of her mouth, gently coaxing her lips into a smile. I want to appear before you again. This is our last meeting. Don't be so serious, just give me a smile, won't you? Unexpectedly, he began to knead her cheeks, only to withdraw his hands abruptly. That smile is hideous. It's better if you don't smile at all. Ma Haohao was taken aback, questioning whether this youth truly liked her. Her lips twitched in disbelief. Glaring at Qi, yet his radiant smile dazzled her senses. Qi was not one to laugh lightly. Even when he did, it was often a sarcastic smirk or a half-hearted attempt to appear aloof. Yet now, his smile breathed life into him, captivating her gaze. He murmured, I still prefer to see you angry. The unexpected tenderness in his voice made Ma Haohao's heart skip a beat, her pulse racing uncontrollably.
System, voyisme, sobe.
Ma Haohao. Why are you crying? System, I was moved to tears by the handsome 213 TAT. How wonderful it would be to have him as my boyfriend one day. Ma Haohao. To her surprise, Ma Haohao found the system's words somewhat reasonable. Even the most resolute of women found it hard to be angry in the face of Qi smile. With a keen sense of self-awareness, she averted her gaze, hoping to diminish the unsettling charm he exuded. Please don't. Before she could finish her sentence, a mocking voice interjected, Oh, isn't this my dear brother? What is this? Finished with the graduation banquet, but reluctant to leave, hoping to join my little party. The affected tone sent chills down Ma Haohao's spine, and she reluctantly acknowledged that the speaker was indeed the male lead of her story. She had crafted a character who was brooding, not effeminate. Who was this dainty figure? He could easily pass for a delicate flower. Both Ma Haohao and Qi exchanged pained expressions, ignoring Qi Zhong'an's taunts. Unfazed, Qi Zhong'an turned to Ma Haohao with a smile. Miss, I recall you are a friend of Xia Xiaotian, correct? It's a pleasure to have you at my party. He stepped forward, taking her hand as if to perform a gentlemanly kiss on her hand. Ma Haohao was taken aback, momentarily frozen, until Qigu swiftly yanked Qi Zhongan's hand away, pushing him aside. The warmth in Qigu's eyes had vanished, replaced by an icy glare. Qi Zhongan, I warn you to keep your distance from her. Pushed back several steps, Qi Zhongan steadied himself, ready to unleash a tirade. However, the fierce look in Qigu's eyes made him hesitate, a flicker of fear creeping into his heart. Clenching his teeth, memories of their father's favoritism toward Qigu ignited his jealousy, overcoming his trepidation as he spat. Qigu, you brute. All you know is how to resolve problems through violence. After hurling insults, he turned to Ma Haohao, a wicked grin spreading across his face. You are wise to reject this brother of mine. If you were to be with him, you'd face daily domestic violence. Isn't that terrifying? Ma Haohao, concerned about Qigu's reaction, glanced up at his expression, expecting fury, yet found him eerily calm, with only a hint of frost in his gaze. Seeing that Qigu did not retaliate, Qi Zhongan grew emboldened. This is my birthday party. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Qigu paid little heed to Qi Zhongan's bluster. Having grown up loathing each other, he had no desire to share a space with him. Regardless of his words, he opened his mouth, as if to speak, but remained silent until he exited the hotel, leaving Ma Haohao in a state of uncertainty. 041. The malicious female supporting character Ma Haohai received a text from Xianxia just half an hour before the party commenced. Xianxia, slow down, how's it going? Have you reconciled?
Mao I.
She sensed Xiaoyan's subtle intentions. Although she felt a tinge of irritation, it was mostly resignation. Typing a message back to Xiaoyan, she feigned seriousness. We have reconciled. Technically, this was not a falsehood, as there had been no significant misunderstanding between her and Qigu. With everything clarified, it could be considered a form of reconciliation. Xiaoyan, that's wonderful. I can relax now. By the way, where are you? Zhao and I are coming to find you. I'm at Qi Zhongan's birthday party. Xiaoyan, huh? Why are you still there? Ma Haohai pondered. Why was Xiaoyan asking her, and who was she inquiring about? She had willingly accompanied the gentleman to protect the heroine from the torment of the malevolent supporting character, yet here she was, left bewildered with the main character absent. Xiaoyan, I send Qigu with you? Didn't you two reconcile? Xiaoyan, slow down, wait for me. I'll come find you right away. Upon hearing that Ma Haohai remained at Qi Zhongan's party, Xiaoyan was taken aback and immediately insisted on coming to the hotel. Ma Haohai hurriedly tried to dissuade her. With the malevolent supporting character Xiao Yuqing also present at the party, it was best for Xiaoyan to stay away. The less interaction between the two, the better. Who knew what sparks might fly upon their meeting? Xiaoyan, all right, but you don't know anyone there. Shouldn't you find a way to leave quickly? Ma Haohai wished to depart the party just as much. However, since the afternoon, Qi Zhongan had taken it upon himself to hover around her, constantly inquiring about her well-being, even waiting nearby when she excused herself to the restroom. Slowly try this cake. I had it specially ordered a month in advance. You can't normally get it. Qi Zhongan handed her a piece of cake, with a tone so gentle it sent chills down her spine.
Thank you.
Ma Haohai forced a smile as she accepted the cake, holding it in her hands without taking a bite. Qi Zhongan's thoughts were clearly not on her. He was more concerned with her entanglement with Qigu. Seeing her accept the cake, he beamed with delight. Are you free this weekend? The film starring the acclaimed actor premieres next week. I'd like to take you to see it. I'm afraid I'm not a fan of movies. Ma Haohai decisively declined. Qi Zhongan, undeterred, continued his advances. Have you finished your summer assignments? Would you like me to find someone to help you? How is your studying going? I'm organizing a study group. You should join us. Want to visit an amusement park? I can get internal tickets. Ma Haohai was overwhelmed, her impatience evident on her face, yet Qi Zhongan feigned ignorance, shamelessly pressing on. The spark in his eyes suggested that her rejections only fueled his determination. Though his ulterior motives were not widely known, Ma Haohai saw through them clearly. The conversation she had with Qigu earlier had likely been overheard by Qi Zhongan, who, realizing Qigu's feelings for her, aimed to win her over and flaunt their relationship before Qigu. System. Oh my host. This scoundrel has set his sights on you. Ma how high. I didn't need your reminder. System. Sins of heaven can be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones cannot. The scoundrel you pen cries while pursuing you. Ma how high. Speak properly. Who is pursuing him? System. You have to admit, host, you haven't even made a move, and the male lead is already so intrigued by you. If you were to flirt a little, who knows what might happen? Have you seen the expression of the White Lotus? Your hate value is truly soaring. Ma Haohai cast a glance at the White Lotus supporting character and indeed spotted a malicious glint in her eyes. Coincidentally, this malevolent character was the long-legged girl who had previously confessed to Qi, having changed her surname from Xiao to Lin due to her mother's divorce. She had not studied abroad but instead attended the Hualian Academy. How is it possible that the malevolent character appeared so early in the narrative while the author remained oblivious? Ma Haohai, little one, care to explain? Ma Haohai felt a deep sense of grievance. Even the name of the malevolent character had been altered, leaving her in a state of despair.
System.
The plot has indeed collapsed. Haven't you known this all along? Ma Haohai, I distinctly remember not being in the story when she changed her name, right? System. You must be mistaken.
Mao I.
System. Host, you are reporting me again. Thanks to Qi Zhong'an. Ma Haohai successfully assumed the heroine's role that evening, becoming the center of attention and a thorn in the side of the malevolent supporting character. This was clearly the narrative that rightfully belonged to the heroine. Ma Haohai felt utterly beleaguered. System. One must endure hardships to rise above others. Host. It's all for the heroine's love. Keep going. Ma Haohai, is that really how it works? Ma Haohai, I feel like a mere substitute. System. Substitutes are fine. Once the White Lotus unleashes all her malicious tactics on you, the heroine will be safe. W. Ma Haohai. The system's ominous predictions were well-deserved. Just as the mention of the malevolent character's schemes arose, Ma Haohai spotted Xiao Yuqing approaching her with a sweet smile. A White Lotus smiling so sweetly could not bode well. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she turned to leave, but found herself blocked by Qi Zhong'an. Lin Yuqing had already arrived, holding juice and sweetly inquiring, "Brotherin, this sister looks familiar. May I know her name?" Brother and sister. Ma Haohai shuddered. Was the supporting character using the wrong script? Qi Zhong'an, seeing Lin Yuqing, momentarily stiffened his forced smile. "This is my classmate, Chen Man." After his introduction, Lin Yuqing's smile became even more meaningful. So, she's brother and classmate. I thought she was Brother Gu's friend. Earlier, she had noticed Qi Zhong'an being particularly warm toward a girl from a distance, only to discover upon closer inspection that it was the girl Qi Gu fancied. What a scheming woman! Having ensnared Qi Gu was not enough. She sought to charm both brothers. Fortunately, Qi Zhong'an had always been attentive toward her since childhood, and he was now her only option. She could not allow anyone to steal him away. Though Ma Haohai could not decipher Lin Yuqing's intentions, she gleaned enough from her provocative gaze. "Hello, classmate Chen. My name is Lin Yuqing, brother and childhood friend." Lin Yuqing waved her juice cup innocently as she approached Ma Haohai. "Oh dear, it seems I've accidentally tripped and spilled my juice all over your clothes." "I'm so sorry," Lin Yuqing exclaimed, drawing the attention of those nearby. As they turned to look at her, tears welled in her eyes, and she kept apologizing. Appearing pitiful, the crowd, drawn in by her cries, began to murmur. What happened? It's just a piece of clothing. She didn't do it on purpose. Why make such a fuss? If she recognizes her mistake and apologizes, isn't that enough? Qi Zhong'an protectively placed a hand on Lin Yuqing's shoulder, tenderly wiping away her tears. "Classmate Man, Yuqing said it was unintentional. You should forgive her." Left speechless by the melodramatic spectacle unfolding before her, Ma Hao found it incredulous that such a glitch would befall her in her lifetime. With admiration, Ma Hao nodded towards Lin Yuqing, acknowledging that the only redeeming aspect of this charade was the White Lotus's performance. The ancients were indeed wise. White Lotuses were all consummate actors, capable of summoning tears at will, faster than any eye drops could manage. Qi Zhong'an and Lin Yuqing, oblivious to the reason behind Ma Hao's admiration, merely assumed she possessed a gentle nature, willing to downplay significant issues. "Do you mean you forgive Yuqing?" Sister. Thank you, they both said with beaming smiles. Only to witness Ma Hao seize a glass of juice from the table and unexpectedly douse Lin Yuqing with its contents. I'm not one to hold a grudge. A dress for a dress. It's only fair. She thought to herself, I do not provoke others unless provoked, but if someone offends me, Ma Hao is not one to be trifled with. In a moment of retaliation, Lin Yuqing's glass of juice was splashed onto Ma Haohai's pristine clothing. In a swift counter, Ma Haohai retaliated by throwing the drink back at Lin Yuqing, leaving her makeup in disarray and her meticulously styled hair clinging to her face, resembling a drenched chicken freshly pulled from water. Ma Haohai was taken aback by the impressive effect of the juice. You, Lin Yuqing, both anxious and infuriated, attempted to shield her disheveled appearance with her hands while casting a seething glare at Ma Haohai from an angle concealed from others. How dare this woman treat her in such a manner? Who did she think she was? Lin Yuqing gritted her teeth, nearly ready to confront Ma Haohai physically. Yet, mindful of her delicate image, she refrained from lashing out, opting instead to feign tears in an attempt to garner sympathy from onlookers. Unfortunately, the bystanders were so taken aback by the unexpected turn of events that no one felt pity for her. Rather, a few girls who had always disdained Lin Yuqing reveled in her misfortune. Wow, this girl is fierce. Lin Yuqing deserves it. She finally got what was coming to her. Even the campus beauty can't escape this fate. Her makeup is ruined. Upon hearing the whispers surrounding her, Lin Yuqing felt her teeth nearly crack from clenching them. She fell into Qi Zhongan's embrace, her sobs now tinged with genuine emotion. Whoa, brother, she bullied me. Lin Yuqing had always been the envy of others. Never before had she faced such humiliation. All of this was due to that Chen Man. She swore she would not let it go unpunished. Qi Zhongan held Lin Yuqing in his arms, utterly bewildered by the unfolding drama. Seeing her weep, he felt a pang of heartache, wanting to chastise Ma Haohai for daring to treat his goddess in such a manner. Yet, considering his relationship with Qi Gu and the fact that he had yet to pursue Ma Haohai earnestly, he felt it unwise to lose his temper over a trivial matter. After some contemplation, he decided to prioritize the bigger picture. Yuqing, please don't cry. If you continue, you won't look good. This is all a misunderstanding. Man thought you intentionally stained her clothes, which is why she reacted the way she did. We can clear this up. Unintentionally, Qi Zhongan's words absolved Ma Haohai, while subtly implying that Lin Yuqing was at fault. Lin Yuqing was taken aback that Qi Zhongan did not support her in reprimanding Chen Man, but instead seemed to place the blame on her. Fury surged through her, and her gaze towards Ma Haohai grew increasingly venomous. Noticing Lin Yuqing's uneven breaths, Qi Zhongan assumed she was heartbroken and felt a flicker of guilt. Yet, upon glancing at Ma Haohai and recalling Qi Gu's envious expressions, his guilt dissipated like mist. He addressed Ma Haohai. It's all a misunderstanding, please calm down, man. Just tidy up your clothes first. Unbeknownst to him, his tone had taken on a somewhat ingratiating quality. Ma Haohai, however, did not spare him a glance and simply walked towards the restroom. Qi Zhongan, unable to discern whether Ma Haohai accepted his advice or was dissatisfied with his words, felt a twinge of anxiety. As he contemplated following her, Lin Yuqing tugged at his sleeve. Brother-in, I didn't expect Chen to have such a bad temper. It's all my fault. Lin Yuqing bit her lip, her eyes still red from crying, evoking sympathy from a group of nearby onlookers. Qi Zhongan too thought that Ma Haohai's temperament was a bit too harsh. After all, it was his birthday party, and she showed him no courtesy whatsoever. Was this how she behaved in front of Qi Gu? Or did Qi Gu perhaps appreciate her fiery disposition? The more he pondered, the more sense it made. Realizing that even Qi Gu had not tamed Ma Haohai's notorious temper, a desire to conquer her arose within him, finding the challenge of taming a wild stallion exhilarating. With such thoughts in mind, and observing Lin Yuqing's vulnerable demeanor, Qi Zhongan felt a growing disinterest. He impatiently dismissed her. All right, I understand she has a bad temper. Just avoid provoking her in the future. Lin Yuqing's tear-streaked face momentarily froze in disbelief, her eyes widening at his unexpected response. The tactics she had relied upon for so long had faltered today. Not only did Qi Zhongan not disdain Chen Man, but he also placed blame upon her. What sort of enchantment had Chen Man cast upon him? Lin Yuqing wished to retort, but seeing Qi Zhongan's unwillingness to delve deeper into the matter, she realized that continuing would only further provoke his annoyance. She lowered her head in frustration, releasing her grip on his clothing.
So, it's Qin Man, is it?
I shall see just how capable she really is. With so many people around at the party, it was not the ideal time to take action. However, once the event concluded, she would have her moment. Oblivious to Lin Yuqing's thoughts, Ma Haohai was unafraid, even if she were aware. Her purpose for attending the party was to attract the ire of the White Lotus, reveling in the hatred directed her way. After all, as a distinguished author, she had no reason to fear her own creation. Even if the White Lotus resorted to underhanded tactics, it mattered little, for she would soon depart from this world, leaving behind any troubles. At the party, Ma Haohai endured until midnight when it finally came to an end. Despite several waves of drowsiness, the persistent male lead clung to her, making it impossible for her to find a moment to rest. Once the party concluded, she felt it was time to make her graceful exit. As the central figure of the gathering, Qi Zhongan was naturally responsible for bidding farewell to the guests, providing Ma Haohai the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. The city at dawn revealed a different kind of splendor, with neon lights illuminating the dark sky, and the sounds of the streets echoing vibrantly. Ma Haohai summoned a taxi through her phone, a black Toyota, but the app indicated heavy traffic, estimating a 10-minute wait. To avoid being caught by Qi Zhongan when he eventually emerged, Ma Haohai moved a few paces away from the hotel entrance, positioning herself beneath the streetlight. In the sultry summer city, even the nighttime breeze carried a warmth, and the neon lights flickered enticingly, casting stark shadows. Leaning against the streetlight with her eyes closed, Ma Haohai complained about the harsh glare when suddenly, the light dimmed around her. "Hey there, waiting for a ride all alone? Need some company?" A casual, brash voice interrupted her thoughts. Ma Haohai opened her eyes to find 4 or 5 carefree young men standing before her, sizing her up with narrowed eyes. Ignoring their wandering gazes, she responded calmly, "Did Lin Yuqing send you?" She was puzzled as to why the White Lotus had remained silent all evening after being humiliated. It seemed she had been waiting here for Ma Haohai all this time. In a tense encounter, Ma Haohua's insight left several ruffians visibly unsettled. Her calm demeanor suggested she was well prepared to counter their advances, causing them to hesitate. The leader of the gang, attempting to maintain bravado, declared that it mattered not who sent them, only that they were there to confront her. Observing the leader's striking yellow hair illuminated by the lights, which bore a striking resemblance to Qigu's own, she could not help but reflect on the superficiality of appearances. This world indeed favored beauty. The same hairstyle appeared dashing on Qigu, but became unappealing on this thug. Unaware of Ma Haohua's internal musings, the leader grew bolder, noticing her quiet demeanor, which he interpreted as submissive. He grinned lewdly, suggesting that if she complied, perhaps they would treat her kindly. His words elicited crude laughter from his companions, their gazes becoming more lascivious. Ma Haohua lowered her eyes, contemplating how to extricate herself from this predicament. She had surmised that these thugs were indeed sent by Lin Yuqing, as no one else in the narrative would employ such base tactics. While she did not regard the characters in the story as real, it was irksome to be unjustly victimized. As her mind raced with possibilities, the leader seized her arm, dragging her toward a dimly lit alley. "Don't be afraid, little beauty, we just want to get to know you better." When his unwelcome hand brushed against her, she instinctively attempted to pull away but ultimately resigned herself to the situation. At that moment, she felt like a fish on a cutting board, utterly at their mercy. Even if she had the strength to resist, she knew she could not overpower these grown men. It was wiser to feign compliance, thereby lowering their guard. The alley, in stark contrast to the vibrant main street, was shrouded in darkness, which heightened her senses. As she stepped into the shadows, she could hear the thugs' breathing grow heavier, the sound of their nervous gulps filling the air. "I'll go first. You all can line up," the leader stammered, excitement edging his voice as he commanded the others. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the sounds of belts unbuckling and clothes hitting the ground echoed ominously. Realizing her earlier misjudgment, Ma Haohua regretted not having shouted for help when she had the chance. Surely, such a cry would have sent these brash thugs fleeing. A trembling hand landed on her shoulder, prompting her to raise her palm to halt the encroaching figure. "Wait." The leader paused, bewildered, and cursed her, underestimating her resolve. His hesitation only fueled the impatience of his companions, who urged him to proceed. In that moment, MASU-MANHUA seized the opportunity to assert herself. I'm not trying to escape. Rather, there's something you need to know. His crude retort, what could possibly be more important, was met with her calm, yet chilling smile. If you wait until after, you might just catch something unpleasant. Her words struck the group like a thunderbolt, momentarily freezing their breath. Though she could not discern their expressions in the darkness, she sensed their shock and dread. The leader, grappling with the horrifying possibility of exposure to disease, faltered, his bravado crumbling. Before he could articulate his disbelief, they were interrupted by a sudden, loud cough from behind. Who's there? The thugs barked, their bravado evaporating as they scanned the shadows. Another cough resonated, and a figure lunged towards them. The sound of a body hitting the ground punctuated the air, leaving one thug writhing in pain. Amidst the chaos, MASU-MANHUA stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Why are you just standing there?
Run!
Qing shouted, his voice a mix of urgency and frustration as he struggled against multiple attackers. His concern for her safety clashed with the pressing danger as he fought to protect her from harm. It was unexpected that he would be the one to come to her aid. Had it been anyone else, she would not have been surprised. Yet here he was, risking everything to ensure her safety, his annoyance at her presence evident even in the midst of a brawl. A countdown MASU-MANHUA found Qing to be exceedingly prideful, refusing to acknowledge his defeat despite having been publicly embarrassed. Perhaps this was indicative of the immature self-esteem often exhibited by young men. However, out of gratitude for his timely intervention, MASU-MANHUA resolved not to confront him this time. Understood. Take care of yourself. I shall take my leave. She waved goodbye to Qing. Noticing that he was still engaged in conversation with her, it was evident that the few ruffians posed little threat to him. Alleviating her concerns, she felt that her presence might hinder him, possibly dragging him down. It was best to leave at once. Once she was out of the ruffian's sight, she could call for help to extricate him later. With a firm decision in mind, MASU-MANHUA hurriedly made her way out of the alley. A black Honda was already parked at the intersection. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened the passenger door and took a seat, nodding at the driver. Driver, please start the engine. The driver, taken aback by her calm demeanor, stammered in response, yes, of course. He quickly pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged onto the street. The vibrancy and clamor of the surroundings faded behind the car door, leaving the taxi enveloped in a tranquil silence, punctuated only by their faint breaths. As the alley receded in the rearview mirror, MASU-MANHUA leaned back in her seat, exhaling in relief. Despite her outward composure, a sense of unease lingered within her. What if Qing hadn't arrived in time? What if the thugs had dismissed her claims? She dared not dwell on these thoughts. Touching her face, she realized her forehead was slick with cold sweat. The world of fiction was perilous. Even a simple campus narrative could unfold in such a dramatic manner. It became clear that the exhilarating life was one only the protagonist could withstand. For someone like her, it was far better to remain an inconspicuous bystander. Through this ordeal, MASU-MANHUA finally grasped the essence of the happiness that lay in anonymity. Once, she had lamented her nameless existence. Now, however, she recognized the safety that accompanied such a status. From now on, she aspired to be a bystander unworthy of a name. System, host. You have finally comprehended my heartfelt intentions. MASU-MANHUA. After a prolonged silence, the system suddenly interjected in her mind. MASU-MANHUA scoffed in response, turning her head to ignore it. What a system it was, failing to assist her in times of need, only to seek attention now that the crisis had passed. The system, sensing her indifference, adopted a more subdued tone. System, host, please don't be angry.
Yes, you.
It was not intentional. MASU-MANHUA. System, please forgive me. It was genuinely a matter of utmost urgency that held me back. The system's demeanor suggested sincerity, prompting MASU-MANHUA to inquire further. MASU-MANHUA, what is this urgent matter? System, as it turns out, I have received a directive from the galaxy. You will be departing this world in 3 minutes. Current countdown, 00300. Ma Haohao found herself at a loss for words, caught between disbelief and astonishment. The news was too abrupt to process. Ma Haohao, why did you not share such critical information sooner? System, I cannot be held responsible. To prevent any leaks, I was rendered mute for 10 minutes. It seemed the system could not be blamed for this predicament. Ma Haohao felt a headache coming on. She had previously discussed with the system that the only means of leaving this world was through death. In other words, she had merely 3 minutes left to live. Before she could fully digest this shocking revelation, her phone began to vibrate violently in her bag. In her dazed state, she wondered who could be calling her at such a moment. Had Qigu managed to escape so quickly? Or perhaps her impending demise was somehow linked to this call. The countdown from the system continued to tick away. Ma Haohao was so consumed by these thoughts that she failed to notice the peculiar atmosphere within the taxi. Nor did she register the driver's frequent glances in her direction. She retrieved her phone, hesitating briefly before answering the call. Hello? Beautiful. I've arrived at the designated location, the vehicle parked with its hazard lights on. A middle-aged man's voice, thick with local dialect, came through the receiver, confirming he was indeed the driver she had summoned through her phone. If what he said was true, then whose vehicle was she currently in? A sudden chill gripped her, rendering her breathless. She recalled that she hadn't clearly seen the license plate before getting in. She had simply matched the color and emblem of the car. Turning her head, she met the driver's hesitant gaze. Young lady, may I ask who you are? He didn't even know her identity, yet dared to follow her instructions? What kind of audacity did these drivers possess these days? Fortunately, the driver did not appear to be a nefarious character. As she contemplated how to explain the situation, a hand suddenly reached from behind, constricting tightly around her neck. A familiar voice, sharp and laced with venom, pierced through the air, dripping with malice.
Chen.
Get off my car this instant. Ma Haohao gasped in pain, struggling to break free from the grip as she turned to face Lin Yuqing's furious visage. The sight of her twisted, beautiful face, contorted by rage, was genuinely startling. The gentle and obedient demeanor Lin Yuqing had displayed before Qi Zhanan was nowhere to be found. She now resembled a deranged woman. A testament to how jealousy and hatred could distort even the fairest of faces. Only now did Ma Haohao grasp where the situation had gone awry. What kind of taxi driver would wear a black suit and white gloves? This was clearly a private vehicle sent by Lin Yuqing's family, with a designated driver from the Lin household. Please don't do anything reckless. We're still in the car. Ma Haohao sensed the impending danger and attempted to reason with Lin Yuqing, hoping to dissuade her from further chaos. Yet, blinded by envy, Lin Yuqing was beyond listening to reason. She lunged at Ma Haohao with wild abandon. This Chen had not only stolen Qigu's attention but had also humiliated her in front of others. She had orchestrated a grand spectacle, eagerly awaiting the moment Ma Haohao would be disgraced, only to have her escape. The blood rushed to Lin Yuqing's head as she seethed. Why does Chen have the right to capture Guo and Guo's attention? Why was she not assaulted by those thugs? Why is she sitting in my car?
Get out. Now.
With her eyes ablaze, Lin Yuqing screamed, flailing her nails in a frenzy, completely losing her grip on reality. The chauffeur of the Lin family, utterly paralyzed by fear, attempted to pull Lin Yuqing away while simultaneously being cautious of his driving. He could only shout desperately, please stop, please stop. I implore you. Cease this before it leads to a fatality. The scene was one of utter chaos. Amidst the cacophony of screams and pleas, Ma Haohao heard a thunderous crash. The world fell silent. System. Countdown 000000. The countdown has ended. Please prepare the host for departure from this realm. 045. Beyond creativity. Still creativity, system. Newbie task settlement in progress. Please be patient, host. System. Task failed. You have lost -10 heart value points this time. Total points, 90. Warning, warning. You are about to enter the punishment world. Ma Haohao's consciousness was irresistibly drawn away from the world of pain flowing like a river. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in a chaotic, distorted space. Ma Haohao wiggled her limbs and discovered her body enveloped by a transparent substance, suspending her amidst a kaleidoscope of radiant hues. On either side of the shimmering light, An array of black holes appeared, irregularly scattered. Some openings were circular, others square, while some twisted into indescribable shapes. Each hole varied in size, with the larger ones towering like buildings and the smaller ones barely the size of a fingernail. Their only commonality was the strange light emanating from within, where flickering shadows danced amidst the brilliance. Drifting along with the radiant light, MASU-MANHUA was captivated by the vibrant scenery before her, her mouth agape in astonishment. MASU-MANHUA, little receiver, where is this place? And what are those black holes? System. Host, you are quite the curious one. This is the star network of the endpoint galaxy. Moreover, those are not black holes. They are the creative ideas of the endpoint authors. MASU-MANHUA, star network? Creative ideas? System. Indeed, host. That ominous opening over there is the creative idea of a supernatural author. And that one, if you take a whiff, does it not smell like savory pancakes? That is the creative idea of a culinary author. Oh. MASU-MANHUA took a deep sniff towards the culinary creative idea, and sure enough, the aroma of savory pancakes wafted towards her. However, why did that scent also carry a hint of burnt aroma? MASU-MANHUA, I see. Endpoint literature is indeed profound and vast. System. What's the fuss, host? You just fell out of that creative idea. While MASU-MANHUA mused over this, the system pointed out another creative idea in the distance, which was the world she had just experienced in the book. MASU-MANHUA, little receiver. What will happen to them after I leave? A significant change had already transpired in the plot at the moment of her departure. What would unfold thereafter? And what of Qing? What would become of his future? System. Do not fret, host. The changes in the plot are irreversible. The moment you exited the book world, their endings were already rewritten. If you wish to see, simply flip to the conclusion. As the system finished speaking, a book materialized in MASU-MANHUA's hands, its cover inscribed with bold characters. Pain crossed out, dog food flowing like a river. MASU-MANHUA. Her hands trembled slightly. Wasn't it stated that the task had failed? And yet, she was to endure the punishment of renaming the book? Well, if the title had to change, so be it. After all, the original title was hardly bearable. But could they not have made a more thoughtful alteration? Simply crossing out the word pain with a black pen was rather absurd. System. Ahem. Allow me to clarify. System. Host. It is as follows. Because you have failed the task, the galaxy does not provide a refined cover modification service. I can only manually alter the cover myself. Oh. MASU-MANHUA. Little receiver. Is that what you call a modification? System.
MASU-MANHUA sighed.
Unable to criticize the system's graphic design skills further, for in this regard, it resembled a typical male. She flipped through the dog food book, skipping over the many plots she had experienced, scanning rapidly. Chun Man and Lin Yuqing engaged in a fierce altercation in a private car. Despite the driver of the Lin family's efforts to intervene, he panicked, leading to a collision with a large vehicle on the road. The black sedan, struck by the impact, overturned, crumpling significantly, with shards of glass scattered everywhere. Seated in the passenger seat, Chun Man bore the brunt of the injury, her head crashing against the windshield, rendering her unconscious, and she was later declared dead upon arrival at the emergency room. In contrast, Lin Yuqing sustained minor injuries, regaining consciousness after a brief fainting spell. However, her once proud visage was marred by glass shards embedded in her skin, leaving behind a constellation of scars that even surgery could not fully erase. Having lost her beauty buff, Qi Zhanan initially felt sympathy for her. But as Lin Yuqing repeatedly underwent surgeries, he grew utterly disdainful. Yet Lin Yuqing was no pushover like Xianxia. The two entangled in a lifelong struggle, neither ever gaining the upper hand over the other. As for Xianxia and Lin Zhao, freed from the entanglements of a scoundrel and a malicious female antagonist, they smoothly united. Chun Man's tragedy saddened them, but only fortified their love for one another. They enrolled in the same university, married, and raised a family, traversing through life blissfully. The only regret for MASU-MANHUA was Qing. Chun Man's demise transformed the carefree Qing, becoming a thorn in his heart. He ceased to drift aimlessly through life, as if suddenly galvanized, completely excluding Qi Zhanan and his mistress from the power center of the Qi family. Yet, despite acquiring everything, he appeared not particularly joyful. After Qian-Man's departure, it seemed no one and nothing could penetrate his heart, and until the end of his days. He died alone in the family villa. Ma Haohao tightly grasped the book, steeling herself to confront Qi Gu's conclusion. System. Alas, host. 213 is so pitiful, you should have agreed to him earlier. Qi Gu's playful smile, his ears reddening when he spoke contrary to his heart. The resolute figure standing in front of her. Scenes blurred, indistinguishable between reality and illusion. The system suggested she should have agreed to him. Perhaps. But what should she do now? Even she was uncertain. Ma Haohao shook her head, patting her face to dispel Qi Gu's shadow from her mind. He was merely a character in the book. Even if they were together, it would lead to no resolution. Regretting past events was futile. What mattered now was the task ahead. Ma Haohao, little receiver, enough of that. Did you not say I was heading to the punishment world? Isn't it yet fully loaded? System. Host, why the rush? We are currently en route. Ma Haohao en route. Just as Ma Haohao finished her inquiry, the flow of the surrounding light suddenly slowed. The transparent substance enveloping her seemed to be drawn by some force, dragging her out of the luminous haze and propelling her towards a nearby black hole. Unable to resist this pull, she spiraled through the air, feeling dizzy and disoriented. In her hazy state, she only remembered flying into a black hole, the entrance, obscured by thick mosaics. 046, jade liquid and exquisite nectar. Who sent you here? Listen carefully. We have come to find the eldest daughter of the Luo family. If you wish to live, you'd best stay far away. You dare to command me to leave? After all these years, you are the first. Ma Haohao was drawn into the realm of punishment, her consciousness lingering in a state of half-awareness when she vaguely heard a cacophony of voices. How dare these mere qi refining stage cultivators act so brazenly before me? My cultivation is inadequate. I must flee. This boy is a demonic cultivator. The cries pierced her eardrums, sending a jolt through Ma Haohao, finally shaking her from her foggy awareness. As she regained consciousness, she felt an excruciating pain radiating from her wrists and ankles. Looking down, she saw that her body was ensnared by a long, slender golden cord. The cord, no thicker than her pinky finger, wound tightly around her entire body, with multiple loops constricting her wrists and ankles, binding her like a pig destined for roasting, discarded atop a pile of dry wood. Ma Haohao couldn't help but lament her horrendous luck. In her previous world, she awoke to a bucket of cold water being splashed upon her, and now she found herself kidnapped and treated as a meal? She recalled catching a glimpse of the heavily pixelated entrance before her mind was transported here. She wondered which book she had entered this time. Surely, it wouldn't be yet another tale where she was merely an unnamed passerby. Ma Haohao, are you there, little show? Little show? Gathering her thoughts, Ma Haohao realized that relying on the system was futile. It would never happen in this lifetime. She would have to depend on herself. The dialogue she had overheard while drifting in and out of sleep had vanished by the time she fully awoke. The small woodshed where she was confined was eerily silent, the air thick with a stifling tension that made even the slightest sound feel like a risk. Ma Haohao was tossed in a corner of the woodshed, her view obscured by a mountain of dry firewood. It was evident that she was not alone in this shed. At least one other person stood on the opposite side of the woodpile. With the situation unclear, and the pain in her limbs continually irritating her nerves, Ma Haohao dared not act recklessly. Instead, she cautiously twisted her wrists, attempting to alleviate the discomfort caused by her bindings. However, the rope seemed to constrict even tighter with the slightest movement, drawing a finger's width closer and binding her even more securely. Realization dawned upon her, sending a chill down her spine. Could this rope be the legendary binding immortal rope? Having penned numerous odd novels, Ma Haohao knew that only a particular story featured such a remarkable binding. The memory of the heavily pixelated entrance flooded back, and she felt an overwhelming urge to lament the absurdity of her creation. In her earlier days, when descriptions below the neck on female-centric sites went unpunished, Ma Haohao had whimsically written an innocent cultivation tale titled Jade Liquid and Exquisite Nectar. The male protagonist, Tang Mingqiang, was a scion of a prominent cultivation family in the spirit martial continent, betrothed to Luo Qingyu, the eldest daughter of another cultivation family. They were a match made in heaven, but fate took a dark turn when, at the age of 7, Tang Mingqiong's family was slaughtered by demonic cultivators, leaving him the sole survivor, albeit with his spiritual roots destroyed. Despite this tragedy, the Luo family did not cancel the engagement. Instead, they took him in, awaiting the day Luo Qingyu would reach foundational cultivation to hold a dual cultivation ceremony. However, beneath her proud exterior, Luo Qingyu held deep disdain for Tang Mingqiong, seeking to make his life miserable and ultimately expel him from the Luo family. Yet, to her surprise, Tang Mingqiong caught the eye of an elder from the Xianxia sect and was selected as a disciple alongside her. As the time for foundational cultivation approached, Luo Qingyu devised a plan to lead Tang Mingqiong into the demonic path and conspired with the sect's senior brother to eliminate him. If Tang Mingqiong were to fall so easily at her hands, Ma Haohai would not have found herself in such a predicament. The crux of the matter was that jade liquid and exquisite nectar was a tale of rebirth and revenge. Tang Mingqiong was determined to make Luo Qingyu, the architect of his demise, suffer endlessly. He discovered her secret as a natural furnace and not only used her for his own gain but later discarded her to his demonic subordinates, reducing her to a mere tool for carnal pleasure, thus giving rise to the title of the story. Oh, how naive she had been to pen such scandalously eye-watering content. "Who is there? Step forward." As she pondered her plight, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Despite her cautious movements, the keen hearing of cultivators caught the slightest sound of her shifting attire. In this realm, unlike her previous world, there were no laws against murder. Any cultivator worth their salt had blood on their hands. She had yet to grasp the edges of her punishment task, and she could not afford to meet her end before she even began. Observing the current situation, Ma Haohai chose to err on the side of caution. The shadow of the newcomer drew closer, and Ma Haohai swallowed hard, enveloped in darkness. Although she had familiarized herself with the backdrop of this world, she could not place any of the figures before her. Knowing the plot was of little consequence if she could not recognize who was who. She began to miss the system, begrudgingly acknowledging its utility. At least it could provide her with names when she was utterly bewildered. Lowering her gaze, she silently prayed that the incoming figure would not be someone she recognized. Should she inadvertently act out of character, she risked being perceived as a usurper. Heavens! The world of cultivation was fraught with peril. The figure before Ma Haohai came to a halt, remaining still for an extended moment. Curiosity piqued. She dared to lift her head, only to hear the individual slowly utter a few words. "Is that you? Luo Qingyu? Ex-MASU? Luo Qingyu? The female lead?" Ma Haohai gasped, abruptly lifting her head to meet the gaze of the figure. Upon seeing their face, she froze in astonishment. Upon beholding the visage of her captor, Ma Haohai exclaimed in astonishment. The face was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the celebrated actor from her previous existence. The very image that adorned the hotel wall, every detail, down to the mole near his eye, was replicated before her. Bewilderment washed over Ma Haohai. Had she not definitively departed her former world? What inexplicable turn of events was this? Intrigued by Ma Haohai's appellation, Tang Mingqiong scrutinized her with narrowed eyes. The eyes of Luo Qingyu, so pure and limpid, were a stark contrast to the woman who had stood on the demon-slaying platform, clamoring for his demise. Tang Mingqiong's query jolted Ma Haohai from her reverie. Her immediate concern transcended any contemplation of the actor. It was her current identity that demanded her attention. "Nay, I merely meant," she stammered, her voice tinged with trepidation. "Am I addressed as Luo Qingyu? Is Luo Qingyu my name?" Observing Luo Qingyu's discomposure, her need for reassurance regarding her very identity, Tang Mingqiong's suspicion deepened. Delving into the recesses of his mind, he confirmed the veracity of the present abduction. In his past life, shortly after his arrival at the Luo household, he had perceived himself as unworthy of Luo Qingyu, a mere burden. He had endeavored to compensate her, attending to her every need, enduring her rebukes without retaliation. Alas, Luo Qingyu's heart was as frigid as her demeanor. His earnestness was met with derision, and he became the subject of mockery and scorn for his association with her. The current predicament mirrored that past. Luo Qingyu, in her hubris, had provoked the demonic cultivators of the refinement demon valley, and he had been caught in the crossfire. abducted alongside her as leverage for procuring the Luo family's superior spiritual artifacts. Tang Mingqiong's lips curled into a bitter smile, blinded by infatuation. He had misconstrued Luo Qingyu's aloofness as mere reticence, believing that his sincerity would eventually thaw her heart. During the demonic assault, he had shielded her from the encroaching demonic energy, enduring the full brunt of the torment. Though rescued by the Luo clan, his cultivation was irrevocably damaged, leaving him to suffer the excruciating torment of demonic erosion each night. And Luo Qingyu. Tang Mingqiong's gaze locked with hers. A surge of demonic energy coursing through him. Indeed, he declared, his voice laced with malice. You are Luo Qingyu, scion of the esteemed Luo clan, her last vestige of hope extinguished. Ma Haohao slumped onto the pile of firewood, her eyes devoid of luster. The name Luo Qingyu had confirmed her worst fears. She had been thrust into the role of the female protagonist in a racy narrative. I am Luo Qingyu, she muttered, still reeling from the revelation. After a moment, she roused herself and inquired timidly, Pray tell, noble warrior, where am I? Did you rescue me? Did I rescue you? Tang Mingqiong's laughter echoed, tinged with a chilling undertone. Yes, it was I who saved you. Luo Qingyu. His rebirth was fueled by a desire to avenge his death at her hands, to inflict upon her the suffering he had endured in his previous life. Oblivious to Tang Mingqiong's inner turmoil, Ma Haohao marveled at his captivating presence. I am eternally grateful for your benevolence, she stammered, inwardly attempting to discern his identity. She recalled a scene in her narrative wherein the female lead was abducted by demonic cultivators, but the identity of her rescuer eluded her. Tang Mingqiong observed Luo Qingyu, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. The term noble warrior struck a discordant note. In their past encounters, she had never uttered a word of gratitude, regardless of his efforts to save her. Why was she now so readily dispensing thanks? Had the demonic energy wrought such a profound transformation, rendering her unrecognizable? Spare your gratitude, Tang Mingqiong interjected, his voice frigid. I am undeserving of the Luo clan's gratitude. However, whether Luo Qingyu was feigning ignorance was irrelevant. The fact remained that she had harbored intentions of ending his life, driving a fatal blow through his heart on the demon-slaying platform. The memory of that piercing strike rekindled the phantom pain in his chest. A malevolent smile crept across his lips as he mocked, as we are destined to become Taoist partners. We should be as one. Why should the young lady express gratitude? He deliberately invoked the term Taoist partners, both to vex Luo Qingyu and to gauge her reaction, to ascertain whether her ignorance was genuine or a mere facade. Upon hearing the term Taoist partners, Ma Haohao's countenance underwent a dramatic shift. The female lead's paramour, Tang Mingqiong, the very individual who had used her as a vessel, gifted her to his demonic subordinates and ultimately driven her to madness. Summoning every ounce of her resolve, Ma Haohao prevented herself from succumbing to despair. As the author of the narrative, she possessed an intimate understanding of her characters. Tang Mingqiong, once a cheerful and virtuous youth, had been transformed by his rebirth into a vengeful and capricious figure. Compose yourself, Ma Haohao, she exhorted inwardly. This is a narrative of rebirth. Who can guarantee that this Tang Mingqiong is the one from the future? Perhaps he is still the innocent youth, confronted with a formidable adversary. She could not afford to lose her composure. Though she had intended to maintain her character's persona, it had already begun to unravel. Clearing her throat, she resolved to improvise. Resuming her previous train of thought, Ma Haohao forced a smile and declared, I am at a loss as to how to repay your act of salvation, save by offering myself in marriage. As we are already betrothed, let us seize this auspicious occasion and consummate our union, becoming Taoist partners forthwith. Ma Haohao recalled that one of the male lead's lingering resentments was the female lead's refusal to become his Taoist partner. By proactively proposing marriage, she hoped to mitigate his animosity towards her. 048. A drastic shift in personality system. Warning. OOC alert. The host has severely deviated from the character's persona. Please make adjustments promptly. As the words of Ma Haohao faded away, a sudden warning flashed to her mind, followed by the familiar voice that invaded her consciousness. System. My goodness, host. What on earth are you doing? I just logged off for a brief moment and you've triggered the yellow alert? Can you please be a bit more mindful? The unreliable system immediately began with accusations. Faced with the system's reproach, Ma Haohao found herself at a loss for words. Ma Haohao. The character's persona was crumbling because of her actions, and the male lead was a result of her provocation. What could she possibly say? Had she known that the male lead had the visage of a film emperor, she would have feigned fainting the moment she laid eyes on him. Refusing to utter a single word. System. Humph. Don't pretend to be oblivious, host. It appears I must once again enlighten you on the risks of OOC.
Sigh.
I truly am destined to be overworked.
Mao ow.
You seem rather pleased, though. System. Don't misinterpret. I'm not the type to take delight in the host's minor mistakes. Let me assure you, that is not the case. He. Oh, Ma Haohao. You're quite transparent, you know. System. It is said that a certain host from a galaxy was sent to the Lushun Psychiatric Hospital for electric shock therapy due to a severe obsession with online games that contradicted the model student setting. Furthermore, another host, who was initially devoted to a wealthy beauty, ended up with multiple romantic entanglements and was ultimately stabbed 99 times by her rightful husband in public.
Mao ow.
What does that have to do with OOC? Clearly, it was an issue of the online addict and the character's poor morals. System. Additionally, I heard. Ma Haohao. Stop, little one. I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes. Ma Haohao interrupted the system, fearing that if she didn't cut it off soon, the system would ramble on for days. System. Humph, now you understand the terror of OOC, do you? It could be life-threatening, if one is not careful. Ma Haohao, I understand. Now that the character has collapsed, is there any way to salvage it? Ma Haohao. What should I do now? System. The only option is to allow it to continue collapsing, Ma Haohao. As Ma Haohao and the system deliberated on remedies for OOC, Tang Mingqiong, who had just proposed, was stunned by Ma Haohao's words. There is no better day than today to become dual cultivation partners. Tang Mingqiong was astonished. Was the person before him still the aloof and proud Luo Qingyu? How could Luo Qingyu utter such words? During his decades of mastering demonic arts, many had expressed a desire to cultivate with him, but even the boldest female demon cultivators had never spoken so directly to him. It was simply, utterly shameless. You are truly Luo Qingyu? Who is this person bearing Luo Qingyu's countenance? For a moment, Tang Mingqiong could not even be certain. Upon hearing Tang Mingqiong's inquiry, Ma Haohao felt a pang of sorrow. She too wished she were not Luo Qingyu. Ma Haohao, little one, I am giving you another chance for redemption. Am I not Luo Qingyu? System. What redemption? Host, there's no need for doubt. Having verified, I can confirm that the host is undeniably the female lead. Luo Qingyu, Ma Haohao. Damn it. System. Instead of cursing, host, why not reflect? Did you not see how the male lead has begun to doubt you? Have you already forgotten the seriousness of OOC? Ma Haohao's heart sank as she raised her eyes, only to find Tang Mingqiong regarding her with a gaze that revealed both suspicion and shock. Alarm bells rang in her mind. If the male lead suspected her of possession, it could spell trouble. She needed to think of a way to remedy the situation. Ma Haohao composed herself and met Tang Mingqiong's gaze. Indeed, did you not tell me that my name is Luo Qingyu? Rather than forcefully altering her persona, she chose to embrace the mistake. After all, being abducted by a demon cultivator and undergoing a drastic personality change was not entirely implausible. You do not know who you are? Tang Mingqiong furrowed his brows, his previously cold expression finally shifting. Upon hearing this, Ma Haohao felt her heart settle. The bait had been taken. She had been waiting for this very statement. She scratched her head in a feigned display of distress, as if deeply troubled by her situation. I woke up with a blank mind and cannot even recall my name. Tang Mingqiong regarded her with skepticism. Back when he was the demon sovereign in the demon refining valley, he had indeed heard from a subordinate about a case of lost souls. It was said that a particular disciple of a beautiful acquaintance had discovered a secret realm left behind by an immortal, gathering a group of cultivators for treasure hunting. Though over 10 foundational stage demon cultivators entered, only her disciple emerged, and he was left deranged, unable to recall anything, not even his own surname. The truth of that disciple's tale remained to be verified, yet here was Luo Qingyu claiming to have lost all memories. Could it be genuine? Had she truly lost her memory, or was she merely feigning ignorance to lower his guard after seeing him subdue a group of demon cultivators? Considering the possibility of Luo Qingyu playing the fool, Tang Mingqiong gradually regained his composure from his initial shock. Luo Qingyu was cunning, skilled in deception and manipulation. It was how he had fallen prey to her once before, believing her to be untainted by the world's malice and filth, only to be captured by her at the demon execution platform. This time, he had to be cautious. Tang Mingqiong thought to himself, his demeanor returning to its usual calm. In that case, as your betrothed partner, I shall ensure your safety. Until your memories are restored, you must remain by my side at all times. For now, he would keep Luo Qingyu close, eager to see what tricks she had up her sleeve. System. Warning. The male lead's affection points have decreased by 20, current affection points, minus 120. The host must take immediate action to gain favor, or face life-threatening consequences. Just as Ma Haohao was about to nod in agreement, the system's alert echoed in her mind, causing her to gasp in shock, nearly shouting in disbelief. Ma Haohao, little one, I must report that the alert system is malfunctioning. Had she said something wrong? What had upset the male lead, this ancestral figure? System. Report to the host. The system is functioning normally. You. Best of luck, Ma Haohao. Ma Haohao contemplated bursting into tears. She had truly experienced the male lead's capriciousness. Affection points at minus 120. A negative score was already terrifying enough, but for the male lead to deliver a minus 120. Was he a devil? 049. In a state of disarray, Ma Haohao was overwhelmed by the devilishly intense love value. How much did the male lead despise her? No. It was more accurate to say he loathed the female protagonist. Perhaps it was merely her psychological perception, but after the system announced the warning of declining love value, the air around her thickened with a stifling pressure that made it hard to breathe. Her chest felt heavy and constricted. System. Host, this is not your delusion. It is the oppressive aura of the male lead, indicating he is in a foul mood and needs you to appease him. Ma Haohao. At first glance, the male lead appeared to be a feisty cat, but in reality, he was a ferocious tiger. Asking her to soothe him was akin to courting death. System. Really, host? I observed you were quite formidable in your previous world. Why are you so timid this time? Ma Haohao. In her previous world, even when she acted recklessly, there was no life-threatening danger. The safety factor was at its maximum. However, in this world, disregarding the danger index, given the male lead's propensity for violence, he could easily obliterate her in an instant. Ma Haohao was quite aware of the situation and understood that there were times to be cautious. She absolutely could not act recklessly. System. Host. You must not think this way. Whether you stick your neck out or withdraw, it will lead to the same outcome. Go on, Pikachu. Ma Haohao. After a moment of hesitation, Ma Haohao considered the system's reasoning to be somewhat valid. As the saying goes, one cannot stand firm without breaking first. With death looming regardless, it was better to appease him than to provoke him. At least by soothing him, there remained a glimmer of hope. Ma Haohao composed her facial expression, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, preparing herself mentally to soothe the male lead. Tang Mingqiong had been a demon lord for over a decade. He was all too familiar with the fearful emotions that left countless cultivators trembling in his presence. How could he fail to discern Ma Haohao's current state of mind? More perplexing than his own silence was why Luo Qingyu, who had always regarded him with disdain, now appeared so terrified of him. This woman had been pampered and arrogant her entire life, never once considering him worthy of her concern. How could she possibly display panic due to his mere aura? Tang Mingqiong clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He had expected that witnessing Luo Qingyu's fear would bring him satisfaction, yet his current feelings were far from that. Was it gratifying? Indeed, it was. Yet amidst that gratification, why did he feel a sense of confusion? Tang Mingqiong suppressed the emotions surging within him and stepped closer, intending to untie the ropes binding Ma Haohao. As soon as Ma Haohao saw the male lead approach, she instinctively wanted to retreat. No. Could it be that he intended to strike her? With her mental preparations incomplete, Ma Haohao had no time to ponder further. In the face of imminent danger, she couldn't afford to dwell on trivialities. She had to soothe the male lead's temper first. Ma Haohao pressed herself against the woodpile, her eyes reflecting tension and unease as she implored, "Husband, whatever you say goes. I shall be obedient." System. System. Host, I meant for you to soothe him, not to call him husband. Ma Haohao, what do you know? This is called addressing the issue directly. The male lead despises me for not being with him. I am merely resolving his inner conflict. System. Ugh, host, please stop. All I heard were 3 words, shameless.
Mao Ao.
Is my face more important than my life? System. Face. Ma Haohao, roll away. Tang Mingqiong was taken aback by the term husband, nearly losing his balance. After a prolonged moment, he indignantly managed to utter, "Who permitted you to call me that?" Though Luo Qingyu had lost her spirit, had she also misplaced her sense of shame along with her memories? They had not yet become partners. How could she address him in such a manner? Even if they were to become partners, she should not call him husband. It was utterly improper. System. Warning. Declining love value alert. Tang Mingqiong's love value has decreased by 10. Current love value. -130. Host, immediate action is required to remedy this, or your life will be in grave danger.
Mao Ao.
System. See? I told you so. This approach won't work. Ma Haohao. Husband. What did I say wrong? Ma Haohao felt a wave of grievance, nearly brought to tears by the system's bullying. This penalization mission was far too difficult. However, Tang Mingqiong assumed it was his furious shout that had frightened her. He turned his face away, unwilling to gaze upon her glistening eyes. We have not yet held the dual cultivation ceremony. Calling me husband, cough, is inappropriate. Tang Mingqiong tightened his grip. For Luo Qingyu was crying. The Luo Qingyu before him felt as if she had split from the one in his memories, resembling 2 entirely different individuals, leaving him uncertain as to which was the true her. Could the loss of memory have such a profound impact on a person? Ma Haohao no longer received notifications of declining love value and let out a small sigh of relief. Husband, but. No buts. Do not mention the term husband again. Tang Mingqiong, aware that she was about to utter more impudent remarks, interrupted. The dual cultivation ceremony cannot be rushed. Moreover, we have an arrangement that we shall only become partners once you have established your foundation. No longer referring to him as husband was a relief. Had it not been for the need to appease him, she would not have wanted a husband at all. If she couldn't call him husband, what should she call him? In the novel, Luo Qingyu had always addressed Tang Mingqiong informally, with no proper title in sight. Ma Haohao, eager to elevate his fondness for her, couldn't follow the female protagonist's lead any longer. Tang Mingqiong seemed to recall this, his voice lowering as he said, "As you wish. If you truly wish to address me, then call me senior brother." He was slightly older than Luo Qingyu and was currently training under the Luo family head. So it was not incorrect for Ma Haohao to refer to him as such. "Then I shall call you senior brother." Ma Haohao's eyes sparkled as she flashed a sweet smile at Tang Mingqiong. Senior brother. The love value remained stable. She must maintain this. Hearing her call him senior brother made Tang Mingqiong feel oddly unsettled. Although Luo Qingyu did not call him husband, why did he still perceive a hint of it in her voice? Was it that Luo Qingyu's address was inappropriate, or was it his own misinterpretation? Senior brother. My wrist hurts. Could you please help me untie this rope? With the love value gradually stabilizing, Ma Haohao boldly ventured to make a request. Having already called him husband and now senior brother, asking for the ropes to be loosened seemed reasonable, did it not? Tang Mingqiong endeavored to suppress his discomfort, responding ambiguously. He bent his fingers, preparing to employ his magic to untie the ropes. However, recalling that he was currently nothing but a cultivator of no merit, he reconsidered and opted to bend down and personally unbind the ropes from Luo Qingyu's wrists and ankles. Finally liberated, Ma Haohao expressed her gratitude politely, seizing the opportunity to enhance her favorability. Senior brother, thank you. Before she could finish her sentence, the door to the firewood room suddenly crashed down with a loud bang, and a throng of shouting individuals surged in. Ma Haohao. A sudden flash of inspiration struck me. I had witnessed the dark cultivator enter this room. The young lady must be here. How have you been caring for Yume? If we cannot find her soon, I shall hold you accountable. As the door to the woodshed crashed to the ground, a throng of elegantly dressed young men and women in dark robes surged into the cramped space, filling it to the brim. The leading gentleman brandished a low-grade spiritual sword of a striking green hue, a translucent emerald pendant hanging from his waist. Inscribed with the character Luo in seal script. He strode through the broken door and immediately spotted Tang Mingqiong, who had her back to him, causing his brow to furrow. However, upon seeing Ma Haohao behind her, his expression softened, and his eyes sparkled with recognition as he approached her. "Yume, at last I have found you. I have searched high and low for you." His exclamation prompted the others to echo in unison. "Young lady, we have finally located you. Qing Yume, are you unharmed?" I knew those dark cultivators were nothing to worry about. How could they pose a threat to the young lady? The young lady's prowess is truly unfathomable. They lavished flattery upon Ma Haohao, transforming her abduction into a daring venture to capture dark cultivators deep within their lair. Ma Haohao, upon hearing their excessive praise, began to piece together their identities. This group must indeed be disciples of the Luo family. With their presence, her safety appeared assured. Yet, she remained vigilant. For her instincts, as the original author warned her, never draw too close to these individuals, lest her affection value plummet, placing her life in jeopardy. She recalled that after her rebirth, Tang Mingqiong had eliminated a number of Luo family members, and among them, that leading gentleman had certainly crossed paths with the male protagonist. Resolute in her decision to redeem the female lead, she dared not flirt with danger. With a swift motion, she grasped Tang Mingqiong's sleeve and concealed herself behind him. Peeking out, she whispered, "Senior brother, who are they? I do not know them." Her display of prudence greatly pleased Tang Mingqiong, who smirked and replied with a hint of scorn, "They are inconsequential. It is best you remain ignorant of their identities." Ma Haohao was taken aback by his sharp tongue. She obediently nodded. "If senior brother says I need not know, then I shall refrain from inquiring." System. Reporting to the host. The male lead's affection value has increased by 0, current affection value, -130. Hope lies ahead. Host must not give up. Ma Haohao. To what depths have I fallen, that an increase of 0 in affection value warrants a report? Ma Haohao, little one, do not startle me with such emotional manipulation. System. Oh dear, host, it is not as you say. Consider the leap from a decline to stagnation as a considerable advancement.
Ma Haohao.
I had not realized you possessed such logical prowess. Farewell. System. Fairly average. Come now, host, allow me to send you a virtual hug. 3. Ma Haohao. Upon hearing Tang Mingqiong's audacious remark, which inadvertently offended the entire assembly, the Luo disciples glared at him in indignation. The leader of the group, Chun Jiuzhi, drew his spiritual sword with a swift motion, pointing its blade directly at Tang Mingqiong. "What do you mean by inconsequential? Do you, Tang, wish to court death by speaking to me in such a manner?" Tang Mingqiong remained silent, his lips pressed tight against Chun Jiuzhi's threatening sword. He was aware that although his cultivation had yet to be restored, he was not someone whom Chun Jiuzhi and his motley crew could contend with. A flick of his finger summoned a wisp of dark energy, ready to infiltrate Chun Jiuzhi's mind, ending his life without a trace. Ma Haohao, closest to Tang Mingqiong, felt the sudden shift in his aura. The air around her felt heavier, making it difficult to breathe and even harder to stand. This oppressive force seemed to be perceived only by her. The others remained blissfully ignorant of the perilous entity they were confronting. As she observed the man with the sword aimed at the male lead, a sudden realization dawned upon her. This was a golden opportunity to express her loyalty to Tang Mingqiong. Without waiting for further exchanges between them, she stepped forward, arms outstretched to shield Tang Mingqiong. "You shall not harm my senior brother." Tang Mingqiong hesitated, his finger poised to strike, but upon reflection, he lowered it, allowing the dark energy to dissipate. Now was not the time to eliminate Chun Jiuzhi. He would spare the man's life for the moment. Chun Jiuzhi stared in disbelief at Ma Haohao. "Yume, what has come over you? When did he become your senior brother?" "I am Chun Jiuzhi. I am your true senior brother." He repeated his name. hoping to rekindle her memory, but after several fruitless attempts, his frustration boiled over. Directing his ire at Tang Mingqiong, he shouted, "You! What have you done to my Yume?" As Ma Haohao finally recognized the man with the sword as Chun Jiuji, she recalled that he was indeed one of the significant antagonists in Yu Yi Qiongjiang. He was the son of the Luo family head's younger sister, raised within the Luo household alongside Luo Qingyu, his childhood companion. While Luo Qingyu held no affection for him, Chun Jiuji had long viewed her as his future possession, intent on using her to ascend as the head of the Luo family. Tang Mingqiong's sudden emergence as her intended had disrupted years of Chun Jiuji's plans, causing him to perceive the male protagonist as a thorn in his side, leading to relentless schemes against him. As a fellow member of the opposing camp, Ma Haohao felt a sense of camaraderie with his cousin, hoping he would soon regain his wits and cease his antagonism toward the male lead. However, Chun Jiuji was too blinded by jealousy to think rationally. Merely remaining non-idiotic was a challenge for him. Luo Qingyu had previously dismissed him, yet her attitude toward Tang Mingqiong was markedly more favorable now that she was being held captive by dark cultivators. How could he not feel envious? Had he known this would happen, he would not have feared mentioning Tang Mingqiong's name in front of those dark cultivators. Alas, lamenting now was futile. While Chun Jiuji was in a state of confusion, the other Luo disciples fanned the flames of discord. Senior brother Chun. It appears the young lady is suffering from a state of bewilderment. That scoundrel, Tang Mingqiong, must have taken advantage of this to deceive her. The young lady and senior brother Chun share a close bond. If it were not for the machinations of that Tang fellow, how could she forget who he is? Young lady, Tang is not to be trusted. These individuals, fearful of confronting Tang Mingqiong directly, were adept at inciting Chun Jiuji. Ma Haohao observed the unfolding drama with exasperation, realizing that this group was beyond redemption. She resolved to prioritize her own safety. Senior brother is my savior and my intended. He is not a villain. With her back straightened, she passionately defended Tang Mingqiong. I do not know you. Even if you are my senior brother, you cannot speak of him in such a manner. Chun Jiuji was beside himself with rage. His hand trembled as he gripped his sword. He is your savior? Can this worthless individual truly contend with the demonic cultivators of the demon refining valley? You may. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by him. At such a critical juncture, how could Ma Haohao allow himself to be ensnared by him? Chun Jiuji ground his teeth in frustration, yet with Luo Qingyu standing before him, he found himself powerless against Tang Mingqiong. The sight of Chun Jiuji, filled with suppressed anger, somewhat alleviated the turmoil in Tang Mingqiong's heart caused by Ma Haohao. He had to admit that Luo Qingyu's amnesia had its advantages. She was considerably more pleasing to the eye than in the previous life. System. Report to the host. The male lead's affection level has risen by 1, current affection level -129. Hope is just ahead. Host, keep up the good work. Ma Haohao. After all this hard work, it only increased by 1? Upon their arrival at the Luo residence, the mother and son, Ma Haohao and Luo Jiu, remained steeped in resentment. The male lead in this world was truly miserly. While the value of love plummeted by 10 or 20 points when it came to rising, it barely increased by a mere 1%. It was utterly infuriating, akin to a stingy miser in the realm of cultivation. Ma Haohao twisted the corner of the miser's garment, treating it as a substitute for Tang Mingqiong, using it to vent her pent-up frustrations. One must admit, the quality of clothing in the realm of cultivation was indeed commendable. Even after being twisted and kneaded for quite some time, not a single wrinkle appeared. Uncle, oh dear. Just look at how Yume is faring now. I can't bear to see it. In the grand hall of the Luo family, the head of the Luo clan and several elders were all focused intently on her, following Chun Jiu's words. Ma Haohao felt the weight of an awkward atmosphere, akin to being caught daydreaming in a meeting. Without a second thought, she released her grip on the garment and hid behind Tang Mingqiong once more. After all, she had already established her persona as an amnesiac. Adding the guise of a timid girl was hardly excessive. Seeing Ma Haohao's actions, Chun Jiu's wails intensified, his cries echoing through the hall. This childish act of reporting someone was enough to make Ma Haohao's forehead break into a cold sweat. She had anticipated encountering something grand, An opportunity to elevate the male lead's value of love, yet here she was, waiting endlessly for him, only to report on her? It was worth noting that this act of reporting was indeed quite the spectacle, with nearly all the elders capable of speaking present. Stealing glances at Tang Mingqiong and the assembled elders, Ma Haohao initially expected their expressions to mirror her own discomfort. To her astonishment, however, the onlookers maintained remarkably composed faces, not even raising an eyebrow at Qinjiu's lamentations. She was filled with admiration. Their poise was something she could scarcely hope to attain, clearly indicating that these individuals had seen their fair share of the world. Indeed, cultivators were extraordinary beings. Qinjiu cried until his voice was hoarse. And before his sobs could subside, another weak, delicate wail resonated in the hall. Oh dear. Truly a case of lost soul syndrome, my Yuer. What torment have you endured? A woman seated to the left of the entrance hid her face behind her sleeve, weeping inconsolably. Listening closely, her sobs harmonized with Qinjiu's, creating a poignant duet. Oh dear. How unfair the heavens are to you. Having a useless partner is not enough. You must also suffer such affliction. Ma Haohao needed no further information to deduce that this woman was indeed Luo Qingyu's maternal aunt, Luo Pin. It was evident that, like mother, like son, the synchronous cries of Qinjiu and Luo Pin presented a vivid and theatrical performance that left Ma Haohao wide-eyed. Yet, the other spectators appeared unfazed, watching the spectacle with indifferent expressions. Once Qinjiu and Luo Pin had wept their fill, they composed themselves, and the family head, Luo Pin, slowly addressed the assembly. Xianxia, is what Jiu stated indeed true? The moment he spoke, the distinction between intimacy and formality was palpable. One referred to her as Xianxia, while the other was merely called Jiu. The elders present were astute enough to grasp the nuances. It was no secret that the family head held a bias towards Tang Mingqiong, and though the elders might privately dismiss her, they still maintained a facade of decorum for the sake of family harmony. Unlike Qinjiu and his mother, who foolishly brought every matter to the family head, ultimately causing their own downfall, Tang Mingqiong deftly avoided the crux of the issue, stating, "Junior sister has been affected by demonic energy and has completely forgotten her past." After the Tang family's downfall, Luo Pin was the only one who extended a helping hand to him, and among the Luo family, he held only Luo Pin in high regard. Yet, Qinjiu could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Uncle, did you hear? I told you so." Tang Mingqiong himself has admitted it. Luo Pin chimed in, embellishing her son's words. "Indeed, cousin. What are you waiting for? Tang Mingqiong has confessed. Cast him out from our Luo family." The intellect of this mother-son duo was truly painful to witness. Ma Haohao, while writing, had never encountered such foolish supporting characters. Was this not a blatant attempt to increase the male lead's resentment? They were the quintessential characters destined to meet their end within a single episode. Luo Pin cast a sidelong glance at the Qin family duo, seemingly ignoring their words, and continued addressing Tang Mingqiong. "Xianxia, please elaborate on this matter." Tang Mingqiong responded with a respectful bow. "At that time, my junior sister and nephew were captured by the demonic cultivators. Perhaps due to our shared ordeal, upon being rescued, my junior sister became convinced that my nephew was her savior, leading to Chen's misunderstanding." The mention of a shared life and death experience raised eyebrows among the astute audience. What a clever Tang Mingqiong! Setting aside the truth of whether he was indeed a savior, his assertion of a shared ordeal effectively silenced any potential accusations against him. With Luo Qingyu believing him to be her benefactor, he cleverly wielded the narrative of their shared struggle, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to dislodge him from the position of Luo family's prospective son-in-law. The elders contemplated their own thoughts, while Qinjiu could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Tang Mingqiong, you lie. You've deceived Yume, and now you wish to deceive Uncle. I tell you, however." He abruptly ceased his tirade, sensing the shift in Luo Pin's demeanor, and hastily redirected the conversation towards Ma Haohao. "Uncle, how about I take Yume out for a while? It is said that those suffering from lost soul syndrome should interact more with familiar faces to recover swiftly." Luo Pin waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. You all may leave. Qiong'er and Yuer, you two stay. I have matters to discuss with you." Ma Haohao secretly rubbed her goosebumps. Ever since arriving at the Luo family, She felt as if she had become the center of attention, with everyone eager to take a bite out of her. Though Luo Pian claimed to be speaking with Ma Haohao and Tang Mingqiong, in reality, aside from an initial inquiry where she called him father, the conversation quickly devolved into Luo Pian expressing concern solely for Tang Mingqiong. I have observed how Yuer treated you. This time, it can be seen as a blessing in disguise. The Tang family was once prosperous. You must uncover that vile demonic cultivator and make them pay in blood. Following that, he continued to extol the virtues of having Yuer by his side, asserting that Tang Mingqiong's cultivation journey would undoubtedly be twice as effective with her assistance. Upon leaving the Grand Hall, Ma Haohao pondered what was amiss. The disparity in Luo Pian's attitude towards her and Tang Mingqiong was striking. He had shown far more concern for Tang Mingqiong than for his own daughter. While Tang Mingqiong might not have grasped the deeper implications of Luo Pian's words at this moment, Ma Haohao understood perfectly. His remarks about cultivation being twice as effective. Clearly, the head of the Luo family was already aware of Luo Qingyu's unique physique and intended to bestow his daughter upon Tang Mingqiong. The audacity! Ma Haohao could not fathom why Luo Pian would act in such a manner. Just how high must the male protagonist's favorability be towards him? Ma Haohao, little one, what are your thoughts? System. Host, do you even understand the reasons behind the book you wrote? Ma Haohao. It was indeed surprising that Ma Haohao could recall any reasons at all. System. Host, do be more mindful. Ma Haohao. She certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of such remarks from the system. What Ma Haohao truly wanted to express was this. If the Luo family and the Tang family were merely ordinary acquaintances, after the downfall of the Tang family, assisting Tang Mingqiong would have sufficed. Luo Pian marrying his daughter to the so-called waste Tang Mingqiong could be seen as honoring a promise, yet judging by his earlier demeanor. Was this truly a marriage proposal? It felt more like a delivery of his daughter. System. So, what were you thinking back then, host? Ma Haohao. Little one, I suggest you inquire of my past self. What Ma Haohao could recall from her past thoughts could be summarized in 3 words. I do not know. System. What a trap.
Mao.
She could accept being called a fool by anyone, but not by the system.
They
arrived at their destination, the place where she would reside. She paused her steps just behind Tang Mingqiong, tilting her head to survey the quaint and elegant courtyard before her. This was Luo Qingyu's abode, named Ija Garden. As gentle as a gentleman, suitable for all places. The dark purple bamboo grove surrounded the intricately eaved courtyard, with verdant bamboo leaves swaying in the breeze, releasing a refreshing fragrance that filled the air, rendering the courtyard an oasis of serenity. Ma Haohao discreetly observed Tang Mingqiong's countenance, noticing his expression was shrouded in uncertainty, causing her heart to tighten in apprehension, fearing that his displeasure might lead to a drop of 10 points in their affection. Ma Haohao wished to keep him from seeing her, but she was also burdened with that troublesome punishment task. Avoiding the male lead meant she had no opportunity to refresh their affection points. Furthermore, she had discerned that Tang Mingqiong was rather stingy, granting her only a single point despite her arduous efforts. If she did not create more opportunities for contact, by the time she was refined into a furnace, her affection points would likely be in the negatives. Contrary to her inner desires, Ma Haohao firmly grasped Tang Mingqiong's sleeve and declared, So, I used to live here. Senior brother, let us enter quickly. Tang Mingqiong's body stiffened. Was Luo Qingyu inviting him into her boudoir? The separation of genders at the age of 7 is well known, let alone entering her private residence. Although he understood that the one inviting him was the treacherous Luo Qingyu, he could not help but feel his cheeks flush. He awkwardly pulled away the sleeve that Ma Haohao had seized. Such actions will only lead to misunderstandings. Ma Haohao. She truly did not anticipate that the male lead of jade liquid and fine wine would be so innocent. Where was the demeanor of treating the female lead as a furnace day and night? She adeptly employed Luo Pian's earlier admonitions against him. Tang Mingqiong held great respect for Luo Pian, a mentor and father figure. Though he disagreed internally with the words expressed, he could not publicly refute them. Ma Haohao skillfully wielded this phrase, leaving him momentarily speechless. With an innocent facade, Ma Haohao attempted to take Tang Mingqiong's hand, proclaiming their shared meals and accommodations. The servants of the Luo family within Iju Garden were well-trained, observing with downcast eyes and bowed heads. What they thought remained a mystery. Upon hearing the exchange between Ma Haohao and Tang Mingqiong, not a single eyelid fluttered as they feigned ignorance. However, the moment Tang Mingqiong's hand brushed against Ma Haohao's, he instinctively recoiled several steps, nearly stumbling into the ornamental rocks by the roadside. Shared meals and accommodations. Luo Qingyu was truly more brazen than those wicked women. Unashamed. Daylight debauchery. Tang Mingqiong gazed at Ma Haohao in shock. Logically, Luo Qingyu, having lost her memory, should not act in this manner. Could it be that this was her true nature? Senior brother, are you alright? Ma Haohao wished to laugh but stifled it, finding it a struggle. Eventually, she held back her laughter to the point of her face paling, and her eyes reddened, exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. Yet, as he steadied himself, he turned his head away, ignoring Ma Haohao entirely, his expression exceedingly cold. Regrettably, while his demeanor had grown frigid, the blush on his cheeks had yet to fade. Ma Haohao lowered her head, her shoulders trembling as if she were deeply sorrowful. Senior brother, did I say something wrong?
Please don't ignore me.
Tang Mingqiong's body stiffened once more, catching a glimpse of Ma Haohao's lowered head, and instinctively desired to reach out and comfort her. However, as his arm moved, he halted. I am not ignoring you. You have your residence, and I have mine. Please refrain from speaking such words again. He closed his eyes, resolutely avoiding Ma Haohao's gaze. And after uttering his words, he turned to leave. Luo Qingyu had lost her memory, yet her ability to bewitch the heart was greater than before. He had nearly succumbed to the temptation of touching her hair. What a folly! Seeing him depart, Ma Haohao, unwilling to relent, took a few steps after him. Senior brother, what if I want to see you? Tang Mingqiong stumbled in his retreat. Do as you wish. Whatever you desire is your prerogative. Ma Haohao watched until he had distanced himself before crouching down, clutching her stomach as she laughed so hard she nearly fell to the ground. How had she not realized sooner that the male lead was such a source of amusement? System. Host, have you grown bold? Have you forgotten who the male lead is? Daring to tease him? Ma Haohao. Little one in life, the most important thing is to find joy. System. Winky face, it appears you are itching for trouble. Inviting the male lead to share a residence. Are you not afraid he might tear you apart in an instant? Ma Haohao, you simply do not understand. He would not act against the female lead so swiftly. While Ma Haohao was unclear about many matters, she retained some memory of the beginning and end of jade liquid and fine wine. Based on her analysis, Tang Mingqiong had likely just been reborn. Although he possessed the consciousness of the former demon lord, his cultivation had yet to be restored. At this moment, if he were to act against the female lead, Luo Qingyu had numerous protective talismans. Whether he could defeat her was uncertain, but it would be easy for him to expose his identity inadvertently. Moreover, within the narrative, Tang Mingqiong systematically dealt with those who had wronged him before turning his hand against the female lead. Given his vengeful nature, he likely believed that eliminating Luo Qingyu too early would be too lenient. System, I see. However, I have a question. Ma Haohao, pray do tell. System. In our endeavor to enhance affection points, are we not effectively diminishing the male lead's hatred towards you? Ma Haohao, indeed. System. So, if the male lead's hatred towards the host diminishes, and he were to reconsider and wish to inflict pain upon the host, what then?
Mao.
Such a strategy existed? System. Be prudent, host. Heed my advice. Stay humble and conduct yourself well. Ma Haohao. In the realm of cultivation, time flows differently, or so it seems to Ma Haohao. One day in this world does not adhere to the conventional 24-hour cycle. Each day, from dawn to dusk, she awakens and closes her eyes, and before she knows it, over a month has slipped away. Ma Haohao muses that there must be some arcane method of time calculation peculiar to cultivation novels. Reclining in her bedroom's rocking chair, she savors grapes peeled and offered by her maid while engrossed in a novel, dismissing the system's sardonic remarks. The system chides her for her languid lifestyle, rising at 1 in the afternoon and retiring at 4 in the evening, wondering how time could possibly not fly by. Amidst this indulgent life as the young lady of the Luo family, with no pressing deadlines or attendance warnings, She relishes the luxury of doing as she pleases, surrounded by a flurry of servants attending to her needs. Such treatment seems reserved for the elite. Initially, MASU-MANHUA fought valiantly against the temptations of idleness, but soon her resolve waned, succumbing to the allure of laziness. As for the tasks assigned by the system, she believed that foregoing them brought fleeting pleasure, and the longer she abstained, the more delightful it became. The system, however, was relentless, reminding her of the inevitability of death, either by being sacrificed as a furnace or failing tasks, and it pressed her to choose. When she opted for a peaceful demise, the system threatened to weep if she did not engage with her responsibilities. Despite the system's incessant lamentations, MASU-MANHUA maintained her determination to avoid tasks, even as she reflected on the meager progress she had made in raising the male lead's affection. In a month, her encounters with him could be counted on her fingers, and his cold demeanor made her efforts seem futile. After some calculations, she realized that her affection points had only increased by a meager 10 over the month, leaving her with a disheartening total of -119. The notion of enjoying her leisurely days felt unjust, given the pressure of her situation. Amidst the system's incessant urgings for her to engage in tasks and its melodramatic complaints, MASU-MANHUA felt a pang of guilt. Yet, she remained resolute. Knowing that a gradual increase in affection points was not sufficient, she proposed a plan to create opportunities to elevate her standing swiftly, invoking the wisdom of Lu Sun about seizing chances. Thus, she strategized, particularly during moments when the male lead's emotions were most volatile, believing these were prime opportunities for eliciting his sympathy. As she contemplated the plot, an arduous trial looming ahead, the door to her quarters swung open abruptly. A panicked disciple rushed in, breathless, kneeling before her and exclaiming that Brother Chen had broken Brother Tang's leg, imploring her to intervene. In the family trial, Chen Jiuji allegedly broke Tang Mingqiong's leg. However, MASU-MANHUA found this news hard to believe. As far as she knew, Chen Jiuji had only achieved the first layer of Qi training. With such meager skills, he had previously relied on Tang Mingqiong's crippled spiritual root to oppress him without restraint. Now, could he truly break Tang Mingqiong's leg? It seemed far more plausible that Tang Mingqiong would break his leg instead. Though MASU-MANHUA dismissed the news in her mind, she had to maintain her persona of an infatuated heroine outwardly. Reluctantly, she tossed aside her book, leapt from her recliner, and exclaimed in feigned shock, "What? Is that really true?" "Absolutely true, more authentic than my family steamer." The young disciple replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. He would dare not deceive the young lady. Just days prior, the local dog, Daogang, had been expelled from the estate for bullying senior brother Tang, and now he was reduced to giving haircuts at the village entrance. The disciple reasoned that he lacked Daogang's skills and would never joke about senior brother Tang's predicament. "What steamer? You mean the Pearl, right?" MASU-MANHUA momentarily lost track of the main topic. The disciple scratched his head, a blush creeping onto his face. "No, not the Pearl. My family steamer is the foremost in the Kunlun sect, Kungsa cuisine." Ah, now she understood. This steamer was not the same as the Pearl. It was MASU-MANHUA's first realization that there existed a fan culture in the realm of cultivation. She was enlightened. The disciple, noticing her pull out a small notebook and brush to jot down notes, felt a tremor of anxiety. Had he inadvertently spoken out of turn? He had come to inform her hoping for her favor, but what if she held a prejudice against their Cohen family? Regret washed over him, as he wondered how he could purchase the latest art book from Cohen if he were expelled from the estate. He peered sideways, trying to glimpse what MASU-MANHUA was writing. Though he feigned nonchalance, he urged her, "Miss, my steamer is of no importance. The pressing matter is to rescue senior brother Tang." That was close. Her newly established persona nearly crumbled again. This was hardly the time for star-chasing in the cultivation world. Clearing her throat, she spoke with gravity. "Not so fast. Please explain to me why Chen Jiuji broke senior brother Tang's leg." Surely, they did not engage in conflict without reason. MASU-MANHUA was genuinely puzzled about what Tang Mingqiong was plotting. Given his strength, defeating Chen Jiuji would be as simple as squashing an ant. She could understand his restraint, perhaps to fatten up his prey before relishing in the satisfaction of a more severe defeat. Yet, this pretense of a pig eating a tiger seemed excessive. Was he truly employing the tactic of feigned injury? She felt it necessary to clarify this matter thoroughly, lest she recklessly intervene and jeopardize the male lead's grand plans. The young disciple, equally perplexed, wondered if the young lady was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. The conflict between Chen and Tang must have arisen from trivial jealousy. Despite his thoughts, he voiced, "Miss, the two senior brothers likely quarreled over the family trial. Recently, the family had summoned senior brother Tang to discuss the trial, permitting him to abstain and focus on his cultivation in preparation for a dual cultivation ceremony with you." The young disciple, being a naive youth, blushed at the mention of the ceremony. However, Ma Haohao was unconcerned. In the tale, the grand ceremony between the male and female leads had yet to occur, let alone at this early stage of the story where her chastity remained secure. She waved her hand, encouraging the disciple to continue. What happened next? Afterward, senior brother Chen learned of this and was greatly agitated. He enlisted senior brothers Zhao and Qian, cornering senior brother Tang at the training ground, intent on breaking his leg. He even had Uncle Luo bring the elders to confront the family head, arguing that every disciple of the Luo family must participate in the trial. Why should Tang Mingqiong be exempt? The disciple imitated Luo Pei's tone with remarkable accuracy, clearly a fan himself. His eyes lit up as he knelt before her. "Miss, I heard that the family head has relented. They intend for senior brother Tang to perish in the trial." He recognized that the young lady held an extraordinary affection for senior brother Tang since her memory loss. To curry favor with her, he needed to win over senior brother Tang. Displaying such loyalty today, he hoped to earn a place in her good graces, perhaps even receive more spirit stones to gift Kuan some small tokens of appreciation. Ma Haohao was too preoccupied with the implications of the family trial to consider his loyalty. The trial. The family trial. Wasn't this the pivotal plot twist she had been pondering? It seemed that fate delivered a pillow just as one was drowsy. System. Host, what have you recalled? Ma Haohao. I told you to read diligently. Now you come asking me? Want to know the plot? Trade points for it. System. Host, you're trying to deceive me for points again. I want to fall for it. Ma Haohao. Really not giving? System. No, I am a principled system. Ma Haohao. Aren't you the least bit curious? System. No. I am not curious at all. Ma Haohao, what a pity. Such critical plot details shall remain with me alone. System. I can catch up on the plot after leaving this world and learn what transpired. Ma Haohao. Having experienced the plot already, what use is your late understanding? It's the thrill of early spoilers I desire. System. Moments later, Ma Haohao, with the beauty-enhancing elixir provided by the system, wore a knowing smile. Unable to obtain points, a few items were better than nothing. This elixir was rumored to be an exceedingly rare remedy, capable of curing ailments or detoxifying and enhancing beauty, valued at 200 points. Ma Haohao contemplated when to seize the opportunity to convert these points into something tangible. With her points secured, Ma Haohao followed the young disciple toward the training ground, prepared to support the male lead. The incident involving Chen Jiu's leg being broken is clearly a well-orchestrated performance by Tang Mingqiong. However, the story begins in the small secret realm of the Luo family. The cultivation families in the Lingwu continent are numerous, and while the resources of the Luo family may not be exceptional, they have managed to secure a place among the second-tier cultivation families, largely due to a small secret realm passed down through generations. The treasures and spiritual items within this secret realm may not be of interest to the higher-tier sects and first-rate cultivation families, yet they are sufficiently enticing for other second-rate and third-rate families. The ancestors of the Luo family established a rule that every 5 years, the Luo disciples must hold a family trial to explore the secret realm for treasures. Those who successfully return from the secret realm are considered to have passed the trial. Although the treasures within the Luo family's small secret realm are alluring, they remain perilous for disciples in the early stages of Qi training.
Consequently,
each trial has claimed the lives of several disciples. Tang Mingqiong's current performance is evidently aimed at the Luo family's secret realm. However, his goal is not the low-tier treasures within, but rather a high-ranking magical beast confined within. This secret was only uncovered by Tang Mingqiong after he seized the secret realm, and upon discovering the existence of the magical beast, he tamed it to bolster his cultivation, thus leading to the incident of the broken leg.
Ma Haohao calculated carefully.
She couldn't allow this well-executed performance by the male lead to be ruined. Therefore, regardless of the urgent glances from the junior disciples, she feigned a sense of urgency while walking leisurely. After taking a few steps, she paused to wipe the sweat from her forehead, claiming that the sun was too intense and her constitution was weak, making it unwise to exert herself. Although the junior disciple trailing Ma Haohao felt that she appeared quite healthy, he dismissed it as merely a side effect of her previous distraction. Understanding that a performance must be complete, Ma Haohao furrowed her brows and called out, "Where is my senior brother? What have you done to him?" Though the male lead was not present, she still needed to uphold her image of affection for him. Upon her arrival, the crowd fell silent, their attention shifting to Xianxia and his companions at the center of the incident. It was well known that Tang Mingqiong had become the favored one of the young lady, and with his predicament today, she rushed over without delay. They all hoped that the young lady would direct her ire at Qianxia and not at them. Qianxia, caught off guard by Ma Haohao's swift arrival, struggled to formulate a response, ultimately forcing a smile and saying, "Yume, what brings you here? We are not Tang Mingqiong's servants. How could we possibly know where he is indulging himself?" With a thick skin, Qianxia fabricated lies without a second thought in front of so many witnesses. Ma Haohao pointed at the bloodied whip in Qianxia's hand, unflinchingly exposing him. "Is that so? Then why have I heard that you broke my senior brother's leg? If you did nothing to him, what is that in your hand?" Had Qianxia admitted to his actions on the spot, Ma Haohao might have regarded him with some respect, but his cowardice in facing the consequences only drew her disdain. Qianxia's face paled at her words. Just as he was about to deflect, Ma Haohao swiftly drew a soft whip and struck it against his leg. The whip grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood,
causing Qianxia to yelp in pain.
Weakening at the knees, he fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Yume, what are you doing?" Ma Haohao looked down at him, exuding arrogance. "Qin Shixiang, I have refrained from holding you accountable for your previous mistreatment of my senior brother out of respect for my aunt. Let it be known that if anyone dares to disrespect my senior brother again, they should beware of my retaliation." As her words echoed, accompanied by the crack of the whip striking the ground, the onlookers couldn't help but shudder. Luo Qingyu, cold and aloof, had a temper that was not to be trifled with. Despite her current state of distraction, her former authority still lingered, and Ma Haohao's display of bravado momentarily stunned many. "Why?" Qianxia seethed, his jealousy burning. "I simply cannot stand how well you treat that useless boy. He walks around with a perpetual scowl. What gives him the right to receive your protection?" His words aligned perfectly with Ma Haohao's sentiments. She thought to herself, what a brilliant question, and retorted, "Because he is my Dao companion, and I am delighted to treat him well." She recalled that the male lead's affection value had risen by 1 point simply due to their recent displays of affection. Seizing the public opportunity to express her feelings for him, she felt it imperative to take advantage of the moment. Qianxia's face darkened further, filled with frustration. "Yume,
do not be so deluded.
He is a useless person. How could he possibly be worthy of you?" Ma Haohao chuckled. "If he is unworthy, then what makes you think you are worthy?" Oblivious to the sarcasm in her words, Qianxia boasted, "We are childhood sweethearts, a perfect match. It is simply unjust that we are not together. Had it not been for that meddling Tang Mingqiong, we would have long been united as Dao companions." Ma Haohao was left speechless. Conversing with someone of such delusion was lowering her intelligence. Feeling that she had made her point and showcased her affection, Ma Haohao contemplated leaving. Remaining any longer in Qianxia's presence would likely provoke her to strike him. As she turned to depart, Qianxia attempted to cling to her, but she moved too swiftly, evading him effortlessly. With no other recourse, he called out from behind, "Yume, I forbid you from seeing that useless boy. Every time you meet him, I will send someone to beat him until he is terrified." Ma Haohao merely chuckled in response. If Qianxia could intimidate the male lead, she would share his surname. With that, Ma Haohao exited, leaving the audience at the training ground in a flurry of excitement, eager to share the latest gossip. The junior disciple escorting Ma Haohao's path had a flicker of inspiration and, moments later, dashed towards Tang Mingqiong's residence. The young lady's feelings for Tang Shixiang were profound, yet he seemed to harbor some reservations about her. If he were informed of her heartfelt declarations today, the misunderstandings between them would surely dissolve. Perhaps he would reward him with a handful of spirit stones, enabling him to purchase as many art books as he desired. The junior disciple's imagination ran wild, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he knocked on Tang Mingqiong's door. System. Host, what should we do? If Chun Jiu truly means to confront the male lead, won't he end up irritating you as well? Ma Hao Hao, that is indeed a dilemma. System. Alas, what can be done? Ma Hao Hao, fear not. While he may have his schemes, we too possess our means. With a slight smile, Ma Hao Hao recognized that the opportunity to enhance her affection value had arrived. And now it was time to act. In the dark of night, under a shroud of black clouds, a figure clad in a dark blue outfit stealthily crouched atop the roof of Tang Mingqiong's small courtyard. Ma Hao Hao, her face concealed by a black veil, was momentarily taken aback by the system's remark about her attire. The night was pitch black, rendering her delicate curves invisible. She reasoned that the darkness must be the reason for obscuring her graceful silhouette. As a patrolling disciple passed beneath the eaves with a lantern, Ma Hao Hao held her breath, stifling her movements. When the light moved away, she nimbly leapt into the thicket of the courtyard. The flickering flame within the lantern danced anxiously as the disciple squinted, convinced he had glimpsed a shadow flitting past. Perhaps it was a lowly spirit beast that had wandered in? Just then, a faint meow emanated from the bushes, leading him to dismiss his suspicions. In the heavily guarded Luo residence, what sort of foolish spirit beast would dare intrude? It was likely just a common wild cat, oblivious to the danger, seeking refuge. Shaking his head, he pushed open the courtyard door and departed. Ma Hao Hao released her grip on her throat, wiping the sweat from her brow. Normally principled and upright, she found herself clumsily engaging in such clandestine antics for the first time. It was no wonder she had been discovered by a lamp-bearing disciple. It did not indicate her lack of skill. Ma Hao Hao realized the system's sharp wit was advancing at an alarming rate, leaving her feeling somewhat outmatched. Yet, she dismissed the notion of continuing the banter, focusing instead on her objective. The system suggested they practice meowing together in a playful manner, but Ma Hao Hao retorted, questioning the utility of such antics in their mission. She reminded the system of the warning given. Each encounter with the male lead would lead to trouble, and their aim was to offer warmth without revealing their identities. The darkened courtyard was devoid of light, the moon's glow barely breaking through the clouds. Guided by the system, Ma Hao Hao located Tang Mingqiong's room, which remained shrouded in darkness. She hesitated, unsure if he was inside, as someone at his level would not require sleep. With determination, she instructed the system to provide a precious elixir to convey her sentiments. The system questioned why she could not seek the medicine herself, to which she internally lamented the distance to the alchemy room and the system's ability to procure items more easily. She resolved that her intentions were too obvious, and venturing to the alchemy room might alert Qin Jiuji. After all, she did not wish to incur the male lead's disdain. The system hesitated, noting the male lead's leg was not truly broken, and he had no need for her remedy. Ma Hao Hao insisted that even a small token would be appreciated, affirming that the gesture would surely touch him. The system acquiesced, warning her to handle the valuable elixir with care. Clutching the precious item, Ma Hao Hao stealthily placed the vial at Tang Mingqiong's door, accompanied by a heartfelt note that simply read, "Take the medicine." As she picked up a small stone to toss at the door, a nagging feeling of forgetting something important washed over her, but before she could ponder further, the stone was already in the air. At that moment, Tang Mingqiong's clear voice resonated from within. "Who is outside? Come forth." This was a mere formality. He had sensed her presence the instant she approached the courtyard. Despite his diminished powers, his awareness remained intact. The night attire she wore, while peculiar, offered little in the way of concealment, and he found his gaze drawn to her form. In a past life, he had never noticed how alluring Luo Qingyu was. In the stillness of the night, Ma Hao Hao remained silent, persistently pelting small stones against Tang Mingqiong's window. Despite her awareness that Tang Mingqiong had retained the consciousness of the demon lord, she had not yet encountered such mystical phenomena. How extensive was the reach of Tang Mingqiong's consciousness? Did he know someone had infiltrated his courtyard? Did he recognize her? While Ma Hao Hao engaged in witty banter with the system, she felt an unsettling uncertainty within. To ensure absolute certainty, she resorted to rudimentary means to lure the male protagonist outside. Inside, Tang Mingqiong observed Ma Haohai's every move with clarity. The esteemed Miss Luo had taken to clandestine antics, lurking in his courtyard under the cover of night. What scheme was she concocting? Was she, perhaps, seeking to rekindle their connection after he had inadvertently neglected her? How could she consider him an inconsequential person? Seated cross-legged on his bed, Tang Mingqiong paused his meditation to keenly observe Ma Haohai. With the enemy in the light and himself in the shadows, he chose to remain a passive spectator, curious about what tricks Luo Qingyu might be plotting. Though Tang Mingqiong called out, he hesitated to open the door, leaving Ma Haohai anxiously waiting amidst the foliage. Frustrated, she glanced around, her gaze landing on the 2 stones she had cast, realizing the issue lay therein. After all, the demon lord should not be startled into opening his door by mere pebbles. It would be quite undignified. Perhaps she should try something larger? Seeing that there was still no response, Ma Haohai resolved to take a bold step. She picked up a hefty stone, raised it high above her head, and swung it forcefully towards Tang Mingqiong's door, producing a resounding thud that nearly left a gaping hole. The door swung open, revealing Tang Mingqiong with an expression of aloofness. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of unspoken emotions hidden in his gaze. The night was too dark for Ma Haohai, still at the Qi training stage, to perceive the subtleties of his expression. She only heard him address her warily, commanding her to reveal herself, stating he knew who she was and to cease her antics. His right leg, partially concealed by sheer fabric, bore visible traces of blood, and his movements were slightly limping, a testament to his remarkable self-discipline as an actor. Had she not been aware that these were merely illusions he conjured, even Ma Haohai and the system might have been deceived. At that moment, Ma Haohai's heart constricted, not from concern over his injured leg, but because in the darkness, the protagonist had inadvertently kicked her precious elixir away. Startled, she recalled the moment she had placed the vial. Something had felt amiss. It was strange for the item to be positioned at the threshold where he could easily spot it. Yet, how could it be? Wasn't it said that Tang Mingqiong possessed extraordinary consciousness? How could he have clumsily kicked the vial upon opening the door? Was his consciousness truly so feeble? Ma Haohai, little one, do you think the protagonist is blind? System, you wrote the protagonist, you should reflect on that. Ma Haohai, fine. Perhaps this is what they call the darkness beneath the lamp. System, host, spare me. In my view, the protagonist is merely pretending. Ma Haohai, it doesn't seem so. Just look at his bewildered expression. He appears completely oblivious to what he has kicked over. System, host, do not forget this is an esteemed actor. Ma Haohai. The little one had a point. The protagonist had convincingly portrayed a broken leg, so surely, feigning a mishap with a vial would be child's play. However, one could not be too cautious. What if it was, indeed, an honest mistake? Ma Haohai was reluctant to take such a risk. After much contemplation, she scoured the ground for another stone, tossing it towards the vial in an attempt to divert the protagonist's attention. Her face remained the same, yet the pride that once characterized her had been replaced by a sense of furtiveness. Counting the stones on the ground, she picked one that felt just right, careful not to draw attention to herself as she made soft, rustling sounds. At last, having found a stone of suitable size, she threw it towards a corner several meters away from the vial. Tang Mingqiong suspected Luo Qingyu was merely playing the fool. Was such a lackadaisical approach to stealth truly acceptable? While he found it hard to look away, he had witnessed his fair share of tempestuous events throughout the years. Thus, he merely paused for a moment before feigning disinterest, pretending to be genuinely intrigued by the vial. It was a dark blue ceramic bottle, which he had inspected when he had kicked it earlier, confirming it was without fault. After a brief hesitation, he approached the vial, bent down, and retrieved it, opening it to be met with a potent aroma of medicinal herbs. With just a whiff, he could ascertain that the elixir was of at least mid-grade quality. Upon further examination, he confirmed his suspicions and reluctantly accepted the reality. This was, in fact, an utterly useless bone-repairing pill. Tang Mingqiong found himself at a loss for how to react. Upon detecting the scent, he had initially doubted how Luo Qingyu had acquired such a mid-grade elixir. Although mid-grade elixirs were commonplace in the last sect, they remained a rarity for a second-rate family like the Luo clan. Yet, the irony was that this mid-grade elixir was merely a bone-repairing pill. For a cultivator with healing techniques, such a pill was akin to a mere trinket, a treasure only the uninitiated would hold in high regard. To have refined such a pill to mid-grade, Tang Mingqiong questioned the sanity of the alchemist responsible. As Ma Haohai observed the protagonist's silence before the elixir worth 300 points, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Ma Haohai, little one, what do you think the protagonist is thinking? Will he realize I placed it there? System. How would I know? Didn't you say the protagonist's consciousness could easily discern the source of the object? Ma Haohai, such metaphysical notions are unreliable. Did you not see how the protagonist failed to notice the vial earlier? As a responsible youth in society, we must trust in science. System. Yexem, host? You've entered a world of cultivation and yet still speak of science? While Ma Haohai and the system quarreled over the reliability of science, Tang Mingqiong had unknowingly tucked the bone-repairing pill into his sleeve. He called out towards Ma Haohai, fellow Taoist, since you have gifted me this elixir, why hide in the shadows and refuse to reveal yourself? In the darkness, Ma Haohai met the protagonist's gaze, feeling as if she had been utterly exposed. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a small notebook she carried, tore off a sheet, scribbled a few hasty notes, and tossed the crumpled paper into the air. Do not be angry. Tang Mingqiong gazed at the crumpled paper ball that had landed at his feet, his eyelids twitching slightly.
Indeed.
The skill with which Luo Qingyu hid could use a touch more finesse. First, she threw stones and then paper balls, as if she were desperate for others to discover her hiding place. Tang Mingqiong took a deep breath, reminding himself not to stoop to the level of a foolish soul bereft of reason. He picked up the paper ball and smoothed out its crumpled surface. Upon closer inspection, he found 5 neatly written characters. The Buddha says, "Do not speak." For the first time, Tang Mingqiong realized how limited his patience truly was. He was tempted to hurl the paper ball back to the ground with force. With that note about medication preceding it, he might have considered there was something serious written on it, but compared to this fool, it was hardly worth his attention. What nonsense was this? Both Luo Qingyu and the Luo family were practitioners of the Tao, and she had the audacity to scrawl a Buddhist saying, implying he should abandon his quest for a partner and instead live a life as a solitary monk. System. Warning, warning. The male lead's emotional state is fluctuating, and the love value is on the verge of decline. Warning, warning. Please take immediate action to salvage the situation. System. Warning, warning. Ma Haohai was eagerly anticipating that the male lead would respond shyly upon seeing the note, sharing an unspoken understanding. Instead, what she received was a warning of declining love value. Indeed, the male lead's capricious temperament was not mere hearsay, despite not raising an eyebrow. He was silently deducting from her love value. Ma Haohai, little one, I cannot bear this any longer. I request assistance. System. Oh, apologies, but I do not offer that service, host. Ma Haohai. So what, precisely, was the purpose of this system?
System.
Men are like that, just coax them a bit, host. I have faith in you.
Ma Haohai.
If simply coaxing the male lead would suffice, then perhaps all would be well. The male lead's heart was as elusive as a needle in the ocean. It sounded easier said than done. Why didn't he, the system, try to handle it itself? System. If I were female, would you even have a chance, host?
Ma Haohai.
Little one. I did not misjudge you. You are indeed a little one. System. I am straight as a steel rod. Ma Haohai paid no mind to the system's protests. In this day and age, many claim to be as straight as a rod, only to bend like a spiral incense stick, so having one more system like this was hardly a burden. Ma Haohai, you can claim otherwise all you wish. Let us return to the matter at hand. How do I soothe the male lead? System. That is simple. The male lead reacted adversely after reading your note. So it must have been the content that caused the misunderstanding. Ma Haohai. In that moment, Ma Haohai suddenly understood why all the good men she knew had turned to same-sex relationships. Manipulating men was evidently their forte. Ma Haohai, little one, thank you. Having grasped the situation, Ma Haohai pulled out her small notebook and, with a flourish, wrote down a line of text before tossing it at the male lead's feet. Tang Mingqiong did not even want to glance at the note that had landed on his shoe, fully aware it would not contain anything pleasant. Luo Qingyu had lost her mind, yet her ability to provoke his anger seemed to have only intensified. Though the paper had landed at his feet, Tang Mingqiong remained motionless, pretending not to see it. Ma Haohao was anxious, her gaze pleading as if to say, "Please, just take a look." Tang Mingqiong turned his head away, opting for ignorance. However, his keen perception allowed him to see Ma Haohao's eager eyes, and anyone would find it difficult to resist such a hopeful gaze, especially when it belonged to the once exalted Luo Qingyu. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, one that was indescribable, compelling him to touch the itchy skin behind his ear. This feeling was utterly foreign to him, and he could only attribute it to a twisted sense of revenge. Driven by this sentiment, Tang Mingqiong begrudgingly picked up the note. As he expected, it contained nothing of substance. Luo Qingyu had penned a whimsical poem, advising him that if he allowed anger to consume him, he would find satisfaction. Moreover, it was a waste of energy. Just as he contemplated tearing the note, determined to rid himself of any illusion that he could be swayed by her appearance, he stumbled upon the final line. "Xianxia, please do not be angry, okay?" Smiley face. She even clumsily drew an ugly smiley face at the end. Tang Mingqiong's fingers tightened around the note. He could not discern whether it was the nonsensical reassurance or that garish smiley that affected him. In that fleeting moment, it was as if someone had lightly brushed a feather across his heart. He was resistant to such touch. He was the feared demon lord, needing no one to soften his heart, for he possessed none. Yet, some matters seemed to require his acknowledgement. System. Report. Host. Crisis averted. The male lead's emotions have stabilized. Please continue with your task. Ma Haohao. She felt as though she might bleed out from sheer frustration. Calming the male lead was already a daunting task, and now the system demanded she persist with her mission? This vile capitalist had finally revealed its true nature. Tang Mingqiong, calming his mind, also found his earlier wrath to be rather inexplicable. Luo Qingyu was now a simpleton, so what was there to argue about with a fool? Daoist friend. There has been a misunderstanding. I am not angry, he proclaimed. While initially he had held a mix of belief and skepticism regarding Luo Qingyu's state after tonight's events, he was entirely convinced. A person like her, who pursued perfection, would never consider him, a partner with a wasted spiritual root, as a blemish. She could not possibly feign madness to such an extent. If she were aware of how she appeared after losing her wits, she would likely not wait for him to act but would instead throw herself to the ground in despair. Contemplating this, Tang Mingqiong spoke aloud. Dear Daoist friend, since we are not adversaries, why not reveal yourself for a discussion? While the matter of her lost senses had reached a conclusion, he still had two lingering questions. How had Luo Qingyu discerned his anger when he had expertly concealed it? And, if she was present, why would she not show herself? As soon as his words fell, another note fluttered down to his feet. I cannot see you. Ma Haohao's plan for the evening was to provide warmth without revealing herself. So regardless of Tang Mingqiong's entreaties, she would remain hidden. After all, if the male lead reacted this strongly to a mere note, what would happen if she unexpectedly emerged from the bushes? She could not bear the thought of her love value plummeting by another 10 points. The mere idea was painful.
Cannot see?
Tang Mingqiong found it hard to believe that Luo Qingyu would possess such notions of propriety between the genders. So, what could be the reason for her refusal to meet him? Was there something she could not dare to do, despite being the illustrious daughter of the Luo family? For reasons unknown, Tang Mingqiong recalled the words of a young disciple from the Luo family who had rushed him earlier that afternoon. The young lady had heard that Tang Xixiang had been injured and, in a fit of rage, had stormed to the training ground, striking Chen Xixiang to the ground with her whip. Chen Xixiang had proclaimed that if the young lady were to meet Tang Xixiang again, he would retaliate with a blow of his own. Initially, Tang Mingqiong had found this amusing. Chen Jiu's arrogance was laughable. A mere illusion had brought him such inflated confidence. He held no regard for Chen Jiu and certainly did not take his words to heart. Could it be that Luo Qingyu was refraining from revealing herself due to Chen Jiu's words? Tang Mingqiong shook his head, dismissing his conjecture internally. Impossible. Luo Qingyu detests him with every fiber of her being, yearning for his demise. How could she possibly be concerned for his safety? Nevertheless, the note in his hand, the bone-mending balm concealed within his sleeve, compelled him to confront reality. Who else in the entire Luo family, besides him who is incapable of enduring spiritual energy, would have need of such a mundane remedy? Tang Mingqiang was reluctant to believe that Luo Qingyu, who had once wished for nothing more than his swift elimination, had undergone such a profound transformation from her previous existence. Yet, the warmth that surged within him defied his resistance, searing his heart with its intensity. Ma Haohao's delicate heart fluttered erratically as system notifications cascaded incessantly. System. Reporting. Host. Male lead's affection value has increased by 1. Current affection value minus 118. System. Warning.
Warning.
Male lead's affection value has decreased by 1. Current affection value minus 119. System. Reporting. Host. Affection value has increased by 1. System. Warning, warning. Affection value has decreased. When the affection value finally stabilized at minus 100, Ma Haohao felt an immense weight lifted from her heart. This exasperating male lead truly does not allow one a moment of peace. Fortunately, tonight's harvest was bountiful, with the increase in affection value reaching unprecedented heights, ensuring that her efforts throughout the night were not in vain. 059. Lacking emotion, the love value increased by 19 points in one night. What does 19 points signify? Rounded up, that equates to 100 million. With such momentum, isn't it merely a matter of moments to accomplish the task? The more Ma Haohao contemplated, the more reasonable it seemed. Consequently, in the following days, she cunningly acquired additional renewal pills from the system, donning her fitted attire each day. Retreating to the thickets within Tang Mingqiang's courtyard to express her heartfelt sentiments through paper notes. System. Warning, warning. Male lead's love value decreased by 1. System. Report to host. Male lead's love value increased. System. Warning, warning. System. Reporting. The system wearily broadcasted the fluctuations of the love value, no longer able to evoke even the slightest stir within its core. Anyone subjected to nightly inundations of such announcements would inevitably succumb to aesthetic fatigue. And as a system well-versed in the ways of the world, it had long since become desensitized to such scenes. More than the emotional entanglements between the host and the male lead, what truly pained it was the dwindling supply of its secret elixirs. Just a few days had passed, and its extraordinarily rare potion, valued at 300 points, was nearly depleted.
Sisting. Sobi.
The system silently gnawed on its handkerchief, observing as Ma Haohao tossed notes to the male lead while reporting the fluctuations of the love value. It could not comprehend why, when words could be spoken face to face, they had to resort to notes. Was it that it had been out of touch with trends for too long, or that human sentiments were simply too perplexing? System. Whimpering. C. As Ma Haohao contemplated how to elevate the love value further, she had little time to concern herself with the system's melancholic musings. Despite the system wrinkling its handkerchief and reddening its eyes, it received not even a glance from her. The task of delivering medicine served as a breakthrough. The recent surge in love value flowed like an unstoppable river, akin to the Yellow River in flood. Ma Haohao steadfastly adhered to her strategy of warmth, relying on the potent tactic of increasing the love value by 100 million with each delivery, managing to lift the love value from negative territory before the family trial. Tang Mingqiang's malice towards her had mostly dissipated. Now the focus turned to the crux of the task. Yet, the method of delivering medicine would lose its effectiveness if overused, and how to boost the love value thereafter would hinge upon her performance in the upcoming family trial. Ma Haohao patiently awaited the arrival of the family trial. The day of the family trial soon arrived. On the morning of the trial, all disciples and servants of the Luo family rose early, grooming themselves and arriving at the trial stage well in advance, eagerly anticipating the opening of the secret realm. Having grown accustomed to idleness, Ma Haohao was still bleary-eyed when pulled from her bed, yawning as she reached the trial stage. Observing the throng of heads clustered on the platform, she was reminded of the candidates and their parents waiting outside the examination hall. Who would have thought that having missed the opportunity to partake in the college entrance examination in the world of academia, she would arrive just in time for the trials in the realm of cultivation? The secret realm would not open until noon, and with time still on her hands, Ma Haohao decided to search for Tang Mingqiong amidst the crowd. She stood at the front of the trial line, scanning until her eyes nearly blurred, finally spotting Tang Mingqiong at the tail end, clad in simple garments. He stood alone at the edge of the trial stage, an expression of neutrality masking any thoughts he might have had. His leg injury had yet to heal completely, the bandage still seeping blood, causing him to appear somewhat disheveled among the disciples adorned with treasures and spiritual swords. Despite the bustling crowd, those surrounding him subtly avoided his presence, as if he carried some misfortune that would taint anyone who drew near. The sight of Tang Mingqiong in such a state struck Ma Haohao deeply. Though surrounded by a vibrant atmosphere, he stood in profound solitude. Ma Haohao was momentarily taken aback. While writing Jade Liquid and Crystal Nectar, she had drawn upon the familiar trope of Dragon Aotion, where the protagonist's initial suffering would lead to a gratifying reversal later. Thus, she portrayed Tang Mingqiong's tragic past with abandon, a once prominent figure reduced to a mere shadow, his betrothed harboring deep resentment, and despite his relentless pursuit of the path, he bore the weight of a demonic heritage. He was deceived and scorned by all, without a single sincere soul in the vast realm of cultivation. While crafting these narratives, Ma Haohao had never felt any sense of wrongdoing, yet upon witnessing Tang Mingqiong as ostracization firsthand, a sudden heaviness settled in her heart. She pushed through the crowd towards Tang Mingqiong. This time, her intent was not to fulfill a task, but to alleviate the stark loneliness that surrounded him. No one dared to obstruct the path of the young lady of the Luo family. The throng parted like the Red Sea, granting Ma Haohao a clear passage. One side connecting her to Tang Mingqiong. Ma Haohao approached and stood beside him. "Senior brother, it's been a while." Although they had seen each other just the night before, the matter of delivering medicine was a secret known only to them, a silent understanding that could not be exposed in public. Tang Mingqiong lowered his gaze, glancing at Ma Haohao, responding with a nonchalant He appeared indifferent to the many scrutinizing gazes directed at him, his face betraying neither joy nor anger, resembling a monk devoid of desire. Ma Haohao found herself at a loss. In her imagination, the love value had surely entered a positive trajectory, and the male lead ought to exhibit greater warmth towards her, if not ecstatic joy, at least a glimmer of a smile in his eyes. In the past, when the love value had been negative, he would frown. How could he now respond with such indifference? Ma Haohao, what is the male lead's love value now? System. Host, didn't we just confirm it this morning? Precisely 0. Ma Haohao, how peculiar. System. Not peculiar at all. There's a saying, love breeds hatred. When the male lead's love value was negative, he still held some feelings for the female lead. Now, it seems he has completely let go. Ma Haohao. So, I miscalculated the love value through emotional engagement. System. Everything has its pros and cons. At least we are devoid of feelings. And there's no life-threatening peril involved. Ma Haohao. System. Host, the road ahead is long and arduous. You shall seek and strive unceasingly for life. The quest for love value is far from over. Ma Haohao. No wonder the dramas on Mango TV often portray lines like, "Even if you hate me, don't forget me." Ma Haohao now truly empathized with such sentiments. From this point onward, she vowed never to ridicule the lines of television dramas again. They were, in fact, profound wisdom drawn from life. Although the male lead's heart was as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, Ma Haohao, after a moment of despondency, recalibrated her mindset. There is no land that cannot be tilled, only oxen that can be overworked. No, that is not right. It's not that there are no mismatched couples, only unmotivated third parties. Still wrong. There is no male lead who cannot be pursued, only hosts who do not put in the effort. Ma Haohao, reflecting on her missteps, grew more resolute, crafting a plan in her mind, when an unrelenting voice echoed from behind. Tang Mingqiong, as if losing one leg wasn't enough? Stay away from you may. The villainous characters can indeed be classified into various types. Ma Haohao perceives those like her as the intellectual antagonists, who daringly cling to the protagonists to advance their own agendas. In contrast, characters like Chun Jiuji exemplify the fearful villains who are overly anxious about their own downfall, obsessively seeking to increase the protagonist's animosity towards them. Oblivious to the impending repercussions, Chen Jiuji belligerently declared, "Tang Mingqiong, are you deaf? I command you to keep your distance from Yume." He took a few steps forward, attempting to seize Tang Mingqiong by the collar, only to be forcefully repelled. The pain shot through his arm, leaving him bewildered. When did Tang Mingqiong become so powerful? Chen Jiuji could not accept being bested by someone widely regarded as a failure. The mere thought of Tang Mingqiong surpassing him ignited a fiery rage within him, prompting him to channel his energy into a punch aimed at Tang Mingqiong's face. He believed he could cripple Tang Mingqiong's leg or ruin his face, rendering him incapable of enticing Yume. His fist narrowly missed Tang Mingqiong's face, which he adeptly evaded. With a flicker of movement, Tang Mingqiong seized his wrist, twisting it forcefully, causing Chen Jiuji to collapse to the ground, uttering desperate pleas for mercy. Seeing his situation deteriorate, a fierce glint appeared in Chen Jiuji's eyes as he resorted to slander, accusing Tang Mingqiong, "You deceitful scoundrel, resorting to such underhanded tactics." He called upon the crowd. "Witness this. This coward fears he cannot defeat me in the secret realm, thus attempts to harm me here. In the realm of shamelessness, Chen Jiuji would claim the second spot, with no one daring to claim the first. Despite the numerous witnesses, he audaciously distorted the truth, attempting to tarnish Tang Mingqiong's reputation, showcasing a facade of insincerity. Logically, the truth should be evident to all, for the discerning eyes of the crowd would not easily be deceived. However, upon hearing Chen Jiuji's words, the disciples from the Luo family began to murmur against Tang Mingqiong, as if his claims held merit. "Tang Mingqiong, I advise you to release senior brother Chen. If anything happens to him, both the Zhao and Qian families will seek retribution," they warned. "Do you still think you are the young master of the Tang family? How laughable! The Tang family has long since fallen. Consider this a warning. Do not overestimate yourself, or even the family head cannot protect you." With Chen Jiuji's two lackeys, Zhao Hong and Qian Ming leading the charge, the tide of denunciation from the Luo disciples swelled against Tang Mingqiong. Even those who might have defended him remained silent, unwilling to speak up in his favor under the current circumstances. The truth appeared insignificant to them. The cultivation world has always revered the strong and prioritized self-interest. Compared to the well-established Chen family, the unanchored Tang Mingqiong was an unfavorable choice. As the crowd hurled insults, even an onlooker like Ma Haohao found it unbearable, let alone Tang Mingqiong, the target of their scorn. He released his grip on Chen Jiuji, but kept his gaze fixed on the crowd. With each insult hurled, his anger intensified, meticulously memorizing the faces of those who reveled in his downfall. Ma Haohao felt a tumult of emotions, unable to distinguish whether her sympathy for Tang Mingqiong outweighed her disdain for the Luo disciples present. Unbeknownst to them, their lives hung by a thread. Soon after his rebirth, Tang Mingqiong managed to participate in the Luo family's trial. Within the secret realm, life and death were at one's own risk. Many disciples had perished, not solely at the hands of spirit beasts. The Luo family lacked the means to probe the secrets of the realm, making it a prime location for murder, treasure hunting, and vendettas. Before entering the secret realm, most anticipated that Tang Mingqiong would meet his end at Chen Jiuji's hands. Yet, he had cunningly played the role of the underdog, ultimately emerging unscathed and trapping Chen Jiuji within the secret realm, claiming victory in the trial. The thought of fewer than 1 in 10 returning from the secret realm sent a chill down Ma Haohao's spine. However, she, as the instigator, would have to bear the consequences, regardless of how dark Tang Mingqiong became. Before all the disciples could blacklist Tang Mingqiong, Ma Haohao hastily stepped in front of him. Capture the leader first. Unable to admonish everyone, she resolved to confront the instigator, Chen Jiuji. "Chen Jiuji, have you recovered from the wounds of your past? Why have you come here to disgrace yourself? What does my relationship with senior brother have to do with you?" Upon her words, the surrounding insults quieted. After all, Luo Qingyu was the esteemed daughter of the Luo family. Many would risk offending Tang Mingqiong for Chen Jiuji, but few would dare to cross Luo Qingyu. "What does it have to do with me?" Chen Jiuji's face darkened momentarily, recalling past grievances. Just as he was about to retaliate, a greedy smile spread across his face. You may not know, but my mother has already promised me that once this trial concludes, she will seek your hand from my uncle. We shall be partners. So tell me, how is this not related to you? In his words, he dismissed Tang Mingqiong entirely, convinced that the latter was destined to perish within the secret realm. The mention of being partners filled him with pride, prompting him to laugh boisterously. Ma Haohao felt a wave of nausea at Chen Jiuji's audacity. Ignorance is not frightening. What is frightening is the lack of self-awareness. Before Luo Qingyu lost her memory, Chen Jiuji would never have dared to act so brazenly in her presence. He believed her amnesia rendered her vulnerable, emboldening him to humiliate her publicly. Before he could claim partnership, he had yet to secure it. Ma Haohao chuckled in disbelief. In broad daylight, how can one be so delusional? My partner is senior brother. Who are you, Chen Jiuji? Not to mention that Luo Pian was keen on marrying his daughter to Tang Mingqiong. Even without him, there were other suitors. The family head would never entrust his precious daughter to someone like Chen Jiuji. Senior brother, let us go. We shan't linger in this den of iniquity. With no further exchange warranted, Ma Haohao took Tang Mingqiong's hand, eager to leave. If the narrative remained on course, Chen Jiuji would undoubtedly meet his demise in the secret realm. Ma Haohao felt no inclination to waste her breath on him, sparing herself the agony of witnessing his foolishness. Tang Mingqiong's palm was icy, akin to a block of eternal ice, startling Ma Haohao upon contact. Aware of his profound resentment, she struggled to find the right words, opting for quiet reassurance. Senior brother, we shall not stoop to his level. In my heart, you will always be the strongest. Tang Mingqiong remained noncommittal, appearing skeptical of her words. Yet he inquired, if you believe I am the strongest, why is that? You are my partner, my savior. Naturally, you are a hero of unparalleled stature. Ma Haohao spoke truthfully. With his extraordinary innate talent, many cultivators revered him. Was he not the most formidable being? Hero? At Ma Haohao's flattering words, a brief, sardonic smile flickered across Tang Mingqiong's face. The laughter resembled more of a self-deprecating chuckle than true delight. Not hearing the anticipated rise of affection, Ma Haohao refrained from further commentary. She had hoped that a mere compliment would lift his spirits. Yet Tang Mingqiong remained as unyielding as a fortress. Despite her attempts at comfort and flattery, he displayed no sign of emotional fluctuation. Tang Mingqiong, you coward! What else can you do besides hiding behind women? Upon witnessing the two individuals turn away, Chen Jiuji, deterred by Tang Mingqiong's earlier imposing presence, refrained from approaching them. Instead, he could only jump in frustration behind them, exclaiming, Tang Mingqiong, mark my words, await me in the secret realm. When Chen Jiuji met his gaze, he found himself momentarily taken aback, forgetting the words of reproach he intended to utter. The glance Tang Mingqiong cast upon him resembled that of one gazing upon a lifeless corpse. In the realm of mysticism, where the path to immortality remains obscured and the journey seems endless, the hidden sanctum of the Luo family gracefully opened at the stroke of noon. Luo Pian presided over the grand ceremony of trials, collaborating with 5 esteemed elders to unveil this secret domain. The ancestral teachings of the Luo family resonated continuously as 6 streams of spiritual energy surged into the atmosphere, causing the very earth to tremble and the fabric of space to distort. Before long, a towering celestial cave, several meters in height, materialized above the trial platform. Enveloped in mist and clouds, the cave's interior appeared as a tantalizing illusion, elusive and ethereal, impervious to the probing of those at the Qi refining or foundation establishment stages. The spectators were left in awe, and many eager disciples at the forefront could hardly contain their excitement, ready to leap into the sanctum as soon as the entrance fully opened. Among them, Ma Haohao lamented the absence of her notebook, left behind in Yizhu Garden. Otherwise, she would have diligently recorded the breathtaking scene before her. Just as she was lost in thought, a forceful shove jolted her left shoulder. Make way.
Clear the path.
Chen Jiuji arrogantly strutted past her, casting a sidelong glance in her direction. Following a morning of conflict, Chen Jiuji had been surprisingly subdued, refraining from further antagonizing Tang Mingqiong and Ma Haohao. She had hoped his thick-headedness had finally given way to reason, yet here he was, inexplicably venting his frustrations on her instead of his sworn rival. Unable to confront Tang Mingqiong's icy gaze, Qin directed his ire solely at Ma Haohao, declaring, "You may. Your destined partner is as good as mine." Ma Haohao, uninterested in his words, chose to ignore him entirely. Chen Jiuji's expression shifted slightly. He huffed coldly before leaping into the sanctum with his companions, Zhao Hong and Qian Ming. He smirked, anticipating that once he secured his position as Yumei's chosen companion, she would have to cater to him, and he relished the thought of her no longer dismissing him. Once Chen Jiuji had departed, Ma Haohao waited until the platform cleared before she and Tang Mingqiong ventured into the secret realm. Although the teleportation was random, she wished to distance herself from Chen Jiuji as much as possible. To be candid, she had never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. The so-called secret realms in the cultivation world were essentially independent spaces fractured from ancient powers. As Ma Haohao and Tang Mingqiong leaped into the sanctum, a wave of dizziness washed over her, reminiscent of the time she was drawn into a strange vortex. Fearing a separation from Tang Mingqiong, she clung tightly to him, unwilling to let go. In this realm, survival was paramount. Unlike Luo Qingyu, a favored daughter of fortune, Ma Haohao possessed only rudimentary cultivation and no knowledge of the profound techniques that could render her abilities useful. Without the protagonist as halo and burdened by the system, she knew that if she did not cling to the male lead, she might not even grasp the circumstances of her demise within the sanctum. Having navigated the world of online literature for years, Ma Haohao understood that in times like these, aligning oneself with the protagonist was of utmost importance. Thus, even amid her dizziness, she resolutely held onto Tang Mingqiong, nearly becoming an octopus clinging to him. The sensation of vertigo was fleeting, and soon she felt the solid ground beneath her feet. Upon opening her eyes, her first concern was to confirm Tang Mingqiong's presence beside her. Seeing his indifferent countenance brought her a modicum of relief. For the first time, she found his frosty demeanor somewhat appealing. The secret realm, neither vast nor cramped, boasted an array of landscapes, pavilions, deserts, grasslands, and forests, all encompassed within its confines. The place where Ma Haohao was deposited was a small grove. "Senior brother, where shall we head next?" she inquired, surveying their surroundings and seeking Tang Mingqiong's counsel. Having never ventured into such a trial realm, it was prudent to defer to the local expert. Tang Mingqiong glanced at the sleeve of his garment still gripped by her hand. Though he did not exhibit his customary impatience, he also showed little enthusiasm. "Once within the sanctum, our purpose is to seek treasures," he stated calmly. "Shall we meticulously scour this grove inch by inch?" Ma Haohao mused, her interest in treasure hunting waning. After all, what good were treasures that could not be transported back to the world of literature? Tang Mingqiong replied, "The pursuit of treasures relies heavily on fate and fortune. For now, there is no rush. In the initial days, we should focus on conserving our energy and finding sustenance." During this family trial, the Luo family had provided each disciple with but a single pill for fasting. With the trial spanning 10 days, unless one exited the sanctum the following day, relying solely on the fasting pill would not suffice to address their hunger. To survive in the secret realm, self-sufficiency was essential. At the mention of food, Ma Haohao instinctively touched her stomach, realizing she was indeed a bit peckish. She reflected that following the male lead was undoubtedly the right choice. The grove was abundant with wild fruits and vegetables. Had she been alone, her luck might have led her to a desolate location devoid of even edible bark, leaving her to gnaw on her clothing in desperation. Ma Haohao had no objections to the idea of foraging for food, and Tang Mingqiong suggested they split up, reconvening in half an hour. Reluctant to part ways with the male lead yet wary of inciting his displeasure, which could diminish her affection points, she ultimately agreed. They separated, one heading east and the other west. The grove, affectionately named by Ma Haohao, was a thriving forest with towering trees that obscured the sky. As a reclusive author accustomed to the comforts of home, her wilderness survival skills were sorely lacking. Upon entering the grove, she found herself utterly disoriented, unable to distinguish directions. "Ma Haohao, please do not underestimate the combat prowess of our academic elite." System. "Host, are you certain you are all right?" "Ma Haohao, quiet. I've encountered a similar problem before. The bark to the north is rough, while that to the south is smooth." She felt the bark of a nearby tree. What constitutes smooth versus rough? I can't tell the difference at all. System. MASU-MANHUA. No worries, I have another strategy. The shaded area to the north has more ferns, while the south has fewer. After scrutinizing the ferns by the tree, she mused, indeed. The cultivation realm is extraordinary. What on earth qualifies as a fern? System.
Mao.
In the midst of a mushroom sea, half an hour swiftly passed, and MASU-MANHUA surrendered. It became evident that discussing scientific reasoning in the realm of cultivation was futile. System. I honestly do not know either.
Mao.
Like attracts like. Indeed, the caliber of the host mirrored that of the system. 3 cobblers surpassed Zhuge. By the same token, 2 inept individuals combined would only yield greater ineptitude. MASU-MANHUA felt disheartened, having strayed from the male lead's halo. Her unfortunate luck reared its head once more. MASU-MANHUA rubbed her belly and shook her calves. After spending the entire morning at the trial platform and taking a lengthy detour upon entering the small secret realm, her belly, legs, and soles all voiced their serious discontent. Laziness overtook her, and she decided to embrace her predicament. Getting lost had become a habit, after all. She wouldn't transform from a directionally challenged individual into a human navigation system anytime soon. It was better to rest and replenish her energy before continuing her aimless wandering. She paused to find a suitable spot for a midday nap. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently wandered into a mushroom gathering ground. The mushrooms at her feet were as red as blood, resembling the edible varieties she was familiar with. Perhaps the feng shui of the cultivation realm was exceptional, for each cap was the size of a palm, and even the smallest stalks were as long as a baby's arm. They clung to the branches of nearby trees, swaying gracefully in the gentle forest breeze, creating an illusion of being engulfed in a sea of crimson waves. System. Host, what are these things? MASU-MANHUA. Little one, how did you become a system? System. Humph. Who says a system cannot be clueless? Host, you're bullying me. MASU-MANHUA. Despite her sorrow, MASU-MANHUA maintained a commendable mindset. The affluent assist the less fortunate. The top students aid the bottom ones. It was her duty as a diligent student of the new era to answer queries from a system like this. MASU-MANHUA, little one, look at the new generation of systems. You're quite lacking, having never even seen a mushroom. System. This isn't my fault. The wild plants in the galaxy are nearly extinct. By the way, host, can this mushroom be eaten? MASU-MANHUA. The books say that the more vibrant an object, the more dangerous it is. Thus, it certainly cannot be consumed. Not only is it inedible, but it is also poisonous. System. Oh my, how terrifying. The mushroom sea stretched endlessly before her. Deep within this red expanse, whether she turned back or pressed forward, considerable effort would be required. With her laziness, she promptly convinced herself to rest on the spot. Since she was there, she might as well enjoy the beauty of nature. MASU-MANHUA sought out a piece of land with good feng shui, leaning against an ancient tree as thick as 3 people. Other trees were densely populated with mushrooms, which looked tolerable from a distance but could trigger a phobia of clusters up close. Only beneath this particular tree was there a clean patch, home to a solitary mushroom standing apart from the rest. This singular mushroom was indeed a standout, larger than all the others. Its stalk was as thick as her calf, and its cap towered nearly half her height. If she were to uproot it, it could serve as a small parasol. Clearly, this mushroom was the king of its kind, a fitting companion for her esteemed status. MASU-MANHUA, finding humor in her plight, drew her spiritual sword and casually cleared away the surrounding weeds to create a space for herself. Humming a tune reminiscent of a girl gathering mushrooms, she severed the Mushroom King with a single stroke and kicked its cap aside. The girl gathering mushrooms wielding a grand sword humming a modified tune. MASU-MANHUA leisurely relaxed beneath the tree. Though enveloped by poisonous mushrooms, she had brought along several protective treasures, including her attire, which possessed detoxifying properties. So she remained unfazed in this hazardous environment. Yet, her spiritual sword, having not been drawn for days, was on the verge of rusting. She had finally anticipated a chance to wield it, only to use it for clearing weeds. Her fine sword was faring worse than a kitchen knife. With a resting place secured, Her legs and soles ceased their protests, but the hunger in her belly grew increasingly pronounced. Ma Haohai's stomach grumbled intermittently, prompting her to lament and pat her belly in consolation. Belly, hold on. If you want to avoid poisoning your mother, don't make such a fuss. You wouldn't want me gnawing on tree bark, would you? Unfortunately, this heartfelt admonition proved futile. After over an hour of physical activity in the forest, her hunger only intensified, and soon she felt faint. System, host, if you're truly starving, you can consume the fasting pill. The system kindly reminded Ma Haohai not to forget about this vital item. Exerting her last ounce of strength, she rolled her eyes at it. Ma Haohai, that thing has a foul stench. Whoever wants to eat it can. I certainly want tea. System, Ma Haohai, what now? System, host, you've never eaten it, so how do you know it smells bad? Ma Haohai, you're the one who eats it. Xianxia, JPG. System, oh no. Host, you've stolen my meme. Seated beneath the tree, Ma Haohai pondered the absurdity of the cultivation realm. How could one become so ravenous after merely a missed meal? Her already flat chest felt as though it might flatten further. She completely overlooked the fact that she had been feasting on sumptuous meals 3 times a day, with 2 additional late-night snacks. All she could think was that if this continued, she might truly resort to eating something unsavory. Ah, how wonderful it would be if pies fell from the sky. However, while pies may not descend from above, wild fruits could. In the midst of Ma Haohai's contemplative struggle, a crisp green fruit fell squarely upon her head. Then one after another, more fruits began to drop, plummeting at her feet like a shower. Finding food after half an hour of searching seemed effortless. Ma Haohai shed tears of gratitude. The law of conservation of luck was indeed reliable. Her fortune was not absent. It was merely awaiting the right moment. 063. The verdant serpent. When Tang Mingqiong found Ma Haohai, the scene before him was quite remarkable. Amidst the scattered spiritual plants, Luo Qingyu reclined leisurely beneath an ancient elm tree, playfully toying with an unripe elm coin as if it were a treasured gem. At her feet lay a 5,000-year-old spiritual mushroom, the rule, casually crushed underfoot. Above her, a massive dark green serpent coiled slowly, flicking its tongue as it rubbed against the tree trunk, inching closer to her, while foul, viscous droplets dripped from its gaping maw. Yet Luo Qingyu remained oblivious, cradling the elm coin with delight, entirely unaware of the impending peril. Tang Mingqiong paused beneath a nearby tree, not intending to make his presence known. In the Luo family's secret realm, there were few treasures that caught his eye, one being the high-tier magical beast confined by ancient powers, and the other being the rule beneath Luo Qingyu's feet. The moment he was transported to the elm forest, he had devised a plan to first seize the rule, then confront the beast. However, even the wisest may falter. Though his plan was meticulously crafted, it still contained significant oversights. In his past life, having acquired the Luo family's secret realm, he had little interest in its treasures, neglecting it after subduing the beast. Thus, when the time came to seek the rule, his unfamiliarity with the terrain led him astray. Doubt flickered in Tang Mingqiong's eyes. Why was Luo Qingyu here? He had suggested parting ways precisely to avoid her companionship. According to his plan, she should have awaited him at their point of arrival rather than appearing in this southern corner of the Ruihai's spiritual plane. Was it mere coincidence? Or had she orchestrated this encounter? Countless speculations raced through his mind, yet he resolved to remain still and observe. If Luo Qingyu were to be devoured by the serpent, he would relish the opportunity to collect both the spiritual treasure and the beast. In the realm of cultivation, it was not uncommon to kill for riches. Having set aside his animosity towards Luo Qingyu, he no longer wished her to suffer. To him, she had transformed from an object of hatred into a mere stranger, slightly familiar. The fate of a stranger held little significance for him. Yet, should she survive and slay the serpent, he would not hesitate to turn against her. System, warning. The male lead's emotional fluctuations are rising, and his affection value is about to dip below 0. Please, host, make your way to his side immediately. Ma Haohai, delightedly holding a green fruit, was startled by the sudden alarm of the system. In her surprise, she lost grip of the fruit, which fell to the ground with a thud. System, host. Ma Haohai, stop stuttering. What has happened to the male lead? Why is his affection value fluctuating again? System. Host. Ma Hao Hao. Is it because he discovered I wasn't waiting for him, and is therefore angry? System. TAT. No, it's behind you. What could it possibly be? The system had a knack for faltering at crucial moments. After painstakingly reducing the affection value to 0, even a single point's decline was painful for Ma Hao Hao. Now, hunger was no longer a concern. She disregarded her previous worries and clumsily got to her feet, determined to search for Tang Mingqiong in every direction. In her haste, the serpent behind her, flicking its tongue, grew agitated. For cultivators, human flesh was a rare delicacy, and in this desolate secret realm, it had not savored such a feast in years. Reluctantly abandoning the rule as bait, it lunged towards Ma Hao Hao, its massive jaws opening wide to bite down on her head. System. Host.
Oh.
The system emitted a frantic roar. Ma Hao Hao felt the sky darken above her, an unbearable stench permeating the air. Far worse than decades of neglecting dental hygiene. Unable to resist, she waved her hand in front of her nose, but before she could comprehend the situation, a foul, acidic liquid fell from above, splattering onto her hands, clothes, and hair. Ma Hao Hao couldn't help but question the environment of this secret realm. Even the rain seemed acidic. The ancient tales of fresh air were nothing but fabrications. She felt deceived by the internet. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted around her, radiating from her center. Realization struck her as she turned to see the serpent, now toothless, collapsing to the ground, illuminated by the protective golden light of her talisman. Observing closely, she noticed the creature's eyes were filled with a hint of grievance, tears resembling translucent liquid pooling in its serpentine pupils. The serpent wailed in pain. Its teeth ached. Oh no, there's a snake. Ma Hao Hao belatedly cried out, stumbling backward and tripping over a red mushroom, landing on the ground. Ma Hao Hao, little one. What a massive serpent. System. Host, look at your cowardly self. I've warned you multiple times. Can you not show some awareness? With all settled, the toothless serpent was no different from a worm. The system, shedding its previous tension, snickered at Ma Hao Hao. Ma Hao Hao. So the system had stuttered out of fear of the snake, yet dared to criticize her? After exchanging quips with the system, Ma Hao Hao's elevated blood pressure began to calm. Gazing at the motionless serpent on the ground, she felt a twinge of fear and patted her chest to steady her heart. Although she was tempted to observe the serpent for her future writings, she recalled the male lead's fluctuating emotions. The serpent might be valuable, but the male lead was far more precious. Urgently, she decided to locate Tang Mingqiong first. Ma Hao Hao pushed herself up from the ground, and, upon turning, she spotted Tang Mingqiong's figure. Clad in dark robes, his expression tranquil, he held a spiritual sword in hand, stepping over a sea of red mushrooms, approaching her one deliberate step at a time. 064. The black-haired figure, clad in dark attire, stood against the backdrop of a blood-red sea. Ma Hao Hao was momentarily entranced, perceiving the mushroom expanse beneath Tang Mingqiong's feet as the river of forgetfulness. He trod upon the crimson flowers of the other shore, his black garb stained with blood. A scene steeped in solemnity. Ma Hao Hao was momentarily spellbound. It is often said that the sight of a snow-white celestial being captivates the heart, yet in this moment, she felt that the allure of the dark-clad enigma was far more profound. Just minutes after the system's warning about her love value, despite the beauty before her, Ma Hao Hao dared not let her guard down. She endeavored to dismiss the enchanting scenery, and before Tang Mingqiong could approach, she hurriedly leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, "Senior brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Tang Mingqiong's arm, wielding a sword, stiffened. Although he had encountered Luo Qingyu's impulsive rudeness over the past few months, being suddenly embraced still left him feeling uneasy. He had intended to strike her down with his sword, but her boldness caught him off guard. Her delicate visage crumpled at the sight of him, as if she had endured great grievances and finally found solace, ready to burst into tears at any moment. Gazing into her trusting eyes, Tang Mingqiong felt himself falter. By the time her arms encircled him, it was too late to act. He had no choice but to suppress the murderous intent within him, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "What wrong have you committed that requires my forgiveness?" Upon hearing his voice, Ma Haohao's worries transformed into joy. The mere fact that Tang Mingqiong was willing to ask was a relief to her. Her greatest fear was that the male lead would refuse to listen to her explanations and unjustly condemn her. I shouldn't have made you wait, senior brother. Had I known I would get lost, I would have waited right here. Ma Haohao laughed sheepishly. Senior brother, dear senior brother, please forgive me. She assumed her trouble stemmed from being lost, shaking Tang Mingqiong's sleeve in a plea for mercy, earning a disdainful look from the system. Host, in broad daylight, surrounded by onlookers. How unbecoming. Ma Haohao. But here, it's just me and the male lead. Where's the crowd?
System.
Oh, am I not a person? Ma Haohao. Aren't you a system? When did you become human? System. Humph. I cannot argue with you. Anyway, it is quite shameless of you to take advantage of the male lead. Oh, Ma Haohao. Why do I feel like some systems are just sour grapes? System. I am not. I have nothing. Host. You speak nonsense. Whether it was nonsense or not, the system's expression betrayed everything. Ma Haohao, uninterested in exposing the system's pretense, continued to speak to Tang Mingqiong. Senior brother, I promise I won't wander off again.
Please don't be angry.
Tang Mingqiong, contemplating the impropriety of their public display, bit his lip, refraining from scolding her, and merely asked, So, you inadvertently stumbled into this spirit realm? Though his face remained stoic, he was inwardly astonished, not by her claim of being lost, but by the fact that she had accurately discerned his thoughts on 2 occasions. He prided himself on his ability to conceal his emotions, making it nearly impossible for others to detect his inner turmoil. Yet Luo Qingyu had seen through his anger twice, which was truly bewildering. Ma Haohao was oblivious to how her connection with the system had aroused Tang Mingqiong's suspicions, her mind still preoccupied with the notion of being lost. Indeed, I walked and ended up in this strange place. Is this truly the spirit realm? Why is there such a gigantic snake? Recalling the massive python beneath the tree, she felt a shiver of fear and continued, Senior brother, did you come looking for me because I was missing? Did you injure that snake? So, you saved my life again? She bombarded him with questions, leaving Tang Mingqiong unsure of where to begin. He gazed intently at Ma Haohao, hoping to glean some insight from her eyes. However, the confusion within them appeared genuine. After a moment of contemplation, he finally responded, The reason spirit treasures are rare is that they often attract strange beasts. This Lingji Ruelu has existed for 5,000 years, so it is not surprising there is a black python guarding it. Ma Haohao appeared to grasp only part of what he said, her recognition sparked by the mention of Lingji Ruelu. It was the most valuable spirit treasure in the Luo family's small secret realm. In the story, Tang Mingqiong had achieved prominence in the family trials due to this 5,000-year-old spirit plant. If his words bore any truth, the most precious spirit plant of the entire realm was indeed nearby. Had the giant python been drawn by it? Her curiosity piqued by the mention of Lingji Ruelu. She inquired, Lingji Ruelu? Senior brother, which one is it? Ma Haohao began to peer and rummage beneath the old elm tree. Tang Mingqiong, unable to bear the sight, pointed at her feet. Stop searching. The one you are standing on is it. Upon realizing she was standing on a treasure, Ma Haohao yelped and leaped onto one foot. Fearing she might devalue it by stepping on it, she hastily steadied herself to examine the Lingji Ruelu. Then, Ma Haohao exclaimed, Senior brother, this Lingji Ruelu can't possibly be this, right? The very thing beneath her foot was none other than the poisonous mushroom that could provide shade. Terrified that the poisonous mushroom's toxicity was too potent, she had kicked it away, only to discover it was not toxic at all, but rather an extraordinary treasure. Cradling the Lingji Ruelu in her hands, she inspected it from every angle, examining the cap and the stalk. No matter how she looked at it, it was still a mushroom. System. Hello, scholar. Goodbye, scholar.
Ow.
A horse may stumble, and a person may err. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue. System. Fine, have you remembered what this is now? Ma Haohao. Yes, it's a mushroom. System. You can't possibly think you've learned from your mistake. If Luo Qingyu had truly intended to seize the spirit plant, she would not have failed to recognize what Lingji Ruelu looked like. It is no wonder she stepped upon the spirit plant, just as Lu Chong, who did not recognize his beautiful wife. There existed Luo Qingyu, oblivious to the Lingji Ruelu, both leaving one speechless. Tang Mingqiong grasped the unfolding situation but found himself at a loss as to how to deal with Luo Qingyu. Her presence here was coincidental, and his murderous intent began to wane. Yet his purpose for coming was twofold: to distance himself from Luo Qingyu and to obtain the Lingji Ruelu, which she had now completely thwarted. At this moment, failing to kill her would mean losing both the lady and the treasure. Tang Mingqiong, who typically detested complications, found it effortless to eliminate a mere Luo Qingyu. Yet now, he lingered indecisively between the choices of murder and devising another plan. The system offered no alerts regarding love value, and Ma Haohao remained unaware of the precariousness of her life. She gently patted the mushroom in her hands, carefully brushing off the footprints on it, presenting it to Tang Mingqiong like a treasure. Ma Haohao placed the Lingji Ruelu into Tang Mingqiong's embrace and whispered, "Senior brother, please quickly hide this treasure." 065. The Celestial's mercy as a competent appendage to the protagonist, Ma Haohai demonstrated an exceptional level of awareness. What are the fundamental principles for clinging to the protagonist's side? The answer is, first, do not covet the protagonist's treasures. Second, do not usurp the protagonist's narrative. Third, do not take the protagonist's women. Ma Haohai strictly adhered to the first principle, discreetly placing the Lingji Ruelu into Tang Mingqiong's embrace while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. She softly urged, "Senior brother, quickly secure the item. We cannot allow others to seize it." Tang Mingqiong accepted the spiritual plant thrust into his arms, momentarily perplexed. "Why should I keep the treasure you discovered?" Ma Haohai was taken aback by his inquiry, having not anticipated that the male lead would pose such a question. The narrative indicated that Tang Mingqiong would claim the title of champion for obtaining the Lingji Ruelu, yet Ma Haohai had no desire to contest for first place. Seeing such a precious item, she instinctively felt it belonged to Tang Mingqiong. As for why she insisted he hold on to it, wasn't it only natural for the finder to keep their treasure? However, she found it difficult to articulate this reasoning to Tang Mingqiong. Hadn't her father instructed her to look after her senior brother closely once they entered the secret realm, prioritizing him in all matters? After some contemplation, Ma Haohai decided to present her own possessions as a raft. "Moreover, I possess too many treasures, while you have none. This treasure is undoubtedly meant for you." Ma Haohai's words were not entirely fabricated. Before they entered the small secret realm, Luo Pian had repeatedly cautioned them. On one hand, he expressed gratitude for the bond between Ma Haohai and Tang Mingqiong, while on the other, he specifically instructed her to ensure Tang Mingqiong's safety within the secret realm, given his depleted powers. At that moment, Ma Haohai had nodded in agreement, but remained unmoved in her heart. One might think Luo Pian regarded Tang Mingqiong as his own son, given how little he seemed to care about Luo Qingyu's prolonged absence. Yet he repeatedly admonished her regarding Tang Mingqiong. Having received the Lingji Ruelu, the likelihood of encountering such a spiritual item again seemed slim. Tang Mingqiong narrowed his eyes, skeptical, and tightened his grip on the spiritual sword hidden in his sleeve. "Sister, perhaps you should reconsider?" Luo Qingyu, however, was obedient and voluntarily placed the treasure into his hands. Were she to utter any words of regret at that moment, the sword concealed in his sleeve would ensure her regret was not without consequence. Tang Mingqiong fixated intently on Ma Haohai, scrutinizing every nuance of her expression. Ma Haohai patted her flat chest with assurance. "I do not regret it. What is mine is yours, be it given or received. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's swift gallop." Furthermore, this act could hardly be termed a gift. It was merely the rightful return of an item. Ma Haohai recalled the scene in Jade Liquid and Fine Brew, where Tang Mingqiong humiliated the Luo family, proudly declaring, "Once we exit this small secret realm, senior brother, you must display this treasure. Let us see how Qinjiu continues to act so arrogantly." What is the pinnacle of romantic affection? To share in the male lead's worries and joys. As a novice in the art of adoration, Ma Haohai had already grasped the essence of devotion. Tang Mingqiong's demeanor remained unchanged, though he tightened his grip on the sword before gradually relaxing. He stored the Lingji Ruelu in his storage pouch, Casting a deep glance at Ma Haohai as he stated, "Let us proceed to examine that spirit python." "Excellent," Ma Haohai exclaimed, raising both hands in agreement, her smile radiant. The reason was simple. She had once again witnessed the familiar notification of affection points. System. Report to the host. The male lead's affection points have increased by 5. Current affection points. 5. System. Warning, warning. The male lead's affection points have decreased by 1. Warning, warning. System. Report to the host. The male lead's affection points have increased by 5. Current affection points. 9. System. Warning, warning. Ma Haohai felt exuberant. Indeed, finding the correct posture to cling to the protagonist was crucial. The male lead, so prideful, had clearly seen a rise of 10 points in affection, yet chose to maintain his aloof facade. Had she known his fondness for rare treasures, she would have eagerly offered him all of Luo Qingyu's wealth. Nevertheless, when she had previously presented treasures to curry favor with Tang Mingqiong, the increase in affection points had been rather minimal. Could it be that the quality of the treasures had not been sufficient? Suppressing her doubts, Ma Haohai followed Tang Mingqiong to inspect the large black snake that had shattered its fangs. Earlier, amidst fear and the search for spiritual herbs, she had not had the chance to study it closely. Now, emboldened by Tang Mingqiong's presence, she indulged her curiosity. The enormous python measured nearly 10 meters in length, its body draped in dark scales, lying on the ground like a black carpet. Its venomous fangs had been partially shattered, with fragments scattered around, and its dull red tongue dangled languidly from its mouth, presenting an unexpectedly endearing contrast. Gathering her courage, Ma Haohai extended her hand to stroke its head, and the giant python stirred, opening its eyes. The great serpent suddenly raised its pupils, hissing loudly. In a place where Ma Haohai could not see, Tang Mingqiong discreetly snapped his fingers, infusing spiritual energy into the python's forehead, transforming its hissing into human speech. "Celestial Lord, spare my life. I am the guardian spirit of this auspicious sea of spiritual essence. I implore you to show mercy." Ma Haohai's eyes brightened. The snake could speak? And it sounded female. "Senior brother, it can talk." Ma Haohai, overwhelmed with curiosity, momentarily forgot her fear, fixated on the majestic python. Tang Mingqiong, unfazed, merely acknowledged her with a sound. The next moment, he drew his spiritual sword, pressing the blade to the python's forehead, poised to take its life. Upon seeing the glint of the sword, the black python trembled. "No, please. Do not kill me. Spare me, spare me." It shrieked and begged. "Celestial Lord, I have been starving for years. Reduced to mere bones. I beseech you, spare me, and I shall serve you like an ox or horse in gratitude." Reduced to mere bones? Ma Haohai glanced at the python's girthy midsection, thicker than a barrel, its flesh invitingly plump. She recalled that she had yet to eat lunch, and her stomach grumbled in response. "Starving?" Tang Mingqiong raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ma Haohai's belly, recalling how she had clutched the elm seeds earlier. "This black python would make an excellent snake soup for you." The python quaked even more, lamenting its own gluttony, regretting its thoughts of food that had now led to its predicament. "Celestial Lord, my skin is too thick. It is unsuitable for cooking, or it will ruin your teeth." Tang Mingqiong responded, "Then we shall skin it first and fashion a robe." Ma Haohai pondered. "That works. I could use a new snakeskin coat." Tang Mingqiong raised his spiritual sword once more, the blade flashing. The giant python cried out in despair, wailing, "No, please. My skin is so unattractive. It won't fetch a good price. It is hideous to wear and would only invite ridicule." Ma Haohai nearly burst into laughter. This great black snake was adorably foolish. Tang Mingqiong maintained his stern expression, ignoring the python's pleas. "You still refuse to speak the truth at death's door. It seems you are eager to become a robe." The black python trembled, falling silent. It lowered its head, cautiously regarding Tang Mingqiong, no longer daring to play tricks, and instead, it recounted the entire sequence of events. In the tale of the Black Serpent, it is revealed that this formidable creature is not a guardian spirit, but rather a wild black python named Little Black, who fortuitously gained spiritual awareness within the hidden realms of the Luo family. Despite its burgeoning appetite, its cultivation has stagnated for decades, forcing it to subsist on meager meals of field mice and rabbits. One fateful day, while in pursuit of a rabbit, it inadvertently stumbled into a conflict between several cultivators and a guardian spirit, seizing the opportunity to profit from their mutual destruction. In the span of mere years, after consuming the spirit's core and the cultivator's essence, Little Black grew exponentially, transforming into a rotund serpent. However, with its newfound size came an insatiable hunger, and its clumsy hunting skills became increasingly inadequate, leading to a series of unsuccessful attempts at capturing prey, with only a solitary elm tree providing a semblance of concealment for its bulk. Fortunately, the vicinity of the elm harbored rare spiritual mushrooms, attracting the occasional cultivator or spirit beast, offering a meager sustenance that prevented starvation. Thus, it had been many years since Little Black had enjoyed a hearty meal. As the narrative unfolds, we find Little Black lamenting its plight, shedding tears in despair over its inability to satiate its hunger. When it noticed Ma Hao Hao resting beneath the tree, it briefly entertained hopes of a feast, only to find itself fainting from hunger before even engaging her protective talismans. Ma Hao Hao, observing the serpent's plight, criticized its passive approach to survival, likening it to a foolish endeavor of waiting for food to come. The black serpent, terrified of Tang Mingqiong's sword, expressed its willingness to serve the celestial being in exchange for its life, lamenting its predicament with fervent pleas. Despite Little Black's heartfelt declarations, Tang Mingqiong remained resolute, questioning the sincerity of its promises for a future life, rather than in the present. In a moment of jest, the serpent offered itself as a servant, even blushing at the implications of such a proposal. Amidst this chaotic exchange, Ma Hao Hao found herself both amused and bewildered, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. The serpent, realizing Tang Mingqiong's marital commitment, offered to become a spirit beast under his command, extolling its virtues and capabilities.
Tang Mingqiong,
weighing the options, did not outright dismiss the proposal, considering the needs of his sister, Ma Hao Hao, who had suffered losses from the serpent's previous misdeeds. After much deliberation and the serpent's fervent pleas, Ma Hao Hao begrudgingly accepted Little Black, drawn into a bond that transformed the python into a delicate black bracelet upon her wrist, a reminder of its previous form and a symbol of their newfound connection. This unexpected twist revealed that the once simple black bracelet, which had garnered criticism in the past, now bore the essence of a formidable creature, intertwining their fates in ways unforeseen. 067. The fasting elixir glimmered as Ma Hao Hao delicately played with the small black serpent coiled around her wrist. The black python, robust as a water barrel in its original form, was reduced to the slender width of a finger in the form of a bracelet. Without meticulous observation, one would never discern that this bracelet was a living creature, mistaking it instead for an inconspicuous piece of black jade jewelry. In moments of confrontation, possessing the small black serpent not only allowed for a surprising advantage over foes, but also served as a last resort for survival. Ma Hao Hao. The cultivation realm is truly formidable. System. Host. Should it not be our stellar system's bug-fixing technology that is impressive? This was indeed a valid point. Even Ma Hao Hao had not anticipated that the origins of the bracelet worn by Tang Mingqiong in the jade liquid and Qiong nectar could be so remarkable. Although she had previously heard of the Terminal Star Network's automatic plot completion feature, this was her first time experiencing its wondrous capabilities firsthand. Ma Hao Hao. 666666 Ma Hao Hao transformed into a mere fish, exclaiming 666 repeatedly. System. Do not be preoccupied with shouting 6, host. You must learn to observe the subtle cues and take heed. Ma Hao Hao. What subtle cues and heed? The Terminal Star Network was indeed miraculous, yet one could not deny the prowess of the cultivation realm. Look, even the learning system had adopted a pedantic manner of speaking since entering this realm. System. Host, you are unaware of the full story. Permit me to elaborate. Ma Hao Hao. Can I choose not to listen? System. No. Ma Hao Hao. I am all ears. System. Alas. The world is plagued by unscrupulous authors who not only lack logic in their writing but also frequently leave plot holes unfilled, relying on the Star Network to randomly patch their errors. As a result, they end up deceiving themselves. Many authors have fallen prey to the very bugs they created. And they insist on blaming our system clan. Host, does that not infuriate you?
MASU.
System. My elder brother was once complained about by a male-oriented author who claimed that his stud protagonist suddenly became gay, not only developing a fondness for men, but also taking a liking to his backside. The author himself had written a protagonist who was bisexual, yet he refused to reflect on his own shortcomings and instead shifted the blame onto us. MASU. System. Fortunately, the bugs you are currently facing are minor. Let us not emulate them in our future writings. The system enumerated numerous cautionary tales, all chronicling the misfortunes of male and female authors alike. MASU could not help but feel a pang of guilt. When it came to leaving plot holes and lacking logic, she was not much better than her fellow struggling authors. MASU. The number of illogical plots she had penned was countless. Was it too late for her to apply to be merely a fish that exclaims 666? MASU's heart was heavy with worry as she traversed the path ahead. When Tang Mingqiang offered her something to eat, she stuffed it into her mouth without even glancing at what it was. Only when the enigmatic taste spread across her palate did she realize something was amiss. MASU. Brother, what exactly did you give me to eat? Unable to vomit it up, yet unable to swallow it down, MASU's brows knitted in confusion as she grappled with the peculiar taste. Tang Mingqiang casually replied, fasting elixir. MASU. After enduring hunger for so long, I ultimately cannot escape the fate of eating something repugnant. Such is life. I have already surveyed this grove, while wild fruits abound. They are exceedingly sour and likely difficult for you to consume. Tang Mingqiang noticed MASU's reluctance, thinking she was hesitant to use the fasting elixir prematurely, and explained, let us rely on the fasting elixir to endure today, and once we exit the elm grove, we can hunt some spirit beasts to eat. MASU felt tears welling up as she pursed her lips, ultimately swallowing the fasting elixir with great difficulty. Were it not for the need to avoid offending the male protagonist, she would have spat it out and made him partake in its taste. Is this truly fit for human consumption? System. Host, your tastes are quite peculiar. Are you truly contemplating an indirect kiss with the male protagonist? The Stellar Management Bureau is currently cracking down on such behavior. I advise you to abandon such fantasies. MASU. You are the one with peculiar tastes. Your entire family has peculiar tastes. System. I merely state the truth. Oh. If you do not believe me, why not exhale and see for yourself?
MASU.
MASU was infuriated by the system's remarks, feeling as though she might explode with indignation, and she could not help but mutter in frustration, what kind of fasting elixir is this? It is truly dreadful. The peculiar flavor of this elixir was such that once consumed, one would be unable to eat anything else for an entire day. A peculiar flavor? The taste of this fasting elixir was far beyond peculiar. MASU's illusions about the cultivation realm were completely shattered. It turned out that the mythical fasting elixir's ability to suppress hunger stemmed from its ability to induce nausea, rendering one unable to eat for an entire day. The truth was indeed harsh. She would rather starve, even prefer to consume those sour wild fruits, than resort to eating. No, consuming the fasting elixir. All her thoughts were etched upon her face, and Tang Mingqiang could not help but chuckle. Junior sister, it is better to endure a short pain than a long one. The wild fruits are sour. Instead of enduring the bitterness of hunger repeatedly, it is better to suffer once and for all. System. Report. Host. The male protagonist's affection value has increased by 1, current affection value 11. Host, keep it up, I have faith in you. MASU inwardly cursed the cunning male protagonist and the gloating system. If it were not for the announcement of the affection value rising by 1, she might have actually believed Tang Mingqiang's words about suffering once and for all. What is better to endure a short pain than a long one even mean? She could see through Tang Mingqiang's intentions. He was deliberately trying to trick her into consuming something repugnant while providing a seemingly noble excuse. That scoundrel, that charming young man is truly wicked. MASU was fuming like a pufferfish, yet Tang Mingqiang remained in high spirits, the affection value announcements ringing out one after another, each step yielding another point.
MASU.
Little submissive, What do you think the male protagonist psychology is? System. Your guess is as good as mine? Host. Perhaps you should eat a few more fasting elixirs. Who knows? The affection value might rise even further. Ma Haohao, roll away. Ma Haohao found herself torn between conflicting emotions, both vexed by Tang Mingqiong's mischievousness and elated by the rise in affection value. She recognized that, unlike before, Tang Mingqiong had taken an interest in her. This was evident from his attitude on the trial platform that morning, where he had treated her as a stranger. Compared to that, she preferred to be teased by him. At least it was better than being treated as though she were invisible. Besides, everything else could be fabricated. But the affection value and the great black serpent Tang Mingqiong had gifted her were genuine. It is said that hitting is a form of affection, and not hitting or scolding is the real anomaly. Perhaps Tang Mingqiong was simply the type who bullies those he likes. Realizing the crux of the matter, Ma Haohao ceased to dwell on it. Not only did she stop brooding, but she also grew increasingly attentive towards Tang Mingqiong, diligently fulfilling her role as a supportive companion. The two emerged from the grove and wandered through various spots in the small secret realm. Ma Haohao relied on the great black serpent to protect them, effectively handling all matters of sustenance along the way. That day, she resumed her role as the cook, allowing the small black serpent to dispatch a rabbit-skinned beast. This rabbit-skinned beast was a misnomer. Despite its rabbit-like fur, it was fiercely aggressive, preying on the flesh and blood of spirit beasts. Not particularly large. Its 2 rows of sharp teeth could easily slice through flesh. Ma Haohao had grown increasingly adept at hunting in recent days. She held the rabbit-skinned beast by its ears, preparing to present her accomplishment to Tang Mingqiong when a cacophony of footsteps erupted behind her. Tang Mingqiong, so you have taken refuge here. It has made it quite easy for me to locate you. 068. Schemes and Deceptions. Chen Jiuji, accompanied by his 2 underlings, Zhao and Qian, emerged from an unseen corner. The 3 formed a triangular formation, encircling Ma Haohao and Tang Mingqiong in the center. Presumably believing that he was beyond the reach of any authority after leaving the realm of Luopan, his arrogance was more pronounced than it had been on the trial stage. Ma Haohao set down the rabbit-skin beast she had been holding, drawing her sword to protect Tang Mingqiong. With impatience, she remarked, Chen Jiuji, what brings you here again? She genuinely wished to avoid entangling herself with this expendable character. Would it not be better to preserve her own life and live peacefully? As soon as she released her grip, the rabbit-skin beast fell to the ground. To her surprise, the seemingly lifeless creature sprang up 3 feet high and darted into the grass, disappearing in an instant. Ma Haohao watched the fleeing rabbit, her heart bleeding. It had been her lunch. The black python on her wrist stirred, seemingly sharing her distress at the loss of a delectable meal. The persistent Chen Jiuji, arriving at such an inconvenient time, truly knew how to ruin a meal. Chen Jiuji appeared in remarkably high spirits. Surely, Ma Haohao's defense of Tang Mingqiong would infuriate him. Yet for reasons unknown, he remained composed. You may step aside. This is a matter between myself and the one surnamed Tang. If I accidentally injure you, it would pain me greatly. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his lips, taunting Tang Mingqiong, hiding behind a woman. What sort of skill is that? Have the courage to duel me fairly. The victor shall claim you may. At his words, a row of dark lines appeared above Ma Haohao's head. In this year of 9102, where did such a blatant display of toxic masculinity come from? Who I associate with is not for you to decide. Ma Haohao, irritated by Chen Jiuji's use of her as a wager, doubted his willingness to engage in a fair one-on-one duel. If he truly desired a contest, there had been ample opportunities back at the Luo family estate. Why wait until now to make such a proclamation? The only conclusion she could draw was that he was plotting something insidious. You, Chen Jiuji, having been publicly humiliated by Ma Haohao, now bore an expression of anger. Do not drink the toast and refuse the punishment. This is a matter for men. It is best if women refrain from meddling. Chen Jiuji was indeed still the same Chen Jiuji. Though he had managed to remain composed for a moment, Ma Haohao's provocation soon exposed his true nature. He was about to erupt again when Zhao and Qian intervened, cautioning, Chen Xixiang, hold on. Let us not forget the purpose of our visit. They exchanged discreet glances with Tang Mingqiong before whispering in Chen Jiuji's ear. Although he initially displayed reluctance, he quickly suppressed his fury after their counsel. Ignoring Ma Haohao's attitude, he turned his provocation towards Tang Mingqiong, surnamed Tang. I lay down this challenge. Do you dare? His crude taunt, combined with Zhao and Qian's subtle maneuvers, clearly indicated they were setting a trap for Tang Mingqiong. Ma Haohao tightened her grip on the sword, resolutely shielding Tang Mingqiong. Xianxia, do not engage with them. She understood all too well that a confrontation between Tang Mingqiong and Chen Jiuji was inevitable. However, in the tale, it was Tang Mingqiong who gained the upper hand unexpectedly. Chen Jiuji, underestimating Tang Mingqiong's abilities, had let his guard down, resulting in his demise. Now, however, it was evident that Chen Jiuji had come prepared, likely equipped with a formidable artifact. Although the odds were currently 3 against 3, Chen Jiuji, Zhao, and Qian versus Ma Haohao, Tang Mingqiong, and the Little Black Snake, their side's true combat strength resided solely in the Little Black Snake. The Little Black Snake was not to be underestimated. But Ma Haohao knew that without a sound understanding of combat techniques, mere cultivation was insufficient. She could brandish her whip dramatically, yet when it came to hunting rabbits or catching game, she relied on the black python. Facing Chen Jiuji and his companions without any strategy would reveal her as nothing more than a decorative pillow. While Tang Mingqiong's battle prowess was undeniable, he had adopted a strategy of feigning weakness, revealing no flaws in front of Ma Haohao, clearly wishing to conceal his true capabilities. It was uncertain whether he would be willing to expose himself merely to deal with Chen Jiuji. In such a precarious situation, Ma Haohao sensed the gravity of their predicament. If they clashed head-on with Chen Jiuji, it would likely end in hardship. As she pretended to guard Tang Mingqiong, she surveyed the surrounding terrain. Shortly after leaving the small forest, they entered the vast grassland. If the trees had provided a canopy, the current expanse of grass offered no concealment whatsoever. Ma Haohao felt despondent. The idea of retreat seemed increasingly impractical. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Tang Mingqiong gently tapped her hand, signaling her to lower her sword. Let the Little Black Snake face them first. We shall see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Stepping forward to confront Chen Jiuji, he declared, Chen Jiuji, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. What is there to fear?
Ha!
Chen Jiuji scoffed at Tang Mingqiong's relaxed demeanor. You still dare to act tough when your end is near? Let us see if you can maintain this fade before you may. With a fierce shout, Chen Jiuji drew his sword and lunged at Tang Mingqiong. The green light emanating from the sword surged forward, its energy directed straight at Tang Mingqiong's brow. Tang Mingqiong stood still, watching as the energy surged toward him. In a critical moment, a shadow darted from behind him, colliding directly with Chen Jiuji's true essence. The Little Black Snake leaped in front of Tang Mingqiong, effectively blocking Chen Jiuji's attack. The clash between the sword's edge and the snake's scales produced a grinding sound that pierced the air. Chen Jiuji's strike failed, and he was forcefully knocked back several steps by the Little Black Snake's tail. The clash of sinister energy and spiritual essence sent a shock through his heart, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chen Xiao, are you alright? Zhao and Qian were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the giant python. Just as they were about to assist, they saw Chen Jiuji spitting blood and could not help but exclaim in concern, rushing to support him. Chen Jiuji staggered back a few steps, barely regaining his footing with their help. He forcefully pushed them away, barking, "Get lost." Fuming at his unfortunate start, having been bested by a mere beast, Chen Jiuji's previous confidence evaporated. His face contorted with rage, his eyes glinting with malice. Do not think that a mere creature can stand in my way. Today I, Chen Jiuji, will claim Tang Mingqiong's head. As he spoke, he produced a small dark flag from his storage bag. Although it was palm-sized when taken out, it swelled to a towering black banner upon infusing it with spiritual energy. Wisps of energy swirled around it, revealing faces twisted in screams upon closer inspection. This artifact appeared far from the treasures of reputable sects. It bore the hallmarks of demonic or sinister magic. Just as Ma Haohao pondered this, she noticed Tang Mingqiong's eyes flicker with understanding as he slowly uttered 3 words, Soul Summoning Banner. 069. The Soul Calling Banner. The moment the name Soul Calling Banner emerged, Ma Haohao's heart became resolutely certain that the object in Qinjiu's hand was indeed a magical artifact of demonic origins. Yet, she could not recall any mention of such a treasure in jade liquid and crystal nectar. With no time for contemplation, she watched as Qinjiu raised his hand and cast the soul-calling banner into the air, his lips moving as if reciting a spell to control the artifact. The banner glowed brilliantly, rustling ominously in the air. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Although it was midday, a chill enveloped the surroundings. Dark clouds surged above, casting a shadow as if they were about to engulf the city, while eerie, ghostly energies undulated from all directions, accompanied by the ceaseless sounds of wails and weeping. Ma Haohao gripped her spirit sword tightly, her gaze fixed on the movements of the soul-calling banner. A treasure of such formidable power should not be entirely unfamiliar to her. Where could Qinjiu have acquired this artifact? As Qinjiu finished his incantation, his eyes blazed a deep crimson. From the banner, ghastly specters resembling neither human nor beast emerged, clawing their way through the fabric, hastening to the ground and surging toward Ma Haohao and Tang Mingqiong at Qinjiu's command. They mumbled incoherently, their faces contorted with the agony of death as they scuttled and crawled, closing in with alarming speed. Xiaohe, Ma Haohao cried out in alarm, desperate to summon her black python for assistance. Zhao and Xian had already anticipated this, exchanging glances before drawing their swords to engage the approaching foes. The clash of blades echoed, and although the low-grade spirit swords could not penetrate the black python scales, the two swords combined momentarily restrained the great serpent. Without Xiaohe's protection, the specters surged directly toward Ma Haohao and Tang Mingqiong, their jaws agape, arms flailing, eyes gleaming with a malevolent hunger, as if eager to rend flesh and bone. Ma Haohao, a proponent of love and peace, had never encountered such a terrifying scene. System. Oh no. Host, quickly use your defensive artifact. Suddenly enlightened, Ma Haohao rummaged through her storage bag for a protective treasure. Ma Haohao, this is it. Which artifact is for defense? System. Don't overthink it. Just throw a few random ones for now. This reasoning was sound. Grasping an object from her storage bag, she attempted to hurl it at the specters, but her hand was firmly restrained by Tang Mingqiong. Use the shield talisman. He remained calm and composed, his voice steady despite the chaos. Ma Haohao found solace in his demeanor. The principle of protagonist invincibility applied everywhere. With the male lead at her side, why should she fear a few minor adversaries? Resolutely, she extracted several pieces of yellow talisman paper, freshly pilfered from the talisman room the day before. Shield. She infused the talismans with spiritual energy, and as her incantation resonated, the yellow papers adorned with vermilion symbols soared into the air, forming a faint golden barrier that repelled the advancing specters, just in time. The cacophony of wailing faded as the barrier solidified, keeping the malevolent spirits at bay. Ma Haohao felt a measure of calm settle within her. Yet, Qinjiu's furious voice pierced through. Yume, do you truly intend to assist this worthless fool? The soul-calling banner intensified, entwining with his spiritual and demonic energies, causing dark tendrils to snake across his face, resembling black eels writhing upon his skin. For the sake of our partnership, retract the shield talisman and come to my side. I shall overlook your previous transgressions. The demonic energy coursing through him amplified his emotions, making him increasingly volatile. Yume, if you persist in your stubbornness, do not blame me for turning against you. Ma Haohao recognized the futility of reasoning with someone as incorrigible as Qinjiu. With no escape in sight, she resolved to feign compliance until Xiaohe could rejoin the fray. Qinjiu, you have willingly descended into the abyss and allied yourself with demonic forces. Do you not fear expulsion from the sect at my father's hand? She retorted, gathering her courage. A wretch like you dares to seek a partnership with me? It is sheer folly. Though her words were merely a tactical ploy, she suddenly felt a pang of realization. Tang Mingqiong was also a practitioner of dark arts. She had condemned Qinjiu, yet her words could just as easily apply to Tang Mingqiong. Before her rebirth, with Luo Qingyu's disdain for Tang Mingqiong, she could only imagine how many times he might have heard such sentiments, perhaps even more vehemently than her current reprimand of Qinjiu. Ma Haohao, feeling guilty, silenced herself, uttering only a single insult before stopping short. She cast a furtive glance at Tang Mingqiong's expression, only to find him unperturbed, his gaze contemplative. The absence of a warning from the system regarding her affection points allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. It appeared that she would have to think carefully before lambasting Qingjiu in the future. Offending the male lead was a far graver concern than mere insults. Expelled from the sect? On what grounds? This artifact is my mother's dowry. What right does Luo Pian have to cast me out of the Luo family? Qingjiu, already prone to emotional outbursts, erupted in fury under the influence of demonic energy. Yes, yes. You all favor this worthless Tang. Clearly, I am the one most suited for you, yet you refuse to see it. His heartfelt lamentations, however, drew Ma Haohao's attention to one particular word, dowry. If Qingjiu spoke truthfully, it implied a connection between the Luo family and the demonic cultivators. Before she could ponder further, the surrounding spirits shifted once more. Qingjiu's fury heightened the power of the soul-calling banner, causing its radiant glow to intensify. The spirits below, responding to the banner's call, displayed a ferocious glint in their hollow eyes, escalating their assault on Ma Haohao and Tang Mingqiong. They relentlessly battered against the shield, causing it to tremble violently. As the talisman hovered precariously in the air, as the barrier neared its breaking point, the black python remained ensnared in battle with Zhao and Qian, leaving Ma Haohao momentarily at a loss. She turned to the stalwart figure of Tang Mingqiong. Senior brother, what should we do? Concentrate your spiritual energy in your legs and run, he commanded. Just as the word run left his lips, a crack split the faint golden barrier. Like a spider's web, the fissure spread rapidly across the shield, and the talisman, unable to withstand the pressure, ignited in azure flames, disintegrating into ashes amid the chilling winds. With the barrier shattered, Ma Haohao seized Tang Mingqiong's arm, heedless of anything but the instinct to flee in a single direction. 070. Desert territory. After an exhausting run, Ma Haohao finally halted at the edge of the grassland. The lush greenery had vanished, leaving only the arid yellow sands interspersed with sparse patches of green, scattered upon the parched earth. Ma Haohao's legs felt numb. Her meager spiritual energy had been nearly depleted during this frantic escape. Master, senior brother, have we shaken them off? She gasped, collapsing onto the ground in a rather undignified manner, her legs sprawled in a wide stance. Deep down, she was acutely aware of the distance she had covered, and whether she had truly evaded her pursuers. This inquiry was merely a quest for reassurance. An instinct told her that Qingjiu and those malevolent spirits had been significantly outpaced and would not catch up anytime soon. Since the moment she had fled the protective barrier with Tang Mingqiong, she had sensed the malevolent spirit's pace had noticeably slowed. Moreover, she felt as if divine aid had accompanied her on this journey, her internal spiritual energy seemingly inexhaustible, prompting her to wonder if Tang Mingqiong had secretly intervened in some way. As she steadied her breath, Ma Haohao pondered the possibility of Tang Mingqiong's covert assistance. Had it not been for her interference, Tang Mingqiong might have resolved the situation long ago. Lost in her thoughts, she became oblivious to her surroundings. The system, unable to tolerate her current state, interjected with a large exclamation mark in her mind. System, ahem. Host. Mind your image. Ma Haohao's legs ached, and she was too fatigued to even move her fingers, dismissing any concerns about her appearance. Ma Haohao, little one must not carry too heavy an idle burden. System. However, I've heard from my grandmother that sitting down immediately after running can lead to a larger derail.
Mawai.
System. Do you wish to become large-bottomed? Ma Haohao. Ma Haohao. Never mind, I shall enjoy this moment of rest first. System. What a lethargic host, he absent-mindedly replied, turning his back to Ma Haohao. Yet, he could not ignore her relentless panting behind him. Tang Mingqiong lamented his acute hearing. Luo Qingyu's voice was soft yet urgent, as if it were right by his ear. The fleeting glimpse he had caught earlier lingered in his mind, her sweat glistening, hair slightly damp, her cherry lips slightly parted, her eyes brimming with moisture. It was beyond the realm of propriety to simply dismiss it. Tang Mingqiong closed his eyes and recited a calming incantation, taking a moment before speaking evenly. Once we've rested, we must continue our journey. At this pace, Qingjiu, We'll soon catch up. Run again? Ma Haohai had thought they had finally escaped, and upon hearing they still had to flee, she dramatically collapsed onto the ground, her legs protesting vehemently. The distance she had run today surpassed all her previous years combined. Ma Haohai unequivocally declared running to be her least favorite activity, vowing never to run again in her lifetime. Tang Mingqiong opened his eyes to glance at her before quickly averting his gaze. If you wish to continue running, you may. Ahead lies the desert. Fear not the lack of water, just keep running. Ma Haohai fervently wished to cease running altogether, and upon hearing of potential water shortages, she shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want to run. I refuse to run any longer. Tang Mingqiong found her exaggerated tone amusing. She had only used her spiritual energy to run for a few hours, yet she spoke as if it were a matter of life and death. In contrast, the rigorous training of swordplay and body techniques had always been 100 times more exhausting. She seemed to have lost her spirit and grown rather delicate. Suppressing a smile, he ceased to urge her and sat down beside her. Once Ma Haohai had regained her composure, he stood, brushed the yellow sand off his clothes, and helped her to her feet to continue their journey. Venturing beyond the grassland, the greenery grew increasingly sparse. The golden dunes twisted and turned, their peaks glimmering under the glow of the setting sun, resembling mountains of gold concealing treasures. The sun dipped over the horizon, casting a solitary plume of smoke across the vast desert. At that moment, Ma Haohai no longer felt fatigued. Perhaps it was the unique formation of this secret realm, but the sun in the desert seemed lower than elsewhere. The sky stretched endlessly, devoid of clouds, with a single red sun hanging low, as if she could grasp it with her hand. Contemplating this, she extended her hand, mimicking the act of plucking the sun from the sky. The setting sun appeared smaller than her palm. Squinting one eye, she pretended to grasp it tightly. Then, she gently placed it in Tang Mingqiong's palm. The sands rise high. One can pluck the sun and moon. Senior brother, will this sunset bring you joy? Tang Mingqiong's fingers curled slightly. He knew well that what Ma Haohai had placed in his hand was merely a figment of air, yet it felt as though he truly held the setting sun. System. Report. Host. The male lead's affection has risen by 15, current affection value at 30. Well done. The unexpected rise in affection value left Ma Haohai momentarily stunned. Whether it was plucking the sun or gifting the sunset, it was merely a spontaneous expression. Yet earning 15 points of affection from a casual remark felt like an astonishing windfall. Ma Haohai felt as though she had been struck by a $1 million prize. Overwhelmed by happiness that had arrived too swiftly, akin to a whirlwind, she could hardly believe it to be true. System. Host. Do you finally understand how to win the male lead's affection? Ma Haohai. Yes, I understand. The male lead favors the artistic style. Henceforth, I shall transform into a poetic maiden. Ma Haohai had not anticipated that Tang Mingqiong was an artistic soul himself. In her decades of life, she had scarcely embraced the arts, yet he seemed to relish this aspect. System. What are you on about? Shouldn't it be sincerity that wins the male lead's heart and completes the task? Ma Haohai. Indeed, that is correct, sincerity. System. That's more like it. I recently learned a saying. With gold sincerity, even stones yield. Ma Haohai. Yes, you are right. Little one, do you have any artistic books to lend me for inspiration? System. Are you even listening to my words? Overwhelmed with joy, Ma Haohai barely registered the system flaunting its newly acquired vocabulary. With her affection value surging past the 30 mark, she had no time to dwell on Tang Mingqiong's demands for the past few hours of running. With head held high, she followed closely behind him. She planned to soak in the desert's beauty, hoping to awaken her scant artistic sensibilities. Suddenly, Tang Mingqiong halted in his tracks, raising a hand to stop her. Be cautious. Ahead lies quicksand. In the midst of the desolate sands of the small secret realm, treacherous quicksand lurks, a perilous threat that Ma Haohai has previously documented. The desert is fraught with danger, with the most menacing being the deceptive quicksand concealed within the towering dunes. Upon being reminded by Tang Mingqiong, Ma Haohai hastily halted her steps and turned to her companion, the golden finger, inquiring, Senior brother, how shall we proceed? Just because others cannot traverse does not imply that the male protagonist cannot. Throughout their journey, Ma Haohao has profoundly grasped the notion that consulting the male protagonist is 100-fold more reliable than seeking the system's guidance. In response to Ma Haohao's gaze, Tang Mingqiong awkwardly turned his head and asked, "How much do you remember of the lightness technique?" Ma Haohao, however, feigned ignorance, embodying the essence of one suffering from amnesia. "Senior brother, what is the lightness technique?" Her willingness to inquire reflects the admirable qualities of a diligent student. Upon hearing that she had completely forgotten the technique, Tang Mingqiong displayed no signs of disappointment, suggesting he had anticipated such an outcome. This line of questioning momentarily stumped Ma Haohao. Prior to entering the small secret realm, she had amassed a considerable collection of treasures, practically outfitting herself with all of Luo Qingyu's magical artifacts. Although a portion of these treasures had been damaged by Little Black in the small grove, the sheer volume ensured that her storage bag remained brimming with items. Yet, she remained utterly oblivious to the specific functions of these magical artifacts, especially concerning any that might facilitate buoyancy. As she opened her storage bag to rummage through her belongings, she retrieved various items. This inferior spirit hairpin was meant for poking. This toxic tooth was intended for self-destruction, and this exquisite painting of a beauty, signed by Kung Sakai, was designed to enchant admirers. Before long, a dazzling array of artifacts littered the ground around them. However, after a prolonged search, it appeared that none of the items were suitable for Tang Mingqiong's needs for buoyancy. The area beneath their feet became cluttered with the discarded treasures, making it difficult to find footing, even for the composed Tang Mingqiong, whose lips twitched in disbelief. He could not help but wonder where Luo Qingyu had acquired such visually appealing yet utterly useless items, and why she had brought them all into the small secret realm. It was no wonder she had collapsed from exhaustion after just a few steps. The burden had been excessive. Tang Mingqiong cast a cursory glance at the haphazardly strewn artifacts, suppressing the urge to facepalm. He had initially contemplated utilizing Luo Qingyu's lightness technique or a buoyancy artifact with a spell to discreetly navigate the quicksand without revealing his true cultivation level, ensuring their safe passage. He had anticipated that Luo Qingyu would forget the lightness technique, yet he had not expected her storage bag to contain nothing but discarded items. As Ma Haohao's storage bag neared emptiness, it became clear that no suitable buoyancy artifacts would be found. After considerable hesitation, Tang Mingqiong conceded, "Let us first tidy up this mess and find a boat-shaped artifact instead." Lacking both the lightness technique and buoyancy artifacts, he had no choice but to settle for a vessel-like item. However, this method would demand considerable spiritual energy, with the risk of inadvertently exposing his true abilities. Nevertheless, given Luo Qingyu's current disoriented state, he doubted she would notice anything amiss. Unbeknownst to Tang Mingqiong, had this been any other scenario, he would have unhesitatingly eliminated any hindrance, without mercy. Yet, in this instance, he preferred to expend effort on conserving spiritual energy rather than entertain thoughts of harming Ma Haohao. As for the boat-shaped artifact, although Ma Haohao remained unaware of its purpose, she obediently resumed her search within the storage bag. To her surprise, she indeed discovered a vessel-like implement system. Ma Haohao, little one, refrain from making your presence felt so abruptly. System, no, host. Are you certain you wish to utilize this item? Perhaps reconsider? Ma Haohao, what is wrong with this? Clutching a single slipper from the storage bag, Ma Haohao puzzled over the system's insistence to reconsider. This slipper had been foisted upon her by the system during a visit to the Luo family's treasure pavilion, claimed to be essential for unforeseen circumstances. According to the system, it was a relic from the Luo family's founder, infamous for its foul odor, capable of rendering a novice cultivator unconscious from its stench. System. Host, the male protagonist specified a boat-shaped artifact, which is undoubtedly intended for carrying individuals. This ancestor's shoe is so odorous, being transported by it would be akin to enduring torture. Ma Haohao, little one, when did you become so considerate? System. Host. I have always been your thoughtful little companion. The system felt a pang of guilt. This slipper was merely a promotional item from a purchase made online, an unfortunate gift that bore the unmistakable scent of its previous user. Amidst the galaxy's recent emphasis on waste classification, disposing of such hazardous items incurred a fee. Thus, it had deemed it prudent to pass the slipper on to Ma Haohao. cleverly sidestepping both disposal costs and responsibility. MASU-MANHUA, suspicious. System. Host, the sincerity in my large eyes is unmistakable. MASU-MANHUA, still suspicious. System. Oh dear. Host, perhaps you should heed my suggestion. This wooden bowl seems equally suitable. It's a foolproof choice. Oh. MASU-MANHUA scrutinized the system with a skeptical gaze for an extended moment. Recalling the persistent odor of the slipper, she begrudgingly acknowledged that the system's rationale had merit. Carrying the slipper to incapacitate enemies was indeed inhumane. With this realization, she finally relinquished her attachment to the ancestor's slipper and instead retrieved a wooden bowl. Senior brother, will this bowl suffice? MASU-MANHUA asked, holding the bowl with reluctance. A person is iron and food is steel. Missing a meal leads to hunger. This bowl was her specially selected spiritual vessel for the small secret realm. Anything contained within it was exceptionally delightful. However, using it as a vessel for herself and Tang Mingqiong meant it could no longer serve its culinary purpose. Tang Mingqiong observed MASU-MANHUA as she extracted a wooden bowl from her storage bag, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter 2 words, acceptable. In his lifetime of training and exploration, he had never encountered anyone who carried their own utensils. With the wooden bowl in hand, MASU-MANHUA curiously inquired what their next step would be, her eyes still lamenting the fate of the bowl. Tang Mingqiong had grown accustomed to Luo Qingyu's peculiar behavior following her amnesia. 072. The pursuer approaches. MASU-MANHUA intoned the incantation, casting the wooden bowl into the air. The palm-sized vessel expanded in midair, transforming in the blink of an eye into a small boat capable of accommodating 2. The boat was enveloped in ethereal energy, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a wisp of dark aura swirling within. MASU-MANHUA understood her abilities well. The art of instrument manipulation was profoundly intricate, a skill that could take an ordinary person decades to master. The effortless transformation of the wooden bowl into a boat was undoubtedly aided by Tang Mingqiong's prowess. Tang Mingqiong discreetly dispelled the demonic energy at his fingertips and signaled to the curious MASU-MANHUA, urging her to board the vessel. Their brief interlude of rest and the manipulation of the artifact had consumed precious time. Although he had managed to stall Qin Jiuji and his companions for a moment, it was merely a temporary measure. If they did not hasten onto the boat, it would not be long before they were overtaken. Just as she was about to leap, a sudden rush of wind caught her attention. A withered hand reached out from behind, its sharp nails barely grazing MASU-MANHUA's ear. She winced in pain as Tang Mingqiong swiftly pulled her aside, retreating several steps. Ignoring the ache in her cheek, she turned to see 2 hollow eye sockets staring back at her. Indeed, it was a malevolent spirit, not one that had crawled from the depths of hell, but rather emerged from Qin Jiuji's ominous, soul-collecting banner. Before MASU-MANHUA could regain her footing, she hastily retrieved a few talismans from her robe, chanting protective incantations as she set up a barrier. The spirit, shrouded in dark energy, was thwarted by the golden shield, clawing and scratching in vain. Yet, her heightened senses remained on alert as several more shadows appeared behind the spirit, swiftly closing in on the barrier. They were indistinguishable from the first malevolent entity. With the spirit bolstered by reinforcements, the assailants began to batter against her shield with greater force, their strength surpassing that of the spirits they had encountered in the prairie. The barriers soon bore fine cracks from the relentless assaults. At that moment, Qin Jiuji and Zhao Qian arrived, disheveled and breathless, their robes and boots coated in a layer of dusty grit, indicative of the arduous chase they had endured. Tang Mingqiong frowned slightly. The spell he had cast on Qin Jiuji was not particularly formidable, yet their cultivation levels should not have allowed them to catch up so swiftly. Had he underestimated Qin Jiuji's incompetence, or had they encountered unforeseen circumstances along the way? Where do you think you're running, Tang Mingqiong? Qin Jiuji's eyes glowed crimson, and in the brief hours they had been apart, the dark energy within him had intensified, making him resemble the very spirits they faced. You choose to ignore the path to heaven and instead force your way through the gates of hell. His voice was hoarse, each syllable scraping against his throat like gravel. He brandished the soul-collecting banner and commanded, "Attack." The assault of the spirits intensified with Qin Jiuji's order, and despite MASU-MANHUA's attempts to reinforce the shield with additional talismans, It crumbled almost instantly. The spirits surrounded her and Tang Mingqiang, leaving them trapped and desperate. The barrier could not hold much longer. Desperation leads to action, Tang Mingqiang declared. Sensing the peril, we must board the vessel and use the quicksand to obstruct them. Hiding behind the shield is not a solution. He realized that Chen Jioji must have encountered some fortuitous event during their pursuit, which explained the sudden increase in power among the spirits. Their only viable option was to dismantle the barrier, risking close combat with the spirits to board the boat first. With the quicksand as a hindrance, they might manage to evade Chen Jioji. Agreed. Following Tang Mingqiang's lead, Ma Haohai withdrew the spiritual energy from the talismans, and as the barrier shattered, she grasped Tang Mingqiang's hand, leaping towards the small vessel. Without the shield's protection, the spirits surged forward, their skeletal fingers reaching for Ma Haohai and Tang Mingqiang, their gaping mouths ready to bite. A chill ran down Ma Haohai's spine. Fortunately, her robe was sturdy enough to withstand even the venom of the little black creature. And though the spirits managed to nip at her, she would not be incapacitated. However, their sharp claws tore through the fabric, leaving several ragged shreds. The soul-collecting banner was a powerful artifact, yet it relied on the wielder's spiritual energy. Chen Jioji, still in the early stages of his cultivation, could only summon the weakest of spirits. As Tang Mingqiang soared into the air, the spirits were rendered ineffective against him. Chen Jioji's crimson gaze deepened, forcing him to order his two underlings into battle. Do not let them escape. Zhao Hong, Qianming, attack now. Even with the soul-collecting banner at his side, Chen Jioji could not subdue Tang Mingqiang, whom he deemed a mere waste. Zhao and Qian exchanged glances, filled with disdain. Their camaraderie with Chen Jioji was superficial, born solely out of a shared ambition to contend with Tang Mingqiang. Throughout history, when two parties clashed, a third party often reaped the benefits. Once Chen Jioji and Tang Mingqiang were weakened from their conflict, the spoils would surely fall into their hands. Despite their disdain for Chen Jioji's incompetence, Zhao and Qian understood that this was not the time for betrayal. Hesitation lingered in their hearts, yet they drew their swords and advanced, channeling their energy toward the small boat occupied by Ma Haohai and Tang Mingqiang. The distance between them was a mere few dozen meters, and every move of Chen Jioji, Zhao, and Qian was perceptible to Ma Haohai. She found herself in a whirlwind of emotions. Surrounded by Chen Jioji, and the spirits should have filled her with dread. It was her first encounter with such peril, and it indeed sent a wave of cold sweat down her spine. Yet, the most formidable figure stood beside her. If Tang Mingqiang were to unleash his power, Chen Jioji would be no match for him, and 100 like him would fall short. The crux of the matter was that Tang Mingqiang was exerting great effort to conceal his identity, leaving Ma Haohai in a quandary. Should she be anxious for her safety? Or should she trustingly follow the powerful figure beside her? For her own assurance, she rummaged through her storage bag, extracting various items, stacking the usable artifacts within her reach. Preparing for a fierce confrontation against Chen Jioji and his minions, utilizing the financial strength of a seasoned player. Everything was ready, save for the enemy's assault. However, Ma Haohai did not anticipate that instead of Zhao and Qian boarding the vessel, she would instead hear a piercing scream from below. 073. Plastic friendship. Zhao Hong and Qianming rushed towards the small boat below. Their cultivation was certainly superior to Chen Jiu's, who relied on medicinal pills for his progress. Yet they were still only at the Qi training stage. The art of flying on a sword was known only to the head of the Luo family and a select few elders, disciples like them, who had barely stepped into the realm of cultivation, would be unable to learn it even if they were aware of it. To catch up with Ma Haohai and Tang Mingqiang, they had no choice but to tread on the sand and stones below, leveraging their strength to leap towards the airborne vessel. The gigantic magical artifact, capable of carrying two individuals, consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy to operate, resulting in its sluggish movement. As Zhao and Qian pursued, they couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief. The eldest young lady and the Tang family members' strategy of delaying their pursuers was utterly ineffective. They might escape for a moment, but they could not evade fate indefinitely. While they might elude the spirits within the soul-summoning banner for now, they were ultimately destined to fall into the hands of the two. Zhao Hong quickened his pace, determined to seize the credit for apprehending Tang Mingqiang and Luo Qingyu before Qianming could. He could not allow Qian to gain the upper hand. Qianming gritted his teeth, realizing Zhao Hong was cunning enough to don magical boots that enhanced his speed. When the three had pursued together, he had concealed this advantage, saving it for this pivotal moment to catch Qian off guard. Frustration boiled within Qian, yet he found himself outmaneuvered by Zhao Hong and could only suppress his resentment, planning to consider other options once he caught up with Tang Mingqiang. Zhao Hong was acutely aware of Qianming's thoughts. He prided himself on his intellect, believing he would not be outwitted by Qian. Now that he had secured the advantage, he would simply counter any moves Qian might attempt. Thus, he felt a surge of triumph as he saw Tang Mingqiang's small vessel within reach, but suddenly, without warning, he found himself sinking. Zhao Hong stumbled, as if he had stepped on a flat surface and found it to be an illusion, his body tilting forward uncontrollably. A glance downward revealed his right foot ensnared in a patch of fine sand. The once tranquil surface appeared disturbed, the grains flowing like liquid. Panic set in as he realized he had fallen into a sand pit. In his desperation to escape, he exerted himself. Recalling that he was in a competition with Qianming, he had just managed to gain the upper hand, only to find himself in this predicament. The more anxious he became, the more chaotic his efforts grew. He channeled his spiritual energy into his right leg, striving to free himself from the sand pit, unwilling to let all his careful planning come to naught. Yet, as he engaged his energy, the sand around his foot seemed to respond, accelerating its flow as if agitated. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, until only half of his body remained above the surface. "Brother Zhao, I must take my leave first." Qianming passed by Zhao Hong, squinting at him as he offered a casual greeting. Zhao Hong's eyes flickered. He could perceive Qianming's glee at his predicament. The sand tightened around him, and he felt the grains seeping through his magical robe, burning his limbs with an unbearable pain. Realizing he could not escape this pit alone, Zhao Hong swiftly grasped Qianming's feet with both hands. If he intended to rise above Zhao Hong, he had to see if Qian would allow it. What Qian could not possess, he would not let Qian attain either. "Brother Zhao, what are you doing?" Qianming exclaimed as he stumbled, nearly falling. He glared at Zhao Hong, furious. Did Zhao Hong think he was unaware of his treacherous intentions? How could he have fallen into the sand pit and still attempt to drag him down with him? Such a clever scheme. After speaking, Qian glanced at Zhao Hong's expression, only to see the veins on his forehead bulging, his eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on a point ahead. A sense of unease washed over Qianming, yet he continued. "Rest assured, Brother Zhao, I, Qianming, am a man of my word. Our bond as brothers is deeper than blood. I will never abandon you here." He appealed to Zhao Hong's emotions, but Zhao Hong did not even blink. Even Qianming, usually oblivious, could sense that something was amiss with Zhao Hong. "Brother Zhao." "Zhao Hong?" He steadied his voice, though it quaked with uncertainty. Testing the waters, he kicked at Zhao Hong's arms, which easily fell away, landing with a soft thud. The loathsome visage of Zhao Hong was now fully exposed to Qianming's gaze.
"Hey!"
Qianming gasped, then crumpled to the ground, unable to control his trembling legs.
"Zhao."
"Zhao Hong. He is dead." Qianming could no longer pursue the sluggish boat of Ma Haohao, his gaze fixated on Zhao Hong's lifeless form, his legs quivering uncontrollably. Zhao Hong lay in the sand pit, his eyes wide open, staring vacantly ahead. Qianming's earlier kick had not only flipped Zhao Hong over, but also revealed his body ensnared in the quicksand. The robust figure, now buried beneath a thick layer of yellow sand from the desert winds, was transformed into a skeletal remnant. Fear crept into Qianming's eyes. Had Zhao Hong truly perished in such a brief moment? There was something profoundly wrong with this sand. "What are you waiting for? Did I not instruct you to capture the Tang fellow?" Chun Jiao arrived beside Qianming, his voice sharp with reprimand. "Brother Chun."
"Zhao."
"Zhao brother he." Qianming stammered, pointing shakily at Zhao Hong's corpse, his voice faltering. The realization that he was seated upon a patch of sand that could devour him sent a chill through his spine. It is merely a corpse. What is there to fear? Chun Jiao dismissed the body with a glance, then retrieved the soul-summoning banner, absorbing Zhao Hong within it for his own purposes. Qianming stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. For a fleeting moment, he found Chun Jiao, whom he had deemed foolish, far more terrifying than the devouring sands. He attempted to warn him, but Chunjiu merely scoffed. Do you think a mere patch of quicksand can ensnare me, Chunjiu? The Tang fellow dreams too grandly. With that, Chunjiu shoved Qianming into the very sands that had ensnared Zhao Hong, using his back as leverage to leap upward, vaulting over the quicksand towards Ma Haohao's vessel. Qianming, face down in the shifting sands, felt the grains writhe around him, fine yellow particles like tiny worms invading his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, gnawing at his flesh with a pain akin to being sliced. The agony of his insides being devoured forced an anguished wail from his lips, echoing his despair. The quicksand in the minor realm lived up to its reputation, claiming the lives of 2 cultivators in an instant. Ma Haohao closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight below. However, Qianming's screams, like a slippery venomous snake, burrowed into her ears relentlessly. The heart-wrenching sound possessed an uncanny ability to infect others, causing those who heard it to empathize with his pain, as if they themselves were being consumed by the quicksand. Ma Haohao's grip on her ancestral slippers loosened, and she retrieved them from her storage bag, propping them against the rim of the wooden bowl. Her fingertips turned pale from the excessive force. Though her face remained impassive, her legs trembled uncontrollably beneath her robes. Had she not been firmly grasping the edge, she might have collapsed to the ground like Qianming. Taking a deep breath, Ma Haohao urged herself to remain composed. Zhao Hong and Qianming were merely characters in a book, not living beings. This world was not real, only a story. Yet, the more she tried to convince herself, the more Zhao Hong's bones and Qianming's screams haunted her, refusing to dissipate even with her eyes closed. It's all fake, Ma Haohao murmured, but no matter how many times she repeated the words, the gruesome deaths of Zhao and Qian remained vivid in her mind, as if to remind her that they were living, breathing people who felt pain, fear, and sorrow. A wave of inexplicable panic and guilt washed over Ma Haohao. Perhaps it was not the avaricious Qin or the treacherous quicksand that had taken Zhao and Qian's lives, but rather herself. It was her pen that held the power of life and death, that conjured the man-eating sands, the vexing beasts, and the treacherous hearts. When writing Jade Nectar, she had indulged in whimsy, bestowing upon her characters countless opportunities and treasures when in high spirits, but forcing them to share her unhappiness when in low spirits. Before witnessing Zhao Hong's death firsthand, Ma Haohao had been able to deceive herself into believing that she was not involved, that she had merely been forced into this world to mend the relationship between the male and female protagonists and complete her mission. But she now realized that she was the instigator, the source of it all. While Ma Haohao was lost in thought, Chen Jiuji used Qianming as a stepping stone, leaping towards Ma Haohao and Tang Mingqiong. In the blink of an eye, he would land inside the wooden bowl. The bowl could only accommodate 2 people, and if Chen Jiuji forced his way in, Tang Mingqiong would be fine, but Ma Haohao would undoubtedly be injured by his momentum. Careful, Tang Mingqiong warned, seeing that Chen Jiuji was about to collide with Ma Haohao. However, Ma Haohao seemed oblivious, staring blankly at the ground, unaware of her surroundings. In this dire situation, Tang Mingqiong had no choice but to pull her close, barely leaving enough space for Chen Jiuji to stand. As a result, Ma Haohao was pressed tightly against him. The unique fragrance of the young woman filled his senses, and Tang Mingqiong's ears grew warm. He wanted to push her away, but Chen Jiuji's presence prevented him from doing so. He stiffly supported Ma Haohao's back with his arm, not daring to touch her. Upon landing in the bowl, Chen Jiuji was met with this scene, Tang Mingqiong embracing Luo Qingyu, their bodies pressed together intimately. One held her naturally, while the other leaned obediently, as if they had done this countless times before, their posture undeniably suggestive. Tang, what are you doing? Let go of my sister. Chen Jiuji roared, consumed by rage. Before, he had merely wanted to kill Tang Mingqiong, but now he wanted to grind his bones to dust. He was like a cuckolded husband, glaring at his wife and her adulterer with bloodshot eyes. He drew his spiritual sword and lunged at Tang Mingqiong. Tang Mingqiong had to divide his attention, trying to ignore the sensation of holding her while also defending against Chen Jiuji's attacks. Normally, even with the aid of demonic energy, Chen Jiuji would not have lasted half a move against him. But now, Tang Mingqiong was struggling to defend, and after only a few dozen moves, his palms were already slick with sweat. Qian Jiuji had assumed that Tang Mingqiang was a cripple who relied on Luo Qingyi's protection to navigate the minor realm, and that he could end his miserable life with a single strike. However, after dozens of moves, Tang Mingqiang was not only parrying his attacks but also showing no signs of panic. On the contrary, Qian Jiuji was beginning to feel overwhelmed. How is this possible? How could he be losing to a cripple? Qian Jiuji wondered. He must be using some underhanded trick, obtaining a magical treasure from you, sister, that allows him to fight me. Remembering the treasure, Qian Jiuji suddenly recalled the soul-calling banner in his sleeve. In his rage at seeing Tang Mingqiang taking liberties with you, sister, he had forgotten about this precious item. With the banner in hand, Tang Mingqiang would no longer be able to maintain his composure. Tang Mingqiang, I underestimated you. You good-for-nothing. I didn't expect you to have a few tricks up your sleeve. Qian Jiuji sneered, drawing the soul-calling banner from his sleeve. However, save your meager skills for the King of Hell. Tomorrow will be the anniversary of your death. He waved the soul-calling banner, and the banner's damp, ghostly aura surged forth, enveloping Tang Mingqiang in a black mist. Tang Mingqiang's eyes turned cold. If he were still the cautious cripple of his previous life, he would have been doomed against this soul-calling banner. But that humble, ignorant Tang Mingqiang was long gone. Standing before Qian Jiuji was the reborn demon lord. When the black mist from the soul-calling banner met the demonic energy in his hands, it was effortlessly devoured, transforming into demonic cultivation within Tang Mingqiang's body. Qian Jiuji had been certain that Tang Mingqiang would be killed instantly by the soul-calling banner. But the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Tang Mingqiang was not only alive, but also unharmed by the black mist. You, what trick did you use again? Qian Jiuji stammered, unable to believe that Tang Mingqiang had emerged unscathed from the soul-calling banner's attack. He channeled his spiritual energy to activate the banner, unleashing another wave of black mist towards Tang Mingqiang. The cripple must have relied on a defensive treasure given to him by you, sister, to evade the first attack. Qian Jiuji thought. But no matter how powerful that treasure is, it cannot compare to the soul-calling banner in my hands. If Tang Mingqiang could dodge it once, he would not be able to dodge it a second or a third time. Qian Jiuji exerted all his strength, pouring all the spiritual energy in his body into the soul-calling banner. The banner glowed with a black light, and the black mist poured out continuously. Tang Mingqiang summoned more demonic energy, absorbing the surrounding black mist into his palm. However, his current cultivation was not as strong as before. Although the black mist could not harm him, he could not completely convert it into his own power. The black mist and demonic energy clashed, causing the entire minor realm to shake violently, the wind and clouds to change, and the earth to tremble. Amidst the struggle, a light cracking sound was heard. The wooden bowl, unable to withstand the pressure of the black mist and demonic energy, split in half, dividing into two. Suddenly losing its support, Tang Mingqiang and Qian Jiuji both fell. Tang Mingqiang only had time to protect Ma Haohao with his demonic energy before plunging into the quicksand. The fine sand writhed like a liquid, swallowing the three of them in an instant.